This time, Naruto, who was warned by the soul, no longer tangled his life, ignored those strange eyes, and tied to lying down the system. Option 1, pursue Sakura. Reward S-class ninjutsu. Option 2, pursue Hina, take 10 years of detours. Reward nine-tailed recognition, you can use Juei chakra. Do you still need to think about it? Naruto decisively chose Hina. Fishing by the Naruto River suddenly appeared. Mizuki, Naruto, do you long for strength? Options 1, refuse the invitation of Shuimi and let him roll away. Don't start up your nest. Reward, full level fishing. Options 2, accepted the invitation of Mizuki and stole the sealing book. Reward, rebirth of dirty land. Lisarial, Naruto, can you still hesitate? 3 generations, where there is wood leaf, there will be fire burning. The fire will shine in the village and grow new buds. Naruto, 6. Chapter 1. Fox Demon. The bang rang 3 times, and Jiangning opened his eyes. Muie Street, a narrow apartment. The eyes were dim, the wind chime on the balcony of the midsummer night was blown by the wind, making a lonely sound. A strange soul came to Woodleaf, occupying Naruto's body. Ding, lie flat system loading. 7% Jiangning had a severe headache, and there was a vague blood in front of him. Isn't it blind? Pain, his. It's just playing a game. As for sudden death, how to go to work tomorrow? The internship turned right soon, and it was boiled. The pain slowly dissipated, Jiangning opened his eyes, and then the hazy light was a strange and messy room in his eyes. The air is full of smell, with old and moldy pale yellow wallpaper on the wall. The wooden floor is scattered with clothes and books. Jiangning seemed to realize something and looked down at his hand. The pupil was slightly expanded. Jiangning fell backwards. Has his own hand narrowed? System loading progressed 13%. A mechanical synthetic sound sounded in his mind, and the fragments of memory suddenly pierced Jiangning's mind, making him sore in the bed. There is constantly drilling into his ears like an ant, and the pain almost makes him faint. Is that child really disgusting? Tell you, don't play with him, who knows what the freak will do. The fox demon killed the 4 generations of Naruto. Naruto, do you have the will of fire? Master Naruto is the most powerful person in the village and protects our existence. Naruto, you also have to cheer, try to become Naruto. Naruto? What kidding? Jiangning's headache was cracked. There are darkness around, there are 2 small holes not far away. He crawled over and climbed over, and used his strength to stick his eyes with his entire body, and found that there were people outside, all kinds of people. There are contempt, indifference, obscure. Get away, you monster. Don't sell it for you, roll. Why not die? Why do you have the courage to live in this world, you monster? The cold emotions were mixed with pain, and Jiangning suffocated in this emotion. He rolled over and gritted his chest and slammed his chest, then he could breathe. System loading progressed 17%. Opening his eyes sharply, Jiangning lay on the bed and found the panel slowly emerging in front of him. He didn't read novels and did not play games, and he generally understood the situation in front of him. He crossed and became a Naruto and Naruto. At present, it should be at the stage of ninja school, and immediately faces the graduation exam. What makes him feel relieved that the unique system of the foreign people is also well equipped. It seems that it is still being loaded. What system is coming? No matter it is better to have a system. Looking at the night outside the window, Jiangning didn't want to sleep, and turned out of bed and explored the lights in the room. With a click, the bright light dispersed the anxiety in his heart. It will be Naruto in the future. The chaotic room, and the table that exudes odor. No one can blame why an orphan who is not painful does not organize the room. After all, there is no one who reprimand him. Naruto sat on the table, took out the paper pen and tried to write a line of words, and automatically grasped the cherry blossom text. But Naruto can understand that he tried to say a word, and there seem to be several choices in the language. He can switch 3 or 4 languages back and forth, although it is useless in this world, as long as it can be enough. He opened his clothes and could not see the seal about Juei on his belly. This is a bit troublesome. Double 4 elephant seal. The scattered 9-tailed chakra exposed by the seal flowed through his strange scriptures, and finally turned into a normal blue chakra. Although chakra can be used by him for the time being, it is not a long-term score. After thinking for a while, Naruto wrote the practice plan on the paper. In this world, naturally powerful talents have the right to speak. As strong as possible, it is also helpful for future growth. Then he lived. Naruto scratched his head, stood up and walked to the front of the dressing mirror. Looking at the young face in the mirror, he showed a big smile with his teeth. Go to his Naruto. Who wants to be that kind of thing and protect those who dislike themselves? Dreaming, it's better to die, soul light, garbage. He vented all the negative emotions accumulated in his heart, and instantly felt that his whole body was a lot easier. It is still necessary to become Naruto, but it is necessary to make yourself better. What kind of companions, villages, and fire will die, alive to enjoy. When the system is loaded, yet can walk across the village. While humming the song, Naruto wrote his own tolerance plan on the paper. Become the most beautiful babies in the village. System loading progressed 34%. The next day, the sky was bright. After getting up early, Naruto, the first thing that opened his eyes was to call out the panel to view the system loading progress. This damping speed is like a 2G net, which really makes people hurt. System loading progress 79%. I yawned. Naruto didn't sleep much last night. Looking at the dawn, I could only get up to wash. Think about a few ninja theoretical lessons in the morning. By then, lying on the classroom to make up for it. Anyway, Naruto in the eyes of students has always been the case, and no one will care about an ominous person. After washing, it took another hour to sort out the room. When choosing the clothes before going out, Naruto made it difficult. Originally, the body was like a spiritual guy, and the big coat was hot in summer. After hesitation, Naruto chose a daily black short sleeve with brown pants, and did not take the goggles on the table. He is not yet tolerated, there is no wood leaf to protect the forehead. I'm going out. No one responded in the empty room, but he didn't care and closed the door of the room. He lived in the old apartment building of Muye Street, and went downstairs to bypass the alleys of Kakuan and ate tour. Looking at the people standing in the sun, Naruto paused. Until looking at the unwilling eyes they cast, Naruto shrugged indifferently, bowing his head silently through the crowd. The expression on the villagers' face was cold and indifferent, and her eyes were obliquely stuck on Naruto's body and suddenly stained them. System loading progress 87%. In the ninja school, Shikamaru was swept back in the crowd casually, and then seemed to see something. Pushing Dinkai beside him, pointing to the direction to signal Ding Ci to look at it. Isn't that Naruto? Ding Cai stopped the hand of potato chips. Is it being beaten again on the road? It should be. Shikamaru revealed a pair of dead fish eyes. The group of people also survived too much. Dinkai threw the last potato chips into his mouth, and clicked to break. The three forces headed by the three teenagers stopped Naruto's way to stop, one of which was shorter than Naruto. Monster, I heard that your dream is Naruto? Shikamaru and Dinkai also squeezed into the crowd smoothly, and happened to hear the man's question. They thought Naruto would refute and told them loudly that they were the man who became Naruto. However, Naruto is extremely quiet. Nico passed a yin and yang line at his feet through the door of the ninja school. Naruto was exposed to the sun, and a blonde hair seemed to lose his past anger, but he was not afraid to avoid it, staring at the man straight. The childishness on his body faded away and crushed it in the indifference. It seems like a person, everything was like ashes, and it was blown clean in the breeze of summer. Your eyes are really disgusting, just look at you again. System loading progressed 99%. Another person stepped forward and pushed Naruto, which made him take a few steps back. The people around me were accustomed to the onlookers, and they said laughter, and did not mean to come forward to stop. Damn, the guys of those small families are too bullying. Ding Chi was just going forward to stop. Shikamaru sighed and said it was really troublesome, and slowly walked towards Naruto. System loading progress 100%. Options 1, pushing the three people in front of you, telling them that their dreams are more than the 4 generations of Naruto. Reward, mid-triple technique. Options 2, Desi sure to become Naruto's dream and not entanglement. Reward, the side effects of chakra disorders in the body disappear. Naruto saw the panel, but saw that there was no response to the people around him. The initial judgment was that only he could see the content on the viewing panel, so he relieved to focus on the option 3. Body technique is an important project of ninja school graduation. If you are proficient, you can graduate smoothly. It is also because the relationship between Jue chakra caused chakra disorders in the body and could not use ninjutsu normally. One is a shortcut that directly solves the problem of graduation. The other is to solve the problem of chakras disorders and the root cause. Even if he still needs to spend time to practice triple techniques, it can be considered. That Naruto Jun, said Hina, who didn't know where it appeared. Ha! What are you talking about? You can't hear it. The tall boy named Mew Mew didn't seem to hear what Hina said, and looked straight at Naruto. As for Hina, Mew Mew ignored her directly. Naruto Jun, he did anything wrong. Although Hina was a little scared, he's still courageous. What are you talking nonsense? It's really disgusting. Cai Mew ignored Hina, and did not want to listen to anyone at all, and his attitude could be described as quite vulnerable. I didn't want to be a Naruto, not as naive as you. Is that your ridiculous dream? Naruto said, but it's also very sad. With your current strength, you may not even ninja in the future. Naruto pushed the leader of the leader and said relentlessly, do you do when Naruto? Is there anyone in your family? You can't do it. They can't. You, what are you talking about? Cai Mew took a step back and looked at Naruto slightly. Naruto's eyes were still sharp, staring at the leader of the leader. People will change, material would. Go back and ask your father. Believe it or not, tomorrow I have burned your house and nothing happened. Use your muscular brain to think about it. What can you do if you can do it? Oh, what? Naruto spit on the boy's face, leaving his face gloomy. Anyway, skipping classes is not once or twice, but today is a bright and righteous skipping class. Cai Mew was stunned, thinking of Naruto's only tone, and dare not say in a word. You are nonsense. We don't. The shameful voice of the two came behind him, and Naruto's words seemed to poke their pain. The teenager who wants to be Naruto is inferior and sensitive. His dream was pulled under the sun and the sun, making them jumping. Successful decentralization. After a mechanical prompt sound, Naruto only felt cool in his body for a while, as if he drank a bite of ice water in a hot day. He tried to feel chakra flow in his body, but it really made him feel the direction of chakra's flow, and chakra, who had almost no resonance in the past, became active. Like ice, spring water suddenly became boiling, each cell in the body was nourished by chakra, and the comfort of the whole body came. This made Naruto shouting, secretly, "Shikamaru, was my ears broken just now?" Dinkai pulled Shiwan's clothes and looked at Naruto's back. Naruto said he didn't want to be Naruto? Isn't that his dream? Why suddenly, who knows? Shikamaru's dead fish moved, and said indifferently, "That guy was too scary just now, and it would be good to be a Naruto. I am too busy to die all day, not even in a daze." "Don't say those words, Naruto is gone." Dinkai said. Arsenal was discovered by teacher Irika, he was miserable. Hina looked at Naruto in the corner of the crowd's inconspicuous corner. That she was about to go to class soon, but she was afraid of Naruto. "Naruto-jun, is it painful now?" Thinking of this, Hatsuki squeezed his little hands. At this moment she wanted to catch up, but she didn't have this courage. Just stepped forward and worked hard to solve all the courage, now in front of so many people. Without Naruto's ninja school, it was particularly calm, and Irika, who learned that Naruto had escaped from studying in the morning as usual. No one was weird with the paint barrel, and no one was making a noise in the ninja school. Everything seemed very harmonious. Until the sunset, Ilika did not find Naruto's trace on Naruto Rock. The most naughty child in that class seemed to have evaporated. As Irika was a little panicked, a soft and waxy sound suddenly sounded. "Teacher Ilika? Hina? Why are you here?" Irika turned his head and stunned slightly. The girl stood timidly in the orange sunset, lowered her head and didn't dare to look at him, her face flushed, as if something bad was caught. I'm looking for Naruto." The girl's voice was low, and the sound of mosquitoes. Naruto-jun did not come to class all day. Worried, looking at Hinata's face about the bloody face, Irika smiled and said, "Koseda is also worried about Naruto? It's okay, the teacher will be responsible for finding him. Now it's too late, you should go home first, otherwise master will worry about you." No, Hina said with courage and said with a loud voice, "Teacher Iria, I want to go to Naruto with you." Irika was touched, and the smile on his face was stunned. He looked at the sky and said gently, "Well, you can only find another half an hour. If you can't find it," Hina promised that the teacher must go home. Thank you Teacher Ilika." Hina nodded excitedly. "Are you looking for me?" Naruto looked up and looked at the two puzzled. Some unexpected Hina was there. "Hina, why are you there?" Naruto asked unexpectedly. Hina lowered his head. "I asked my classmates to help me find it." Irika said, "I think Hina classmates should know where Naruto is." "That's it." Naruto scratched his head. "Is Tika? Is it because of the escape from school? Chapter 3 Lost I Self and Hina sauce is it?" Irika hesitated for a moment, and asked as gentle as possible, "But the teacher wants to hear why you give up your dream." "No reason, that kind of thing is not my dream." Naruto shrugged. "Teacher Irika said that Naruto is the strongest existence of the village?" "Yes, I did say this." Ilika nodded. "They are right, I'm just a crane tail, and it is impossible to be Naruto, right?" Naruto asked. "I can't say that, as long as Naruto is willing to work hard." Irika also said some words. He probably knew the situation of Naruto, but because of the 3 generations of ban, he could not say clearly. Naruto crooked his head and looked at Ilika with a doubt. "Teacher Ilika, I don't want to be Naruto, I want to change my dream that is not so far away." "What dream?" Irika leaked a hint of cold sweat, and he didn't even know why he was detoured by a child. "Probably find a virtuous wife to get married, like an ordinary adult." Naruto scratched his head and said. Irika was a little surprised and surprised. For Naruto, ordinary dreams are even more out of reach. Naruto cannot get married and have children. These words are stubborn in Irika's throat. "When I think of those cold eyes and exclusion, Irika only feels a little bit of taste in my heart." Irika's parents died in the Nine-Tailed Rebellion, but Irika couldn't hate the young man who had no father and no mother in front of him. It was not him wrong, but Nine Tails. Naruto was born into a container at Nine Tail, and was hated and disliked to live to the present. Suddenly Irika realized that Naruto may have grown up and understand the dislikes and hatred in the eyes of the villagers. When this idea was formed in his mind, Ilika suddenly could not help his back cold. Once the seeds of human pillar are planted, the seeds of hatred are unimaginable. In front of Ilika's eyes, looking again, Naruto's face still had the bright smile on his face. "Naruto, you dream, what's wrong? It's great, right? Teacher Irika." Naruto still smiled very brightly. "Teacher Iria, you have no girlfriend, you must have a lot of deposits?" "Hey!" Irika burst into a moment of time, and roared with his fist, "Naruto! Help!" Naruto fled. When the two were playing, Hina's side blushed for a long time, and the whole person was so ashamed that the little hand was corrected together, and what was murmured in his mouth. Okay, that's it. Ilika taught, tomorrow must remember to go to school. Naruto. Yes, teacher Iria. Naruto looked down at the teachings. In the same way, both of them moved to Hinata, who looked down at the side. Hinata sounded, and his face quickly became red again. Naruto, just go home by yourself. The teacher, I will send Hina classmates home first. Are you alone? Iruka said. Naruto was thinking about it, and the panel played again without warning. Option 1, pursue Sakura. Reward S-class ninjutsu. Option 2, pursue Hina, take 10 years of detours. Reward 9-tailed recognition. You can use Jue Chakra. Note, the option is randomly a S-class ninjutsu. There is a certain probability to obtain rare wooden ninjutsu. The option 2 is the schedule reward. Can this basically give up thinking? Where is the power of 9-tailed? Furthermore, even if there is no reward, let him choose someone from Sakura and Hina as a person as the object of pursuit. Naruto will not hesitate to choose Hinata without hesitation. Even if nothing else, you have to let the children take a bite in the future. Great is justice. Choose the second one. The task is successfully opened. Please complete it first. Teacher Ilika. Naruto suddenly interrupted. Let me send my classmates home. Ah. Hina heard, blushed to the root of the ears, and turned around. Ha. Iruka looked at Naruto a little puzzled. I know where the home in Hinata was sent before. Naruto smiled and explained, Teacher Iruka, the words you send are not going along. Is it too troublesome? This, Iruka hesitated, but when he thought of Lengbing's Hyaga, he agreed. Well, Naruto, you want to protect Hinata, do the obligation of a man. Iruka said with a smile. I will protect Hina's classmates. Naruto responded to a bright smile. After Ilka left, Naruto patted Hina's shoulders. The latter was taken aback and tears rotated in the eyes. It's okay, I will send Hina, you go home. Naruto showed a gentle smile, and his voice was a lot soft. Trouble you, Naruto. Naruto Jun. Hina's voice was very low. Then give me your hand. Hinea sauce. 4. Why? Hina was frightened, blushed, and spoke a little bit stuttered. Girls are dangerous to walk at night alone. Would it be more peace of mind if ordinary friends holding hands? Although this is the case, but Naruto's hand. Hina hesitated. What's wrong? Will it be troubled? Sorry. No. Hina's head shook like a drum, and carefully handed his hand out, and his heart pounded. Until the temperature of the other palm came, Hina's heart seemed to inject a warm current, and the uneasy mood of the whole person instantly settled a lot. Naruto Jun didn't lie to me, and it was even more at ease. But, this is already a hand in hand, right? What are you thinking about? Naruto Jun didn't think about it at all. Looking at Naruto, who was leading his half of his position in front, Hinata suddenly felt panicked. Naruto Jun was really a very gentle person. Walking in front of the Naruto, who was holding Hinata, didn't realize that Hina's thoughts, feeling the 9-tailed chakra overflowing in his body constantly circulating in the meridians, and he could not help but happy. Sure enough, successful. Naruto stopped Hinata to the door of the Hyaga station and stopped. If there was no need, the Hyaga family would not welcome outsiders, let alone him. Thank you for sending me back, Naruto Jun. Hina bowed to Naruto with his ears with red ears, and his long neck was white and red. I should thank you. How can you say that Hina is also looking for me? Naruto waved his hand towards Hina, sleeping at night, Hina sauce. After speaking, Naruto turned and ran towards the dark in the opposite direction. Hinata lost himself in Hina's sauce, and whispered in the wooden door. See you tomorrow, Naruto Jun. Chapter 4. Not a sun squeak. The door of the apartment was opened from the outside. The dim loud corridor light was shot into the porch like a blade, and Naruto's shadow was stretched, and it was embarrassed on the shoe cabinet. Change your head and change your shoes and turn on the lights. Naruto stood on the balcony blowing, and the instant noodles were hot on the small table behind him. He originally wanted to buy some vegetables, and he was bombarded too late. If there are more people, or Naruto go earlier, maybe the boss's face will not show such obscure expression. He was not sure if there was a dark part who was monitoring him now, and whether the words he said during the day would be passed to the ears of the 3 generations of Naruto. After all, people's pillar power is the strongest weapon in the village. Once the attitude towards the village has changed, it is likely that terrible things are likely to occur. But Naruto didn't care. He didn't think about revenge in the village. He didn't even have any dark thoughts in his heart. He just wanted to lie flat. Is it cool to lie flat? Since the power of the system is greater than 9 tails and may even be greater than any force in the world, why not take a simple way? In order to get the recognition of everyone, even if you desperately want to be Naruto, and protect those who have discriminated against himself, they are to get their recognition. This is so ridiculous that people live in the world to show their own value, rather than getting value from others. Walking on the road was watched with disgusting eyes, inferiority and sensitivity. You can feel guilty. This is the pleasing personality, hoping to be recognized and accepted. Naruto is no longer a Naruto in the past, and he knows that the old good people can only be looked down on. There is no need to get the recognition of others, and learn to reconcile with yourself. Do an ordinary ninja and fulfill life. The wrong thing is those who want to take good benefits from Juwei but do not want to pay the price. Named protection, but Pua. Naruto is not Naruto's dream, it is the dream of the 3 generations of apes, and the wild looking for seniors. They hope that Naruto is like the 4 generations to play for the village. The moonlight of the summer night is gentle, shrouded in wood leaves. The night breeze brushed through the balcony, blowing up Naruto's hair. His eyes slowly became clear. He doesn't want to be Naruto or is recognized. He just wants to live in the world and become stronger. The instant noodles were a little cold, and Naruto still finished eating. After washing, he lay on the bed and closed his eyes slowly. The next day, Naruto met a bear child wearing a large white hat and a blue scarf on the road shortly after going out. Either others or the grandson of the 3 generations of Naruto, the grandchildren of Muye Pills. Muye-wan was standing by the wall in a camouflage cloth, and seeing Naruto stared at himself, so he shouted directly, "What do you think? Didn't you see Master Ben's trainer here? My grandpa is Naruto. Hurry up." Muye-wan stared at Naruto, who was scolded by himself, and was a little lost in his heart, and he had no difference between this person and others. As long as you hear that he is the grandson of Naruto, he will obey himself. However, Naruto's face showed a smile, and he took a few more than 100 papers with his hands from his pocket and handed it to Muye-wan. The disappointment expression on Muye-maru's face, waved his hand impatiently. "Go away, I don't want your money. This is your medical expenses and nutritional expenses, your kid, it's dead." Then, Naruto just started with a meal, while scolding in his mouth. Naruto's grandson is amazing. Who has no Naruto relatives yet? In the ninja school, Naruto sat pale and yawned in the back row. Today, no one was in trouble, but when he entered the classroom, he would still have a disgusting look. Tomorrow is the graduation exam, the morning is a review test for the body, and the outdoor class in the afternoon. As soon as the words fell, the classroom suddenly became lively. The teenagers made their heads up, and some people were pleased. Transformation, I am good at. Do you say that the graduation test of the day can be drawn? It is not clear. The test content is randomly extracted as a test content in the 3-body technique. If the probability, probably 1/3. The first place must be Sasuke again. The results of his various subjects are very good. The tail of the crane must be that person. Ha ha. Speaking, he didn't have any brains when he looked at it. He always liked to do something that is annoying. I heard that he has been postponed for 2 years, and it is estimated that this year can't work. Such a person can't become a ninja after graduation? Everywhere is a failure. It is indeed a sad and gloomy life. If I might as well calculate it, I must have no face to live in this world. Irika on the podium also heard some gossip, and his face looked not so beautiful. But he couldn't do anything, and he could only knock on the table to make the whole class quiet. Everyone goes outside, line into a team, one by one. In the queue waiting in line, Naruto yawned again, and was watched by Shikamaru, and could not help but ask, "Where did you go last night? The instant noodles have expired, and the stomach is bad." Naruto said, "I said, you guy, can't you make some dishes yourself?" Shikamaru gave him a white glance. "We should have the ability to make some simple dishes at this age. Don't take what you can do it for granted, the soul is light." Naruto hit Shikamaru, "At least the owner of the instant noodle shop will not look at me. What kind of things like daily buying vegetables are very troublesome." Hearing the words, Shikamaru was slightly froze, and he suddenly realized the white eyes that Naruto was usually suffered. The simple thing in his eyes may not be so simple on Naruto. "Sorry, Naruto. You guy. What apologize to say good?" Naruto glanced at Shikamaru indiscriminately, and his eyes moved to the girl who was receiving the pink hair who was undergoing the exam. Haro Sakura is more lovely in reality than in the comics, and it looks white in a group of girls. The clicked potato chips broke the sound of the crushing sound. Dinkai stood behind Shikamaru, and his small eyes swept through Shikamaru and Naruto. The blonde Ino stood in front of Naruto, and when he turned to find Sasuke figure, he happened to see Naruto's gaze that swept through Harano Sakura, and the corner of his mouth could not help but bend a curved. "Naruto, what are you looking at?" Smelling, Naruto turned his head and saw a vertical and gossip smile on Jing-Yi's face. "Sasuke doesn't like women." "What?" Jing-Yi's face collapsed instantly, staring at Naruto with his eyes widened, and he was instantly crit. "Damn, what are you talking about?" "Hey, Jing-Yi, don't be excited. Let go, Jing-Yi. Naruto will die." Dinkai potato chips were too late to eat, and quickly stepped forward to persuade. "Let me go. I want to bite that soul fade. It's abominable." Jingo, who jumped like a thunder, was set up by Ding Ai, desperately trying to hammer Naruto who had a cheap mouth in front of him. Shikamaru hurriedly separated the two. At this moment, Irika's anger came from the classroom. "The people outside are quiet. Next, Uchiha Sasuke." Chapter 5 Destiny Shake Uchiha Sasuke Manchu. With the voice of Ira Kanzan, the students crowded in the door and looked inside. It is worthy of Sasuke. That's the child of the Uchiha family, full score. It's amazing. The sound of praise continued, and everyone's eyes gathered on the cold face, with cold eyebrows and tall nose bridges, and the face lines were very clean. On both sides of the side face, the head is stabbed with the hair type, and the eyes are alienated. Naruto was also looking at Sasuke, leisurely looking at this future teammate. The next one, the Vortex Naruto. When the name was shouted, everyone whispered. While discussing something, from time to time, he glanced at Naruto. Will the guy at the rear of the crane be used to make your color temptation? Ha ha ha. Last time he was kicked out by teacher Ilika. It's really downside. Those who use that kind of ninja are too disgusting. The discussion made Uchiha Sasuke, who left and looked back, staring at the direction. Naruto happened to enter the classroom door and turned around and found Sasuke's sight. The assessment time is very short, basically not more than 1 minute. Sasuke did not leave, just stood in the same place and waited. The teacher was silent for a while, and Irika's voice came out with a hint of hesitation. Rotor Vortex Naruto, full score. Full points? It turned out to be full. The people around the door suddenly showed an unexpected look, and the surroundings became silent. Those who have always craned the rear of the car have a full score. Even though the 3 body art is not representing the final total score, it is also the key subject of ninjutsu. If the 3 body technique is full, it means graduation is stable. The door was opened at this time, and Naruto came out of the classroom. Seeing the crowd, Uchiha, who finally stopped in the distance. Sasuke's face changed, and he turned to leave at a glance with Naruto. Naruto smiled, and didn't take it in heart. Urja was really proud. After the problem of chakras disorders was solved, he didn't spend too much time. The 3 body technique was transparent. It may also be related to the talent of this body itself. After all, it is the blood of the Vortex family. Mastering the 3 body technique also means that you don't have to distract the graduation test. After the simulation test, you can leave directly. Naruto did not stay, and went straight out. When I passed by Hina's body, Naruto remembered the incident of helping himself yesterday, so he stopped and said, "Thank you. I was so hurried yesterday, so, I'm sorry, I just thanks you now. Thank you for your siege for me, Hinata sauce." Hearing Naruto called her Hinata sauce again, Hina's cheeks immediately became popular. It seems that it is difficult to be affectionate and happy. I didn't actually help any busy. Naruto Jun didn't need to thank me. Hinatsu, who was talking like this, was very cute. He was wearing a long-sleeved training suit that covered the fair arm. There was short shoulder hair behind his ears. The skin was full of water like milk. Any other descriptions? Hina's standing is easily reminiscent of the dignified gesture of the eldest daughter of the big family. It is so dignified and shy, it is even more amazing, probably the so-called young lady. Nothing, thanks to Hina's sauce, Naruto said, at the same time noticed that Hina's look became more and more difficult. This is only he found that there seems to be more eyes around him, and Naruto's heart is clear that his relationship with Hina is not familiar. If you continue to talk, you may make Hinata ushered in rumors, so he knows that he should retreat now. I'm leaving first, Hinata sauce, so thank you. Naruto beckoned back and slowly left the corridor of the ninja school. He thought about going back to prepare a gift, and gave it to Hina next time when he met again, so that it would not be too obtrusive. Raiders Hina, 2.2% recognition of Nine-Tail. The sudden sound of mechanical synthesis in his mind shocked Naruto. Juwei has always been his heart disease. In the short term, the power of getting 9 tails is really good. But Juwei is just a more strong chakra. To put it plainly, it is a temporary force. Since it is power, it is easy to be seen that whether you want to treat him as a weapon, or in the future, he wants to capture all the forces of 9 tails. Naruto is a piece of meat on the cutting board. As long as the strong appears, he will follow the 9 tails in his belly. He said that he would rather stay away from him, and it is best to find a new home and never have a relationship with him. Once Juwei leaves the body of the pillar force cannot live alone. Such a settled setting caused Naruto to have some headaches. Since he has a system now, even if Juwei is not in his body, Naruto can still use the power of Juwei. Then, 9-tailed or something is the best situation, right? Naruto clearly realized that he had 9 tails, just like Alan's attacking giant. At the moment he obtained his strength, it was no longer the wall of the Maria, nor the height number. The 10-meter giant, but the future he saw symbolizing destiny. Destiny was determined when he got into the giant, and he was destined to not be able to break free of the shackles that made him make the choice of death. And the same is true of Naruto. From the 9 tails, to the son of the prophecy, the body of the immortal. Step by step, Naruto chose to save the world, or Naruto chose to be Naruto. Instead, destiny, everything is like a shackles that can't be broken, the death of the tap, the blood of Ningji, and the fate of sacrificing. He was lying flat, lying on the fate that was destined to be unable to change, and lived for himself. A blonde-like man is fishing for fishing rods, and the moonlight in the forest is as clear as the water. On the sparkling water, there are occasional fish like lights. Silent forests and cold crescents are reflected on the water. With a cricket, a figure suddenly appeared beside Naruto, as if appearing out of thin air. In Stalin. Naruto had noticed a person standing beside him and looked back sharply. I saw a ninja with long white hair stood in front of him. Teacher Mizuki? Naruto pretended to be surprised. Why are you here? The person comes as Ilika's friend, and Muye's first-minded male Mizuki. At this moment, Mizuki didn't know that he had fallen into the crystal ball surveillance of the three generations, and laughed at Naruto with a gentle face. Naruto, do you want to become stronger? Chapter 6 Fish Fast. Naruto heard the words for a moment. He looked at Mizuki and blinked. Teacher Mizuki, what do you mean? The mental state of Mizuki is a bit strange, giving people an unnatural feeling. Like a certain kind of fantasy agent, it seems to be divided into external evils. Honestly, even if he was prepared in his heart, the moment the face appeared at Mizuki, he still shocked him. Tomorrow is the graduation exam of the ninja school? Mizuki asked. Naruto nodded. Naruto is sure to pass the exam? Mizuki narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at Naruto with a smiley eyes. Well, this kind of thing, Teacher Mizuki, you know me. Naruto pretended to scratch his head embarrassedly. Probably graduating this year will be postponed again. Does Naruto want to become stronger? I happen to know a secret that will definitely allow you to pass the graduation exam smoothly. Hearing the words, Naruto's eyelids jumped slightly. If Mizuki knows that this afternoon has a full score of the 3 body surgery, he will not say this in front of himself. However, I did not see Shuemi at the ninja school all day today. He didn't know that it was normal for this incident. In other words, Mizuki had not found Ilika, but rushed directly to himself. So anxious, there must be something that happened, so that Mizuki was anxious to coax himself to steal the book. But the problem is that the book seal is a mood of a village. In this regard, Naruto's heart is also speechless. Now starting to worry about the psychological state of the Jue people, fear of the emotion of hate to the village? Now the preparation of the big expenses is to recognize the brainwashing of myself with partners. Why did I go early? Speaking of this village is also strange, the high-rise brain circuit seems to grow in the sewer. If it is to protect the information of people's pillar power and not let the villagers know that he is the son of the 4 generations of Naruto, what does it mean that the news of the 9 tails is? The news that Naruto is desperately blocked. Naruto is the son of the 4 generations. Regardless of the rumor of Naruto is a fox demon, right? It is really a double standard, naked downhill. Capitalists have not played like this, and the compensation that should be given will not be given. While letting the villagers target him, he also had to brainwash him to protect the village, and his face was too big. The stage has been settled, the actor is already in place, and a big brainwashing drama for the will of the fire of Jue Pillar Pildli is about to start. As long as he nodded and agreed, Mizuki would immediately notify Irika to steal the seal book, and he could really stole the seal book easily. Mizuki didn't know what was going crazy, so that such naive believe that a child could stole important more than the seal of Jugu, but looking at his eyes is indeed firmly believed. Naruto didn't want to agree, he had no interest in the book of seal. Anyway, he can only learn a shadow avatar in a short time, which is of little significance for him now. Moreover, he didn't want to drill into the setting tier, forcibly pretending to be moved, which was even more uncomfortable than killing him. The village is like him. If he wants to protect those who are equal to him in the future, it is acceptable, but it really makes it difficult for him to believe that he wants to protect the village. Why? He asked him to resent with virtue. Duh. Just as Naruto was ready to speak, the system panel bounced out again. Options 1. Reject the invitation of Shuemi, and let him roll away. Don't surprise your nest. Reward, full-level fishing. Options 2. Accepted the invitation of Mizuki and stole the sealing book. Reward, rebirth of dirty land, Lisarial. At a glance, Naruto suddenly made a choice. Although the book of sealing seals can get the A-class ninjutsu shadow, and to learn the incomplete editions of dirty soil. But, what's the use of dirty soil reincarnation? It requires a living sacrifice to use this trick, it is a pity to abandon it. Right now, Naruto has not particularly wanted to resurrect. Although the temptation of the shadow avatar to him is indeed not small, it will appear very passive in the future in the troubles of trouble. Teacher Mizuki, forgive me. Naruto's voice was calm. What? Mizuki was a little surprised. It seemed that Naruto would reject him. In his impression, Naruto has always been the tale of the simple and impulsive crane in his brain. Why? Naruto, this is a valuable opportunity. If you give up, you will regret it in the future. Teacher Mizuki, you don't need to spend more tongues. Naruto glanced at him. My heart has been decided, and it doesn't make sense to say. Don't you want to get stronger, Naruto? Are you recognized by the villagers? Mizuki was still struggling. Don't be troublesome, it's troublesome. Naruto said unwillingly, from an early age, people in the village don't like me. Continue to make trouble again, it will only make others hate me more. Hearing that Mizuki also had some words for a while. After a while, Naruto, don't you want to know why people in the village treat you like that? Mizuki's voice sounded again, with a furious meaning. Do you want to say that I am a fox demon, right? Naruto's voice said without emotional fluctuations, holding a fishing rod in his hand, and said lazily, broken the village to kill the villagers, the nine-tailed demon fox? You, how do you know? Mizuki took a few steps back and said, shocked. Please, I'm 12 years old, not a 3-year-old child. Naruto turned to stare at Mizuki. Teacher Mizuki, I have long ears. I grew up in the village, and I have not been treated since the memo. There are very few friends. The owner of the store always looks gloomy, and the villagers around me are the same. I also want to buy some fresh vegetables, and I also imagine that a normal person lives under the sun. But I am destined that I can only shrink in the corner and watch my peers go home to eat after school. Teacher Mizuki, you have been isolated, right? You must understand. Missing is not a treasure, but it is unavoidable. Bullying, no one speaks for me. But what about that? I am not a fox demon, everything has nothing to do with me. I am just myself, Vortex. Mizuki, why do you? You know. Wouldn't it be dissatisfied with this village? Naruto retracted his sight, his eyes were locked on the fishing rod under the moonlight, the fishhook hanging down underwater, and ripples around the surroundings. He didn't know whether the person who asked about this sentence was Mizuki himself or the behind the scenes of Mizuki. Are you dissatisfied with the village? Of course he was dissatisfied, but he couldn't say it. At least, nowhere. After a long time, a mechanical synthetic sound appeared in Naruto's mind. Full-level fishing effective. A piece of grass carp was caught by Naruto, and his voice rang. The sound looks very calm in the night sky, and it seems to be in harmony with the night wind. Won't. Chapter 7. My friends are very few. Mizuki eventually left. Naruto continued to fish by the river. Under the blessing of the full-class fishing buff, Naruto successfully caught a large basket of wild big black fish. Coupled with the 2 cooked eaten before, Naruto actually does not need so much black fish. There is no refrigerator at home, and it will break back. At first, Naruto just wanted to try how easy it would be for the full-level fishing, but the result was greatly beyond his expectations. From the moment he hooked, he kept on the fish. Even if there is no bait on the fish hook, a hook of empty as if it is as long as Naruto's hand holds the energy. It was not time and physical strength to prevent him from fishing, but that the fish basket that was taller than his waist was full, and he couldn't install it at all. Even the fish could easily jump out as long as he struggled a little. Looking at a basket of big black fish, Naruto was silent. Bringing it back is definitely unrealistic, and the refrigerator cannot be stored. Sold it, that's impossible. There is no fish shop in Muye village to buy the fish in his hand. Not only do you not buy it, you even doubt where Naruto stole it. Based on the principle of not provoking no disaster, Naruto gave up selling. The remaining way is giving away. There are very few friends, and one hand can be counted. Therefore, there is no need to hesitate to who given to. The Hayago family will definitely not accept his gifts and eliminate it. Teacher Iria is a single dog, but after all, he is good to himself and gives a few more. Ding Sigia was too far away, and Naruto gave up decisively. Shikamaru can be sent. By the way, Haruno Sakura and Tomoto Ino were excluded by him. At this stage, Naruto's relationship with them was not familiar. Suddenly sending strange things would only be troubled. This is the favorite peeping technique of the 3 generations. Naruto happened to the river by 3 generations. Drive, you are too weak. A cold voice sounded. If the pillar power has hate to the village, it will be devastating for the village. Tuanzang, Naruto has made a choice. The 3 generations of Naruto touched the white beard and said seriously he was not bewildered by Shueimyu, and rejected him. Even if the crystal ball can't hear the sound, I believe it is not difficult for you to know what Naruto said. Human pillars have suffered too much unfair treatment in the village, so that the contradictions of villagers and Naruto are difficult to reconcile. If we cannot resolve, 9 tails are likely to this world again. Oh, Tuanzang was a little bit embarrassed. You give him to me, I promise him to be the safest weapon in the village. The ape Flying Day was unhappy, and his face suddenly gloomy. Tuanzang, I am Naruto. I know all the things you do. You can do it yourself. Naruto is an important partner of the village. It is not a cold weapon. Facing the warnings of the 3 generations, Tuanzang was obviously unconvinced, but helpless. Sitting in that place was Ape Flying Sun, not his sick and Tuanzang, which almost became his demon. For generations of Naruto, Suno, Kakashi, and even the current 9-tailed pillar. These people have a close relationship with the 3 generations, and the position of Naruto may even pass in the hands of them. The old guy of the 3 generations really dreams of changing the entire Muye village with its own strength. This is not the wooden village of his ape flying to the sun. Signing up, you will regret it. Throwing a word, Tuanzang fell directly to the door and left. Well, the ape flying sun didn't say anything, just sighed gently. Outside the Nara family's house, the 3 knocks on the door broke the tranquility, and the scarred wooden leaf first think tank dog head was full of scars. The door was opened, and the bright light inside the house poured out madly like a silk thread, hitting Naruto's feet. Looking at Naruto with a fishy smell, Luju was a little surprised. "Naruto? Why are you here? Isn't it a school's graduation test tomorrow?" The reason why Luju was so surprised was because Naruto rarely came to the door. Even when looking for Shikamaru, no matter how he greets him, Naruto will die. It's just a person standing in the shade outside the door, curiously and nervously looking at the Nara house. In the eyes of others, Naruto, or a naughty child. But Luju knew the inferiority and sensitivity of Naruto's character, so he never said that Shikamaru should not play with Naruto. Hearing the words, Naruto showed a bright smile, reached out and pushed the remaining fish frames to Luju to follow, and said loudly, "I have too many fish for a few days, and I see and to store it if I see and to eat it, so I want to give it to Shikamaru." There are 5 or 6 fish in the fish frame, and they are already giving away that only the Shikamaru family is left. This, Luju scratched his head and looked at the fish in the basket a little embarrassed. "Uncle, I have to ask Shikamaru's mother." There was a sound of fried food in the door. Shikamaru came out of the sound, and when he looked at his father behind his father, he glanced at the fish frame and his eyes could not help but light up. "Naruto, you are so amazing. How did you catch so many fish?" "I don't know." Naruto scratched his head and said with a smile, "Maybe I have the talent in this fishing." Luju heard the words on the side, and couldn't help but move a little. With such a small child, the fishing technology can be so skilled, and it can be practiced as much as possible. The big black fish in the mountains is very smart, and the bait is not easy to fish. Luju once tried fishing. The Air Force quit after several times. "Naruto, wait a minute." Luju left a word and turned back to the room. After another half a day, a box of snacks and a box of food stuffed into Naruto's hands. Luju looked at a bit of Naruto and said with a smile, "This is our gratitude, please take it." Naruto looked at Luju, looked down at 2 boxes of food, and then turned to look at Shikamaru on the side. "Hold it." Shikamaru hugged his head and said indifferently, "If my mother knew that you didn't pick it up, he would probably feel guilty until he couldn't sleep all night." "Thank you." Naruto smiled, greeted, and turned to leave. "Naruto," Shikamaru suddenly stopped him. "Graduation exam tomorrow, don't sleep too much." "I know." Naruto beckoned, it seemed to listen. Until his back hidden in the night, Shikamaru's worried expression did not improve. Chapter 8 Graduation Full Points. Broken brain, so many fish don't know how long you want to eat. Shikamaru bent down and fiddled with the black fish in the fish basket with his hand. Naruto must have worked hard for a long time in order to catch these fish. Luju said with the scar on his face, "I also caught the fish at that time, and I didn't hook in that half a day. This child, if I invite him to dine, it will definitely be rejected, and I don't know if he likes the gratitude or not. Don't care about this kind of thing, Naruto's guy is like that." Shikamaru said lazily, "Dad, you will put pressure on people. What are your kids saying?" "Damn, Naruto is used to loneliness. Sometimes, although he feels that he doesn't care a lot of things, he will only feel sad for him by family dinner." Shikamaru stood up and said. Nara Luju had no words, thinking of Naruto's life, and fell into a long silence. The next day, the graduation test of the ninja school began. The school gate is much more lively than usual, most of which are parents who accompany their children to graduate exams, and bustling at the door of the school. Clear the field before the test began to prevent parents from being too noisy and affecting the normal progress of the exam. Naruto came to school early, and Chu Chien, who was sitting under the big green tree, didn't jump down until he saw the passing Hina. He didn't wear that orange jacket today, but an ordinary black short sleeve. The cotton is too hot, and he still has no courage to go out. "Hina, early, Naruto Jun." Hinata was startled, and his face turned red instantly, avoiding Naruto's eyes, and some stuttered response. "This is for you." Naruto took out a small gadget from behind. It was a small wood carving, which was carved with the Q version of Hinata. There are only 3 fingers size in wood carving, which looks particularly cute. Did Naruto Jun make it? Hina blushed, but could no longer be removed from that little wood carving. "Well, just happened, so, for you." He wouldn't have a little bit. Before crossing, he began to follow master to learn wood carving with his master. Hinata's face was even more blush. She took the wood carving and whispered, "I remember Hina's grades have always been good, right? Then the exam should be cheered." After leaving a word, Naruto beckoned and turned away. 2.2% of the recognition of 9 tails, the system really was not so flickering. A wood carving could make Hinata a big red face, but the system seemed to notice the behavior of Naruto. The system made a fair judgment about Naruto's delusional behavior. Although the duplicate plot is valid for Hina, it is not effective for the system. "Sure enough, I have to be attentive," Naruto said secretly. The Hinata during this period is still very cute, but it is more introverted than in the animation. Wearing a conjoined sportswear, a small short hair. Although the voice of speaking is a little small, it is also very polite to people. The wife's attributes are full. They are the young ladies who are perfect in all aspects. To be honest, Naruto can't figure out how he can be liked by such a girl. What is the picture of Hinata? The graduation exam is performed alone in a classroom. Prior to this, the reference students will be gathered in a large classroom to wait for the name. The exam starts. The serious voice of Ilika sounded, and the school's electronic bell sounded at the same time. The test time is very short, but a test is taken from the 3-body operation. In Naruto's class is just in the first exam, and several people have completed the exam in 10 minutes. There are not many people who can get the protection, about 1/3 of them. And this is just a graduation exam. If you want to be a real testimony, you have to pass the test of the teacher. Haruno Sakura, arrive. Naruto glanced at a touch of pink and rushed to the classroom next door. He happened to be sitting at the door and could easily hear Irix's voice. Divide the body. Yes, teacher Iria. Very good, excellent. The excitement of Haruno Sakura came. Thank you, teacher Irika. Are you available? Naruto murmured and recalled it carefully. It was not difficult. The qualified standard is to divide an avatar that is almost no flaws, and 2 are excellent. If it is full, the condition is very harsh. For example, Naruto's 3 avatars that are difficult to distinguish between true and false in the examination of the avatars in the clone. There are only 2 people in the entire class, Sasuke and Naruto. Sasuke was mentioned and called the name. Before leaving the classroom door, he turned his head and glanced at Naruto sitting by the door. Naruto raised an eyebrow and didn't say anything. Shien Naruto. In about half an hour, Naruto was finally called. It is mainly because of the relationship between the ceiling speed, one is faster to the other. The test is the test speed, and it is accurate to test the perfection of the application. It is not difficult to qualify, and it is good to work hard. Ha! Someone was screaming with the tip of the ears in the class, and the thresholds were bombarded with Tong who had not been examined in the front and back doors of the assessment classroom. What kind of mildew did Naruto have gone? Did you get a long-term replacement? Shikamaru murmured, frowned slightly. Naruto's strength is no different, no matter which one is drawn, it is a subject. But I ate the fish caught by Naruto yesterday, and Shikamaru suddenly gave birth to some sense of losses. No matter how funny it is in my heart, I can't laugh. This is not a joke, you will deduct merit. Ha ha ha. I hope that guy will not change some strange things. Jingya laughed in a disaster. While laughing, she patted Shikamaru's back and said, remember the stand-in of that guy last time? It changed to half person and half wood stakes, ha ha ha, giving me a smile. Shikamaru had no response, shrugging. That's how Naruto's guy is so hard, but you still don't need ninjutsu. The exam does not need to be too long. Irika's hesitant sound sounded, with a little hesitant. Full points. What is full score? Jingya looked at Shikamaru and cast his eyes. How do I know? Shikamaru looked indifferent. Teacher Irika didn't read the name. Rotor Vortex Naruto, full score. Chapter 9 Dream full points? It's amazing. Sakura murmured for a moment. Naruto seems to be a bit different from before. Jingya was staying, and my heart was really ghost today. How can the tail of the crane become so powerful now? Cut, that guy. Inyuka's head turned around with a white puppy and walked away. As a member of the 3-person team, thanks to Naruto's bottom, he would not be too bad theoretical scores. Sasuke turned around for a long time and turned away, with the indifference in his eyes, reflecting the lush trees at the end of the corridor. Sasuke, can you eat a meal together after graduating? The girl who came out of the corner's corner was nervously pinching the forehead, apparently passing the exam. I have something to find someone else. Uchiha Sasuke was a proud person. He did not allow himself to step in place and was planning to go back to double training. The hate of the destroyer drove him to live. He was not interested in anything other than that, and he refused directly without any hesitation. Sakura watched the scene where the strange girl on the corridor was rejected by Sasuke, and her heart was mixed. Suddenly, she slapped her shoulder on her shoulder, which scared her. Ino, what are you doing? Hee, don't look at it, Sasuke will not go out for a date with you alone. Jingyi looked at Xiao Ying proudly. Somehow, Naruto's nasty face passed in her mind, and her cheap voice echoed in her ears. Sasuke, he doesn't like women. Woman. Ito squatted on the ground with unwavering head, with a painful mask on his face. The graduation exam passed smoothly, and Naruto's life returned to the right track again. During the 3-day holiday, Naruto simply lay at home for 2 days. Naturally, he did not meet Mui Pill. On the last day of the holidays, just Naruto slept. The sun crossed the window and drank on him, warmly. Suddenly, a stabbing purpose made Naruto frown and opened his eyes directly. A dark part of the animal mask squatted on the trunk outside the window. The cold eyes revealed in the 2 holes, and the sound did not have any emotions. Lord Naruto is looking for you. After speaking, there was no chance to react to Naruto, and the dark ninja disappeared in place in an instant. Naruto stared at the ceiling for several minutes, and then confirmed that someone had just been here. But where does it come? Go. The sun is so warm, so comfortable, just like soaking in hot spring water. Spa, the sound of the breathing sounded, and Naruto fell asleep again. When I woke up, it was dark. There was no light in the room. A black shadow was sitting in front of the desk and was looking at Naruto's practice plan. With the bleak light rushing, the page rolled lightly, and it stagnated soon. Wake up, Naruto. The old and familiar voice sounded, with a hint of gentle and kindness. At the moment of light, the light illuminated the entire room. The three generations of the apes were sitting in front of the desk, and turned to look at Naruto and laughed. There are Naruto's brand new protection, diary, and recipes on the table. Master Naruto. Naruto's sleeping eyes were hazy, rubbing his eyes and shouted, "Isn't it called Grandpa Naruto before?" The three generations froze, haha laughed, "What's wrong?" "Hey." Naruto scratched his head a little embarrassed. "I am already a qualified ninja, and it is not appropriate to call it." After hearing the words, Apeface smiled and then asked, "Did you forget anything today?" Things. Naruto had doubts. After thinking about it for a while, I thought that the dark ninja seemed to have come and let myself go to the three generations. Ah, forget it, you little ghost. Really? The three generations glanced helplessly. "However, your rest is normal. Is there something for Lord Naruto to find me?" Naruto asked. "This is nothing wrong." Ape Fury said, "I want to ask Naruto's dream in the future." "My dream is lying flat," Naruto said without thinking. "Lie flat." The three generations were puzzled. "It's a stable and relaxed life," Naruto explained. "Our young people have become like this now? I can't keep up with the times." The three generations said with a self-deprecating, "Isn't K Naruto's dream before? What is the life after becoming Naruto?" "Happy?" Naruto asked. The three generations of ape flying and coughing coughed. "It is usually a bit busy, and sometimes Muye Pills will complain that I can't accompany him. But in order to protect people in the village, this responsibility will drive me to continue to fight for the village at any time. I think I am probably happy. Now, this is the life of Lord Naruto. It is really hard." Naruto sat on the bed and said, "But I don't want to live so tired, and I don't want to be seen by strange eyes. People like me, even if you eat a fresh meal, you must consider whether the shop owner will sell the vegetables to me. Even if it becomes Naruto, it will not change. If Naruto becomes Naruto, it will definitely be loved by the people in the village in the future." Ape Faye drived persuaded. "But Master Naruto, I am also pretty good now." Naruto said, "I don't make mistakes, and slowly become an ordinary person, everyone will forget my hatred for me. Although I don't know why so many people are hostile to me, I want to be a ninja, and I will probably not be able to receive such a look." The three generations still want to say something, but some words are stunned in the throat, but they have no face to say that he understood that he was negligent to make a child look like today. Frozen 3 feet is not the cold of a day. Naruto's life is optimistic, and it is obviously caused by the hostile of this look. If you want to change Naruto's attitude, you may need to be guided slowly in the future. Naruto, if the enemy breaks into the village in the future, it will hurt the person you care about. What should you do? The three generations asked. Naruto thought for a while, and looked at the three generations after a moment of thought. "Have no idea." The three generations left, and no more tongue. Naruto sat in front of the desk where the three generations had sat, stroking the protection for it, and his eyes gradually became indifferent. Although this system is lying down the system, it is actually rolled. Naruto can lie flat, but the strength will continue to become stronger. There is a more relaxed way to become stronger. Why not lie flat? Lie flat yourself, roll others in the inside. In this horrible world that is supreme, there is no power to be slaughtered. Tomorrow is the day when the teacher is allocated. Kakashi will soon meet. Chapter 10 Ninja World. Early the next morning, Naruto struggled to get up early. For 3 consecutive days of rest, Naruto almost forgot that he was still a ninja. In this world without mobile phones and computers, there are almost no entertainment activities. Naruto also doesn't understand, there is obviously the existence of electricity in the Naruto world. And this electricity is not the electricity generated by the thunderbolt of the human body, but the real civilian power. This proves that the scientific and technological level of this world has entered the era of electrical. The wire rods everywhere can be seen everywhere in Muye village. The TV and the refrigerator and even air conditioners and washing machine dryers are available. The old refrigerator at home was broken. Naruto scratched it for a long time and didn't know how to repair it, so that he received several bottles of expired milk on the first day. However, Naruto's rescue deposit is also rich. As long as it does not involve buying large objects, there is no problem to satisfy normal life. Generally, the rescue fund will stop issuing at the moment Naruto becomes a ninja, and then it must be self-sufficient by receiving various tasks. After coming to this world for half a month, Naruto had a general understanding of the technology of this world. The development of this world technology is weak, and it is even more crooked by technology trees. The emergence of ninjas has promoted the development of science and technology, and chakra's energy has hindered the progress of science and technology in a certain aspect. For example, the 3-generation apes with 5 chakra attributes are flying sun. Its cigarettes do not need a lighter at all. The monitor needs only one crystal ball. The strength and convenience of ninjutsu made people's attention in the battle and fight of the sight. Since the establishment of Woodleaf from the generation of the god of the ninja war has no idea how many times they played. Under the war, it is difficult for technology to develop rapidly. Since the world's ninja is the protagonist, technology is naturally developed around the needs of the ninja. For this reason, in order to facilitate contact, there is a communication device in the village, but the communication system of multinational and even cross villages is very old due to intelligence. When necessary, technology will also give ninjutsu. What makes Naruto more concerned is not only the crooked technology tree in this world, but also the weapon level of the world. The ninjas are almost using the traditional cold weapon, and the high-level support is the chakra short knife used by Kakashi's father, Muebya. Or it is a weapon that changes in the beast, such as the 3 generations of destinations. Furthermore, 7 ninja knives and the cursed 7 people in Wien village. On the contrary, such as the artifact of the grassy sword 10 punch swords, there are also the artifacts of the golden rope 7-star sword red gourds left by the 6 fairy spear. When they came out, they couldn't beat the blood. What about the hot weapon? It seems that in addition to the members of the organization of the Sarade village, the member of the Sandian village has a strong heating force. It is that the Shurida model made by Painmasters has various tracking missiles and even the laser. The development of thermal weapons seems to depend on the group of masters, and although there have been high-tech weapons such as chakra armor in the distant snow country, and even airships and steamships with special steam era, they are limited by geography. The conditions of the location are still large-scale bitter transmitters headed by cold weapons. Kong Ren village also has a airbound aircraft carrier battle group. Even if this aircraft carrier battle group is not nuclear-driven, it still has a certain deterrent. Overall, so far, this world is due to the factor of war. The contradictions of major ninja villages have been accumulated for a long time, and it is difficult to achieve peace. Under the previous mention, ninja, as the main combat power of active preparations, is naturally higher than technology. Science and technology cannot be developed by the ninja for the time being, and it is still very limited. The appearance of the ninja has changed the world pattern, and the world pattern in the Cold War is limited to the development of science and technology. After washing, Naruto looked at the dim who was sleeping in the mirror and yawned. Throw the toothbrush into the cup and end the thoughts in the bathroom. When I dressed and went out, when I rushed to the ninja school, there were already many people in the classroom. Naruto, who was late, attracted some people's attention, but no one came forward to say hello. Everyone is discussing who they will meet immediately, and which one of their leaders will be the first tolerance. The ninja team is a group of 3. After the end of the Second Ninja War, the role of Samurai as a medical ninja's existence in the team has been recognized by the high-level player in the team. To a certain extent, a female medical ninja in the team will greatly increase the team's survival rate and task completion rate. Since then, the tradition of the 2 men and a woman with a combination has been reserved. Muye explains this way, but Naruto understands that this is only part of the Woodleaf. The reason why the more embarrassment is that the people of Muye have almost gone in the annual war. Ninja Village itself is a military camp, and war is indifferent to charge and fight. Among the 3 teams, a female medical ninja is obviously unrealistic. Therefore, after Tsain proposed the thoughts of the 2 men and a woman, the senior officials of the Woodleaf were not moved. Even more high level and even thought that this was the ideal idea of Tsunade's too sad after his brother's death. However, the years of war eventually made the senior executives have to accept this proposal. Excessive casualties have made no people in Koba who come in the battlefield. In the end, even teenage children had to go to the battlefield. No longer equipped with medical ninjas, in the future, I am afraid that even old and weak women will hold the supreme battlefield. Naruto, don't you be curious about what kind of person your companion will be? Naruto, who had overthrown the dead fish eyes, asked. I'm not curious at all. Naruto said boringly and said, even if others are nervous, what kind of excitement do you make up? Speaking, Naruto's eyes swept the 3 of Shikamaru Takamo. The pork deer group in the village, if I am Lord Naruto, will not dismantle you. After hearing the words, I made a sound and complained. Team with the 2 of them? It's annoying. Trouble, Shikamaru murmured. Hey. Dinkai seemed to be very happy. Maybe it was unnecessary to separate from the small hair from a young age. Perhaps because of the relationship between growing up, Shikamaru and Dinkai have never regarded Jingya as girls, and Jingyi seems to have always been on Suzuki, with a careless personality like a little boy. Chapter 11 Class 7th Intelligence Sharing Irika entered the classroom and announced the group matters, and it really allocated the class in a group of 3 people. 7th class. Naruto heard the words, but the first one was the 7th class, presumably the decisions made after the 3 generations were measured. But will it be different from the division in the original plot? The first place in the graduation test was Naruto, the second place was Sasuke, and the third was Sakura. If the score alone, will the full division be biased in a class? Haruno Sakura. Sakura, the screaming, was stunned for a moment, and then became nervous. Naruto. Sure enough, he had guessed the result. Sakura on the side is a bit happy. After all, who doesn't want to have a powerful companion? After changing the soul, Naruto did not post it. Sakura does not hate Naruto, the two are still normal classmates. Even if he was lying flat, he could be writing in the same classmates. This caused Sakura's curiosity, just feeling that Naruto looked like he grew up overnight. Curiosity is curious, but it is not so good. Sasuke Uchiha. When the words fell, Sakura's whole person stood up for an instant, and his face couldn't restrain his joy. Great trouble. Sasuke snorted coldly. Next, the 8th class. Irika's voice sounded again. Naruto listened quietly and found that there was no difference from the original plot. Suddenly, he seemed to see what. He turned sharply and looked at the corner of the back row, but he hid a look. Hinata hurriedly opened his eyes, his face was instantly hot, like a thief. After the class was over, Sasuke did not leave directly. Go out to get a meal together, Naruto proposed. Okay. Sakura seemed to be very happy, glanced at Sasuke aside, and directly agreed to the proposal without thinking about it, and silently gave Naruto a great praise for Naruto. Don't go. Sasuke refused coldly. Hearing that Naruto was not too surprised, he stopped. Turned to look at Sasuke and asked, "Are you not convinced? Do you want to go home to practice? What do you do with you?" Sasuke's eyes were alienated and indifferent. If others are treated so much, they will be angry, but Naruto completely ignores Master Erzu's Xiao Jiao. When you open the door to see the mountain, your attitude will only waste time. Naruto said, "We are already partners, this cannot be changed." So what? How? Don't you even know this? Naruto looked at Erzu calmly. Do you know what the power of cooperation is? I don't need a companion. Sasuke dandelion Naruto indifferently, and wanted to leave. Sasuke. Sakura clipped in the middle, reaching out and wanted to pull Sasuke. Don't care about him. Naruto said, it's just a self-righteous little ghost. If you don't want to become stronger, just go away. If you just want to waste time, always be a loser. Do you say it again? Sasuke turned sharply and grabbed Naruto's collar. I said it was the same for 10,000 times. Naruto also stared at him. I originally thought you were a smart person, and I didn't think it was just an idiot. You. Sasuke's face was frosty. Naruto, Sasuke, you hold your hand. Sakura stepped forward to grab the two of them, trying to separate the two. Isn't we a companion? He didn't treat you as a companion at all, and he only had himself in his eyes. Naruto said, how can such a person have a companion? I said it, I don't need a companion. Sasuke said, I am enough, and my companion will only become a burden. Sasuke. Sakura, who was sandwiched in the middle, reluctantly squeezed out a smiley face and persuaded softly, Naruto just proposed to dinner, maybe something wants to share with us. Naruto has suddenly become stronger recently. There must be any good practice methods. The words fell, and Sasuke's face flashed with a hint of hesitation. After a moment of struggle, he let Naruto. Naruto didn't care about it. He originally wanted to anger Sasuke so that he could keep up with the meal together. As Sakura said, he has information to share with the two. Avoid the pit that can avoid it in advance. Suffering is not a treasure, and the loss is not a blessing, but people cannot avoid it. The end of all suffering is despair. The three came to a barbecue shop and ordered a few plates of barbecue and juice. Sakura seems to be the first time to make the barbecue, and it looks a little restrained in front of Sasuke. Sasuke hugged his face coldly, seeing just coming to listen to the matter. Based on the experience of crossing the dinner before, Naruto skilled a layer of oil on the baking sheet, and then brushed a layer of cheese. The grilled meat full of cheese exudes the aroma of milk, which makes people appetite when they smell. Naruto, do you often eat barbecue? Sakura was a little surprised. Well, how can I have that money, but I often hunt, so I have some barbecue experience. Naruto said humbly. Later, the barbecue was divided into Sakura and Sasuke dishes, and then the next plate was placed on the baking sheet. Thank you. Sakura blushed for a moment. Many. Thank you. Sasuke said a little awkwardly. A plate of barbecue, the atmosphere of the three in the three world eased a lot. Sasuke was eating barbecue. Although his face was still ice cubes, his frowning frown loosened. It's delicious. Sakura took a sip of juice and admired it with satisfaction. Naruto was almost the same, and he didn't sell it. I wiped my mouth and stared at the two for a while before saying, do you know the inside information of this division? Sakura shook her head and said, this is something decided by Lord Naruto, which may be related to grades. Sasuke asked in disapproval. Does this have to do with us? Of course, it has something to do. Naruto said. The most important part of the ninja's mission is to collect intelligence. Maybe we will cooperate with other classes or confrontation in the future. It seems a bit of reason. Sakura nodded ignorantly. Naruto, do you know the inside information of the division class? Of course, Naruto nodded. The members of the 8th class are the investigation family of Muye, which belongs to the second generation of the investigation of the first family. The visual field inspection of the Hayaga family, the smell tracking the Inyazuka family, and the Zerg tracking the oil female family. This group should be the result of the discussion of the senior management of the Wood Leaf. Starting from the characteristics and character of each person, the class is divided into class. Chapter 12 The Cruel Truth. Do you know what's the point? Sasuke asked, but his tone was not so rushing, just asking. Of course, as far as I know, there is a female ninja who is good at fantasy and Shang Ninja. Naruto said. This time, it is most likely that she leads the 8th class. Phantom? Sasuke frowned. According to your previous statement, the senior management should want to cultivate the 8th class in the direction of the reconnaissance class. Why find a female who is good at the fantasy to take the team? Yes, the investigation does not seem to use illusion, right? Sakura was also a little embarrassed and asked. Hey, teacher Irika will introduce the teacher who brought the team to the teacher in the classroom in the afternoon. But I secretly went to the office to steal the division table. Speaking, Naruto took a form out of his pocket. There are 4 ninja classes on the above class of the class. In front of the 7th class, a name is written, Shinyu Kakashi. Is our teacher him? Sakura stared at the name curiously. I really look forward to it. I don't know what kind of person is. Sasuke just glanced at the 7th class, and then set his sights on the name of the teacher in the 8th class. Shiri Hong. A name that has never been heard at all. Strange. There are many families in the Wooden Leaves, and there are some families with large power such as Hayaga and Pig Dai. There are also some small families that have not been heard, such as Shanshang, Aoyama, Wildfire. Naruto did not go to the words of Sakura. Your future teacher is my apprentice of my cheap dad. In the future, the most reliable Naruto will be opened in the 6th generation. Who is Shiri Hong? Sasuke asked. The girlfriend of the 10th class teacher Asuma. Naruto didn't know if the 3 generations were watching him with a crystal ball, but thinking that the 3 generations would not be so perverted, and did not notice the eyes of the exams, and didn't care too much. Asuma? Sakura was puzzled, but quickly found the name from the division table. Ape Fei Asuma, a surname with Lord Naruto. Yes. Naruto glanced at the 2. The 10th class of Asuma led by the team is the 2nd generation of the 3 major families of the pork deer butterfly in the village, which is Katamaru Dajai. In this way, the 6 families in the sun, the dognut, the oil girl, the mountains, Nara, and the Chudeo are all disciples of the Naruto family. And these 6 families themselves are the unswerving supporters of Naruto, so this kind of class is not surprising. Naruto, how do you know so many intelligence? Sakura looked at Naruto a little panically. For the first time, she was overwhelmed by these adults. Sasuke looked a lot calm, and he still didn't forget his original purpose. Looking at the watch thinking, I looked up and asked Naruto after a while. So you want to say, we are part of the class? Congratulations, classmate Sasuke, the answer is right. Naruto called, the nobles and nobles have a class, civilians and civilians are natural. Hearing the words, Sasuke's eyes became dark, staring at Naruto and said, that's it. Of course more than that. Naruto suddenly smiled. Sasuke was stared at a little bit numb and asked him, what do you think of me, Uchiha Sasuke? Naruto said with a smile. You may not have heard it, but it doesn't matter. You just need to know that the people in the vortex are also very strong. And, speaking of this, Naruto's eyes swept the sluggish Sakura and Sasuke of the pupil earthquake, and after a few seconds, he lowered his voice and said, unfortunately, my tribe has perished. Our class is not called civilian class, nor is it a noble classes, but a rare blood system. Naruto said, of course, except Sakura. He did not tell Juwei directly, and it is not appropriate to say it now. Sakura was in place, and the hands on her legs trembled slightly. She is a little confused now, and she just thought that the result of this division was just a simple luck. At the same time, she also has her own little pride. Although she is not as good as Naruto and Sasuke in terms of ninjutsu and actual results, her theoretical performance is first and the third comprehensive results. Although there is a certain gap with the two, as long as she works hard, it will definitely. But when the naked truth was in front of her, her self-esteem, pride, and all of them were silent. It turned out that she was just a foil, an ordinary person. She is the one who has no characteristics in class 7th, whether it is Sasuke or Naruto. The huge sense of gap made her appetite at all, her body seemed to fall into the ice cave, and her unconscious spasm in her stomach wanted to vomit. Sakura. Suddenly, one hand was put on Sakura's shoulder, letting her pull from emotions. She raised her head suddenly, and in her eyes, Sasuke and Naruto were watching her. I don't know why, the two on the side are getting more and more blurred. I'm fine, Sakura said, but he betrayed her with a vibrato. She could only squeeze a smile to cover up the embarrassment of Fang Cai, and she wanted to say anything, but she was startled by the tears that she fell on the table. There were abnormal incidents in the dinner, and information sharing was suspended. After coming out of the barbecue shop, Sakura's emotions were calmed as she apologized for the two people just when she was out of state, and the two said that it was okay. The relationship between the three was drawn. In the future, information sharing of intelligence will be fixed, which is good for us. Naruto proposed, however, the content must be kept secret to outsiders. I agree. Sakura raised his hand and agreed, with a bright smile. Suzuki nodded, and it was agreed. Such intelligence sharing is indeed good for them. Not only does it have a deeper understanding of the village, it also increases the identity of the three people in small groups. Naruto thinks that if the three can have more trust, less troubled things, the days of getting along will be a lot of heart. When Sakura was going to turn around to go back to the classroom, Naruto suddenly stopped and left her. Sakura. Huh? Sakura turned his head to look at Naruto. Is there anything wrong? Naruto didn't speak, but just squeezed to Suzuki, who was on the side of the ice cubes. Master Suzuki said something to you. Hearing Naruto called his young master, Suzuki also stabbed Naruto coldly. Suzuki. Sakura suddenly became nervous. Suzuki Aojiao farewell to his face, and he said for a long time, "We are companions." Sakura stood in place and stunned, and after a while, it reacted for a while, and his eyes were red again. Actually, there is nothing bad for ordinary people. If some choices, he and I want a life of an ordinary person, but, speaking, Naruto helplessly spread his hands. What you know, things are contrary to their wishes. Chapter 13 Select 1 Melving in Wooden 2 in the afternoon, the classroom. The three were sitting in the classroom and waited for the guidance to forbearance. Naruto knew that Kakashi's late habit, lying on the table early to sleep. Suzuki was sitting by the window, with the clear fingers of the bone fingers crossing the table, and his eyes were leaving on the lush treetops outside the window. Sakura stared at the desk, seemed a little lonely. Although she was comforted by her companions, once she was quiet, she still felt confused unconsciously. I don't know how long. The classroom door was finally pushed away. The guidance of the 7th class was long overdue, and the moment when people stepped into the classroom, the lazy voice sounded first. Well, I'm sorry, I am too late. I am your guidance, Shi-Mu Kakashi. Self-claiming Kakashi looked young, about 20 years old. One of silver hair like the dry green onion was erected with a black mask, and one eye was covered with the forehead. Wearing a black combat suit with a green jacket with a green upper lock armor, his eyes bent into a crescent when he spoke. When he heard the sound, Naruto was awake. The three looked at Kakashi together, with a complex look in their eyes. Teacher, you are too slow. Naruto took the lead in complaining. Well, because the old grandma on the road crossing the road, so Kakashi scratched his head and found an extremely outrageous reason. Luck, Sakura said. Kakashi was a little embarrassed and made a haha forcibly transferred the topic. In short, come with me and talk in another place. The words fell, and the three of them got up and followed Kakashi out of the classroom. During the period, all three maintained a tacit silence. Kakashi had previously obtained some information about the three people from the three generations. One was the survivor of the Uchiha Destroyer Knight, and the other was the nine-tailed pillar. Shiro Vortex Naruto? The future will not be easy. Kakashi walked in front, slightly a little headache. The approach to high-level villages is really difficult to understand. It has made such a decision, and now it is necessary to train two children into ninjas. After sighed in the bottom of his heart, Kakashi took a deep breath and beaten. The next day was not bright. Sakura, wearing a normal service, after walking out of the alley, paused slightly in a bright place, seemed to be distinguishing the direction. Here, Naruto waved towards Sakura. The latter also beckoned, with a smile on his face. After approaching, Sakura found that the place where Naruto station was a small restaurant was the door. Last intelligence sharing was in the barbecue shop, and this time it was a small shop. Don't teacher Kakashi say that you don't let breakfast. What he said is that it is best not to eat, and vomit. Naruto said indifferently, eat it, it doesn't matter, vomiting is always better than hungry. Sakura was slightly stunned, just wanted to refuse, but looked at Naruto and Suzuki. So she nodded and sat down. After breakfast, the three rushed to the agreed place to wait. This is a few hours. Until 3 rods in the sun, the scorching sun was hanging, and Kakashi was late. There is a little younger sister on the road. Kakashi smiled without a skinny face, without any lateness. Really, teacher Kakashi is too much, that's it. So perfunctory reason. Cut. The three of them ate breakfast, and they complained about the routine. Instead, it was a bit surprised that Kakashi was surprised. These people didn't look hungry. The purpose was not achieved, and Kakashi did not care. Take out 2 bells from his arms, and said in the three of them, well, tell you the test rules first. I only have 2 bells in my hand. Only those who grab the bell before noon are qualified to become a ninja. In other words, one of you will be eliminated. Eliminate. Sakura suddenly became nervous. Teacher Kakashi, the eliminated person, what will happen? Kakashi's eyes laughed like a crescent. Unfortunately, the eliminated people mean that the assessment is unqualified, it is not qualified to become a ninja, and it is tied to the round wood until the sunset. If no one can grab the bell, then all will be returned to the furnace. During this period, you can use any means, don't worry about hurting me, and to your current level, it is tantamount to dreaming. Speaking, Kakashi paused and hung the bell back on his waist again. Is it clear enough now? The three did not answer, and Sakura's face was pale. Is it actually actual combat? What she is best at is the theoretical analysis and intelligence analysis, and the actual combat is her shortcoming. Not to mention grabbing the bell from Kakashi, it is difficult to do it even if you approach Shang-Ren. If you must eliminate one person, there is no doubt. Naruto stood on the side without any expression. After yesterday, he did not make an intelligence sharing. Some things are hard to say, and there is no need to spoiler too much. The original intention of grabbing the bell is to test the awareness of the three people, but through the conversation of yesterday, the relationship between the three people has been much close. But once facing the choice, Naruto was not sure. Because of this, he did not continue to share information, but chose to silence. He wanted the two to take less detours, but did not want to help them walk. Moreover, Naruto also wanted to know the attitude of the two when they were facing a choice. Suddenly, the familiar mechanical synthesis sounded again in his mind. Options 1. Take the bell with all his best, and then give the grabbing bell to Sakura and Sasuke. Reward militia ninjutsu. Option 2. Nothing, lying flat in front of Kakashi, and honestly tied to the round wood. Reward wooden ninjutsu. Looking at the pop-up panel, Naruto almost spit out old blood. Wooden ninjutsu and melting ninjutsu? Fuck. Gold at the same time? How to choose this? The fuse of the four tails is a batch of fuses. If you really get the melting, I'm still afraid of the sky. But even if you choose Muyu, although rare, it is unlikely to use the ability to play the wooden pupa as a generation of eyes and thousands of hands. This time the system did not indicate the grasp of Muyu, it is estimated that it was just an entry-level wooden barge chakra attribute. Choose a melting, and you can also brush a wave of companions in front of Sakura. But robbing bells is not a simple matter, and it is likely to fail. But lying flat, only Sasuke faced Kakashi, and the possibility that the two of them could get bells were also minimal. Between hesitation, Kakashi had announced the start of the exam. Almost the words fell, and twice, Sasuke and Sakura disappeared from the same place, leaving only Naruto alone in a daze. Chapter 14. Two bells. Naruto's guy is playing at this time. Sakura was lying in the grass, his face was full of anxiety. The exam has begun. What is going on standing there? Sasuke stood on a dense tree in leaves, frowned and watched, and didn't know what Naruto he was going to do for a while. Kaka squinted and stared at Naruto and asked, "Are you going to seize the bell forcibly?" Naruto didn't speak, and the two options given to him on the panel couldn't work. If you want to forcibly get a bell from Kakashi, at least to reach the level of special tolerance, this means that he will inevitably use the power of nine tails. However, if the condition of the assessment is that as long as one person gets the bell, the team clearance is cleared, but you can try it. But Naruto knew that Kakashi's intention was not the case, but to see them showed their spirit of cherishing their companions in order to let them qualify. Take a step back. How to allocate after getting the bell in Kakashi? Let's have only 2 bells for teammates. If you can do anything directly, you can do nothing directly, but it is really likely to be judged as a failure because of the negative attitude. In this case, use all the skills, sooner or later he has to use the power of Nine Tail. Anyway, the 3 generations of high-level views are the identity of the chakra physique of his vortex and the identity of the nine-tailed person. Otherwise, he would not have intentionally set up a bureau before, and wanted him to go to the book of band surgery, and even prepare multiple shadow avatars for him. This thing is not very useful for others. If chakra is not enough, it is no different from ordinary sharing. 2.2% of the recognition of Nine Tails, this is the power he can use now. Take the bell. Naruto's feet bent slightly and made a pose. Just get the bell, right? Of course. Kakashi pulled the bell around his waist and said with a smile, "Get one, pass the exam. Then I want to." Kakashi felt that Naruto's speech suddenly seemed to change a person, and a feeling of familiarity appeared on his body. The red chakra wrangled made Naruto's face faded. The small body was like a departure arrow, and the moment when Kakashi pupils enlarged, the grass under his feet was lifted, and the soil was raised. Naruto's speed is too fast. Under the blessing of nine-tailed chakra, his body is flexible to a staggering level. Almost in the blink of an eye, Naruto punched it and was avoided by Kakashi. Before a hit, Naruto's elbow was swept away, and his body twisted violently in the air. While the elbow was empty, the left leg had been split again. Naruto! Sakura was stunned and opened his mouth in the grass. One thought flashed in her mind, and she suddenly realized a thing: that if you want to grab the bell from a short term, it is even more impossible to have Naruto. Now Kakashi's attention has been attracted by Naruto, what she must do. It was just a thought, but the body was involuntarily violently, and he touched the ninja bag while walking around Kakashi. At the same time, Suzuki on the tree had thrown out 6 swords. The 6 rounds of swords rotated at high speed and cut the air, showing the 6 arc direction to block Kakashi's dodge position. Kakashi's face was relaxed, his body suddenly speeded up, and quickly avoided the 6-handed sword thrown by Suzuki. With a sharp sound, the three-way suffering did not hit again. Sakura has made up for Suzuki's offensive rhythm, even if her position is not mature, close to Kakashi. 222, the three-way bitter piercing into the trunk of a big tree, the number of times has fallen. Fantasy. Sakura looked at the approaching Kakashi and hurriedly stamped. Phantom. Kakashi sealed the first seal, and also applied his body to the other. Of course, it was not a very clever magic. It was just the first to give Sakura's illusion to her first. Sakura, who was in the magic, stunned directly and fell straight on the grass. It's too slow, Kakashi commented, and at the same time, he had a head-on looking kick from Naruto. At that moment, he reached out and grabbed Naruto's feet, and threw him back again. Naruto's landing did not make an expected scream, but turned into white smoke. Kakashi was stunned, for body surgery? I didn't realize that this was a replacement, although Kakashi was not too serious. But he did grab Naruto's legs, and the texture even cheated him. The substitute used by the little ghost who is not a little ghost can be comparable to 100 war. Yes. Kakashi was a little relieved. But what was realized soon, looking down, Sakura, who was caught in the illusion not far away, was taken away by Suzuki. G.A. The crow passed through the sky, and the blood-red eyes overlooking the grass under the bottom, all the scenes just across the eyes. Kakashi stood on the grass, silent, where there was a shadow of Naruto. It's just to divert my attention? The purpose is to let Suzuki save Sakura. Kakashi moved his neck, made a crisp sound, and took out from the ninja bag without panic. A hot heaven. After a glance, Kakashi said lazily, "Well, it's like something." After speaking, he shouted towards the river while walking towards the river. "Well, if you want a bell, let's come up with some real skills." In the grass, Naruto looked at Suzuki, saying it was angrily, "What do you think of me? I won't solve it." Before talking, Sakura opened his eyes himself. The pupils expanded sharply first, and then a shrinkage. It wasn't until I saw Naruto and Suzuki in front of me. Teacher Kakashi has been printed too fast, Sakura said with a lingering heart. Seeing Naruto and Suzuki looked at himself, Sakura blinked and looked back. When there was no one in the back, I asked in doubt, "What do you see me? Why did you wake up yourself?" Naruto asked. "The illusion can be unlocked." Sakura explained, "I'm just good at this, so I spent some time to unlock it myself. Mainly, Teacher Kakashi has left his hand, and he didn't use his best." Naruto is silent. Sakura is really the limit among ordinary people. Without a pedigree to go until now, it is easy to use by a brain. Perhaps it was hid yesterday, and the whole person seemed to be a lot calmed. There was a bare smile in the smile, and his face was exhausted. Chapter 15 Answer. The bell hasn't got it yet, Naruto whispered. The three were hidden in a jungle, covering with tall shrubs. Silent, Kakashi seemed to stay on the grass to wait for them. Teacher Kakashi is too strong, we are not an opponent. Sakura sighed, and the scene of Kakashi printed is still vivid. That's the seal of multiple disabled shadows. There are 2 seals in about a second. No, it should be 3 or 4 imprints? The speed of his knot is really terrifying, it is not what people can do. After hearing the words, Suzuki's face was full of dignity. Naruto was calmed. Of course, Kakashi's seal speed is fast, and the title of the first technician of the ninja realm is not white. After the 3 generations, Muye was the first almighty chakra attribute, which was well known to the copy of the thousands of ninjutsu. Although Kakashi is not as powerful as the 3 generations, the name of genius is well deserved. We must cooperate with each other, otherwise there is no chance of winning. Suzuki said expressionlessly, "I'm responsible for the attack, Sakura is responsible for interference." Naruto grabbed the bell. "Wait, Sakura panic, I can't do it, my illusion is to Teacher Kakashi, this is the only opportunity," Suzuki said. Sakura lowered her head. At this time, Naruto patted Sakura's shoulder and said comfortably, "Sakura, we strive for you, and you grabbed the opportunity to use illusion to Teacher Kakashi. We will give it to you behind us, you have to believe in ourselves." After hesitating for a moment, Sakura still gritted his teeth and responded, "The ninja world is cruel." Naruto found that whether it was Suzuki or Sakura, neither of his character was exaggerated as rendering in comics. It is just a normal personality. Sakura is not so idiot, and Suzuki is not so arrogant. They are all leaders in the new generation. Generally speaking, the character is still good. Perhaps it is also related to the powerful strength shown by Naruto. In short, for the time being, a benign pressure formed between the 3. Coupled with Naruto's previous intelligence sharing and the cooperation of the tacit understanding, the the 7th class is not yet officially established but has a good tacit understanding. There is no suspicion, no arrogance, only the belief of cooperating with each other. The scorching sun is suspended, grassland. Kakashi leaned on the wooden stakes, and looked back and forth on the affectionate heaven that it seems that there is no defense for everything around you. The wind shuttled in the forest, and Kakashi stopped the hand of the book. The sound of the two sounds of the air came from the jungle, breaking the tranquility on the grass. The sword in his hand struck, and the light refracted by the scorching sun quickly flashed twice. The target was Kakashi next to the stake. Jutsu dirted with two sullen sounds, and the sword in his hand did not unexpectedly fall, and he was fiercely tied on the stake. Kakashi himself had already jumped away, but his feet had not yet landed, and Suzuki suddenly rushed out of his side wings. Isn't it Suzuki who just threw the sword in his hand? Kakashi silently thought. Think of it, in the information given by the 3 generations. Among the 3 of them, Suzuki's hand scores were the best, so that Kakashi subconsciously thought that the swords in the hand were thrown by Suzuki. The power of throwing is extremely great, it is impossible to be a Sakura, that is Naruto. Kakashi murmured, it's not bad. While Kakashi was still in the air, Zochiki stamped his hands directly. Kakashi also noticed that Suzuki, who was surprised, stared at Suzuki's hand. Fire Wei Shenhai Wu Yin, 5 fist prints fly up and down, and the fireball technique is formed. The turbulent flames rushed towards Kakashi for a while, and Kakashi had to avoid it again. But that's it, Kakashi realized that it was wrong in an instant. Although it was avoided, the body's movements seemed to be much slow. Fantasy? He did not solve it on the spot, but looked at it in one direction. Sakura was maintaining the fingerprint of the illusion. Suddenly, Kakashi seemed to understand something. But before he bowed his head, there were 2 bells in his ear. A banging smoke permeated, and the wind was blocked by the wind, and Kakashi only felt a short waste. By the time the smoke was dispersed, the bell was already pinched by Naruto. The other 2 of the team saw that Naruto was successful, and now he was relieved and slowly leaned over. Congratulations on you, and successfully grabbed the bell. Kakashi smiled with squinting eyes. By the way, you are the best team in the graduation and forbearance I have ever seen. Hearing the words, the 3 of them smiled on their faces. Sakura was relieved, and his worried face looked a little better. But in the next second, Kakashi rushed, and his tone became serious. You have only 2 bells in your hands, so only 2 people can be qualified or 1 person. When the words fell, Suzuki and Sakura's eyes were fixed on Naruto, holding 2 bells. You can divide one of the bells to the other person, or you can choose not to give it. Well, if you train it alone, you can probably learn more from me. I am also a tolerance anyway. Except for the usual task time, there is not much time to go out of time to teach disciples. It is better to teach one after all, so I will be a lot easier. Kakashi's words suddenly made Sakura and Suzuki and their hands nervous, and they looked at Naruto a little panicked. Kakashi's words are too tempting. Both Suzuki and Sakura understand that Naruto is the highest strength among them. If Naruto chose to take the bell alone, they couldn't say anything. Although there are still complaints, but Sakura's heart was ashamed, and her heart almost fell into the ice cave. There are only 2 bells, even if Naruto is willing to give up one, I am afraid it is impossible to give yourself. Who will need a companion who can't help everything? How is it? Kakashi smiled, holding his hand and looking at Naruto, are you considered? You don't need to consider this. Naruto raised the bell in his hand. Hearing the words, the expression on Suzuki and Sakura's face froze. Did it really be like that? Accept the teachings of Shang forbearance alone, progress will be faster. The smile in Kakashi's eyes was even more strong, and the hand holding it also put it down. Just as he was about to speak, Naruto sounded again. My strength is so strong, I don't need to guide it at all. What? Suzuki whining. Sakura held his breath and looked at Naruto with incredible eyes. Speaking, Naruto raised the 2 bells back. The 2 bells seemed to have long eyes, and they fell lightly in Suzuki and Sakura's hands like fallen leaves. Suggestion guidance. Naruto dug his ears and showed a bright smile in the sun. Uncle, I don't need it at all. Chapter 16 Leo Suzuki, you little ghost. Kakashi was angry because of Naruto's words, but laughed. Then you have to return to the ninja school. Go back, I am so strong anyway, I am the first in the grade. Naruto said, disregarding his head pillow his arms. No, he can't go back. Suzuki gritted his teeth, walked to Kakashi to take out the bell. I let him. No, Suzuki, neither you and Naruto can go back. Sakura handed it out the bell that had just got his hands. Teacher Kakashi, I let Naruto. Anyway, I can't help much, I have always been Naruto and Suzuki, all qualified, Kakashi said suddenly. Huh? Sakura stayed, and the bell in his hand fell on the grass. Jingle bell, qualified, Suzuki stunned. Qualified, all qualified, Kakashi reiterated again. Naruto. This is what happened, Lord Naruto. Kakashi put the 3 ninja files in front of the 3 generations of destination tables. The apes were not talking, and his eyes stared at Naruto's archives on the top, smoking a cigarette with a sip of a cigarette. After a long time, the apes were cut down and asked, Kakashi, what do you think? Master Naruto, the three people's performance today is remarkable, but they are the best in the next ninja team I have seen. Kakashi stood at the desk of the three generations and said without emotion, Naruto seems to be able to use a small amount of Juji and chakra. Uchiha Sasuke has mastered the fire of Firely, controlling chakra is very strong, and Sakura has the talent of illusion and medical ninjutsu. So I put the applicant of Lord Naruto to speed up the 7th class of practice so that they can be alone. Kakashi, you are too anxious. The three generations euphemistically rejected Kakashi's request. One is Uchiha's child and the other is the pillar of the village. Sasuke and Naruto are important companions of the future of the village. Compared with the faster to make them alone, what is more important is to cultivate the fetters of them and the village. When the three generations said this, Kakashi has understood the meaning of the three generations, and there is nothing to say. Yes, Lord Naruto. The three generations looked at Kakashi slowly withdrawing from the office, and until the door was closed, then sighed slowly. After turning around, I picked up the three files and checked it carefully. On the other side, Naruto was lying on the bed, shaking a bell in his hand. This was Kakashi later replenished Naruto, even as a memorial. Outside the window and the wind blowing, the bell in Naruto's hands rang, echoing with the big bell outside the balcony. Life is alive. In the future, Naruto is indispensable to perform with Sasuke and Sakura. He also hopes that Sasuke and Sakura will become stronger, so that the task can be easier. But with this village, Naruto has no feelings about this village. Ninja is just a job, trying to work hard to eat. Putling, the bell was held by Naruto and placed on the bedside at will. It's useless to think so much. Let's take a step first. At least make the money for eating first, and let's talk about other random response. Thinking of this, Naruto closed his eyes. Time soon passed, and the three were routinely practiced to climb the trees and stepping on the water. Because the problem of chakras disorders in Mingzin has been solved, everything goes smoothly. The three of them had the training of early greedy and black, and they had already left the time. Occasionally interspersed with some D-level tasks, which is also the hard rule of Woodleaf. Before taking the task of class C or above, the next ninja class must do a certain number of D-level tasks, some of the experience. The D-level task is simple, but the remuneration is also clear. There are not many money that can really get it. The training of Naruto has increased significantly. The technique of stepping on the tree, Naruto never thought of relying on the system. Some basic things are still necessary to work hard. Relying on the system, he has gained part of the power of 9 tails, 4 tail melting, and full level fishing. Although he gave up multiple shadow avatars, he was not in a hurry. That ninjutsu, after the strength of the future, then ask for the village. No matter how bad, you can learn a shadow avatar in the future. Hinata seems to be training. He hasn't met Hina for a long time. Even if he wants to brush a little task progress, it is not good. July. Naruto, who was sleepy, seemed to hear the knock on the door faintly. He opened his eyes in a confused and knocked on the door. Someone is knocking on the door. Who will come at this time? Bang bang. The rush knocking sounded, and there was a female voice sounded at the same time. Hey, Naruto, open the door. I know you will forget. Obviously. You promised. Sleeping confused Naruto stepped forward and opened the door. After seeing the people, he couldn't help but have some doubts. Sakura? Why are you here? Sakura was blown out. You promised me a few days ago. I also told you yesterday, you forgot it again. Yesterday, Naruto really couldn't remember anything. After remembering it carefully, he recalled that he asked tentatively Sasuke's birthday. Sakura turned his head and looked a little awkward. Thanks to you can remember Master Sasuke's birthday. Naruto yawned. There are all files, Sakura said at the door of the corridor. Sasuke is July 23rd, Leo. Naruto, you are October 10th, Libra. Naruto had some surprise. Sakura remembered his birthday, and didn't know what to say for a while. Look, don't you remember it, right? Sakura asked. What about Sakura's birthday? Naruto asked. On March 28th, Aries has long passed. Sakura said, but boys should not care about this. Well, I don't promise you a long time ago. Naruto said it will. Training is so hard, today is a rare Hwayu. Well, let's go, accompany me to pick gifts to Sasuke. I don't know what to pick alone. Sakura urged, as a remuneration, I will invite you to eat barbecue. Okay. Naruto heard that he had eaten, and he went back to the room and changed his clothes to change his clothes. The training of the 7th class has come to an end, and the performance of the 3 is not bad. Kakashi submitted a request for the C-class mission to the senior management of the village, but it took 2 days to review. To this end, the 7th class has been a 2-day holiday in 1.5 months. If it is not surprising, the 2-day holiday is over, and you will take the task when you go back. At this time, the bridge-making expert in the country of Po, Drunk Dazna, should have arrived at Muye Ninja Village. Like someone turned off the light above the clouds, the light around him faintly dimmed. Then a thunder rang through the sky, and the pouring rain fell without warning. Naruto and Sakura stood on the corridor at the door, looking at the heavy rain curtain a little dumbfounded. Did the Muie weather say that it will rain? Sakura stood by the wall and frowned at the white mist that was almost blurred in an instant. The weather this morning was gloomy. Naruto said, "The good news is that I have an umbrella." After about an hour, the rain was smaller. "Let's go." Sakura got up and said. "Oh." Naruto responded and went out to lock. With a fluff, the dark umbrella was opened. The two hid under a black umbrella. Fortunately, the umbrella surface was large enough, and they didn't have to worry about the wet problem. Naruto. Sakura broke the silence, and his mood seemed to be a bit low. How could those people look at our eyes just now, like that?" Sakura asked worriedly. "Are they also a resident of an apartment?" When the two walked out of the apartment together, Sakura first saw the villagers standing under the eaves show a gloomy look, as if watching things that were extremely disgusted. "Because you are beside me, you are hated. Naruto. Is that kind of thing really okay?" Sakura couldn't help but snoring. "Naruto, you have always been like that." In the following words, she didn't go on to say, and stopped her words. It's okay." Naruto didn't seem to care about Sakura's words, holding an umbrella in his hand, his eyes stable. The streets under the feet were dripping. The rain was always full of rain in midsummer, and the black umbrella seemed to be extremely abrupt on the cold streets. His voice was firm and warm, and he was plainly like boiling water just drying. "I don't care about them anymore, although this is a bit overwhelming. But they are really just some worms without brains, and people are cloudy. Or, disgust, I will be able to unite them. No one will want to make themselves uncomfortable." The rain was hit on the black umbrella, and the sound of the rush. "Forgive me, they are just alive, isn't it alive? The only meaningful thing in people's outer skin is to pay for labor and reproduction." Listening to Naruto's words, Sakura didn't know what to say. Through the old streets, the two stopped in front of the gift shop, and Naruto signaled that Sakura went in. Sakura did not understand, and wondered to Naruto, "You go in with me, the boss may not sell it to you." Hearing the words, Sakura stunned for a while. Looking up at Naruto, looked at the rain outside again, and hesitated for a while or turned to get in. After pause, it was estimated that the Sakura had been selected, and Naruto walked into the store. The boss recognized Naruto, frowned and glanced at him, but said nothing. At this time, Sakura was walking out, holding a gift in his hand, a cute blue puppet. Naruto nodded, turned around and walked outside the door. "Get away if you buy nothing." The boss sitting at the door suddenly sarcastically, "I will come to my shop without money next time." Naruto was ignored and still walked forward. However, Sakura's palm avatar was tied with a needle, frowning tightly, and his fingers deeply fell into the doll. "Ninja cannot hurt the villagers in the village, which is clearly indicated in the ninja regulations." The boss obviously knew this, and when he saw that Naruto walked out of the store, he didn't mean a little convergence. Although she had already been prepared in her heart, she was still her companion who looked at her naked bullying in front of her eyes. Sakura brought the doll into the boss's arms with grudges, which scared the boss a big jump. "What are you doing? Don't buy it. What, break the shop?" Sakura glared at the boss and walked out. "Is it sick? Really?" Sakura walked out of the gift shop and watched her Naruto standing under the eaves on the other side and waited for her Naruto. She pursed her lips and said, "It's not good, don't buy any more." Naruto said nothing and opened the big black umbrella into the rain. "I plan to go to the ninja shop to buy a wrist care for Sasuke. What do you look like?" Sakura barely squeezed a smile. "I don't understand the preferences of boys, so I find you out of staff. I don't know if this will happen, and I don't think so much. I'm sorry." In the end, Sakura's voice became lower and lower. "Don't apologize, I just heard it just now. In fact, you can buy it." Naruto said disapproving, "I don't care about those bugs at all." "Worm." Sakura blinked and did not respond for a while. "Well, I think of those people as bugs." Naruto said, "Actually, they can't do anything except for exclusion of me. They have no power. In this world, they are confused. Even if I become a ninja, I still speak to me as always. Like this is a bug that is not a deadliest, I didn't take them in their eyes. For me, they are just mulberry insects." The more nervous Sakura listening, the more nervous. "You can only transfer the topic in time. But I just planned to speak, and a note flashed in front of my eyes. How did you walk together?" Jingyi raised the umbrella and stood in the rain narrowly and looked at the two. Sakura was afraid that Jingyi knew that he was preparing a birthday gift for Sasuke, and he was afraid that Naruto would miss his mouth and quickly explained, "I have something to ask Naruto to help." "Huh?" Jingyi stared at Sakura suspiciously. "When is the relationship between your two? It's a matter of practice, right? Naruto." "Sakura cares about it, and the clumsy look is lying at a glance." "Yes." Naruto nodded. "Things in practice." Jingyi retreated his eyes, and the gossip on his face disappeared slowly. She knew that the two and Sasuke had a class, and Naruto's first score in the graduation exam was really surprising. "If you ask for the things on the repair, you can say it." there is one thing that can make Ino's care. Since Naruto said the sentence in front of her the day, Sasuke did not like women, which has almost become her demon. I think you are all walking all the way, right? Jinya asked. Ask, it's over. Sakura said helplessly, there was no way to sprinkle another lie. That's good. Speaking, the umbrella in the handle of Inio gave the Sakura, and he ran away directly with Naruto. What? Sakura stayed. Borrow people. Jinya's voice came from a distance, and the two had no shadows. Chapter 18, Inside the alley, Aoo forced Naruto to the corner. The dense golden seas covered her cheeks, and the blue eyes stared at Naruto, saying a bang. Do Sasuke like girls or girls? What? Naruto tilted his head and looked at Jinyi in doubt. Soul Dan. This is what you said. Jinya was mad, and lived in Naruto's clothes, don't pretend to be dead. Naruto, then you have to ask Sasuke in person. Naruto suddenly showed a smile, quite a snakeskin. I have a way to verify, Naruto said in a timely manner. What is it? Ito looked up sharply. Muye Ninja has a chance to leave a collective hot spring vacation every year. Naruto said with a smile. At that time, you will go directly to the male soup by Sasuke, go to death. I didn't get the answer, and exhaled for a long time. The mountain flower shop was not far away. Naruto sent it over, and then returned to the apartment. In contrast, in fact, his relationship with the three groups of pig deer butterflies is not bad. The next day, the two-day holiday ended. Kakashi convened the 7th class and told the three of them to review the mission, and brought them the first sea-level task for them. Bridge experts in the country of protecting the country, Sakura asked. Yes. Kakashi was not panicked. He pulled the dead fish's eyes and picked his pockets with both hands. Although the C-class task generally does not encounter an enemy, it is possible to happen when you leave the village. Mountain thief, stray ninja, pirate, other ninjas. All factors may cause fighting and let the task upgrade. I know, Teacher Kakashi, you are so embarrassed. Naruto was not as depressed as a rainy day yesterday, and couldn't help complaining. When he went out in the morning, he threw a pack of garbage on the face of the gloomy people downstairs, so he felt particularly happy. The group of villagers was just a keyboard man. Seeing that Naruto took out the ninja's protection, he suddenly shrank back and dare not speak. Kakashi didn't speak and knocked on Naruto directly. Class 7th. Get the village entrance after half an hour, dissolve. I really look forward to this task. Sakura said with a longing look. I don't know what the bridge is like. Anyway, it's just protecting the goal. Sasuke said, it doesn't matter who is. Kakashi said, the sea-level mission will not fight. Nice, end up early, waste time. Naruto glanced at Sasuke and found that his left hand wrist with a blue wrist. Naruto, who do you think of that bridge expert? Sakura turned his head to look at Naruto, and Naruto was yawning at the moment. I don't know, since it is an expert, it must be a bad-temper old man. Naruto reached out and scratched his face, and said disregarding it. Half an hour later, the gate of Muye village. Hey, what are you joking? I paid for. Send 3 little ghosts to protect me, what's the matter with you? An old man holding the beard of the wine bottle was shouting at Kakashi. Is Muye like this? How can this protect me? I am an expert in making bridges. Sakura's face was full of black lines, staring at the tall old man, and glanced back at Naruto, which means that you are really guessed. Kakashi was explaining with a smile, but the old man was 10,000 unbelievable and said excitedly, I am Dazna, a bridge of Bo of the kingdom of Bobo. Naruto on the side was a little impatient and shouted towards the man. Shut up, old guy, what is good to show off, you little ghost? Dazna was a little excited, but was quickly persuaded by Kakashi, saying that he agreed to set off. After half a day, the group came to the junction of the forest of fire, and then walked forward to the ferry for a while. Kakashi's eyes were fierce, and they glanced at each other. Sasuke also noticed Kakashi's reaction, and the whole person frowned slightly. Although the face was still calm, it was already alert to secretly. Naruto knew that someone followed, and the trick of the fog-hidden ninja was too clumsy. He didn't worry, and still humming his song forward. Walking and walking, even the Sakura in the team was a little palpitated, and the humming sound of Naruto's unknown humor could not help but feel uneasy. Just when she was about to speak, it was a sudden. The 2 ninjas suddenly jumped out of the trees on the side, holding 2 thorns chains in their hands, and cutting directly at Kakashi in front of them. At that moment, the stuffy wind was still, and Naruto could feel that sweat sticking to the skin was instantly fixed. The mysterious feeling was fleeting, and the black and white picture instantly injected the color and became vivid. With a bite, the mechanical synthesis sound in the brain sounded again. At this time, the still picture moved instantly. Kakashi was cut in sneak, and it was full of blood. Naruto knew that this was Kakashi's stand-in, and ignored Sakura's screams. I saw the 2 ninja thought to solve Kakashi and went straight to the seemingly unprepared Naruto. Naruto flies, Sakura shouted in horror. But Naruto was unmoved, as if settled and placed at not far away. Sasuke cut a bang, gritted his teeth and threw out 3 swords in his hand. The 3 swords in the hand temporarily repelled the 2 ninjas, and Naruto finally moved. However, he did not retreat, but went towards the 2. Naruto! Danger! Sasuke also stunned. After returning to God, he didn't hesitate, and he ran to the side. Sakura, protect Mr. Dazna. Sakura only heard a word left by Sasuke, and then saw Naruto and Sasuke running in the 2 ninjas. Her heart jumped quickly, with a hint of panic in her heart, and at the same time, there was a trace of inferiority. Obviously, they were all performing tasks for the first time. The 2 of them didn't seem to be as scared as they had confronted with Ninja. As she was lost, Naruto's voice came ahead. Damn! You tease me, option! You come out! Bang bang, the 2 Fogs ninjas fell to the ground with a swollen nose. Naruto was still thinking about strange words while fighting. Sasuke stopped halfway, and it was also a shocking expression. And Kakashi, who was already dead, was standing aside and watching. Naruto shook his head. Chapter 19 Cardo's Treasure. Okay, Naruto, don't make trouble. Kakashi glanced at Naruto, who was punching and kicking at the 2 ninja, and said with a word in his mouth, I have something to ask those 2 people. Hearing this statement, Naruto stopped his hand unwillingly. He was convinced that the picture had just stopped the color and the system must be ghost, but the strange thing was that the system options did not play directly. The ripples that disappeared instantly at that moment seemed to have experienced some terrible stutter. Naruto didn't know what happened, and then the system appeared again. Is it bad? Naruto's heart was a little uneasy. In the last time he grabbed the bell, he chose to take his best to seize the bell and did not choose to give up lying flat. That option was a bit unreasonable and did nothing. Isn't that harm others? Even if you get wooden, the 7th class may no longer exist. At the same time, Naruto realized one thing. Each option given by the system is not equal, more like random. The system does not have emotions, but triggers to trigger options randomly. Both active options and lying flat options are not perfect options. As long as you make a choice, you must pay the opportunity cost. For example, the invitation of Mizuki, Naruto chose to refuse and harvested full-level fishing. At the same time, Naruto lost the opportunity to get multiple shadow avatars. However, Naruto did not regret it later. Few people can use multiple shadow avatars to get their hands sooner or later. However, if you promise Mizuki, you can't buy the touching drama set up in the 3 generations of high levels, and forbearing the disgusting to talk about loyalty to the village. After a summary of my heart, Naruto also realized one thing. The system is just helping, no matter what you choose to make your situation better. It is precisely because of the system that Naruto can get ninjutsu without relying on anyone, and it does not even need to directly extract its strength with Jugu. This is the significance of the system, which can make Naruto save a lot of trouble. What you do and want to do can be rejected, you can get everything you want. Naruto silently thought that this was probably the true meaning of lying down the system. Are you okay? Sakura asked worriedly. It's okay. Naruto waved his hand to signal that he was really okay. Sakura heard that it was a little fixed, but soon seemed to think of something, and asked some hesitant. Naruto, how did you just stand there? The first actual combat, so I panicked. Really? Sakura showed a sigh of relief and comforted. I was also startled just now, and the whole body was stiff. Rather than comforting Naruto, it is better to comfort himself. When Kakashi was cut into 5th and 6th section by those 2 fog-hidden ninjas, Sakura's face was as white as paper. Naruto nodded and didn't say anything, and Kakashi's torture also made progress. The 2 fog-hidden forbearances were ghost brothers, and it came for Dazna. But when he got to Zana, he closed his mouth and said nothing. The task has been picked up. Even if it is noticeable, it is definitely not possible to leave the client. Kakashi thought a little, but decided to take the 7th class to complete the task with the scalp. It wasn't until the 7th class of the group reached the opposite side of the country of Bashika. On the ships on the island of the country of Bogu, Dazner said the truth. The person who wants to kill me is the richest man of the shipping company. You must have heard his name. Dazna's face showed a helpless expression. With Dazna's telling, the original committee of the incident became clear. Cardo is the owner of a maritime company, and a big man with black and white opened the company on the right side, secretly hiring ninjas with money to commit crimes. It is this Kato's country that is surrounded by the island country around the sea. He wants to control the waterway, thereby expanding the right to speak on the island until the country where the wave is fully controlled. The only bridge on the island is under construction. The old man in front of him was the only one who knew the bridge at the sea. Kato killed him, and the bridge naturally could not be built. Naruto leaned on the back of the boat, holding the touch of the flowing seawater, and his heart was counting on how to fish from this Cardo. The country of Po is a small island country, but Cardo is a veritable rich man. Anyway, Kato will die in the end. It is better to take the opportunity to make a pen. After all, when ninja is to earn money to eat. If you keep doing tasks, and don't say that you do and have much money, you ain't to always work. Ninja also has golden age, and ninjas of the big family generally only go out to experience when you are young. Then it was 9 to 5, and the incense was burned. Now that Naruto has not decided to work hard to become Naruto, life in the future can only be relying on himself, and there are more places to use money: dating, buying a house, traveling. Speaking of coming from coming, the lifestyle is also good: travel everywhere, go to different places and different women to explore. Yuquin. 50 or 60, it's so moisturizing. Just as Naruto thought about it, the ship was on the shore. Dazuna's lies made Kakashi a headache and could choose to give up. But the purpose of this time is also for the 7th class, and the next plan is set. Just send Dazuna to home, even if the task is over. What should I do at the end of this mission? Kakashi walked on the road and said leisurely, would you like to put another 2 days leave in the 7th class? Great, Sakura said with a smile. Sasuke didn't speak and looked around out near the mission. Listening to several people seemed to let go of his heart, and even discussed the plan after the task ended in advance. He frowned slightly. If the ninja is the case, it is probably difficult to live to the end. Hey, I said, how long is it? Naruto asked, his head towards Dazuna's poor face. Old man, speak. Compared to Sasuke, Naruto did not worry about the sudden appearance of Tao. There are 5 or 5, oh no, Kakashi is there, there is no problem at all. Even if Uchiha has come, Kakashi can have 2 tricks. Running the world Kakashi, everyone can open in 5 or 5. With such a strong guarantee, the sneak attack that does not cut can only be reduced to a laughingstock. In addition to Kakashi and Sasuke and Naruto, who can fight in the scene, 3 dozen, the advantage is in the 7th class. And Naruto didn't pay attention to it, he would never cut it, he always wanted to not cut the golden main card behind him. System, come out soon. Naruto thought silently in his heart. I can't do such a major event without youth system? System dad? Ding. The familiar mechanical synthetic sound. Naruto suddenly took a breath. The sound was like a benign in his ears at this moment. Chapter 20 selection. The panel pops up, or the classic famous scene is selected. Options 1, kill the peach ground and don't cut it. Reward, Binjayo, incomplete. Option 2, killing by, reward, all assets related to Cardo, real estate and corporate industries will realize equivalent values, store in the new function system warehouse. Seeing this, Naruto almost swallowed at the same time, and who killed was not guilty for him. Whether it is Tao D or Bai, it is the enemy you die. But what really hurt Naruto is, why should I choose one of the two? Why is there such a cruel thing in this world? Can't you kill it? In this regard, the system has no response. Naruto did not dare to act lightly, and the previous changes made him a little jealous. If the card bug will be lost, it will be lost. If there is no system, Naruto could not get rid of the established fate at all. Whether he is willing, Xiao organization will find him and kill him. Unless he desperately practice, it also means that he can't escape the strange circle of life for wood leaf. Those fetters must be produced, and they must be involved in trouble. It was abused and killed over and over again, and the tip of the knife licked blood. Naruto? Why did you stop suddenly? Is there, what's wrong? Aware of Naruto's sudden pause, Sakura suddenly became alert, looking around nervously, for fear that there was a ninja who suddenly jumped out of some corner. Fortunately, what she was worried about did not happen, and Kakashi and others walking in front looked back at Naruto, who stopped. It's okay, but the stomach is a little uncomfortable, Naruto said. Hearing the words, some of the Kakashi people went back and went on to move forward. Naruto followed the team's pace, staring at the pop-up panel in front of him. His brows were locked, and the heavens and people in his mind kept fighting. No more ninja who is a water attribute, you can use 9-tailed chakra to counter. Coupled with the melting, it should be able to fight with this. But Kakashi is there, even if you don't cut it up, it will not be much pressure. However, you can use the contempt of the endless tolerance, and seize the opportunity to remember his unintentional attack. Bai's blood succession boundary is ice, and it is overwhelmed with dissolving. In any case, if you want to kill, you won't be able to turn around. As long as it is still alive, it will definitely fight hard. Therefore, it is not so easy to kill it in one fell swoop. Rather than, it is better to just put the gold directly on the white body. If you do undercut it, you will get blood on the world. This is also a rare help for Naruto at this time. Even if it is incomplete ice, it can even make Naruto's strength jump to reach the point of being tolerated. But all the wealth of Cardo is also very attractive to Naruto. In this world, Xiao organization will also receive tasks for money. The assumption that the so-called as long as it will not lack money is not established, and the risk of being pursued by the ninja will also bring the risk of being pursued by the ninja. A person's one performance property is also extremely limited. Wealth is more in the form of fixed assets and companies. And the grabbing money and jewelry may not be able to spend it, but also consider whether it will bring hidden safety hazards to themselves. The operation of the system is to directly extract the wealth of the card. All the company's fixed assets and the jewelry and ships on the book will deposit into the system warehouse in cash. This means that all the money is clean. With this money, I am really freedom. Naruto murmured with the voice that he could hear, I want to become stronger, it must be next time. Kakashi was talking with the old man Dazuna, who was in front of the bridge, and his voice inevitably passed on to Naruto's ears. Cardo has accumulated a lot of wealth in the past few years. Now his wealth is even more richer. He has countless wandering samurai and ninjas under his hands. The power is very large. Well, I also heard this, and I usually occasionally hear this information on the task. Kakashi's lazy voice came. That person is a terrible guy. If you don't escort me, maybe I have died on the way. Since Muye took the task, we did not give up the truth. Don't worry, we will be responsible for sending you safely home. The conversation gradually became noisy, and the subsequent Naruto did not hear any more. His eyes gradually became firm, and he was rich? Sure enough, it was correct to make this choice by yourself. The system solved his worries for him, and the wealth would be stored directly in the warehouse of the system. This means that Naruto only needs to complete the task of the system options, and money will appear in the system warehouse without leaving traces. Even though someone found Cardo's wealth disappearing, it would not think of Naruto's head. Now that you have no intention of pulling the relationship with the three generations and avoiding the interests of the village higher than all such brainwashing skills, you must master the economic initiative. He remembered that in the original book, Naruto ran around for the village, and after solving one thing after another, he still tolerated. Although there are too many tasks, the reasons for not being free to go to the exam exist. However, according to the rules, Naruto is tolerance, and the division of the tasks is very low. In the end, I couldn't save much money when I was desperately doing the task. After making Naruto, I lived around the village. On the other hand, the people of the Muye family are completely lacking. Even if they are gambling, they can't lose money. Moreover, the dowry given by the Hyuga family is enough for Naruto to spend a lifetime. The economic state and after marriage are not comparable. In the end, it is still soft rice. Although Naruto does not dislike Hina's soft rice, it always has some extraordinary things as a man. Thinking about it, Naruto still chose Cardo's treasure as his first bucket of gold. It won't be long after, the 7th class will be missing. Naruto must make plans in advance, and can no longer be trapped in the strange circle of work. The people around you are not short of money. They must not live as Prince Koba, and they have to work to make money. Just thinking that a big beheaded big knife was suddenly stopped by a fiercely revived sword in front. Danger! Sakura hit Daza directly. The beheading big knife crossed the crowd and nailed to a tree fiercely. A figure appeared on the beheading sword, staring at the crowd with cold eyes. No more peach ground. Kakashi almost recognized the person who was full of bandages standing on the sword. Instead, he whispered to remind the 7th disciples behind you, you can do it carefully. This person is the rebellion of Wien village, and has the strength that is no less than my elite tolerance. Kakashi. Tauda smiled without cutting down the grass, and smiled unscrupulously. A huge beheaded big knife carried it on his shoulders and shouted arrogantly, this person in front of you, my life I accepted. It was almost a moment of speaking, and the body that didn't cut suddenly disappeared, and a bang suddenly entered Dazuna. This is my employer. If the task fails, I will have a headache. You still change your goal. Kakashi's voice was lazy but very firm, and a bitterly blocked the beheading sword. Chapter 21. The two elites endured at the moment the weapon collided, and the strong murderous breath suddenly burst directly, almost overwhelming. Even Naruto was the first time that he felt murderous. The whole person was instantly fell into an ice cave that fell into 1,000 bangs. Sasuke and Sakura were not very good, and they stood in place one by one. The dense fog around was gradually, and Kakashi confronted him without cutting one person. The gentle chakra slowly flowed in the body, and Naruto was adjusted only when it took a few times that he turned his head and rushed directly to Sasuke and Sakura, slap on their back one by one. Almost at the same time, Sakura and Sasuke's eyes were shot sharply for a while. Then the whole person suddenly sobered again, as if he hadn't breathed for a long time. He took a breath in a hurry. The murderousness of Shang Ning is too terrible. Sasuke's entire face was stretched, and he said with heart. At the same time, he also realized that Naruto was the first to react in them, and it was his shot that he and Sakura to get rid of the stiffness. Sakura was sitting in place, and the whole person trembled. No more murderousness is not illusory, but with the substantial material contact with the substantial substance the chakra gradually spread out, which makes the 7th class of the three people feel fear. Sakura. Naruto pulled Sakura and said, if you quickly disrupt the operation of chakra in your body, just like the method of cracking your illusion. As soon as this remark came out, Sasuke and Sakura immediately reacted, and they nodded a solution. This trick was really used, and the two immediately got rid of the stiff state. On the other side, Kakashi has not been cut with it again. The watershed body that did not cut again suddenly stood up from a puddle like a ghost and rushed towards the three Naruto. A elite water body has the strength of Jong-ren for the last time. Be careful. While fighting, Kakashi also glanced at the water body that didn't cut it anymore, and quickly shouted to remind him. Theoretically, Kakashi can leave a shadow avatar to protect the 7th class. But he obviously didn't want to do that. Ninja was originally a professional profession of weak meat. No, Kakashi reminded that the three also saw the water body that did not cut. Sasuke pulled Dazuna back, Naruto pulled Sakura and retreated one after another. Sasuke, Naruto shouted, hurry up, sword in your hand. Sakura. Fantasy. Naruto charged as he commanded. The three were just actual combat for the first time, and they had not discussed the combat plan before. At this moment, although Naruto was in the command, it is clearly the Ming brand battle in front of the avatar. The Dazna, who was still boasting in the past, was boasting that Dazna, who was making a bridge, trembling at this moment, as if a duck was stood in place, and Sasuke temporarily blocked him in front of him. Sakura heard Naruto's voice, panicked, and his body responded in time. Of course, this illusion has no effect on the avatars that do not cut, but it still makes him distracted for a moment. And this moment is enough. The mechanical synthesis sounds in Naruto's mind. 2.2% of the recognition of Nine Tails. The Scarlet Chakra instantly wrapped Naruto's whole body, the pupils became red in an instant, and the turbulent power boiled in the body. With a bang, Naruto and the charge suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, Naruto's body appeared like a ghostly behind the sideline, and a heavy leg sweeping the water shattered. The power of Nine Tails is enough to let the 4 generations and 1 elites have helpless. Even though Naruto can only use 9-tail 2.2% of power, it has already approached the strength of the special forbearance. If it is on the premise of putting aside the recent 4-tailed melting, Naruto relies on the power of the 9-tailed point, enough to Pilgly. That little ghost, how could it be so strong? The Koda herself, Dada, who stood in the same place, saw Naruto solve the moisture body cleanly, and couldn't help feeling. The words were naturally heard by Sasuke, who had a hard time in front of him, and Sasuke's face suddenly looked a little bit ugly. If Naruto first defeated the Misty Ninja Ghost brothers who tracked along the road, but he was lucky, then he unlocked his rigid state than himself for the second time, and defeated an elite to ninja water body. One after another, Naruto's strength is indeed the most popular in the 7th class. And he is just better than Sakura. If Naruto was born, he enjoyed the best ninja resources and practiced hard every day. Sasuke didn't care so much. But he knew very well that since he knows Naruto, this guy has always been the tail of the crane in the class. It is exaggerated and at the bottom. Such a person is not worth wasting time to look at it at all. That he also never thought that he would be a companion with such a person, but it seemed to be a person in one night that Naruto's guy changed. Not only graduated with the first place in the ninja school, but also knows the family secrets of so many villages. Although those secrets that are not too much for Sakura, who have died in the family, and Sakura, who are born in the family, have been considered cold knowledge. Whether it is intelligence sharing or the improvement of strength, Sasuke thought secretly, shouldn't this guy look like it before, right? The tail of the crane is too stable every year. Camouflage scum? The chaotic thoughts walked in Sasuke's mind, but Sakura was relieved. She held her hands nervously together and secretly thought, fortunately, there are Naruto. If Naruto just called himself, maybe you can only stand like a root would. Anyway, the illusion was performed, and it was also for the team. After breaking a watershed body, no more mind no longer cut into the second part of the water. At this moment he was fighting Kakashi, and both were injured. Seeing this, Naruto rushed up without thinking. At this time, Kakashi also found the flaws that did not cut again. No longer she could avoid it, but suffered injuries, without waiting for him to move again. Sandeo flying acupuncture suddenly flew out of thin air, directly stabbing the neck that did not cut. Kakashi was alertly vigilant, but Naruto was loosened. Is by finally coming to the scene? A teenager wearing a mask suddenly appeared from the dense fog and jumped directly to the front that couldn't afford to fall to the ground. Naruto's pupils shrink slightly, secretly mobilizing chakra in the body. Chapter 22 I can't afford to stretch the ground. By wearing a mask stands on his side, watching Kakashi and the 7th class 7th. I am Wu Yin's pursuit of ninja, responsible for recycling Wu Yin village rebellion. Bai's voice was cold and the words were very simple. The thick fog of milk is still gathered near the woods, and there is no meaning to dissipate. The fog of the treetops condenses into water and fell on the grass. For this masked boy who claims to be chasing the ninja, even Kakashi is a bit unbalanced. The 7th class has tight muscles and is ready to do it at any time. Kakashi didn't speak, but just stepped forward to explore the breathing that stopped cutting, and then he was relieved. Since everyone is dead, the corpse should be returned to Wien village. Teacher Kakashi, is he dying? Naruto suddenly appeared behind Kakashi, pointing at the motionless look on the ground, and asked naively. Bai stood aside without response, and the eyes under the mask swept through Naruto's face. Ah, it's dead. Kakashi, the first technician of Muye, said perfunctory. I just hit by my water dragon, and the steel needle of the chase ninja was hit again. It probably died like this. At this moment, Naruto seriously doubted that Kakashi had seen through the fake death that he would not cut, and he planned to release water. In fact, it can be understood that the 44 printed technique of water dragon bombs consumes too much physical strength in Kakashi. Kakashi is unwilling to entangle risks and entanglement, but it is reasonable. But wipe, and elite tolerate, is it so conscious of not making up the knife? Naruto intends to give a lesson to Kakashi, the first naive king of Koba, let him know that the first Sao of Koba, the first ruthless person of the wood leaf. Nah. Teacher Kakashi, how can you still move this person? Naruto pointed at the ghost who was faked on the ground and faked. What? Kakashi's eyes suddenly became serious. It's dead. Bai, who was cold, couldn't help it, and said, little brother, you must have read it wrong. This person is the rebellion of Wien village. The secrets of the village hidden on the corpse, please allow me to bring his body back to the village. After that, the white under the mask could not help but get nervous. Fortunately, the mask covered his face, but it would not show the stuffing. It is difficult to fight for the wheel war of the 3 men and 1 woman of the 7th class of co-belief, so that I want to fake the fake death in advance to achieve the purpose of getting out. By RU arrived, and thought everything went smoothly, but did not expect to kill a yellow hair ghost halfway. Kakashi looked at Naruto, glanced at it again, and finally stared at the motionless. In this case, please let me understand the life and death that will not be cut again. Yes. Bai Hui said. Kakashi stretched out his hand and slowly leaned towards the neck that didn't cut. Everyone's eyes gathered in Kakashi's hands, and Sakura Suzuki held his breath subconsciously. Following Naruto standing next to Kakashi suddenly stroked, a large number of chakra came out in the body, and his eyes were instantly stamped with scarlet. The hot magma poured out of Naruto's hand, and the hot high temperature instantly steamed the white mist around several people. Seeing that Naruto had threw the magma of one hand to the fake death on the ground, and the white was frightened, and he rushed to the side without cutting. Bai's right hand was directly burned into black by the high temperature melting, but he would not save it again, and his left hand pulled the steel needle on his neck sharply. I opened my eyes and opened it suddenly, and I survived in an instant. No matter how much you cut, I failed. Bai's apologetic said no longer, and did not become distorted because of the huge pain in his right hand. It seems that the right hand is not his, but the average of others. After speaking, Bai Shan's hand printing, with a happy man who is not as happy as a happy style, usually left with a whirlwind. The secret of this escape is the same as that of smoke. Naruto can understand it, but it can't learn. Kakashi watched the whole process and left without cutting in Bai, and fell directly to the ground after 3 seconds. Teacher Kakashi. Sakura quickly ran forward to check the situation. It should be chakra. Naruto learned like it. He learned that Kakashi had a way to say no nose before he dangled in front of his nose, and said calmly, Kakashi on the ground has fallen into a baby-like sleep. Fortunately, breathing is smooth, and it really passes. It's not a place to speak here. Take him back first. Suzuki said with one hand. He just tried one-handed seal and did not succeed. The hand left outside was shaking a little uneasily, and Kakashila directly put one hand on his shoulder. Naruto also took the other hand on his shoulder, and directly set Kakashi to the left and right. The village is in front, take my house. The protected target Dazner proposed. The 7th class discussed for a while and directly agreed. Dazner's home. The 3 placed Kakashi in a clean room, with a quilt on the tatami, and Sakura's face was worried about Kakashi. When she walked out, Naruto and Suzuki had stood in the corridor and waited for her. When I saw Naruto's gaze, Sakura nodded tacitly, but did not speak, but went up directly. The 3 people walking outside the house is not far away. The vision here can notice the enemy, and they will not be heard by others. How about Kakashi? Suzuki asked coldly. Sakura's face was exhausted, shook her head anxiously. It's just a feint, there should be no problem. Before Teacher Kakashi woke up, we couldn't relax their vigilance. Naruto said, before the enemy is exhausted, he will kill it at any time. Who are those people? Sakura was obviously a little panicked. After all, it was the first time that the ninja who faced you and died. Misty's rebellion. Suzuki said a little more calm and calmly. What makes me care about is the murderous nobleness, he is as strong as Kakashi. And the person wearing a mask can print with one hand, and he must prevent his trick in the future. Then kill them next time. Naruto raised his hand and made a cut gesture. The right hand of the ninja wearing a mask has been abandoned. The task must be completed, and Teacher Kakashi can't fight now. Taking advantage of this opportunity, I want to ask you, this mission should end here. We have sent the old wine ghost back, but it is also a hidden danger for us not to kill them while those 2 people were injured. I have a way to kill those 2 fogs before Teacher Kakashi wakes up. Chapter 23 Kill. Fog Hidden Rebellion? Suzuki looked up at Naruto, almost frowning subconsciously. With the 3 of them, do you want to kill an elite with the same strength as Kakashi? Not to mention that there is a masked boy who does not know the depth of strength. How can this be done? It's crazy. Sakura looked at Naruto wrongly, she almost felt that her ears were broken. Naruto, the 3 of us are still forbearing. Kill a thing like this. I can't do it. Yes. Naruto raised his hand, and the hot melting poured into his palm. Seize the opportunity, I can kill them. Is this? Sakura was dull. I don't know how to get it. Naruto pretended to scratch his head innocently, I used it once in a hurry. Suzuki was speechless, his eyes had begun to be separated, and it seemed that he was unknown from the beginning of the ninja school. The guy also said before that several other classes were almost family ninjas, and there were probably as well as the former Uchiha family of the family. But now the Uchiha family no longer exists. Itself, Suzuki's eyes were darkened for a moment, and a sense of powerlessness rushed into his heart and fleeting. What should we do? Suzuki raised his head, his eyes became perseverance. Not becoming stronger in the battle, and died in battle. If you continue like this, he never wants to kill that man. He's life while he is ill, Naruto said decisively. Teacher Kakashi was still injured, let alone the lack of wind at that time. The half-arm of that mask has been abolished, and now it is the best opportunity. Naruto, Sakura listened to it. She understood it. The two people really planned to kill the two of them, but we don't know their position either. I know, Naruto suddenly smiled. They can't run, it must be hidden in a residence in the woods. Maybe it is a small wooden house, or it may be in a certain house. Sakura heard the words, and looked at Naruto and looked at Suzuki again. He knew that the two people had decided that the two had no room for returning. Will it be too risky? As soon as this remark came out, both Naruto and Suzuki looked at her. Sakura was a little embarrassed, and suddenly a little helpless, and stuttered. What's wrong? It's okay. Naruto said, Sakura, now we don't do it, and it will be even more dangerous when the two people recover. We haven't retreated anymore, and there is no more back to Kado. Didn't you have heard that old alcoholic ghost has said, there are many stray ninjas and wandering samurai under Kado, and they will not be cut off and they will not cut with that mask boy. We will face the siege of the two parties. Speaking, Naruto stretched out 4 fingers. We have only 4 people, 1 to endure 3 tolerance, and there is almost no chance of going to the card and no more. Now we are 3 people, we only need to deal with a young man who has been abolished half-handed. No matter what you think, now it is the best strategy. Naruto said that it is well founded that Sakura opened his eyes wide, but there was no way to refute. Finally bitten and nodded and agreed. Seeing this, Naruto scanned the two and said, believe me, this time we will definitely win. If we do not cut it, Kado is just a worm. He didn't say a lot, and he would not cut it anymore. Kado is a businessman who is unscrupulous. It is impossible to spend a lot of money to ask for a serious ninja. You should know that he is a group of stray ninja and wandering warriors. He hired no longer to see his rebellious identity, and wanted to make a list. Therefore, the beginning and end of the matter are well understood. Kado wants to kill the bridge experts to Dadasna. However, I learned that Koda had a bodyguard in Mie, so he also called a Diddy. Kado wanted to be white, so he did not find a regular platform to find a thug, but found in private that he would never finish the money. But Kado never thought of paying for it, but wanted to take a black and black when he was defeated. Enter the night. For the first time in the 7th class, he entered the woods. I found it. Naruto touched the situation and jumped back to the two of them and lowered his voice. People are in the 2-story house in that forest. Hearing the words, Sakura could not help but get nervous. I attack, how about Sakura fantasy after you go around? Suzuki quickly gave the combat plan. Okay, Naruto nodded, but I want to confirm. What's up? The Uchiha family can write the wheel eye or something. Naruto said randomly. Suzuki, you better use the best at the beginning, so Sakura is safer. The longer you drag, the situation of Sakura's situation is the most dangerous. Sakura was a little unknown, but she was still more nervous. You, don't worry about me, I can protect itself. Sakura, your strength is not in the battle. Naruto glanced at Sakura deeply. You don't need to be able to do anything, and I will assume the responsibility of fighting with Suzuki. You only need to support us. When the situation changes, we must rely on you to get away. After hearing the words, Sakura couldn't help but move, nodded heavily. Don't worry, I can do it. Can you do it? Naruto doesn't know. But he knew that Bai and he would be in front of him. If he and Suzuki started the killing from the beginning, it was impossible to stop Bai. The 3 were in place and appeared on both sides of the 2-story wooden house. After each visual communication, Suzuki moved first. It was still running up, and the 3 swords in his hands opened instantly, flying towards the wooden house from a weird angle. After Naruto went around, the dark red chakra surrounded the whole body, and the hot melting was shrouded in the whole body. This time he released all chakra, just asking for killing. Sakura took a deep breath and chased the position of the sword in the hand thrown by Suzuki. In the moment when the window was broken by the sword in the hand, the illusion was launched immediately. The cabin was directly broken by Naruto, and the hot melting instantly ignited the wooden house. Bai was very embarrassed to escape from the wooden house, and a black hand hanging down was abandoned in front of him. Suzuki, Naruto shouted. At this moment, Suzuki was stopped in the direction of Bai and no longer escaping, and the Scarlet Yaya writing suddenly opened the wheel eyes. Bai, who was still printed with one hand, was caught off guard directly in place. Even if this time was less than a second, it was still seized by Sakura to show his illusion again. Dead. Naruto was almost crazy, his pupils were bloody. The moment he grabbed Bai, he hit the two directly with hot heat, and directly penetrated Bai's chest. The hot magma burned directly through the weak and couldn't move. They couldn't believe it. The two couldn't believe it. After all, they turned the boat in the gap. Cardo's treasure has been stored in the warehouse. Chapter 24 Sakura and Medical Ninjutsu. In the Woodleaf Training Ground, the pure black blood pupil crow dives down at high altitude. Sunshine put its shadow on the mud, forming a small black dot that passed by. Uchiha Suzuki stopped the training on hand, raised his eyes from the grass high to look at the eyes, passed through the windgrass, and fixed it on the black spots that hovered on the training ground. Suzuki, who was thin, noticed a trace of weird, squinting his eyes to right the wheel eyes. Suzuki. Sakura's voice came from a distance. The girl with a food box beckoned at the edge of the training ground. The wind in the wilderness brushed her long hair, and the whole person was plated in Phnom Penh in the sun. Thank you. Suzuki took the food box and noticed that there were 2 layers of the food box. Is it for that guy? Yes. Sakura nodded and smiled awkwardly. After returning that day, teacher Kakashi sent a big fire. Naruto has to complete the 20D level tasks alone as a punishment. Before the task is completed, the 7th class can no longer receive the task. Kakashi is also kind. If it is known by the village, I am afraid that the guy is a more serious punishment, Suzuki said. Hearing the words, Sakura's face also flashed with a little worry. Teacher Kakashi changed the mission briefing and changed our action alone to collectively actions under the leadership of Shang Ren. Naruto also took all responsibilities alone, so we don't have to follow the penalty. But I don't know why. Cardo's shipping company is bizarre bankruptcy. Cardo heard that he owed them money and was not up. Sakura came to the streets of Naruto's execution of the mission, but they didn't see people around, and they happened to see Naruto lying on the roof and sleeping with the son Naruto eats. Behind the house, there is a low slope with low green grass on it, and it seems more and more eye-catching under the sun. The two sat on the slope and ate rice balls. Sakura seemed to have a heart. When talking to Naruto, they occasionally looked at each other. What are you thinking? Naruto asked. Nothing. Sakura barely squeezed a smile, and then there was a sorrow on his face. Naruto. Why do you be a ninja? Sakura asked. The commission of the ninja is considerable, and there are many benefits if you become a ninja. Naruto thought about it. People like me, what else can I do if I don't become a ninja? Sakura stunned, and then said sorry. It's okay. Naruto waved his hand and took a bite of the rice ball and said, anyway, the ninja is just a career, and I never thought of being a ninja. I really envy you, Naruto. Sakura said lonely. Why? Because I think I don't seem to help much. Every time I encounter danger, it's Naruto, you and Suzuki. Sakura hugged his knees, and the whole person curled up. Sometimes I am thinking, is it that I am not suitable for being a ninja? No. Naruto looked at Sakura and said, Sakura, I remember when you graduated, the grade is 3rd. That's right, this proves that you have the talent of being a ninja, but you haven't found your direction for the time being. Direction. Sakura raised her head. Yes, direction. Naruto said firmly, class 7th class should be the most special class in this next tolerance class, so you don't need to compare with me and Suzuki. The Uchiha family has always been the family that is best at fighting. Both the technique and the sword in the hands are all passed on, and Suzuki's road is doomed from the beginning. His eyes, do you know? Suzuki. What secret? Sakura was a little confused. She suddenly remembered that in the forest of the Buzumsan, Suzuki's strange eyes rushed with red light, and the whole person could not help but get nervous. The Uchiha family is a race of hate. Naruto said, he is carrying an extraordinary secret, and hatred drives him to become stronger. His eyes are an extraordinary weapon. Maybe you can knock all the Naruto. Hate. Sakura's face became pale. Well, so you don't need to think so much. Naruto sorted out the box. Sakura, you also have your own tolerance, just find the path of practice that suits you. For example, how about medical ninjutsu? Why is medical ninjutsu? Sakura asked curiously. Medical ninjutsu has high requirements for the accuracy of ninjak chakra. Naruto explained. Sakura, you have a talent in this area, so you think you can try to learn medical ninjutsu. Thank you, Naruto. Sakura said sincerely, if you don't have you, it is difficult for me to, well, aren't we companions? Naruto stood up and looked down at Sakura's move. Sakura, go back and think about it, I will perform the task first. Speaking, the whole person disappeared in Sakura vision. Sakura looked at Naruto's disappearance, his eyes were a little complicated, and finally sighed, and he got up with the food box. Naruto did not perform any task to find a cat and dog, but found a roof and lay down to continue the sun. A panel popped up, and the system warehouse opened with Naruto's heart. Looking at the dazzling treasures and cash inside, Naruto's face showed a satisfying smile. With these money, I don't have to work for money in my life. At joy, Naruto was empty again. With so much money, you still have to work hard? How to spend this money? The real estate who bought wooden leaves must be lost. After 2 years, Pain carried a few buildings one by one to take the wooden leaf directly to the ground. The next step is to get rid of the control of wood leaf and obtain autonomy. The 9 tails in the belly are wood leaf, nor must it not be wood leaf. Besides, the cheaper father and the girl never agreed when he stuffed the fox into his stomach. Isn't this to give Muye for 70 years? On the roof, Naruto raised Erlang's legs and a spirit of excitement sat up. Damn, you can't just stay here. Now there is no shortage of money. I see and to use this money for 10 lives. Is it a pity if it is tied to Muye village as a weapon? Do what is difficult to support, and it is difficult to sound lonely. In order to control the power in Muye village, there must be a family behind it. After becoming stronger, the branches are scattered, and the glory of the family seal the family with this money is rejuvenated. The little rabbit is obedient, open the door without opening me. Naruto traveled leisurely in the forest, humming nursery rhymes in his mouth, and searching for the whereabouts of the missing cat. A cat in the flower shop of Mrs. Shanzhong ran away, so she registered in the Naruto building and paid the D-class task of 5,000. During this period of time, other classes followed the team to perform the task, only the 7th class was idle, and this task naturally fell on Naruto's unlucky ghost's head, who asked him to act without authorization. An adventure took the 7th class to chase and did not cut and white. Although it was successful, it also attracted Kakashi. As a punishment, Naruto must complete 20 D-level tasks alone. Kitten, come out and go home with Shuyan. Areo? Mrs. Mountain. After shouting a series of words that may attract the attention of the kittens, Naruto still did not hear any movements, and finally lying on the chair beside the road. Naruto? What are you sleeping here? A familiar voice came. Naruto raised his head, and the blonde was in his eyes. Ito was on his waist, looking down at Naruto slightly forward. Ino. Naruto didn't mean to get up. It was too late at this time. When did you return to the village? In the afternoon, after the mission, Teacher Asma gave us 2 days off. Jingo sat next to Naruto. My mother's cat lost. Oh, I know that the next tolerance who took the task was me. Naruto leaned his head and leaned on the chair, pointed at himself with his fingers. Under the streetlights, the distance between the two was not far away, and they looked at each other very casually. Naruto was wearing a black t-shirt and a loose tan pants underneath, and his face was completely indifferent. I said you. Jinnya grabbed Naruto's clothes and said angrily, after accepting the task of others, take some energy, Soul Dan. After that, Naruto was pushed to the other side of the bench by Ino. Naruto is lying down completely, saying unwillingly, yes, Miss Jingyi, you are the most powerful. So you find the cat out, I invite you to eat barbecue. That's your task. What happened to you lying here? Jinnya was mad. It's my task, but I can also hire you, Naruto said indifferently. The village did not say that the ninja could not hire a ninja to perform the task. Although this is the case, I have no obligation to help you find a cat. Jingo glanced at Naruto. Ito, don't you want the wife in the mountains, right? You, don't talk about those useless nonsense, Jinya. I found me invited you to eat barbecue. Besides, you still go out so late to find a cat, right? After hearing that, Ra was unhappy. Ino still had to make compromises. She endured her anger, got up and walked to Naruto, leaned down and looked at Naruto's face. Get up and find me. Hurry up. Yes. Naruto yawned and was forcibly dragged by Ino, and was pulled forward. Really? Why are you like this? Jinya pulled Naruto and walked forward, complaining in his mouth. The soul is faint. Do you see such a lazy look after receiving the task? Do you want to go on this way? Do you want to go back early? I can't go home without going home. Naruto suddenly said, I originally planned to sleep on a bench all night. Don't say that kind of words, hurry up and find it. Jinya paused for a moment, still pulling Naruto forward. Ito, as if there was a voice there. Naruto listened carefully in the forest for a while, and pointed at a direction in one direction. No, you know, Jingo said impatiently. By moonlight, Jinya pulled Naruto and walked forward, but he was carefully tripled, and he fell forward suddenly. Just when she was about to adjust her body balance, she was pulled by Naruto. What are you doing? Naruto looked at her, puzzled her head. After a while, Ioo desperately grabbed what could be caught. Naruto had just let go, but did not want to be caught for a while. I hang the clothes. Step. Naruto caught off guard, and directly broke the country. However, it was too late. Naruto fell down in the direction of Ino, and Zi Lai was torn and was directly torn. Woo! Ino opened her eyes. Naruto was falling on her. The lips were not so precise, but the clothes on Naruto had been torn by her, and her head was placed around her neck. That place. Will something happen? Jinya felt the warmth from his neck, his face became red instantly. Naruto! You get up! Jinya shouted. Don't pull my clothes, Naruto shouted, and then screamed for a while, don't mess around. Your hand! After a while of chaos, Jinyi got up from the ground, wiped the water stain on his lips and said, What did you do? I don't do anything, don't talk nonsense. Jinyi, Naruto jumped up and said, covering his tattered clothes. How do I go home like this? The anger above Ino's head was almost visible to the naked eye, and his fist was holding dot just as she was about to teach Naruto. A meow sound sounded. In the bamboo forest, a muddy cat master passed by the two people with elegant steps and glanced at them. Under a large green tree outside the mountains of Yamanaka, Jinnya took out a white shirt from behind him and handed it to Naruto, and he reluctantly said, "Give you are not allowed to do strange things with my clothes." Ha! Naruto said, "How could I do that kind of thing? And then you tips my clothes first, and give me sincere apology. How do I know if you will?" Jinnya argued that the night was already deep, and her voice suddenly smalled. In short, "I'm sorry. I heard that I had always apologized, and Ra was Naruto. I didn't know what to do. Well, since you also apologized, let me forgive you." Naruto scratched his head and said, "I have something wrong with this, otherwise I invite you to eat barbecue." Ito looked up at Naruto for a long time and asked for a long time, "Do you really want to invite me to eat barbecue?" "Well," Naruto nodded. "Baked meat is expensive. I also saved a lot of money in doing tasks these days. Anyway," Naruto said, "you don't need to worry about this." "Well," Jinnya nodded and said, "Since you invite me sincerely, then I will promise you compassion. But Miss Ben is still very rich. I invite you, nerd." Chapter 26. Jinnya looking at Ino turned into the mountain flower shop. Naruto's big green tree in the distance tilted his head, and he said that he really had money and had no money. "She won't misunderstand anything, fool?" Naruto shook his head and looked at the brightly lit mountain flower shop and turned around for a while. A meal of barbecue was nothing to him now. Juniu Yu Mao, it should not be considered. The system has transferred the sale of cargo shipping companies for many years, and all the savings have been transferred. The wealth value is about 800 billion. Even if it was Naruto, the first time I saw such a long string is dazzling. Feelings are poverty before crossing, and after passing through the system dad is fierce. It is a pity that the wealth is not exposed like Jinyi Night Walk, which is really uncomfortable, but now I can only put on a barbecue on the barbecue. Shanzhong Flower Shop. Ito returned the cat to a middle-aged woman who was dressed as a lady. The Yamana in the mountains wearing a pose of a long dress with an elegant red hairband jewelry on her head. At this moment, he was holding the cat in one hand, and asked the Meow Lord's white and soft fur in one hand and asked, "Ito, that boy is Naruto?" Yes. Jinjo said, but in the end, he nodded. "I just happened to meet him, and he took the task of looking for a cat." "This is the case." Lamino nodded in Shanzong Zhongzhong, and said, "I don't oppose your love, just." Speaking of this, the eyebrows in the mountains lowered, and slowly looked at her daughter. "Naruto and others are not the same. Mom doesn't want you to love the wrong place," and finally a sad result. "Mom, what do you say?" Jinnya said panicked, "You misunderstand, I can't like Naruto's nasty guy." No. Lai in the mountains looked at her daughter softly. "The family patterns in the mountains are purple whose Heise flowers. Do you remember her flower language? Strong growth, positive." Ino's words plugged in, "positive love. Mom just gives you advice." Yamako Takano turned upstairs, leaving a sentence, "Early rest, Jingo." "Okay, Mom." After washing, I was lying on her bed, looking at the ceiling. In my mind, what happened tonight, and the words of my mother. If her mother does not mention, she will not think about it at all. That is Naruto, and it is impossible for anyone to like that guy. I like prank and lazy. Although I don't know why Naruto has improved fast recently, it still looks good. From a young age, the two did not deal with it. But Areo covered his palm to his eyes, and the light pierced through the gap in the fingertips. She couldn't help but narrowed her eyes, and recalled the scene of the bamboo forest involuntarily. The neck was faintly hot, which made Jinyi be irritable. The girl's heart suddenly looked like a green wild vine who climbed the wall of the courtyard. One music ramen. The semi-warm curtain at the door of the shop was opened, and he glanced at him with his little eyes. Then he threw a ramen out of the pot. "Still the old? Naruto?" "Yes." Naruto hesitated for a moment, and still did not sting the most expensive exit in my throat. After a while, the hot ramen was placed in front of Naruto. "Soon after you have to go to the central Ren test." He stood at the counter with his hands, squinting his mung bean-sized eyes and asked with a smile, "Really?" Naruto slightly stunned. "Well, the teachers of the ninja school who came to eat ramen recently are talking about this matter, and it is natural to know if you listen too much. Naruto, you should also take the Zhong exam? Come on." Then, he played with a happy hand to fry the tempura. "Give away, work hard." Looking at a simple smile, Naruto couldn't help laughing and nodded and responded, "I certainly will." The time for the Chinese ninja exams and the graduation of the ninjas seems to be particularly close, but most of the CDU test is in a form. Generally, the qualifications that have reached and still alive can become Zhongren. In the final analysis, you can add points in the Chinese ninja test by relying on the amount of task. If you are a new generation of ninja class like Naruto, you will be more difficult to take the central ninja exam without qualifications. At the same time, Naruto also knew that he was going to accompany him at all. The three major families of pig deer butterflies have wood leaf daily. Where can I have the pillar of their own dangling vortex? The identification of Zhong Ren is not only referring to the opinions of Shang Ren, but most of them also depends on the faces of the nobles of the country of fire. This stuff means a bit of potential rules. The Nara family has always been the mainstay of the wood leaf, and it is also affirmed 3 generations of Naruto. At the same time, the Nara family did not have a good relationship with many aristocrats of the country of fire. After all, as a deer family, his antlers' medicinal materials are all over the country of fire. No surprise, Nara-chan was promoted to the middle of the board. After returning home, Naruto was thinking about the upcoming Chinese ninja exam while thinking about the new bathtub who had not entered. There is no doubt that this Naruto's early drama will definitely stimulate the options of the system. Naruto in the original book patronized a bloody rush, and at the end of the ninja exam, he couldn't get anything except he had lost his injuries. Since you know that you can't get the title of Zhong Ning, there is no need to spend your thoughts in the game. How to maximize interests is what Naruto should consider. The CITIC exam is like a demon mirror, exposing everything that desperately concealed under by Railong Lang in Muye village. The slaves of the Hatsuans are separated, the Uchiha family of the family of blood destroying the past, the nine-tailed people, and the few descendants of the vortex. After all, the paper cannot be covered, and all the crickets are always pulled to the sun to see people. Naruto thought about it, thinking to leave the village by opportunity. However, the identity of human pillar power is too much, and it is impossible to escape the village as easily as Suzuki. Moreover, Nagato has reincarnation, and it is so bullish, and it is still not possible to build Yuan village that can fight against the 5 countries. Do you travel by yourself? It's just that the benefits are not without. After all, you don't lack money. What is not convenient for yourself can let others do it. If you revive the Vortex family, in addition to collecting the ethnic groups scattered in the ninja world, only the earlier branches are left. Chapter 27. The next day. Naruto's days still spent in a large number of D-class tasks. Sakura listened to Naruto's suggestion and agreed with Kakashi how to open the path of medical ninja. Kakashi found a medical class teacher in the backhand of Sakura. The more the golden generation of the Woodleaf golden generation of the same period as Kakashi was the same period of the medical ninja. Although the survival rate of medical ninjas at that time was high, it can be regarded as the best in the medical ninja. Although it is not as famous as Tsunade, this situation is now, and Kakashi cannot know where Tsunade is. As the heel of Shang Ren, teaching Sakura is more than enough. Kakashi, is this your disciple? Asked hearing the medical ninja uniform. Sakura looked nervously, and was a man in his early 20s who was about 20 years old. A white medical ninja uniform with a medical ninja hat on his head. It was printed with a large red cross on his chest, and there were several medical ninjas with the same uniform beside him to see Kakashi. When you meet for the first time, please take care of it. Sakura said, my name is Haruno Sakura, please give me more advice. Well, Kakashi, your disciple is more polite than you. Another medical ninja Han Fang stepped forward and said in interest. Well, Kakashi revealed the classic dead fish eye. I heard that Kakashi came with his disciples. There was another sound in the medical department, a medical ninja wearing a white square hat. Shuinwen came out. It's still a cute girl, it's really rare. Royal Dawn, a square medical ninja, also came out of the clinic. Do you want to come to our medical class? The 2 medical ninja ghosts who carried the stretcher stopped and turned around. That's great. The ninja by CAO said with a smile on the other end of the stretcher, it's just that people have not been very good recently, it's really a lot of help. Huh? Sakura made a big red face. She didn't expect so many people to come forward to talk, and some hands looked at Kakashi. Kakashi comforted Sakura said, don't be afraid, the guy has always been like this. I have too many injuries, and this group of guys in the medical class are slowly familiar with it. Sakura nodded, and opened her medical class to practice in ignorance. However, Kakashi didn't have so much time to bring 3 disciples. Sakura was thrown to the medical class. Naruto was still doing D-level tasks for the time being, and the only target he currently cultivates only one Uchiha Suzuki, perhaps because it is also because of the relationship between the wheel-eyed users. Kakashi has a lot of upset for Suzuki. After all, there are not many exclusive users who have written eyes in the world. The eyes with soil can log in on Kakashi, but they can barely use it. At present, it is only Suzuki to be called Kakashi's most beloved disciple. When the 7th class was almost all busy practicing, the fish of the leakage of the will of the fire was setting up a hammock to sleep in the Mori Leaf Senri. After returning from the mission of the country, Naruto paid the price for his recklessness, and he had to do 20 D-level tasks to return to class 7. So far, including the task of looking for cats in the mountains in the bamboo forest last night, he has completed a total of 5 D-level tasks. Then lie flat. When do you have to do it 20 times, just spend money to find someone to do it. Naruto was lying in the suspension and looking at the sky and the gap in the leaves, murmured to himself. He did do this like this. He found a D-class task of picking up garbage from the Naruto building, and spent 50,000 to find a school ninja to fight. Well, helping the poor ninja schools part-time, I am really a contemporary good man. Naruto stretched out a lazy waist and continued to shrink into the hammock. He is now completely rotten, not at the high level of Woodleaf knowing that he will melt the secret. This incident couldn't hide it, and it was estimated that Kakashi had reported it long ago. Of course, he was too lazy to cover up the fact that he had money. Regardless of whether there is a dark department to monitor him, he completely releases himself. The village can't take him, and the treasures of Kato are all placed in the system warehouse. Even if the village wants to check it, it will not be able to check it at all. The task of performing a pen and a fortune in Muie village is also commonplace in Muie village. Otherwise, the revenue of the task is not only the bottom ninja in the bottom of the ninja elite ninja. I have to say that the rotten days are really comfortable. I squinted my eyes, and I didn't know how long it took. Naruto slowly opened his eyes and saw a figure standing in front of himself. Hina? When did you come? Naruto was frightened and coughed violently. The girl wearing a pale purple hooded trench coat was also startled by Naruto's reaction. Some hands looked at him at a loss, and looked away. Nine-tail recognition 2.3%. The mechanical synthetic sound in his mind. Naruto was stunned for a moment, and this time he did nothing. Why does the progress of the strategy increase? When I returned to the village yesterday, Mr. Shirihong said that he would not take the task during this time. Let's take the test of the Zonjin test, Hina said with a red face and closed his eyes. The thin body trembled slightly, as if it was nervous. Oh, that is freedom? Naruto asked with a smile. Hina nodded. Saying Hinata, how did you find me? Naruto scratched his head and asked, this place is still very remote. Black eyes. Hinatsu lowered his head embarrassed. Is it a white-eyed? Naruto looked closer with a lot of curiosity, and his mouth was surprised. Naruto Jun. Hina's body leaned slightly, closed his eyes to avoid Naruto's sight. That place is not good. Quite good looking. Huh? Hinatsu looked at Naruto in surprise. Naruto, what do you say? What? Take a closer look, Bien is pretty good, Naruto said with a smile. Hina's heart was warm. In fact, the other villagers of Muie were not so good about Hyaga, and believed that Bien was a symbol of ominous. Even the inside, because these eyes have a huge contradiction that cannot be eliminated. The bird in the cage, the cyan tattoo. Hina, you are waiting for me. Naruto suddenly ran away. Hina, who was standing in place, was stunned slightly, listening to Naruto's words, and for a while, I didn't know what to do. After about half an hour, Naruto rushed back, carrying a small parcel on his back, and the drums seemed to have changed a lot. Go. I'll take you to a place. Naruto didn't talk nonsense, and ran away with Hina's hand and ran away. Hand was held by Naruto Jun? Hina was a little dizzy, and his face became red again. I couldn't care where to ask Naruto, and let it go forward. Chapter 28. Crossing the lush wooden leaves, the shrubs go backwards, and the wind in the forest brushes the face. Hinata only felt like he was fluttering until the mottled sunlight disappeared. After the forest passed through a corner, it suddenly opened up. The sound of the streams came, and it was suddenly surrounded by white noise. The huge waterfall jumped in front of him, and a rushing stream was washed down. Here, Hatsuki was stunned. The river. Naruto loosened Hina's hand, holding a big package alone, and walked towards a cool place near the river. In the afternoon, the forests were poisonous, and the sound of the water in the waterfall was unusually noisy. Hinata's heart beating with the waterfall, young and powerful. Hina stood under the shade of the tree, blinked and watched Naruto's busy alive, and unbuttoned the package and laid a long cloth on the grass. After a while, the general module of a camping was made by Naruto. Meal cloth, fire pit, barbecue rack, and a little seasoning, and even a pot. Hina was dazzling and couldn't help covering his mouth. Doraemon? Hina. Naruto beckoned her. The latter quickly responded and walked over without ignorance. Watching the picnic utensils on the ground was curious. She went numb as soon as she was born. As the long princess of Hitsuri, Hina has encountered the biggest bumps from childhood to a big mountain that she could not defeat her father, and her father was a mountain she could not pass. It is said that the 10 fingers are not too much, but Hina is indeed a real lady who is genuine. Unlike the big children such as Naruto, the clothes on her body are always clean. Standing there quietly without snow. Naruto, what is this? Hina asked. Pico barbecue. Naruto said with a smile at him, the stream under this waterfall is turbulent, so the meat of the fish is very delicious. Hina nodded and said nervously, Father and they love sashimi cuisine. I don't like to eat, so I rarely eat fish. Sashimi. Naruto narrowed his eyes, a little embarrassed. I can only grill fish and cook fresh fish soup. That's enough. I haven't eaten the grilled fish made by Naruto. Hina had a big red face, for fear of Naruto's misunderstanding, and he said, no, I mean, it's okay. Naruto said in front of Hinata and said, don't explain so much, let's go, I'll take you to the river to fish. Think of it, the Hayaga family has always been self-proclaimed with the Woodleaf nobles. The entertainment activities such as fishing people, and the Hayaga clan will not allow Hina to do this meaningless thing. It's okay, I teach you. Naruto grabbed Hina's hand again and led her to the forest aside. In the distance, a dark ninja and a sun ninja stand on the treetops not far from each other. You can see me and I look at you. Hayaga ninja, what is this boy who takes the young lady? Dark ninja, go into the forest. Otherwise, look at it with white eyes. The dark ninja proposed. It will disturb the young lady. Hayaga said with face, why don't you go and see yourself? It's a bad thing to be discovered. The dark ninja said, haha, I only sell it in a month. What is the danger? In case the young lady is dangerous, in case the boy Hayaga ninja stop talking, that's your business. I lost my job when I was in an accident. The dark ninja said, I was discovered, and the probability of losing jobs was greater, and I just looked far away. You. Hayaga ninja sleeves, the behavior of restraining people's pillar power, isn't this the responsibility of your darkness? It's really not. The dark ninja said lazily. As long as the person's pillar power does not leave the village, I can't care about other things. I have this relaxed job thanks to the pillar power. This is much stronger than playing outside and killing outside. What stupid thing is nothing? It's unreasonable. Well, the ninja of your big family retired at the age of 30. Where can you understand what is suffering from the world? The dark ninja said with a smile. Forget it, I did not die at the age of 30 at the age of 30. It is a happy event to live safely to retirement. Oh, yes. I should get off work. To put it, the dark ninja left directly. The ninja was dazzling on the spot. During the day, which class is it? At about a quarter of an hour, Naruto took Hinata to get out of Kobayashi. Naruto's hand was holding a long wooden pole. After choosing it for a long time, Naruto made a wooden pole with bitterness. The pole made by bamboo is easy to break, and the black fish in the stream here is relatively large. The two came to the river, and Hina watched Naruto, who took out the line fish hook from his pocket and passed it to her after the assembly was completed. I can't. Hina suddenly became nervous and took a step back. It's okay, I just take you to fish. Naruto simply stuffed the fishing rod into Hina's hands, and then surrounded Hina. Naruto almost hugged Hina from the rear, and Hina obviously realized this, and his face instantly became a cooked apple. The hot Hayato with hot cheeks was almost fainted, and he couldn't find the south of the world in an instant. Fortunately, Naruto changed the new washing machine after money, and it was not as sweaty as before. Hina didn't think so much, the brain was almost blank. Naruto, no bait. No bait. Naruto waved his hand and said, it's like throwing the fish hook out like this. The fish here can be hooked without hanging bait. Speaking, Naruto held Hina's hand and threw the fish hook out. In the distance, the rear of the ninja was almost bitten. What are you pretending? You can fish without having bait, so I will buckle my eyes. Nine-tail recognition 4.5%, nine-tail recognition 6.7%. Suddenly, the panel bounced out again. Options 1. Tell Hinata, you always hate gentle girls, because gentle girls are gentle to anyone. She just likes heroes, like all princesses, and you are not a hero. Reward, the technique of water dragon water. Options 2. Tell Hinatsu to be very good, and will be a gentle wife in the future. Reward, scholarship of the heart, a puppet that is born without existence. At the moment of birth, there is no doubtful ability. Naruto's gaze swept away the first option without any response, and was excluded. When he saw the reward of the second option, he froze slightly. The art of the hearts of the mountains in the mountains, hiding the sound recognition of the sound, is probably anonymous speech within a certain range. Chapter 29 The Diary of the Ninja God. I don't like to jump, choose to read. Naruto has no choice. The first option is obviously not desirable. No matter what his true thoughts are, Hinata existence is lucky to him. No one doesn't like gentle girls, Naruto is no exception. He was not the slow Naruto, but a normal person. There is a princess who likes himself. If you do and he cherish it well, it will probably be thunderous. Even if he can probably feel that Hina can be close to himself in the village and Hayaga default, but he recognizes what continues the blood of the vortex, so that there are people who have pillar power. After all, he was not a real Naruto, but a soul of different dimensions. The result is not the most important, and the process is important. River bank. Hina grabbed the fishing rod nervously, shaking his hand, and his heart flashed with an electric shock like an electric shock. Naruto June. Fish. Hook on the fish. Full-level fishing works, and the rules of fish on the empty bait are so horrible. Naruto had expected this result, holding Hina's hand calmly, slowly catfish. Hina feels very novel about all of this, and is nervous at the same time hugged by Naruto. Wait for the fish to be boring, just pull it up together. Naruto proposed. Okay. Hina breathed a little bit, and answered with blushing. The face in the distance was white, and it seemed that the underwater seemed to be really going to the fish under the water. Impossible. Even the bait did not hook it. Hyagon Ninja saw the ghost expression. He was not Hina, which was not in his heart, and he could ignore any details. He wanted to know, how did this kid empty the fish on the bait? Even his elderly lady couldn't care about it in her arms, staring at the river under the water in the distance. The fish was really hook, and biting the fish hook. Slowly lifted like this. Naruto held Hina's hand and taught knowledge carefully, then force. With a snap, the big black fish was dragged out of the water by the fish line, and a half-curved water stain was drawn in the air. The water surface was sparkling, and the flashing light was reflected in the pupils of Hina. I caught it. After a moment of stunning, I asked blushed, and her voice was excited and nervous. Naruto knows that Hina himself has never been confident, and his personality is extremely gentle, but her heart is actually extremely eager to be recognized by her ability, rather than being regarded as the princess of the Nikko. Yeah, Naruto relying on the height difference, he touched Hina's head and said, Hina is already very powerful, and will be a gentle wife in the future. Successfully decentralized, please create a virtual puppet man. Any identity, it will be automatically rational after creation, and speak with this, Hinata red became red instantly, because Naruto's sudden words suddenly became stuttered. Wife, no, I haven't. This kind of thing is really. At this time, Naruto's mind was all on the puppet. Great. An arbitrary identity, since that can. Finer of ninja successful creation, the creation of the gods is successful, and the host can speak once a day. Naruto couldn't help but cough, and his heart was really arbitrary. Although this stuff is not useful, it can allow people who have a range of people to receive crickets. Isn't that is the technique of the mountains and the mountains? Do not care. In the future, I will be able to speak with the god of the ninja, woohoo, take off. The shy Hinata drumped the courage to look at Naruto. Seeing that his face was joyful, he looked at himself with emotions, and his face could not help but look red. Naruto Jun, Hina's head was hot, and the whole leg fell back. Hina. Naruto was frightened, and his eyes hurriedly helped Hinata, but he did not respond. How he shouted, Hina, why did you faint? Naruto murmured, touched Hina's forehead and sighed at his nose, so he was relieved to place him on the soft grass. Seeing Hinata couldn't wake up for a while, he had to deal with the big black fish caught first up. Then I picked up some woods nearby to make a barbecue rack, and finally sat on the ground to open the panel. The god of ninja, speaking today, what should I say? Naruto was caught in contemplation. Since it was a radio weapon, he also brought the name of the ninja god. Can you only speak once a day? Simply the day of the god of ninja. Keek, just do it. Naruto entered the following string in the speech box. On August 15th, the weather was fine, the ninja's diary, and the ninja is all silly X. There are no long-legged short skirts and witch dances, so just destroy this world. And Shimura Twanzang Tibetan there are too many writing eyes on this person, and grandma vomits. When he turned his head to look at the guards on the side, he found that Shanshang King Yi's face was not the same as the same face, and he knew that things were bad. Master Naruto. And Fo Lei walked to the apes to cut the desk in front of the desk, looking nervously at the ape-flying son. The situation has exceeded his imagination. When the text can appear in his mind out of thin air, as a guard in the same, he has realized the seriousness of the situation. As for the contents of the diary text, and Fo Lei dare not think about it. Urgent situation. Call the Woodleaf high-level meeting to discuss. Wait, call the mountain in the mountains first. Yes, the mountain city of Naruto Guardian led with Fo Lei, and immediately left. The mountains and the mountains are rare spiritual ninjutsu families. The family of Changshan Hai is a series of torture ninjutsu, which is good at turning the art. Even if the enemy does not speak, he can obtain intelligence. On the other hand, the group of Tibetan, who had closed eyes, was scared by this sudden text, but quickly calmed down. He understands that this must be a ghost, and he must take that person out. Come, Twanzang shouted. Bang bang, 4 or 5 roots wearing masks suddenly appeared, and half kneeled in front of Tibetan. What going on to check? Yes. Master Tibetan. On the other hand, the god of ninja himself taught Hina grilled fish in hand, without any sense of guilt, enjoying this sweet bubbling moment. Now, Hina, you see that the grilled fish will be more tender like this. Tasty. Chapter 30 The God of God who is eager to spend money. You can jump. Question. If the teammates in the mission suddenly fell to the ground, you stepped forward and asked him if there was anything. What did the other party answer? It means Hina was holding a piece of fish, frowning deeply, and the orange sunset shone a bit more dull on her. The two are sitting on the picnic cloth to play the game you asked me to answer. Although the game is a bit naive, it is just right for the two young girls with goodwill each other. Hina also received the diary of the god of the ninja, and Naruto told her that she had also received it, and perfunctory the topic in the past. It means that teammates need to be treated. Hina whispered. Wrong. Naruto knocked on Hina's head gently, and said seriously, this shows that your teammates are unblocked and have not been blocked by blood. This is the case. Hina nodded ignorantly, thinking that Naruto was teaching knowledge and serious. Then what should you ask him at this time? Where does it hurt? No, you should ask him how much 1000 minus 7 is equal. Sneeze. 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 Tooth, what's wrong with you? It's okay. Hina's teammate's Inkarajiki stopped, sucking his nose, maybe it was sucked into the nearby pollen. Inyakika's sister and Urazuka walked over and squatted in front of Akamaru to check his injured legs. As the only veterinarian of the Ministry of Medical, Akamaru's small injuries could not be lost. Sister, the things that appeared in my mind just now, I care about it. Urazuka asked worriedly. Teeth, things involve the Guanzhang Tibetan of the Woodleaf High level, we still don't have to talk about too much. Inyazuka Hua is already a mature woman, and naturally it is more stable than the teeth. She and Uchiha Itake is the same group of graduates. Relying on the resources of the Inyazuka family, she is now the Knightaman of the Woodleaf. After so many years in the medical department, she has also heard a lot of secrets, but she has never said to outsiders in order not to cause trouble. For example, at that time, the ninja of the wooden corpse handling forces was stopped outside the Uchiha family, and the corpse of the Uchiha family was directly cremated by the root. Furthermore, there are some bad rumors. For example, what Naruto is actually acquiring this, in order to develop human experiments on the development of blood relay. There are many such rumors and XIN secrets. It is difficult to distinguish between true and false, and no one knows what is really false. Inyazuka does not want her only younger brother to get involved in these troubles, let alone to do anything to be stared at. That organization has always been not doing anything. If the teeth are pulled into this organization, his life will be abolished. Teeth did not know the hard work of his sister, forcing his age to oppress, and he could only dispel his curiosity and squatted in front of his loved dog Akamaru. Sister, how about Akamaru? Fine. Similar scenes occurred in many parts of Muie village. On the training ground, Kakashi looked at Suzuki, who looked gloomy, and didn't know what to say. It was late and the night fell. Kakashi could only see the rough outline of Suzuki stood in the training ground in the dark. His heart suddenly beating a few times, and the secret road was not good. Suzuki, don't score, this may be the fantasy of the enemy. Suzuki did not reply, he just stood there, and the whole person exuded a calm resentment as he looked up at Kakashi, biting his teeth and asked, why is there the eyes of my people on Tuanzang? Kakashi was also stunned. He knew that he had nothing to do, but he did not expect him to be so beasts. Too many eyes, could it be transplanted in other places? Thinking of this, a cold feeling came to Kakashi's heart. But even so, in the face of absolute evidence, he still couldn't explain this kind of thing in front of Suzuki. Pulling out the radish with mud, the hiding is not clean, but the people who are not clean can not only have a group hiding. Isaka's understanding of Tuanzang is not so simple. Suzuki, you calmly. Kakashi, how can I be calm? Nourish. The handling black fish was put into the oil pan, crackling in the fire. The flavor of the fish suddenly overflowed and echoed in the night breeze. Naruto, you brought the pot. Hina was slightly ashamed. Of course, you have to bring, picnic, naturally you have to be equipped. Naruto pointed at the pile of utensils and said, the oil pan is necessary, I will show you a good look when I wait. What? Hina froze for a moment, and his face blushed again. Naruto glanced at Hina, looked at the mysterious smile on his face that was roasted by the fire, and rolled the black fish in the pot and said, wait for you to know. At this time, the Muie building was brightly lit, and many ninjas hurried in and out of the gate, with nervousness and anxiety on their faces. At the high-level meeting, the apes were cut and the old nobles of Xiaochun had stared at the group hiding in the seat, and their eyes were somber. Tuanzang, what do you want to say? Xiaochun asked seriously. There is nothing to say about the old man. Tuanzang said, isn't the focus of this matter being the ninjutsu that can appear in everyone's mind? If the man behind the scenes says what he wants to say, the village can only fall into passive. Today, you can make a rumor, and it may be anyone tomorrow. In response, the old man looked at his attitude and asked his men to check it. Tuanzang said with a deep voice. The words fell, and the face of Xiaochun and the 3 generations of the 3 generations were a little unsightly, but they didn't say anything or continue to account for accountability. They are also clear that it is unrealistic at all to be innocent on the spot. It is not impossible, but is hard to please. It was embarrassing to find out that the village still needed to hide, and he couldn't withdraw his position. Moreover, the words of Tuanzang also make sense. The high level sitting here is somewhat secret in hand, but it is not as crazy as a group hiding. That if there is really any omnipotent god, maybe the next exposure is, boom. Several fireworks rose into the night sky, illuminating Hina's small face, and the beautiful appearance of the gorgeous fireworks exploded in her pupils. The happy look jumped into Hina's face, she looked at the night sky obsessed, and felt unparalleled happiness. And all this was given by the people next to her, the young man who was on the distance. Naruto has completely forgotten the diary of the god of ninja, and has not taken care of it all, let alone how much fluctuations have brought to the village. He trotted to Hina and stood with her. The two looked up at the fireworks, and they were full of happiness in their hearts. Great! I am so happy that I have Naruto June. Great, the money finally spent a little bit. I'm so happy. Chapter 31 High Point. I don't like it to jump. Goodbye, Naruto June. Hinata stood under the gate of Hyuga and waved farewell to Naruto at Naruto. She was small and always felt a bit broken. He speculated that it may be related to the secret of the Hyuga family, but Naruto did not think deeply. For him, it is reality in front of him. The full and warm Hina is not simply a paper man. He can feel the tension and haze behind Hina's smile, like a girl wearing a handcuffs. Goodbye, Hina. Naruto beckoned. Hina nodded, took 2 steps in the dark, and looked back at him. The next day was not yet on. Naruto woke up from the bed, opened the system panel with his eyes, and started to update the diary of the ninja god. Yesterday's things were already left behind, and the whole person was refreshing. On August 16th, the heart of destroying the ninja was a strong point, and it was a day when I did not see long legs. The birds in the cage of the Hyuga are the most disgusting slave system I have ever seen and developed their families as slaves. Isn't the seal improved for thousands of years? Sending. Naruto shook his head, opened his hazy eyes, and fell back to the cage. Over wood leaves. After a few seconds of silence, the scream sounded. The entire Muie village was completely exploded because of the daily updated ninja's notes. If the news of the news was a little panicked yesterday, then the mentality exploded now. The bedside lamp of the room was turned on. The meeting at the end of the 2 o'clock at 2 o'clock last night was only 3 hours apart. Hi, are you going to go? I'm a little worried. On the dim bed of the light, the lady said tirelessly. It's okay. As soon as Shanzhong wore clothes to comfort his wife, the original high-level conference pig Dear Butterfly only needed to come forward. But you also know that the news that can appear in your mind is weird. The only one who is good at controlling ninjutsu in the village is the one in the mountains, but it is suspicious. That can only be worked hard. Hi, said Shanzhong Royan said. After a while silent, the voice of Riano Yamako rang again, and she asked at a moment when she put on clothes when she got out of bed. Hi Yi, is the god of the ninja all true? Yamaka Hai didn't know how to answer, but only sighed and answered vaguely. It should not be true. How can the kind of ninja god exist? Someone must deliberately do it. In short, the village will find out clearly and give everyone an explanation. Yeah. Yamaka Hai was neatly prepared to go out. He held the door with his hands and turned around and looked back at the lady. Go to accompany her daughter, she must be frightened. Well, be careful on the road. With a bang, the door closed. As soon as the mountains walked on the road, the original silent Muie village was already messy. The villagers walked on the street and talked about the diary of the god of the ninja in horror. The god of the ninja really exists? It's been 2 days, it's not like false. The villagers said in a panic at the bottom of the well. Who knows, there is no saying in the village. I don't see it like fake. The boss who sold red bean balls stood at the door of his store and said with 2 dark circles. Because of this, I didn't fall asleep overnight. Where can I fall asleep? Yeah, Lord Naruto didn't know where it was, and there was no saying there was now. Another villager's tree sighed for a long time. Then do you say that the words of the god of ninja are true? The villagers asked the secret of the adult, and the Hyuga family, hearing the words, the first villagers who spoke first showed a panic, and said nervously, the rice can be eaten randomly, and the words cannot be talked nonsense. If the people in the dark are heard by the people in the dark. Yes, don't talk about this kind of thing, said the tree for a long time. The passing Shanzhong Hai included the villagers' conversations in their ears, and the expression was heavier. He has heard the slave system of the Hyuga family, and it is indeed an unacceptable ninja. It is indeed a very taboo to turn their relatives into slaves, so that those who know the mood in the woodleaf subconsciously do not talk about the matter. Over time, most people in the woodleaves do not know about it. And those who survived from the Third Ninja War were very clear about it. It was a curse known as a bird in the cage. Once the cursed person was not respectful to the surgeon group, the surgeon immediately punished it or killed directly. This is the status quo of the Hyuga family. Only the eldest son or eldest daughter of the Zone family can become the Zone family, and all the rest of the people will become a separate family. The so-called separation is the slave of the Zone family. This system is the reason why the sun can continue for thousands of years. Absolute loyalty means that there is no betrayal. The betrayal of the betrayal only needs to die by the Zone family. When they encounter a bureau of life and death, the separate people will be forced to kill the Zone family to evacuate. Because of this, the blood of White Eyes can continue. It is just strange that the Hyuga family reaches the sun, and the eldest daughter did not seem to be the family, but the second daughter did not be beaten, but was dragged. As for why it was dragged, Yamanayuchi didn't know. He just heard about it, and he didn't care about the secret of the Hyuga family. What he could do was to catch the guy who claimed to be the god of ninja as soon as possible, and let the village return to peace and peace. It is not important to restore the peacefulness on the surface. The atmosphere of the Hyuga clan is very depressed. The clan is dead in inside and outside, as if in a suffocating silence. The moment the sun shot into the courtyard in the early morning, Hyaga Ning was sitting in front of the mirror, and calmly stared at the blue cage in the forehead, sleeping so full. Naruto, wearing a bare pajamas, yawned in bed and stretched out a lazy waist. The god of the evil ninja himself scratched his buttocks without gracefulness, and began to wash lazily. Looking at his hen nest in the mirror, he yawned again, muttering, "There are 14D level tasks that are not completed. Today, I still go to get a task, so as not to be found to find myself." Chapter 32. God is a pervert, unwilling to jump. Naruto. As soon as I was about to enter the Naruto was suddenly shouted, and I looked back and found that it was a new generation of pig deer butterflies. The three stood outside the Naruto building and seemed to be waiting for anyone. Shikamaru beckoned towards him lazily, wearing the set of stun fishing nets in his body, and his face hanging on his face was as ever. Jingyi stood with some uneasy expression, and Dinkai was still old, holding a bag of potato chips in his arms to send it into his mouth. "Why are you here?" Naruto was familiar with the three people, and there was no politeness. When he reached out, he had to pay snacks in Dinkai's potato chip bag. Clicking, Naruto took a bite. Shikamaru didn't look at Naruto, and looked up at the sky and sighed. "Asuma is temporary, we can only wait for him here." After that, Shikamaru asked Naruto again. "That's what happened, Naruto, should you know too?" "Which one?" "The guy who claims to be the god of the ninja." When he said twice, the village became like this. "Oh, that." Naruto scratched his head, showing a bright smile. "Who do I think it is? How can the ability to allow people in the village to receive messages can be an ordinary prank?" Shikamaru complained with his head holding his head. "It's Naruto, you are too slow." But the god of ninja is also estimated to be a super pervert. They are saying something such as long legs, and any friends of my sister. Anyway, no one will believe it. The kind of nonsense is nonsense at first glance. Naruto said randomly, and then looked at Dinkai. Ding-Chi raised his brows, and bit the potato chips and bite the potato chips. The last piece of potato chips. "Only Naruto, you don't know anything like you don't know anything." Shikamaru said, "The matter of the Hyaga is true." "What?" Naruto asked, pretended to be unaware. "That is, Shikamaru, Teacher Asuma came out." Dinkai suddenly shouted. "Naruto, let's talk about it next time, we have to go first." Shikamaru glanced at the direction of the Naruto building, and it really came out. So he waved his hands towards Naruto, keeping up with the pace of Dinkai and Ino. I didn't talk to Naruto throughout the whole process, and didn't even look at him. Naruto didn't care. After the three of them went away, he turned into Naruto. The mess in the building, the ninja in the dark, walked around with a variety of documents in the ordinary Zhong ninja's hand. Occasionally, they can hear the words of the ninja god nervously, and occasionally they can hear two words such as Hyaga. Naruto crooked his head, and went upstairs to go to the mission hall to pick up a D-class task. Kakashi punished him to complete the 20D level tasks and could not return to class 7 before. The D-level task is not difficult. When Naruto goes up the stairs and thinks about what is the D-level mission today, he suddenly heard the people going downstairs cursing loudly. "Let me find out within a day, let me go. The damn ninja god must torture him fiercely in my hands." The strong man with a face on his face went downstairs with the torture of the torture department, and happened to pass by the Naruto who went upstairs. "It's terrible." Naruto had a cold, and he was firm in his heart. He must not be caught by the evidence of the god of the ninja. He was deeply afraid of the minister of the torture department, Morinoi, not how strong Marie Biddy was, but this man, it's a real abnormal. A black man of 1 m 8, placed in the Island Country films, the role of strong neighbors who moved from the island country, but it was a trembling M in private. It has not only tortured the enemy, but also tortured himself. In the slot, Naruto felt scared when he thought about it. A strong and painful expression on a strong man's face, so spicy eyes might as well kill him. "This is the task scroll, please get it." The staff of the mission hall submitted the task to Naruto with a good attitude. Naruto walked out of the Naruto and opened the task scroll. The task was to pick up trash. Where can I pick up so many garbage? After struggling for a while, Naruto reluctantly embarked on the road to picking up garbage. In August, under the scorching sun, Naruto would rest for a while. He hid under the shade of the tree, staring blankly at the blue sky. After a while, he left the garbage bag in his hand and left alone. Out of the door, the heat suddenly swept. Some Naruto, who had nothing to do, simply squatted at the door of the convenience store and ate 2 ice cream, crying the bear children aside. Naruto turned his head to look at the 4 children who were dull in the sun and took a glance at the darkness of Guapai, glanced at their dirty clothes on their bodies, and their eyes turned slightly. "Come over." Watching the Huang Mao who ate 2 expensive ice cream beckoning to them, confirming that they were calling them, "They even looked at me and I looked at you." In the end, it was still attracted by Naruto's hand licking 2 ice cream. "Do you want to eat?" Naruto shook the ice cream in his hand. Those 4 children are not a few years younger than Naruto. The 3 boys and a girl look like only 8 or 9 years old. His hair and clothes are a little stingy. You can almost know the identity of this group, Muie orphans. Think, the boy said. I can ask each of you to eat ice cream, but I must answer my question. Naruto said. Those children hesitated and nodded one after another. Naruto narrowed his eyes and glanced at the four people, thinking about whether there would be a certain orphanage in the orphans in his heart. What is the next sentence of the unchanged change? The four children looked at each other, and no one knew the answer. Seeing that no one answered, Naruto was disappointed, but he went into the store and bought 5 ice creams, and even the people present were one person. 4 children squatted at the door of the shop with Naruto, licked the ice cream invisibly. Do you want to eat ice cream every day? Think. The 4 pairs of bright eyes stared at Naruto, and Naruto showed a smile and watched them say, "Then you have to help me." The orange sunset was oblique, Naruto was lying on the hammock, and an 8-year-old girl standing next to him had a fan for a while. The 3 boys were sweating in the direction of Naruto with a garbage bag, and shouted happily, "Boss, it's all picked up." Chapter 33 The Will of Fire will ninja garbage. Note, I don't like to jump. Naruto woke up from the hammock and watched the skylight, waved to the 4 little leeks just collected. Go, please eat ramen. Good. There was another cheering, 4 green leeks followed behind him, and his face walked towards a happy ramen not far away. Having opened the warm curtain, I just wanted to say welcome, and I looked up. One was that Naruto led the 4 dirty children in. Handel was happy first, and then his look returned as usual, and asked enthusiastically, "What do guests want to eat?" Naruto actually doesn't like to eat ramen. It is a little tired after eating a few times. Fortunately, he did not picky eaters, and also said that he also wanted to get in touch with his hands up close. Maybe the real surname of the uncle who sells ramen is the Big Tube Wood. Maybe, after all, the ninja who has not eaten a lotus ramen will definitely hang up. To this end, Naruto has a pilgrimage mentality every time he eats ramen. The 4 children seemed a little restrained, and they didn't dare to speak behind Naruto, but they quickly glanced at the price list on the wall with timidity. Although the orphans of Muie are basically subsidized, they are also divided into grades. Anyway, the situation of these people in front of them is actually not good, probably the state of barely eating. Even a ramen is an out of reach for 4 people. I want dolphin ramen. Naruto said, "Let's give me the same 4 friends first." Okay, wait a little. He smiled back and returned to the back kitchen. Under the light, the 4 people were sitting and waiting, and Naruto was bored and chatted with them. Have you ever eaten dolphin ramen? No, the 4 shook their heads. Then come to eat every day, and stop when you want to vomit. Naruto said indifferently, as if just saying a trivial words. He didn't even know what the 4 were named. Naruto didn't ask, and they didn't say. How is that possible? It is really possible, because Naruto is the most lack of money now, and there is no place to spend money. He has no habit of splurge, nor does he spend money at will. I know it at that time. Naruto said, in short, I will see me in the old place tomorrow, and I will have ice cream and ramen tomorrow. No, boss, the 4 replied in unison. He is really boring, so he will do such a seemingly boring thing. But before the 20 level D-level tasks were done, he may not even take the Konkokam test. If this is the case, Naruto can only be alone, this boring August and September. Looking at Zheng Huan, who was eaten by the 4, Naruto yawned again, without any appetite. When will this boring day end? I endure the exam early. Late at night, Naruto and 4 were separated. This scene happened to be seen in the eyes of the end of the practice. How strange Naruto was mixed with that group of children. But watching them separated, I didn't continue to think deeply, and walked towards the mountain flower shop. She doesn't know how to face Naruto, and she doesn't want to complicate the relationship, so she just wants to calm down for a while. It was just that she was not far away, but she passed by with a strange white-haired old man. It is tall, the fishing net lined with a red jacket with a lip with oil on his head. When did the village come such a person? Jingya stared back at the man for a long time, and finally didn't keep up. Perhaps it is related to the CITIC test that Muie is going to hold recently, and there are a lot of people from other villages. It can be said that what you think so. Naruto also saw it far away, but did not lean to the past, but went home directly in his direction. If you are also rolled with your own, the future will be very troublesome. He didn't want to inherit the name of the prophets at all. He said that Naruto really couldn't believe what a toad said. Now he is also the god of the ninja. Although this stuff is just a puppet, he is better than the gospel broadcast. Although it is not necessarily used, it is a good thing to discharge hell jokes in Muie village alone. But it is a pity that Naruto must ensure that he is not caught. No one except him cannot let anyone know that he is the god of ninja who loves to make himself. After returning home, Naruto slept as usual. At 00 o'clock in the middle of the night, his biological clock made Naruto open his eyes violently, and the face panel updated the dynamics of a ninja god on time. August 17th, the will of fire is the garbage in the ninja. After sending, Naruto fell to sleep. The next day, Muie collectively made a lecture on the will of fire. There are ninjas on the streets of the will of fire, and many slogans are posted on the wall. Even Kakashi informed Naruto to study in the Will of the Fire School of Ninja School. By the way, Suzuki and Sakura who helped the 7th class took the class. That's not okay, I have to do the D-class task. Naruto complained. You don't say that, I will forget it. Kakashi squatted on Naruto's window and scratched his head. So, you use variants to replace Suzuki and Sakura to class, and the D-level task is avoided. Make a deal. Oh, yes, Kakashi suddenly remembered what he said. Tomorrow, you three of you go to the ninja school to submit the application form for the Chinese ninja test. I have reported your list. Remember. After that, Kakashi disappeared directly. Naruto got up and washed, and suddenly remembered the agreement with the 4 children, so he directly clashed. At the door of the convenience store, 5 people headed by Naruto squatted into rows, holding the ice cream assassin in their hands and licked simultaneously. So boss, don't you need to pick up trash today? A boy opened his mouth and asked with some lost. Don't use it for the time being, there are different things. Naruto swallowed the ice cream into the stomach, and the wooden stick was discarded at will, stood up and said, you wait for me nearby, and go to eat barbecue together at noon. The only girl of the 4 raised her head, staring at Naruto with her messy long hair. Why are you so good to us? No, Naruto looked back at the 4 people. If you don't play with you, I don't know what to do, so, in short, just wait for me to be honest. After throwing a word, Naruto didn't go back away. There are many, and the pillar of these 9 tails is too tricky. The girl named Duo glanced at the man and said, say that, I will kill you. Chapter 34 3 Generations. Naruto, give up the Chinese ninja test, you can jump and swipe quickly, but the ice cream is still delicious. Ghost Tongwan said, do we really have to wait for him here? The task of Lord Desumaru is to make us dressed as an orphan lurking in the Woodleaf, taking advantage of the Chinese Ren test to perform the Woodleaf crash plan. But there seems to be some time at the beginning of the test from the Zhong Ren test. Muye seems to have caused people who have caused it. I don't have to wait anymore, I can't pretend. Zhou Jinyu said, I'm going to go around. Don't, we really starve to death without that guy. Gui Tongwan shouted towards the left and right, wait for me. The 2 left, and only the child's state of the child was left at the scene. Hey, there are many. Ji Langfang looked at the 2 companions who left, don't you really have to wait for him? Most of them walked away alone in one direction. Naruto on the other side returned to the ninja school, and by the way, he responded to Suzuki and Sakura. On the podium, the female lecturer was preaching the will of the fire. Even if the voice was moving, it couldn't make up for the rotten thoughts of the fire, and Naruto was drowsy. He was lying directly on the table and fell asleep. When he woke up again, there was no one in the classroom, and the sunset came in from the window. Naruto secretly broke, and she made an appointment with the 4 of them to eat barbecue. He is really idle recently, and there are a few people to eat and drink with themselves. Training is impossible to train, and he does not have to do the D-level task anymore, except for waiting for the Chinese ninja exam. In the rest of the time, Naruto had planned how to get rid of it. But the situation is a little embarrassed now, and he sleeps. It's over, it's embarrassing, and I slept. Naruto wiped his mouth busy and hurried out of the door. While complaining, Naruto ran out of the ninja school. When he rushed to the place agreed in the morning, where would there be someone in the dark dust in the sun? Think about it, where would anyone wait from noon to the afternoon? Will you definitely think it was played, or think that person doesn't care that kind of agreement at all? Naruto sighed with a sigh, and the meal that was difficult to discover was gone, but it was only possible to eat first. At this time, there was a gurgling call from the stomach, and at this time, another cooing voice came from a carton in the nearby. Listening to the movement, Naruto also stunned. After the carton, a girl came out timidly. Barbecue shop. Chiele's meat slices exuding a mouth-watering fragrance when they came into contact with the hot oil baking sheet. Naruto baked the meat into the bowl of the girl and the girl. Eat it. Naruto himself couldn't help but eat. After the girl ate 2 sips, she suddenly looked up at Naruto and asked some puzzledly, isn't barbecue expensive? Not expensive. Naruto said vaguely. Rest assured, I can afford it completely. The girl nodded and started to enjoy the barbecue slowly. After eating, Naruto asked her if she needed to buy some food and took it back to the other 3. No, I think they should have found it. The girl laughed with her hands. Well, by the way, if you come back tomorrow morning, you will still wait for me here. Naruto scratched his head and said, I will get it early, it is an accident today. Okay, the girl nodded seriously. After the 2, Naruto returned home as usual. Multi also turned into an alley, and quickly disappeared into the darkness. Do you really have waiting for an afternoon? Tonggui Wan said scornfully, did you wait until the last? Eat barbecue, there is no portrait. Most of them said lightly. Are you really an orphan? Don't forget the task of Master Dashi Wan. Tonggui Wan warned, I bought you in a barbecue. Yeah. Duo Yi also said, I bought me a barbecue, I ate it, you didn't eat it. The task of Lord Desumaru hasn't started yet, and I have a sense of itself. Multi said, you don't need to say so much, take care of you yourself. A lot, since you say this. Gui Tongwan looked at it and stopped talking, and in the end he said nothing. The next day, Naruto, who woke up, did not update the god of the ninja as usual because he was found by the dark. Master Naruto will see you. Oh. On the way, Naruto remembered yesterday's agreement, and could not help but feel a little irritable. I hope that this meeting will not take up too much time, otherwise he will talk about it again. After entering the Naruto building, Naruto saw the 3 generations of Miami flying. The old man of Naruto sat in front of the Naruto table and smoked a dry tobacco, looking back and forth on Naruto. Naruto, there have been a lot of things in the village recently. Ape Fury said, what do you think? I don't feel any difference. Naruto said indifferently, anyway, there are Master Naruto in the village, and it is still safe. I saw your name on the list this time. Ape Fury glanced at Naruto and said, based on the current situation of the village, Naruto, you are very important for the village. I hope you can give up this test. Okay. Naruto had little hesitation. Can I leave now? Don't you want to know the reason? The 3 generations looked at Naruto. I thought you couldn't accept it. The Joan Ninja test was a good display platform for the ninja. Nothing to ask. Naruto replied satisfactorily, the village arranged the truth of villages like this, but I don't care. The essence of the ninja is obedience, right? I don't care anymore. The apes were solemn, but they couldn't speak for a while. He looked at Naruto and Naruto looked at him. Master Naruto, can I leave? Can Naruto, who got a certain response, turned away without hesitation. He heard the 3 generations of purpose sigh before closing the door. Perhaps the 3 generations did not want Naruto to simply become a weapon of the village, but the Naruto at the moment was not so optimistic. The village's attitude towards him was in his eyes, and he didn't want to die for wood leaf. The system is next to the system. Ninjutsu does not need to be taught by others, and Juwei does not need to be conquered. As long as he thinks, the system can completely skip his power directly. As long as he thinks, he does not need to rely on anyone to live. Juwei is just a fox living in his body. Where can he avoid his edge? Just 9 tails, the system is available, and avoid its edge? Sooner or later, one day, one fist broke 9 tails. Chapter 35 The death of the 3rd generation. Unwilling to jump, when I walked out of the Naruto building, the sun was exposed to Naruto's body, but he couldn't feel the temperature. He just looked left and right, and left straight in one direction. The flow of people on the streets of Muye is like a smoke, and it is lively as usual. Naruto walked on the road and had left behind what happened. Since the 3 generations of the 3 generations have to give him abandoning the Joan Ninja exam, he has to continue to toss the wooden leaves. After coming to the place of convergence, Naruto saw the little girl, and suddenly changed her face on her face. Everyone is preparing to endure the exam, and everyone is busy. Originally Naruto also had a D-level task to pass the time, and then Kakashi also eliminated his task. However, the 3 generations let him abandon the Chinese ninja exam, and immediately let Naruto return to the liberation before liberation. Kakashi was busy giving counseling Sasuke, and Sakura was busy learning medical ninjutsu. The rest of the class is preparing for the test of the test. Even Hina is very hard. Everyone is busy, only Naruto is nothing to do, just like the white clouds in the sky, but they are very free but very boring. So in the morning, Naruto took the little girl to catch the beast in the forest, took her to the stream to touch the fish by the afternoon, and went to Naruto to overlook the Muye ninja village on the sunset. Although Naruto also asked the whereabouts of the other 3, the girl just said vaguely that they had played themselves. He didn't care about the words, and continued to play leisurely. If you are lonely, even if you eat delicious food, you have to lose color. There is a meal, which greatly satisfies Naruto's pretending psychology. Anyway, he doesn't lack money. Noon barbecue, ramen in the afternoon. Change the taste the next day to eat seafood, and then shanxian. Life has passed day by day, and the time of the CITIC test is getting closer. Is this a lot of money? The girl looked at Naruto, a little puzzled. Even if she was ignorant, she felt a bit exaggerated. Naruto didn't feel anything about this, and returned her. Have it. The night breeze was brushed, and the 2 stood on the Naruto rock and looked at the lights of Muye. Naruto jumped on the fence, simply squatted directly on it, and said, just be happy, it's not important for money and no money. The voice fell for a long time, and Naruto didn't wait to respond. When he turned his head to look at the girl's face showed a look of desire. I can't go tomorrow, the girl suddenly said. Well, I'm going to go alone. Naruto said, what about you day after tomorrow? It seems that you have been there is nothing fun. I have something to do, I don't necessarily have time to play with you in the future. The girl hesitated, I really think, but there are important things. Naruto froze, jumping down from the railing, suddenly showing a smiley face. What, go if you have something, we are all wood leaves, right? There must be time to play together in the future. Yeah. The girl was dim when the girl said this. Then you go, let's go together when you have time. Naruto waved his hand towards her, with no sad expression on his face. Okay. The girl nodded, stood in place for a while, and then the whole person slowly turned around until completely disappeared into the darkness. Under the night, Naruto spit out a long breath, and a hint of embarrassment on his face became happy again. At this time, there are only people who dive into Muye village. At this time, Duoyi has also returned to the residence of the 4-person team, saying that it is a residence, but it is just a leak abandoned house. Hey, there are many, why come back so late? Gui Tongwan asked from a distance. It has nothing to do with you. Most of them said coldly, I didn't look at Ghost Tongwan at all. You person, Ghost Tongwan was a little unhappy, but still held back. He knew that many people were always talking about Zion style, but almost at the same time, Gui Tongwan thought of a problem. Most in front of that person, shouldn't it be such an attitude? Thinking of this, Ghost Tongwan said with some unhappy. A lot, it is about to take the test immediately. Master Dashi Wan ordered us to prepare. You will not have the guy again with that guy? It has nothing to do with you. Most of the red hair with eyebrows covered her eyes were still cold, and she looked bad. A lot, you guy. Tong Gui Wan couldn't bear it anymore, and rushed forward to stop Du Yu, shouting to her, don't you like that kid? But just cheated him a few meals. Speaking of those 9 tails, the pillar power is also a big head. With a bang, the pupil of the ghost pill was slightly expanded, and the next second spit out a sour water, and the whole body was instantly bowed into shrimp shape. Most of them kicked the belly of Ghost Tongwan, and looked at him with a painful kneeling to the ground with his abdomen. Ghost Tongwan, how are you? Ji Langfang, who looked like a sumo lishi, raised up the Ghost Tongwan, and asked with anxiety. Go away. Ghost Tongwan pushed away Jilanfang, with an angry look on his face, gritted his teeth. The next day, Naruto went out as usual, fished by the river, and dived in the waterfall. After playing alone for a while, I immediately felt a little bit tasteless. He guessed the identity of many Yi, but did not expose it. There is no reason for him, and there are only many reasons at the time. Based on the principle of giving time, I played together for a few days. Now that he woke up, he was about to start tossing the wooden leaves. Naruto came up with the system panel and entered the following words in the speech box of the puppet people. August 29th, nothing happened, and the 3 generations of the Naruto apes will die in the middle of the ninja. Click OK. Naruto's corner of his mouth evokes a smile. At this moment, almost everyone in Muye village put down what was in their hands, showing a terrifying expression on her face. Will the 3 generations die? In a certain hot spring, male soup. The self-fidelity soaked in the hot spring suddenly became serious, staring at the front, and the calmness of the heart was broken by the news. Even if the authenticity is inconsistent with the old man in some aspects, it is precisely because of this that he chose to travel, and Tsunade chose to be addicted to gambling. But in any case, I never thought that the old man would die. But this method is obviously not a prank. Without a trace of chakra fluctuations, he entered his mind. It's like a thought in my mind, but so clear. HOH, he stood up directly from the hot spring. Around the white scarf on the head and slowly walked out of the hot spring. He had to see the old man in the 3 generations, and he saw that he was dead. Chapter 36, The Woodleaf Forest, a training ground with 3 stakes vertically. The fallen leaves rotated with the wind, and were instantly torn by the sharpware. 2222, the 3-way hardships hit the target heart, and the girls with 2 ball heads could not help but sigh on a plate. In the whole, Ninkai is so good. It's just this extent, it's not powerful. Hyaga Ninkai, who had a cold face. 1121. 30-2122, Xiaoli gritted his teeth and stood upside down with one hand. It's good, after all, Ning Ci is a genius. Every day comforted. Is it genius? Ning Ci tied up his knee pad, and he couldn't help looking at Xiaoli aside. Ning Ci, what's the matter with the god of the ninja? Every day seemed to think of something suddenly, and said in panic. Suddenly saying what Naruto would die in the Zongnu test. Now Teacher Kai was suddenly recalled by Lord Naruto. It's not clear. Ning Ci said expressionlessly, there will be solutions for high levels, which is not what we should consider. Although this is the case, the CITIC test will definitely be affected. Every day worried, after all, it is related to Lord Naruto. Cancel? Xiaoli Manly looked at the two with sweat. Didn't Teacher Kai say to us, the probability will not be cancelled, let us train well. This situation is really hard to say, after all, the words of the god of the ninja may be, I stop talking every day. The gods of the first 2 ninjas mentioned the secrets of the Uchiha family and the Hyaga tribe, and Ninkai standing beside her was the victim of the birds in the Hyaga cage. Fake. Ning Ci said quietly, the village has come forward to rumors, let us ignore the words of the god of ninja. Yeah, after all, it is an enemy. He sighed every day and said, I don't know who the god of the ninja is? It should also be the people in the village. Didn't Teacher Kai say that people outside the village could not receive those information that suddenly appeared in their heads? Xiaoli continued with sweat. Ning Ci didn't speak, and continued his own practice, but his eyes became more and more calm. Is the heavenly genius? Born is the original sin. As a bird of a cage, you don't need any genius. It is only the slave to keep the Zone family. As long as it can live, it does not matter if it continues like an ugly beast. What's the matter with that news? Shikamaru was lying boringly on the grass on the slope, and said with a pair of dead fish eyes. Asuma was temporarily something, probably returned to Naruto. After all, it is Naruto's son, and most of them are also worried about the purpose of the 3 generations. The 3 groups of pig deer butterflies were immediately idle. Of course, Shikamaru's rest was rest. Jingyi was still training. Dinkai sat while eating potato chips. After hearing the words, after Dinkaza clicked into his mouth, his eyes narrowed into a sewing. Didn't the village say it? That is fake news. Who believes in that kind of words? Shikamaru murmured. At that time, the Japanese family was the fact. The first newcomer last year should be separated? Who do you say? Jingya, who stopped training, heard their conversations and approached. I listened to my father. Shikamaru put a straw stem into the mouth, and a pair of dead fish looked at the marshmallow clouds that floated in the sky. It is estimated that there is also a cage in the genius of R.I. Zyongia. After hearing the words, I sighed. We can't help. Yeah. Shikamaru attached a sentence, looking at the blue sky for a while, and suddenly a sentence jumped out. Ino, do you contradiction with Naruto's guy? Jingya froze for a moment, and immediately answered a little panic. No, why do you ask this way? Last time you deliberately avoided Naruto? Shikamaru continued, I'm just a bit strange. Why did I see only Sakura and Sasuke when I submitted the registration form of the Chinese ninja test today? Naruto's guy didn't know what was going on. He obviously wanted to be recognized as before. Now it seems that the whole person has no fighting spirit. I don't know this either. Jingya said with a smile. Besides, there are a lot of contradictions with him, and there is nothing strange. Also, who knows what Naruto is doing? Shikamaru complained. Naruto? Ding Chen, who ate potato chips, turned to look at the two, and suddenly said, I saw him last time, and seemed to be with a little girl. Little girl? Jingo was a little surprised. It should be an orphan in the village. Dinkai clicked and sent the potato chips to his mouth. I see them in the barbecue shop. Naruto, I feel like he is almost a ninja. That guy, who knows, I didn't see him training during this time. Shikamaru said, last time I saw him even worn on the street. It's hard to say. Shikamaru got up and stood up on the hillside and looked up. The sight raised from the flat grass, passed through the windy grass, past the flashed white birds, and finally cast it on a few small black dots that appeared in the distance. Are those people who are Sandy's ninja? After hearing the words, Jingyi and Dinkai also looked at that direction, and suddenly a trace of cold sweat from her forehead. On the grass that was a distance from them, a ninja carrying a gourd was gloomy, and the other 2 men and women looked at them at each other. 2 people gaze at each other. The 3 groups of pig deer butterflies only felt that their neck was slightly cool, and the fear of being stared at by the beast floated from the bottom of her heart. Fortunately, the 3 sand wren did not continue to walk in the 3, but changed to the direction of the Naruto building in a direction. It's terrible, the guy carrying the gourd. Jingya said with his heart, and said with a small chest of Zayahi. I hope that the Zhong-ren exams not to meet them. Shikamaru also spit, and his face pale echoly said. Well, Captain. Dinkai was frightened, and poured a bag of potato chips into his mouth. Tamari, I heard that this village also has tail orcs. He was carrying inflatable. No, Kang Julang, who was carrying the puppet mechanism, walked on the road and said to his sister Tamari, well, it is the most powerful 9-tail. There was a huge folding fan behind the Temar, wearing a shoulder fishing net, and a little displeased on his face. Kang Julang originally wanted to say a few words of wind and cool words, and turned to think about the younger brother Zulili, who was standing by the dearest murderer, suddenly dispelled this extra idea. The topic stopped abruptly. People like people are comparable to the humanoid self-taken nuclear bomb. In short, whoever uses it. Kang Julang was afraid, and he was afraid of being turned into a palm to death by his brother. I maintained the whole process of silence, and I didn't seem to take the words of the 2. The 3 of them entered the Muye Street, and the strange dress suddenly aroused the attention of passers-by, but I just looked at it 2 more. These 2 days were the days when the Central Ninja exam started. It is not surprising that there are several villages on the street. In the crowd, a teenager wearing gray short sleeves was leisurely strolling around the drink point. One of the yellow hair was unusually eye-catching, with laziness on his face. Naruto no longer needs to take the Kongo test. Kakashi is also busy taking Sasuke to practice, and also helps Sakura to complete the physical director. In short, Naruto was idle alone. In addition to strolling through the street all day, his biggest hobby is to enter the game hall of Wood Leaf, turn into adults with transformation, and go in to play with small steel beads. He didn't wear wooden leaves on his head. The smooth forehead was exposed, and he played around with the yellow hair. Since the 3 generations do not want him to take the Chinese ninja exam, he simply let himself go. The reason why Naruto wants to take the Chinese ninja exam is purely to stimulate the system pop-up options. If not, he will not be too lost. Take a step back 10,000, he can still take the opportunity to find Hina to unlock the Juwei progress. While the girl becomes stronger, it is really comfortable. Fox demon little ghost, rolling quickly, don't sell it to you. The owner of the mask shop stared at Naruto with a vague face, saying it disgusted. Naruto, who was choosing a fox mask, hurt his head and turned his head. He first stared at the boss deeply, but then unexpectedly put on his face. One step towards the boss. The owner of the mask shop was frightened by Naruto with a fox mask without saying a word, and then fell directly to the ground. When he turned his head to look at Naruto, the direction of Naruto was empty. Are you looking for me? Naruto's voice suddenly sounded, but people were behind the owner of the mask shop. The boss fell to the ground, holding his hands on the ground, and looked up at him just to see the Naruto who was standing behind him wearing a fox mask and staring at him. Ah, monster! Ha ha ha, what is it? Is you so timid, uncle? The scared crying sounded, mixed with Naruto's unscrupulous laughter. The pedestrians on the street were watching the scene in a horrified face. Naruto didn't care, and went directly to the boss to take off the mask on his face, and asked a bright smile and asked, Uncle, is the mask selling? Selling. The owner of the mask shop has been scared, and he dare not say some sarcasm. Oh, the smile on Naruto's face suddenly gathered at this moment, throwing the mask on the ground lightly, and said softly, but I don't want it anymore now. Having said that, he stomped the fox mask on the ground. Then he turned around and knocked the mask on the side. The strength was loud, and the mask on the shelf crushed instantly. The owner of the mask shop was so scared that he had no blood, and opened his eyes widely at his mask shelf, collapsed. However, Naruto just glanced at the boss who sat down on the ground, and then gave the banknotes to the air, and left with a smile on his face. Looking at the villagers' fear or horror at the street, Naruto smiled at the corner of his mouth. The heart is the pillar power, and no one owes anyone. Why should I let the group forced? Why not give yourself a nuclear weapon and not give a good look? Why? That is Juwei people, right? In the crowd, the passing Kanjulang asked in the direction of Naruto's departure. It should be. Steel nodded, frowned slightly. Go to him. Kanjulang proposed that his face was eager to try. Don't be too much. Temari refused, lowered his voice, don't forget our task, that nine-tailed little ghost does not seem to mess with it. The temple hasn't finished speaking yet, but I was silent along the way, but I followed Naruto's leading. I love Luo. Temari reached out and wanted to catch him, but he was stopped by the sidelines. He shook his head seriously towards Tinyu and said, that guy decides, it is best not to interrupt him. Temari was silent, but he could only shrink back. After sighing, Temari could only say hello to Julang and she followed her. This time, the Zongnu test held by Sarawak village was not only for the exam, but also sneaking the attack plan for the collapse of the Woodleaf Sneaky. The three siblings of Temari are also an important part of the plan. They were sent to Muye to take the exam in advance and obtained information. It is because of this that Temari does not want the mission to be extra biometric before it starts. In the alley, Naruto suddenly stopped. Nine-tail recognition 13.2% in the last date in Hina. There was almost a long time that the progress bar soared from 2.3% to 6.7%, and finally soared to 13.2% in the fireworks. Compared with 2.3%, 13.2 means that Naruto has used 1-9-9/5 of the power of nine tails, and can even be opened. He turned around and saw the three groups of Cheyenne village standing outside the alley. The eyes stopped on the off-shoulder fishing network of Temari for a moment, and the atmosphere of Sandy Village was even more open. I involuntarily remembered the painting of a Temari who had seen before crossing. I love Luo staring at the yellow hair in front of me and said, I smell the same atmosphere from you. When I opened my mouth, I was ill. Naruto knew that I was in a period of rebellion at this time and did not care about him. After all, they are Prince Sarawak, who are in the positive class. There is also a Princess Sandy, Princess Tinyu, and a little king who is unintentional. The three of them looked a little non-mainstream, and made Naruto's desire to directly disappoint communication. He waved towards me arrow, and said impatiently, I am not buried with the family. What is the same as you? What family? Kanjulang asked in confusion. You play slowly, I'm leaving. Naruto waved his hand and turned around and left. But as soon as he raised his feet, a murderess surrounded him. This strong murderess comes from behind, the lovely I love the sand. Naruto looked back, nine-tailed chakra rushed his face directly, his face suddenly turned into a half-person and half-firefox, roaring towards the three sisters of Sanyin. Don't let me say it second. Chapter 38, Change outside the alley. The three of the Temari stood in the sun, but the whole person stunned directly. Even Iluo put away the murderess and looked at Naruto under the shadow. Hurry up. Temari lowered his voice, and he didn't care about it. She quickly grabbed the hands of two rebellious younger brothers, and took them away from the alley without returning. It wasn't until she walked out of good away. What is that? Julang's eyes were empty with purple striped camouflage on his face, and his hands holding the wall were shaking. Nine tails. Tamari was trembling, the calves were too tense, and it was still spasm. How could there be such a terrible thing? Ken Julang recalled that the room was seeing that scene, and the purple lips kept trembling. 9 tails? The Shan in the room led the team to Ninema and frowned, and swept through the 3 people. How is it possible? You must be played by the little ghost. Beer rated? Tamari and Ken Julang looked at each other, but I didn't respond, but I still stood indifferently. Teacher Ma Ji, what does this mean? Steel Lang Khan leaked from his forehead and hurriedly asked. The Tamari called Maki, relying on a Fang Zheng face, wearing a black tights, and a piece of sandy vest on the coat, wearing a half-white cloth on his head, covering the left half-face. Talking a serious tone, with a little bit of popular meaning. You don't have to worry too much. Maki said, 9 tails were reflected in the world more than a decade ago. According to the reliable pillar power of the reliable pillar, Muye is just an ordinary little ghost, and it is impossible to control the power of the tail beast at all. Speaking of which, Makatone paused, watching the 3 apprentices said, what you just said is the facialization of the tail beast, which is what the perfect person can do. If the wood leaf really has such a pillar, how can we formulate the wood leaf collapse plan? Teacher, do you mean, NT, that ghost can really control the 9 tails, but pretend to be able to scare us? Hanju asked in surprise. Of course, how can it be so coincidentally? The most important people's pillar power in the village just passed in front of you. Ma Ki nodded. His eyes seemed to see through the conspiracy of Muye, revealing the stiff smile that I gradually understood everything. The Chinese Ren test was originally a competition in various villages to show the new generation of power. How could Muye let go of this great opportunity to deter the Sandan village? It turns out, Ken Julang nodded. Although he still felt wrong, these were not important. Now that he has led the team to say so, the allies who cooperate this time are the very reliable side of intelligence, and naturally there is no doubt. Tamari also relieved, and then gritted his teeth and said fiercely, that guy teases us, don't fall in my hands in the future. I always glanced at them indifferently. I just glanced at them coldly, but did not speak to correct what they meant. The moment he bowed his head, his eyes were full of war. Whether he was the most clear about the pressure of the tail beast, it wouldn't be wrong, that was 9 tails. The next day, there was a heavy rain under the wood leaf. Under the leadership of Kakashi, Sakura and Suzuki went to the Naruto building to submit the registration information of the Chinese ninja exam. The 3 walked in the rain with an umbrella. Under the pink umbrella, Sakura broke the silence and asked the courage to ask Kakashi in front of the back. Teacher Kakashi, why can't Naruto take the Chinese ninja exam with us? Patterned, Kakashi stopped hearing his words and turned to look at Sakura. Naruto's command, this is also no way. But, Sakura swallowed a spit, and the finger joints holding the umbrella in the heavy rain were pale. But are we collectively? The sound of rain wazillated the sound of most outside sounds. Sakura can only use shouting to let Kakashi hear her voice, and the rainwater with the hair of the cherry powder. Her voice was slightly trembling and a little hesitant. You taught us, Teacher Kakashi, we are a collective. So you shouldn't just drop Naruto. Suzuki also stopped and frowned slightly. Although he didn't speak, he also turned his eyes towards Kakashi, which means that it was self-evident. Even if this is Naruto's order, do you have to violate it? Kakashi glanced at Sakura without emotion. Maybe your test qualifications with Suzuki will be affected. Even so, do you want to continue? Sakura hesitated when I heard Suzuki. Kakashi didn't care about Sakura's hesitation, sweeping Suzuki and Sakura, who was one eye, and asked the 2 seriously. The Jonen test is the only way to become the ninja, and it is the fastest way you become the middle forbearance. After becoming the central Ren, no matter whether it is a task reward or the resources obtained, it is dozens of times that of the forbearance. Do you all have their own goals? Isn't it good to achieve it earlier? The Chinese Ren test is the home of the wood leaf, and the opportunity is rare. If you come again, it is very troublesome. Maybe at that time, your companions in the ninja school have taken the lead in becoming a ninja. Even so, do you still have to persist? Boom, the electric light broke through the rain curtain, and the rainstorm was even greater. Both Sakura and Suzuki were silent, and let the sound of rain largely enlarged. It doesn't matter. Kakashi said again, Naruto did not take the order of the Chinese ninja exam by the 3 generations of Naruto, not what you can change. Let's go, it's too late. Having said that, Kakashi had turned his body and walked forward with tactical boots. Sakura's tears couldn't restrain it down. She remembered the first intelligence sharing of the 3, and thought of Naruto's words to comfort her. There is nothing bad at all, if some choices, but, Sakura, your strength is not on the battle. You don't need to be able to do it. I will assume the responsibility of combat. Sakura couldn't help it anymore, tears burst out, and she cried with low head sobbing. I felt regretful for myself for a moment. Obviously Naruto did not hesitate at that time. Teacher Kakashi. I still want to take the CDU with Naruto. Sakura raised his head and cried and shouted. Tears blurred her eyes, and she didn't know if Kakashi had gone far away. Perhaps the rain was too heavy, and she didn't hear her. Perhaps the sound of stepping on the water was from far away, and Sakura only felt a pair of warm hands covering her head, and raised her head with a smile. I agreed. You are really good, Suzuki has told me. Sakura, you do well. Sakura. Chapter 39 Little Flying Stick, Intersection Comfortable. Naruto was soaked in the hot spring pool, feeling a little stretching the skin, and closed his eyes to moan between the hot air steaming. There was a heavy rain outside. Due to the willfulness of yesterday, the dark part has restored the supervision of the pillar power, and Naruto simply got into the hot spring field. But it was overturned a mask booth, for? Besides, don't you give money? Isn't the money sprinkled in the air? Didn't that boss catch his face in the end? The rooftop opposite the hot spring bathhouse. The ninja of the dark part was full of black lines. Even if he was cautiously hid, the rainstorm outside still wet his obscene pants. His heart is as cold as his trousers, and he should suffer a bit as a dark ninja. This is not much. But his surveillance object was spit in the hot spring leisurely and picked up a glass of clean water and rinsed his mouth. Just as the dark ninja feels dark and lives not as good as a ghost, the ninja's belief is swinging in the rainstorm. With a bang, another dark ninja appeared in the rain curtain. Subclass, Mountain. The dark part of the code-named Mountain turned around, and his numb eyes were frightened. Mountain, are you okay? I'm fine. Shan shook his head and spit out a bite of turbid gas in the rain. Maybe I should go to the hot spring, but the captain never gave the holiday. It must be very comfortable and warm in the hot pool. Why do I have to be a dark ninja and know that this is a full work overtime? But if you don't become a ninja, you will go to the sea. It doesn't seem to be so bad to be a cowherd in a custom store. Try it out from get off work to resign with the captain. The dark ninja who came to work in the class looked at the back of his partner and lost his soul, and he couldn't help swallowing. Shan Jun, the soul has been contaminated by the nine-tailed pillar. The embarrassment of people to middle age, even the dark ninja cannot be avoided. After all, Muye does not have idlers. If the ninja is 30 years old, you must consider going to the sea. No, it will be transformed. Generally speaking, the ninja of the big family began to take over the affairs of the tribe at the age of 278. From a ninja who kills into a human like wooden leaves, it is a steady and loyal to inherit the will of fire. There are many examples, such as Ning Si's father who died, and the older generation of pig deer butterflies. As the saying goes, Long Shenglong, Feng Shengfeng, the son of the military division is a military division, and the apprentice of Naruto is Naruto. What is the essence of the will of fire? Of course not. The will of the fire is the book of God, Naruto said with emotion in the pool. No wonder the 3 generations of Naruto are the greatest. Naruto of Ko believes, it is really right. What capital theory, the 7 gods, the sons of the prophecy, the younger brother in the face of the blood theory of the will of fire. Wow. The gray sky is like a huge pouring bowl, covering the wood leaves over the wood. At this time, it was afternoon that Naruto still did not wear ninjas to protect his forehead, wearing a large black robe, stepping on the stagnant water to the direction of the apartment. Children without umbrellas can only work hard. Naruto agrees with this sentence. He just watched a child without an umbrella running across him, lifted his trouser legs high, and he could splash half a meter long water every step. Zoo, didn't you bring an umbrella today? There was an old man standing at the door of the shop, shouting at the running boy. Grandpa Airlines, don't worry about me. The teenager's voice was bloody. I will be a man in Naruto in the future. Hearing the words, Naruto's eyelid jumped slightly. Just as he calculated whether the young man wanted to be the old grandmother of Tsunade or the man who wanted to be a man who wanted to be the 3 generations of Naruto, he banged. The young man stepped on a putty, and a slippery fell into the pudding under his feet. On his face, there are yellow mud points everywhere. Get the umbrella in his hand to the juvenile pillar and let him feel the warmth of the world. Reward, the ceiling of the seal is full. I walked away indifferently. Before leaving, the Haitui juvenile pillar sipped him, letting him feel the maliciousness in the world. Reward, the favor of sand shower. Hearing the words, Naruto was stunned at the time. What is the dark and abnormal option of the world? You need to know how psychological harm is a Haitui after a teenager. Oh. After sighing, Naruto showed his compassion and walked to the teenager with a big black umbrella. Xiao Fei sticks, no, Lishin Great Buddha came. The teenager in the pudding took a breath, struggling to get up, and Yunhong's blood leaked from the legs. Rao is so, with a sunny smile on his face. Just when he wanted to mockery to relieve the embarrassment, he suddenly found that a big black umbrella covered himself, and a yellow hair in a black wide robe was looking at himself. The juvenile pillar was a little surprised, and it seemed that the blonde boy was standing beside him. This is the friendship of the boy's friendship in the youth book? When the juvenile pillar intends to release goodwill, a big black umbrella suddenly passed into his hands, and the blonde boy's voice was calm. For you, Pillar instinctively wanted to refuse, and when I thought about it, I could use this umbrella to open a new friendship as an opportunity. Why not? Thank you. The Pillar held the umbrella handle and was planning to talk about some self-introduction opening brilliance. He had fantasized the picture of chasing your dreams with good friends in his mind. My name is Pillar, you are really. Before talking, the umbrella handle in his hand was suddenly taken back by Naruto, and he left without his head, left. With a click, the picture of chasing dreams under the setting sun has broken. The boy's face turned red instantly, watching Naruto's back his back, and a sentence jumped out of his mouth. Neuropathy. Ding! The 4 elephant seals were successfully obtained and the full level was automatically practiced. Naruto has gone far, the umbrella handle leaves his hand less than 3 seconds, and he still remains his body temperature. It feels like an umbrella on a rainy day. The reason for choosing 4 elephant sealing is very simple, and in the physical sense, it controls 9 tails. The feeling of a regular bomb in the stomach is not easy to feel. First see if you can talk about it, and if you can't talk, the tables are giving it up. Use the 4 elephants to reduce the cage at 9 tails, then give it a bondage-tied teaching lesson. Chapter 40. I caught you when I got home. The rain gradually became smaller. Naruto stepped on a brisk step, humming strange and extremely simple ballads in his mouth, and he came upstairs in a soft way. There are not many old-fashioned apartment residents he lives, and the composition of the residence is complicated and strange. Sometimes you can see girls, and sometimes you can only see the elderly. However, it was almost invisible to rain on rainy days. As Naruto trembled the rain on the big black umbrella, he stomped his calf with his legs. When Naruto touched the key to open the door, he suddenly found a person squatting not far from the door. It was a girl, the hair of cherry powder, white forehead. Squat against the wall, the hair ends wet, and seemed to have fallen asleep. Sakura? Sakura, intersection, why is she here? Didn't you follow Sasuke to participate in the registration of Lieutenant Ren? Naruto squatted down and looked at his face. Really fell asleep? This is not the book. Is there a plot only in the light novel? Hey Tui, cheap. He has never seen such a stringent light novel, and he has always been looking at the rushing edge at a certain point. Naruto confirmed that Sakura really fell asleep like this, and couldn't help surprising. Sakura squatting down on the wall, a gesture of a sit similar to the sits, the wet pink hair hangs down. The girl closed her eyes and repeatedly took a regular breath. There are only 2 situations that are most likely to fall in sleep, either in a warm air-conditioned room or in the cold time. The temperature in the midsummer is not low, and it does not reach the degree of frozen people. Even the heavy rain was flushed the hotness of the day, and it was cool. The matter was strange. Naruto scratched his head and tentatively touched Sakura's shoes with his feet. No response. Then scratched his head. Naruto finally realized a trace of Chakra's breath. His clumsy recall the knowledge of the professor of the ninja school and made a solution handprint. Wake up! Naruto whispered, printed in his hand, and the fiery red chakra poured into Sakura's body. Suddenly, Sakura raised his head sharply, as if he had been breathing and breathed a long time without breathing. Save, Sakura said trembling. What happened? Sasuke was taken away by a strange man. I got the man's illusion. Teacher Kakashi should be chased. Naruto, you go with me. Teacher Kakashi and Sasuke are dangerous. Sakura reached out to grab Naruto's hand, but in the next second, Naruto kicked out and was impartial. Strange to say, the Sakura screamed and immediately jumped away from the pain and dexterity. The appearance still maintains the appearance of Sakura, but the eyes are extraordinarily fierce. How do you know the break of me? Do you seem to like to ask the bottom? Naruto asked. He. The fake Sakura smiled and touched her back with both hands, and quickly found 2 sharp suffering. It doesn't matter if you don't say it, it's just a corpse anyway. The fake Sakura still did not lift the camouflage, and his hands were struggling with Naruto, and the scene beside him changed. Shiele's white noise sounded in Naruto's ear, like the sound of the old-fashioned shots, and the light surrounded was suddenly gloomy. To be precise, the light centered on Naruto was instantly swallowed by darkness. The light is not neatly dark, but it is like swallowing flesh. It was dark in front of him, and Naruto only felt that the mountain was shaking under his feet, and it seemed to collapse in the next second. Slightly stabilized the mind, Naruto's instinct retreat jumped away. This is the world of illusion, and the real enemy outside is right at him. Naruto did not care about everything that the illusion world saw, but it was instinctively controlled the physical body to avoid attacks. Until the other party also entered the world of illusion. Boom! Darkness. Suddenly, Naruto looked up and found that he was tied to the stone pillar by 5 flowers. There was a round of blood in the night sky, and the red moonlight was equally sprinkled on Naruto and the smirk face holding the bitter fake Sakura. Why do you always like to laugh like this? Naruto constantly stimulated a murderer, teased him or her fragile nerves, and calmness was the most taunt to death. Oh, wait for your belly to be opened, I will tell you the answer. The fake Sakura Luo showed his eyes and kept sucking his fingers in his mouth. There are both astringent and terrible. The mad state is like a madman who is in chaos. Whether you speak or lick your fingers, the fake Sakura's eyes have never left Naruto, and the posture of holding his face with both hands is sick. Sure enough, there is no sense of disobedience to be sick with a powder hair. What do you say to do to me? Naruto smiled, and he didn't care about it. I didn't hear it clearly, okay? Are you scared? Yes, it's almost urinating. Naruto's mouth output, I am planning to influence you and guide you to the right way. Steering me? Ha 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 ha. The fake Sakura seemed to hear what century jokes were heard, and the whole person smiled down. How do you want to influence me? Are you for mercy? Maybe you kneel on the ground and ask for mercy. Maybe I can be in a good mood and let you go. It's blame, you are dead. Here an hour is only 1 minute outside. The fake Sakura slowly walked in front of Naruto, who was unable to move. Go to hell, etc. Do you have any last words? The fake Sakura still maintained a high position. I really have. Naruto coughed, staring at the fake Sakura, and asked, have you seen your mouth printing? What? The man was disturbed by Naruto's words. 4 elephant seal starts, devour. Boom, intersection. The fantasy realm was instantly crushed by a force that destroyed the earth, and the extremely scary power rushed with ancient dust. When the fake Sakura disappeared, the rotation was pulled into the seal. At the same time, the dark and humid 4 elephant seal space. The fake Sakura fell into a puddle, and Naruto stood on the puddle in front of the man. Behind Naruto, a huge fence like mahogany cell stands quietly, and a huge fire red fox head is slowly revealed in the dark. The huge red fox like a mountain is full of teeth, and the blood-red pupils are full of shocking evil spirits. The man stayed, and the whole body was lying in the puddle softly, and his tears flowed uncontrollably. Naruto smiled and stared at the man word by word. I caught you, humanity? There was a huge hatred in the eyes of the 9 tails, and the violent murderous blasting in the dark and humid dungeon bombarded. The red chakra rushed towards the fence like a mist. Unfortunately, no matter how fast the red chakra is, it can only fall in vain in the red fence. The gap between the red fence is like an invisible iron curtain, and the inside and outer separation is made into 2 worlds, and a dead jail is cast. Yeah, humans. Naruto did not go to see the fake cherry blossoms in the pudding, and turned to look at the 9 tails in the anger. So what can you do? Come out to hit me? Roar. The roaring sound of anger sounded, and the whole space was trembling violently. However, nothing changed. Naruto still stood there quietly, smiling wildly. At that moment, the man behind him had stood up again. His hand was struggling with Naruto. It was bitter to Naruto's neck, but Naruto stood at the attack that did not notice the attack from behind. Boom! At the moment the fake Sakura was about to take good care of, a red tentacle burst out of the ground, and slapped directly to the attacker. The man was flexible back and hit on the red tentacles passing by the tip of his nose. Looking at the wooden tentacles of the red fence, the fake Sakura was wet. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This place does not exist, just illusions. But in the next second, more red tentacles grew out of the ground, as if there were spiritual wisdom and accurately running at the man. Bang bang, red tentacles kept attacking, the ground suddenly split, and many potholes appeared in the place where the fake Sakura avoided. The speed of the tentacles is getting faster and faster, and the naked eye is almost impossible to capture. Puff! A tentacle pierced into the man's muscles. A fake Sakura screamed, and the rest of the red tentacles grabbed the flaws. The fake Sakura's hands and feet were nailed to the ground fiercely, and the stomach was pierced into a tentacle, and the wound looked shocking. Bloodshot, splashed on the ground, formed a bloody shadow of a fox head. Ah! The painful pain instantly eroded the man's brain, and the transformation technique could no longer be maintained, and the original shape appeared. It was a ninja with a mask, which was bleeding under the mask at this moment. He did not expect that the niche ghost would have such a big ability, and any of the forbearance should fight with fear at the juncture of life and death. Naruto is different. He has gained growth in the battle that is not cut. Walking on the edge of life and death will not make him fear, but instead excite him. He understands a truth that life and death in the battle are not determined by the enemy's strength, but the strong decision of his desire to fight. In other words, as long as it is an enemy, you should kill all the cruel means. The scream sounded in the dungeon space, and the 9 tails of the red fence stared at everything that happened in front of him, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes. It can feel the coercion of the red tentacles, which is exactly the same as the atmosphere of the red fence and the red fenced. If the little ghost in front of him can control those tentacles, he can definitely control the red fence. But Juju didn't expect that Naruto, who had been staring at it, had never turned back to the eyes of the fear of his eyes, and showed a smile. How about it? What is it? Jugai grinned with Naruto's teeth, and the red pupil looked at Naruto angrily. Humans, you damn it. I ask you, how about this performance? Naruto ignored the garbage sprayed from Juei. Performing? Juei glanced at Naruto, dismissed. Contempt. You human beings like to kill each other. This is the case for thousands of years. It seems like this. Naruto tilted his head, and his neck made a crisp sound. I knew that I wouldn't pretend to be forced, pretending not to end. Cough. Naruto's embarrassing cough waved in the eyes of Jugu. The ninja, who was nailed to the ground for the time being, was temporarily pulled into the ground by the red tentacles, and after a while, it emerged from the inside of the red fence. The man also retained consciousness, and under the action of adrenaline, he looked at the huge red fox that was comparable to mountains. What do you want to do? Humans. Naruto lowered his head, his eyes were covered in the shadow, and Jugu only saw the corner of the little ghost's mouth raised a radian. Swallow him. What? Juwei heard that he was angry. He was angry that the humans in front of him dared to dominate it. I also wanted to swallow dirty humans. What do you think of yourself, dog? How does this reason? Human. You have to pay the price for your words and deeds. The space emerged from unprecedented shaking, and the entire space seemed to collapse immediately, and the red wind rose out of thin air. Naruto, who was standing there, faced the red wind on the face, and the whole person swayed like a reed in the autumn wind for a while, and became stable. This time, his voice was cold and clear, and he looked up at the Nine Tails with a serious expression. With an unquestioned tone, he ordered loudly, "Nine Lama, swallow him." As the name was accurately called out by Naruto, Jibun fell into a moment of stance, and Naruto's eyes were with a stubborn and horrible emotions. "Swallow him." Naruto shouted loudly, his voice was suddenly, and the whole person seemed to change alone. There are boundless fierce eyes in the eyes, and the pupils are red as if they are about to burn. Jugwin didn't have any room for choice. In the blank brain, it was really being dominated by Naruto. Don't. No. Help. The click chewing sounded, and the scream sounded again in the space. Nine Tails with a raised neck, and the ninja's voice disappeared immediately. Silence, no sound in the space, only a dead silence left. Only Naruto's heartbeat sounded from rapid to slow until it returned to normal. The blood in Naruto's pupils faded, and his expression returned to nature. Everything happened like a dream, but the dazzling blood on the ground reminded the Nine Tails, and it had just been dominated for a moment. At that moment, Jibun only felt that the soul of the ghost in front of him was extremely tall, and he was a kitten in front of him. The humiliation is too humiliated. As a tail beast, the most powerful one, it swallowed humans like a dog. Recalling the feeling of swallowing at the throat, a sense of nausea appeared in the brain, almost making it almost to read it her. Chapter 42 Illegal Level 7, Show you a baby. In the wet and cold seal space, one person and one fox looked quietly at the red fence. Crave. 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 The water droplets fall from the top of the dark cell, and the ceiling space is unusual in the ceiling space. Human, how do you know my name? Jugwin couldn't help but broke the silence first, staring at Naruto and asked. Naruto put his pocket with both hands, and the wide black robe was put on his body. There was an indifferent expression on his face, and the dead fish eyes answered. Listen to others. You lie. Jugwin suddenly reacted fiercely, and his teeth raised his teeth. Do you want to continue to deceive this uncle, human? Do you call me? Naruto asked curiously. Meaning humans, you will tear you into fragments when I come out. It seems that you still didn't figure out the current situation, the Nine Lama. Naruto raised his head and smiled, and suddenly reached out to the Nine Tail. What do you want to do? Haha, scare you, see you scared. Naruto grinned. Damn, are you teasing me? Nine Tails were furious, and it seemed to want to come again with red chakra wind waves. But this time, Naruto changed his face instantly, and the smile on his face gathered, replaced by seriousness. Reached out to Jugwin and said, saying Bondit. As the voice fell, the red fence gate suddenly shrinks inside, and the space for Nine Tail activity was rapidly compressed. Roar. Damn. What did you do? The roar of Juwei came, and the red fence gate was shot. For Elephant Seal, full level. Naruto stood calmly, waiting patiently to calm down the anger of Nine Tail, until he calmed down in the seal space again. Humanity, I will come again, Nine Lama. I hope we will have a pleasant conversation next time. Naruto said that consciousness flashed and left the seal space. In front of him, Naruto stood in the corridor, and the heavy rain outside had stopped. He groped towards his pocket and wanted to find the key to the apartment. The key of the hole was just taken out, and suddenly heard the sound of upstairs came upstairs in the corridor. It seemed more than one person. After that before, Naruto's brows were locked, staring at the position of the corridor entrance. Naruto. The girl's voice is bright and pleasant, and is in sharp contrast to death and blood. The neck like jade shakes with long cherry pink hair, and she is greasy. Sakura walked out of the corridor with a smile, and beckoned towards Naruto from a distance. After the rain, the golden sunlight passed through every hair of her hair. Following two people behind, lazy Kakashi and iceberg-faced Sasuke. Well, Naruto. Kakashi came to Naruto's home, but the first time I walked the door, it seemed a little less skilled. I don't know why. People in the dark parts like to appear places where animals like the roof and windows are. No wonder we wear animal masks. Sasuke did not squint, and looked at the yellow hair that was about to open the door. He stopped on his smooth forehead without the ninja's forehead, and said a scornful and regretful, "Cut. Sakura? Teacher Kakashi, Suzuki? Why are you here?" Naruto's back was behind him, and he was always ready to open the four elephants. "That ninja test," Sakura said with courage and said loudly, "We all want to participate with Naruto." Naruto tilted his head, his hand behind him stretched slowly. "Organize underground office. Master Tibetan, the task failed, different. He died." The root ninja wearing a cyan pattern mask was half kneeling on the ground, and the group with a bandage was sitting seriously at the desk. "Dead," Tuanzang asked calmly. "What about the 9 tails?" Tuanzang stared at the ninja and said dissatisfied. The ninja, who was half kneeling on the ground, suddenly sweated with a cold back and answered mechanically, 9-tailed people have swallowed away. Swallow, it's sealing." The ninja at the root reacted truthfully. "It should be the 4 elephants of the vortex family, which is inhaled into the seal." Knock, knock, knock. Tuanzang knocked on the table and said coldly, "To tell the 3 generations, the pillar qualification test experiment failed, and the goal exceeded the value of the root organization. Tincture of illegal levels 7 in the root organization. The order of Tuanzang is only absolutely obedient, and there is never a lot of mouth." The ninja at the root responded that the leader disappeared directly. On the other side, the 3 generations who received the news looked at the 2 reports on the table were smoking a dry smoke, and his expression was serious. One on the table is the test result of the task failure issued by the roots, and the other is the request for recovery Naruto's Naruto test qualification to restore Naruto in the 7th class. Not only are Sakura and Suzuki's request opinions above, but also Kakashi's accidental responsibility, handprints, and signature procedures are complete. Master Naruto, this Naruto's guard stood with the same side, and his face was equally ugly. The power of human pillars has exceeded the control of the village. Before that level, the 3 generations of Naruto apes vomited a bite of white mist. His face was dry like a bark, but his eyes were like eagle. Kakashi mentioned Naruto's ninjutsu in the mission report of the country of Bashi. The burning magma is the combination of the Tuzu and the fire into the melting ninjutsu. Tail beast, human pillar power, and Fo Lei was a little surprised. "It's not clear." 3 generations of Naruto seriously said, "I just wanted to test whether Naruto was lost in the country of waves. It is likely to be the person who claimed to be the god of ninja recently. Naruto's recent behavior is strange, inexplicable wealth and strength, but only the descendants of the vortex can be used to use the 4 elephants, and only Naruto can accommodate 9 tails." Speaking, Ape Fury cut a helpless sigh, closed his eyes and instructed, "Order the ninja in the dark part to cancel the supervision of the pillar power." "But, Master Naruto, if this is the case, will the pillar be supervised? Will it be too dangerous?" After all, the same gaze swept to the report from the root, which was dazzled on it. "Illegal level 7 Master Naruto, there are only 10 right in the illegal level," and he swallowed with a spit, "but, the danger level of 9 tails is only 6. 4 elephant seal is a very dangerous ninjutsu, which can seal 9 tails, and even all objects." 3 generations of Naruto apes flying sun and sinking. People at the root always like to exaggerate the facts and always ignore the independent individual of man. But humans are emotional, and weapons can be controlled. The fetters of sunshine, flowers, and friendship, the buds of love, and the recognition of the village are the best way to store weapons. Chapter 43 The blue beast of Koba Leaf. Summer is hot, cicadas are bursting. Naruto squatted on the tree and yawned. Kakashi said that he had to train him alone. Just when Naruto thought about whether to skip class, Kakashi was late. "Well, Naruto." Kakashi greeted Naruto at the tree with a smile, and there was no one who was late at all. "Have you brought a good amount?" "Have." "That's good, but the protection of the ninja is the life of the ninja," Kakashi said with a smile. "The matter of the Chinese Ren test, have you agreed?" Naruto asked hesitantly. "Agreed. Real, of course it is true." Kakashi smiled into a line. "Otherwise, how can I find you for special training? It didn't take long for you to have the next tolerance, and you need to accept the further guidance of the forbearance to cope with the ninja exam. Sakura and Suzuki have finished training, and now there are Naruto you." "Great, Naruto, don't be so happy." Kakashi glanced at Naruto, warned, Training is a very hard thing." "It doesn't matter, Teacher Kakashi, I can," Naruto said excitedly. "Let's start quickly." He said that he didn't want to train at all. However, in view of the time ago, it was too noisy to attract the root ninja. Naruto also converged. "Okay, then go to Teacher Kai to report," Kakashi said with a cough. "What?" Naruto was dumbfounded, looking for Matai, good guy, business outsourcing, right? "Ahem, there is only physical technique that you lack a little bit," Kakashi said seriously. Sakura's training was also completed in a medical class. Naruto hugged his head, showing the same gaze on his face, and he didn't believe what Brother Kazi said at all. "Okay, I'm busy, you know." Watching Naruto left, Kakashi stood in place with both hands, and the 3 generations of old faces flashed in his mind, stood in front of the window to smoke a cigarette to speak. The original intention of human pillar power is to protect the villages. Kakashi, Naruto's power is not a good thing. Another thing is that I have returned to the village. Kakashi, after the training, give Naruto to my own. The matter has become a foregone conclusion, and Kakashi has no room for opinion. Standing under the sun in the wilderness for a while, it didn't take long, and the first technician of Muye also turned away. Well, the blue beast of the wood leaf respects it. Burn! Youth! 2 large green leather watermelon heads cross leaps, and the wood leaf whirlwind was used in the air, and a wave of blood showed. Naruto was stunned, and Hisuta Ning Ning was standing in place expressionlessly, and he held his forehead a little hurt every day. At first it was Mat Kei who wanted Xiaoli to cooperate with him to give Naruto's whole work, so there was a scene of the scalp at the beginning. After landing, Mitkai walked towards Naruto and asked with a big white teeth, "How? Naruto, handsome. It's handsome. Please teach me to practice, teacher Matai." "Naruto, I like your eye-catching children." Mitter laughed half a squat, and a big white teeth were shining. Hiro Ninji couldn't stand it anymore, and turned straight to leave. He has always been trained by himself, and Kai occasionally gives him guidance in physical skills. Every day I smiled towards Naruto, and left my hand and left. I introduced myself anyway. "Okay," Mitterkai shouted with a spirit, watching his apprentice Xiaoli, and Naruto said, "Run 500 laps around the wood leaf, and you can't finish the push UPS of 500. What else can Naruto say? Tears promised. "Wait, Naruto, do you know what is strong in physical skills?" Mitter asked suddenly. After hearing that, Naruto was stunned for a second. "Why did you suddenly get the school? Is it hard?" he said tentatively. "No." Kai shook his index finger, and then he took out a green spirit guy from his arms and must have a tights. "Fuck?" Looking at the green tights, Naruto swallowed, tears in the sky. "I wear. It is nothing to suffer from suffering, and mental injury does not matter. For cool physical techniques," he gritted his teeth. "If you go out, you can't trigger the system options." Then, Naruto, who ran 500 laps, became a duck. His eyes were godless, and he shouted strange words such as Halloween. "Naruto, how are you?" Kaiten looked at Naruto, who fell on the ground and spit on the ground. "Teacher," said Xiao Li's spiritual spirit. Naruto must have understood the power of youth. That's right. In this regard, Naruto trembled and stretched out his hand to shout to help him, holding his thumb halfway to his thumbs like a thumb. Seeing this, Mitterkai and Xiao Li's faces were instantly stretched, and after looking at each other, they suddenly burst into tears and hugged their eyes. "Little Lee, Naruto is the real bloody youth," Matai shouted with tears. "It's really moving." "Teacher, I will definitely surpass Naruto." Let's start now." Mitterka pointed ahead and said, "Walk around the village for 500 laps. In the setting sun, the blue beasts of the big and 2 wooden leaves left with their hands upside down. Naruto was lying on the ground, and she already wanted to open a few seats. Dada's footsteps came, and suddenly, Naruto felt that someone stopped beside him and opened his eyes. It was late, and the dense blonde hair was extremely familiar. Combing the same hairstyle of Daidala, he frowned and looked at Naruto, as if hesitated. Naruto suddenly opened her eyes and scared her directly. "Ah, the corpse is alive. Damn! No death!" Naruto shouted angrily. The sky was like a fire, and the red fire burning clouds illuminated the half of the wood leaf. Jing Ye's face was covered with a layer of obscure, and it looked a little restrained. "What are you wearing on your body?" Ito was abandoned. "Training wear. The disgusting of green oil." "You shut up." Naruto was speechless for a while. Of course, he knew that the clothes were so earthy, but he had done this, and the system still didn't respond. "Hateful. Dog system." Ding! The mechanical synthesis sound suddenly sounded, and Naruto's face changed. Chapter 44 Flying Thunder God and Jing Yi. Options 1. Performing one-handed push UPS in front of Ino said that his youth is burning the sentence and gets her praise. Reward, spell of Flying Thor, disabled. Options 2. In the face of Pinino, and obtained her consent. Reward 8 Gate Gia, Undead Edition. At the moment when the panel popped up, Naruto's breathing was a little heavy. With a snap, Naruto's hand grabbed Ino. "Naruto, what are you doing?" "Ino, what?" Ino was a little chaotic by Naruto, and his mind was blank, but the hand that Naruto was grasped could not be moved by the hydraulic machine. "Don't go." Naruto panicked, for fear that Jing Yi would leave. At this moment, it is no longer some small rewards in front of Naruto's eyes. His numb version of the 8-door armor. If this is obtained, wouldn't it be able to walk horizontally in the future? Live the life of Uchiha spots, and the life of the big tube wood? It's really a bright future. Others don't know, but Naruto knows that now he must marry Ino. "Naruto, you hurt me," Jing Yi said, saying that he would throw away Naruto's hand. "Sorry, Ino." Jing Yi's words made Naruto instantly soberly like a cold water. What? Why did he suddenly confused? Too shameful. I was furiously demented by the reward of the option. Like a cat that is greedy for small fish, he completely ignored the height between himself and the cabinet. That if there is only a small fish in the eyes, forcibly it will only be enough to get a cabinet dumping, right? Inayo rubbed the hands that was rubbed angrily, thinking about the heavy breathing of Naruto and the instantaneousness that flashed in his eyes, and suddenly felt a different feeling in his heart. Naruto? Are you eager to see me? He shook his head, and Rui immediately threw this absurd idea out of his mind. That how is it possible? Naruto's guy is obviously just a fascinating person who loves to play with people. By the way, why do you go out? The practice is over. The mother is guarding the shop. The father was summoned by Lord Naruto again. Only herself was idle in the family. Suddenly, I was idle, and my heart was in the heart, so I went out to disperse. It just happened to meet Naruto running around the village, so he sat in the ball shop and waited. Why wait? Jinya's heart jumped and forgot the purpose when he came. She looked at Naruto, who was lying on the ground in front of her, and looked a little embarrassed. You, how are you? Jinya asked. I'm okay. Naruto struggled to stand up, spit the foam in his mouth, looked at Jinya and smiled, and asked. I am training with teacher Matkai. You can see. Jinya glanced at Naruto's green tights on his body, and he laughed at all. It's ugly. Damn. Naruto's heart was fortunate that he had no mind to choose the second option, otherwise he would be ridiculed as a laughingstock for a lifetime. People should not be controlled by desire, or they should be down to earth. Ino, how can you appear here? The practice has been for training. Jinya replied at will, and felt that his heart was settled a little bit. Suddenly I met you three of you, so I was a little curious. The scene must be very funny, Naruto asked embarrassingly, and he could also imagine the feeling of the toe pull out the 3-bedroom and 1 living room. I can't say that. Jinya's expression suddenly became serious, thinking for a moment. Everyone has their own tolerance. As long as people who work hard in their own life, they should not be ridiculed. Hearing the words, Naruto also stunned. Suddenly he realized that one thing may be that he didn't have much contact. He seemed to have not looked at Jinyi carefully from beginning to end. It should be said that Ino's emotional intelligence far exceeds her peers and is a gentle and powerful person. Speaking from her mouth in the direction of her life, I don't seem to feel any disagreement. Thinking of this, Naruto suddenly relaxed, stopped thinking about the option, and said with a smile, Thank you, Jingo. Naruto, have you been grabbed? Why suddenly speak like this? It's a bit uncomfortable. Jinya turned his head inexplicably and stopped looking at Naruto. Occasionally, will I be very sincere, Naruto said silently. Are you stupid? Don't emphasize the facts anymore. I have heard such a thing 10 times today. Naruto pulled the green tight suit. Do you want to eat red bean balls? Jinyi suddenly proposed. I don't like to eat red bean balls. Naruto blurted out. That's it. Ito instantly pretended to have a face. This was just a little fun among friends. Naruto naturally knew that she was not angry. No, that's because I have never eaten it. If I invite me, I want to try it. Naruto said. Are you obviously rich? Why do I ask you? Jinya frowned to Naruto and asked, Last time I saw you eating barbecue with a little girl. In fact, it was not what she saw, but Dinkai saw it by the barbecue shop. She just learned this fact from Ding C's mouth, but she naturally became her seeing her in her mouth. This, Naruto hit a haha, scratching his head and said, Then I'll ask you. Snort. This hum is very spiritual. Naruto is a bit again. I don't know how to continue talking. Would you like to finish the task option first? Cough. Naruto coughed. Hippie smilingly said Ito, I will perform a trick I just learned. What? Jinya looked at Naruto. I saw Naruto's one-handed push UPS with one hand, and the too-tired body was almost trembling. Rao was so gritted and shouted in his mouth. My youth. It's burning. Burned. Why? How? Well. Wild. Those are almost squeezed out of the teeth, and Jinya stayed, watching Naruto's extremely reluctant and anticipated smile. I thought Naruto wanted to make him laugh, and his nose almost didn't cry. Are you stupid? With a bang, Naruto fell to the ground. All of them were dusty. He was almost exhausted, and patronized the words that Jinya said, and did not hear the sudden nasal sound that suddenly became strong at that moment. Naruto's eyes turned into the eyes of the dead fish again, lying on the ground and murmuring to the sky. It's finished, it's not praise. Ding, Flying Thunder God, disabled, was successfully decentralized. Chapter 45 9 Llama, I want freedom. Naruto's carp lived again, looking at Jingo's tears. Ino Saijo. Don't you do. Ito's face was full of worry. Fine. Naruto smiled and waved with unusable way. Eat the balls, I invite you. Jinyi said. Speaking, the two walked into the ball shop. Red bean balls are sweets and are very popular with girls, so the people in the store are also Kijo. When a green Naruto walked into the ball shop, the gaze around gathered. Fortunately, it didn't cause any sensation, but just after a moment of eyes removed. Naruto, do you know what Suzuki was busy this time? Jinyi ate the red bean ball and asked casually. It's not clear, it should be training with teacher Kakashi. Oh. The two talked together, and they returned home after the night fell. Naruto's home is not far from the mountain flower shop, and it naturally has a period of time. The lights of Muye Street are bright and can be described with peace. Naruto got the flying Thor, and it was undoubtedly a great help for him. From the perspective of the Chinese ninja test, it may be more tricky. He now doesn't know if the lungs are in the hands of Maki, and it is not sure if the order of the test battle will change. What is the situation, or to talk about it? The currently known situation is that the Dashiwan will launch the wood-leaf collapse plan in this Chinese ninja test, which is brought to the Suzuki neck to plant a small strawberry. The 3 generations of Naruto died, the moonlight died, and the streets of Muye were destroyed. The night breeze was cold, and Jingyi said intermittently some gossip. Ling once occasionally, thinking about things in my heart. You don't have to be nervous. Since you are the first to graduate exams, as long as you don't encounter the genius of the Hyuga family, it is not big. Ino wearing brown short sleeves, the golden ponytail tied behind his head, thinking about what to say. Ito is actually quite gentle. Naruto mentioned it without origin. Why would you say so? I am very good at thinking about others. Naruto said sincerely, I usually have a careless impression of you. I did not expect that Jingyi was an understandable person. What does it mean? Jingyi complained dissatisfied. After all, everyone is a village partner. Isn't it for granted to help each other? Well, this is true. Naruto said nothing. After walking through a street, Naruto beckoned towards Ino and saw each other. After returning home, Naruto simply lay on the sofa. The living room was dim, and the surveillance post of the dark part had been withdrawn. Right now, Naruto is temporarily free. As if he finally opened his foot handcuffs and let him temporarily let go of the wind. Different from the potential of the continuous development of human pillar power in other villages, would leaves seem to be consciously developing the strength of the pillar power. Naruto conjecture may be a strong man who lacks 9 tails at the moment. If the person's pillar is out of control, it is impossible to estimate the damage to the village. Compared to the use of 9-tailed power, they are obviously more inclined to contain. The root ninja that was swallowed by Juwei did not leave any valuable intelligence, and Naruto could not investigate. But he probably could guess that the Tuanzang made the show right. Maybe the senior management was acquiesced. He opened his eyes, and the surrounding environment turned from the exquisite living room to the dark and humid sewer. In the dark, a pair of lanterns opened. Among the narrow cages, the huge body of the 9 tails brings a very heavy pressure. The water waves in the sewer kept shaking, the roar that could not be restrained in the next second, and the entire seal space kept shaking. Meet again, 9 Llama. Naruto stepped onto the puddle, and his feet rippled, and he expanded outwards. The dark yellow light shrouded the entire seal space. Although it is blurred, it is not as good as the light source. Humanity. 9 tails are still angry, and the hatred for Naruto has not dissipated over time, but the hatred is stronger. But this time he also learned about it. Except for a throat at the beginning, he did not continue to be a demon. Do you hate me? Naruto looked up. What about that? Jugwon dismissed lying and said, I know why you hate me, it is nothing more than my deprivation of your freedom. Naruto calmly looked up at the Jugu of the mountain that laughed and laughed, and there was no emotion that should not appear on his face. Isn't it? The old man is trapped in this dark seal for more than 10 years. How can you not hate? I don't voluntarily become human pillars. Naruto said, who wants to be container on the spot? But no one has always asked me. That's what you humans. 9 tails were a little dissatisfied, and it didn't want to talk about it on this incident. The real victim is it. As for the greedy and shameless humans, it does not care. Naruto was silent for a while and then said, the current situation is that I will die without you, you will not die without me. This is not fair. Fair? Human, who cares about your life? Jugwon said insidiously, you are really free. If you don't want to live, tell me in advance, the old man will be happy to help you. Don't worry, I will do everything possible to live. Even if you use the forbidden surgery, 9 Llama. Naruto looked up and looked at Juwei seriously, as if he was sworn, I will imprison you, keep reinforcement, seal, torture you until forever. You have to believe that I can do it, just like I can master the 4 elephants now. Naruto looks like the most sacred prayer word singing, staring at the 9 tails with eyes. Every word that says the big fox 9 Llama is cold. It even reminded him of the painful memories of being imprisoned by the pillar of the previous 2 generations. If the person in front of him is really not dead, are you abnormal? 9 tails were completely out of mind, staring at Naruto fiercely. On the other hand, Naruto heard the words but laughed, and the smile was bright. If I am unhappy, I will cry everyone. This is the endurance I said. The 9 tails were completely disgusting, and the threat of Naruto was worried. He said that he meowed for thousands of years. For the first time, he saw such a dark person's pillar, and he was really a ghost. Who knows where the boy learned from the 4 elephant seals? The current situation is extremely unfavorable to it. What do you want? The tone of Juwei was helpless. Doing so is not good for you. Naruto nodded and said, 9 Llama, I want freedom. Chapter 46 Galen's Lightweight Freedom. The nine-tailed nostril spit out white gas, ridiculing, compared with the old man, you have enjoyed enough freedom, how about you staying in this dark cage? 9 Llama, don't you understand yet? Naruto reached out, and a few red wooden tentacles emerged on the ground to form a plain dot as the tentacles slowly increased. Naruto looked at each other in the air with 9 tails. I want to let you go, the premise is that I can't die. Are you going to let me go? Jugun's eyes showed a hint of horror, staring at Naruto a little unbelievable. Humans, for what? I know your strength is very powerful, 9 Llama. Naruto said calmly, the village needs your power, but I don't care about these. I want freedom and live the life I want. At the moment of becoming a person's pillar, there are not only you, but also me. I don't want to give life for this decaying village and become a slave to the village. Isn't that the village just destroyed this village? Jugun was fierce, damn Koba Ninja Village. Human beings, it is better to jointly destroy this village. Don't. Naruto refused directly. Why? Jue puzzled, don't you hate that village? Don't hate. Naruto shook his head. Of course, he didn't hate it. For a few days, he could only say that he was dissatisfied with the village but did not reach the level of hate. What does it have to do with him and Tsunade? He already wants to understand that as long as he is still the pillar power, it will never be free. The village is still that village. As long as he does not do a person who loves, he doesn't care. I said it, I want to be free, but I don't want to be a slave of freedom. Naruto shook his head and said, after all, people will become a slave to something because of their obsession. But I am so rich, and my strength is not weak. I would rather sink to the beautiful wines, live my life as I want, and what can I do to save the world? 9 Tails stunned, and he asked Naruto a little puzzled. Human, don't you desire for strength? 9 Llama, your strength is too weak. Naruto said bluntly. What did you say? I do not care. Do you want to hear what you are talking about? Jue was obviously a little unconfident. Little ghost, the tail beast of this ninja is not enough to fight alone. Do you say I am weak? Don't waste time in such irrelevant things. Naruto said impatiently, 9 Llama, I ask you, do you want to go out? Naturally thinking. That's good, I will come to you again when the time comes. Naruto said that after a loud finger, the cells returned to the original spacious appearance again. What does the time mean? However, Naruto did not answer, and the consciousness turned into an imaginary shadow. The next day, the alarm of ding-ling bell sounded, and Naruto sat up at the bed hazy, dragging the unwara body to wash. I wiped the mist on the mirror and barely showed a smile. As soon as I went out of the alley, a fog-hidden ninja wearing a bucket suddenly appeared and shouted, Little ghost, go to death. The man shouted like that, and it was about to rush to Naruto. Wait, Naruto stopped the man directly. What? The man really stopped, and he laughed. How? Little ghost, begging for mercy, but no matter what you use. Naruto yawned and said it didn't care. Uncle, I am the first newcomer who graduated from the ninja school this year. You are too obvious. What kind of nonsense is your ghost? The fog's forehead exuded cold sweat. I remember that even if Zhong Ren did not perform dangerous tasks, the salary was not very high. Don't conceal you, I have killed the fog's upper forbearance. It will delay work, it's not worth it at all. Naruto waved his hand, and walked towards the fog without any scruples, and said while walking, Uncle, how much do you make a month? What kind of life do you play? Ah, the time is coming, I'll go first. Naruto and the fog's hidden forbearance passed by. The fog-hidden ninja had no action, and the cold sweat left for Naruto to leave. Until the footsteps went away, the fog-hidden ninja banged the transformation, and the man seemed to be a pair of wood leaf. At this moment, I was still lingering, and I looked back at it. What monster is the current tolerance? Ninja school. After many days, the 7th class finally gathered together. Sasuke and Sakura seemed to have changed, and Sakura smiled at Naruto. Here, Naruto. Sakura, didn't I come late? Naruto said with a smile. Sakura shook her head and said, I just arrived, and I encountered something on the road. Isn't it a fog's ninja? Well, Naruto, did you meet? Sakura's eyes opened, and a surprised voice was made. Randomly looked at Sasuke on the side. Sasuke glanced at Sakura and Naruto, but didn't speak, just nodded, and met herself. Probably the strange test of the village, boring. Naruto stood in place complaining. Then the two of you are not injured? Sakura asked worriedly. How did you? Sakura was a little surprised. Didn't the battle happen? Washin's ninja did not attack Naruto. Hearing the words, Sasuke also turned his head to look at Naruto. No, I asked him how much money he made a month, and he didn't speak anymore. Sakura. Sasuke. It's really Galen's light language, silent in defense. It is true that the killing is still heartbroken. After another, the rest of the class arrived one after another. The pig deer butterflies did not seem to have any spirit. Naruto happened to look at Hina, and Hina lowered his head with a red face. Jinye looked at Naruto, and Naruto also happened to hit Jinye's gaze, and simply went forward to talk to the three. All of this was watched by Sakura's income, and he could not help but confuse. I haven't seen it for a while. When is Naruto's relationship with Inio? Sasuke did not care about such boring things. The time for submitting the admission ticket for the Chinese ninja test was not yet arrived, and he just stood in place to keep his eyes closed. I said, Naruto, you were temporarily pulled over to take the CDU. Shikamaru asked lazily, how did you hear that Lord Naruto would not let you take the Chinese ninja exam? What's the matter? Is there such a thing? Dinkai kept eating potato chips at a moment, and looked at Naruto in surprise. Nothing. Naruto waved his hand and said, anyway, it's just coming to accompany the run. I never thought about it to really advance to Lieutenant Natal. Chapter 47. Your mentality is too rotten, Jingo said. I have just become a Natal, and I don't expect to be Zongbei so quickly. Naruto truthfully said, the mission of Zhongning is even more troublesome. Ito Fui, there is nothing to say. Shikamaru was quite agreed with Naruto's words, nodding. The trouble is the most annoying. At the beginning of the exam, the first written test, Naruto was sitting on the seat next to Hina, sweeping yawning towards the paper in front of him. The big question is the question of physical freedom, and the choice questions are some common sense options. If you want to do it, you have to guess half of it, but Naruto didn't even move the pen. Hands holding the table and started to close your eyes. It is not important anyway, no matter what the test paper is written. The examiner's dead pervert will definitely get an assessment of a fire will, testing the candidate's trust in the companion. Boring, who will be cheated by the will of the fire? At the end of the exam, it was true that Naruto successfully passed the first game of the Chinese ninja exam with a white roll. As for the principle of screening and screening, it is very simple. To sum up, 6 words are summarized. Naruto did nothing and successfully entered the second exam. Royal hand washing red beans into the written test scene, a trench coat and a fishing net, and no signs of blessing on his face. It is still full of collagen's youthful atmosphere. You guys are just the first exam. What can be happy? I have no time to prepare you. 20 minutes later, the 44th exercise field and the second test site started the exam. After speaking, the bang turned into white smoke and disappeared directly. The sparse sigh sound, the candidates were aggressive and helpless, and got up to the direction of the 44th exercise field. Hina, go. Inaruka with a dog on his head shouted towards Hina. Good. Hinata replied, and then blushed to Naruto, whispered. Naruto-jun, I'll go first. Okay, goodbye to Hinata. Naruto beckoned. Naruto. Here, I can't keep up late. Sakura stood at the door and urged. Coming. Outside of death, Naruto noticed that the pharmacist in the distance seemed to have been staring at himself. To be precise, he should look at Sasuke if he had no eyes. The one who wears glasses over there is quite strange, and it may be that Muye's rebellion maybe might. Naruto was a little disappointed. He said loudly with his fingers directly in the direction of the pharmacist. Don't you check the details of the candidates carefully? Such abrupt words directly attracted the candidates' sidelines, and the 7th class of the 7th people suddenly became the focus of the present. Naruto, what are you talking about? Sakura lowered his head and didn't dare to look around. His face couldn't help but flushed for a moment, and asked lowly. I didn't talk nonsense. Naruto also lowered his voice, dragged the two of them beside him, and said, be careful of those ninjas in the village of the sound of the village. There is no other meaning, he just brings it. The examiner who felt the riots came over and said to Naruto, candidates are forbidden to disrupt the order of the examination room. After speaking, she looked around and said to the candidates. The remaining candidates who did not receive the scroll came to me to receive the scroll. The rule of this test was to get the high tower in the center of the death of death after 5 days of the team that got the heaven and earth scroll. Note that the teammates who died or lost their combat ability in the team on the way were also a failure. In addition, everyone could not open the scroll. Listening to understand the scroll of the scroll, time is urgent, the movement is the best. With the urging of royal hand to wash red beans, the atmosphere of the scene was loose, and no one would care about Naruto's words. Naruto cut a bang, glanced at the pharmacist's pocket, and followed him to get the scroll. Squeak, the big iron door rusted on the 44th exercise field made a sharp tweet and opened it slowly. The candidates who got the scrolls came in, and they chose to go forward in different directions in a tacit understanding. Some people also followed the team that had been staring at. The 7th class selected a direction for a long time. The 3 were hidden in a bush and began to discuss the most important issue. Who is the scroll? The test rules are as follows. The half of the 26th group of candidates took the sky-honored scroll and the other half took the scroll. The winning team must gather a set of heaven and earth scrolls, and support it on the 5th day without death and serious injuries. In this way, the scroll is a very important thing. Sakura, you hold it, Naruto said. Sakura was obviously a little panicked, but what if I lost it in my hands? It's okay. If there is no way, you can hand over the scroll. Naruto said, I can protect themselves with Sasuke, and you have a guarantee in case you hold the scroll. This is just a test and there is no need to bet on life. But nothing, so. Naruto waved his hand and said, I always feel something wrong with the test in the middle of the promotion. If the two of you are careful, if you encounter the enemy, you can leave the scroll directly and escape. Sasuke heard the meaning of Naruto's words and frowned. Do you want to act alone? What? Sakura was completely stunned. They just signed the death exemption of death outside the examination room, which means that no one will stop even if they die in Koba. Now Naruto said that he would go alone. Wouldn't it be only 2 people left in the 7th class? Naruto nodded and said solemnly to the two, I'm going to do something, you are waiting for me here. What are you joking? Sasuke said, 3 people are not more convenient to act than you do it alone. Don't care about this. Naruto said with a smile, I promise that I will definitely come back to you before it is dark, but the 3 are not convenient together. Hearing the words, Sasuke and Sakura looked at each other. Are you going to grab the scroll? Sasuke said with a word, frowned, before entering the test room, you said that let us be careful to endure, so you have already stared at them. Yin ran. Sakura was stunned, and the face was worried again after the response. Come back and tell you. Naruto said, jumping straight away. After leaving the 7th class, Naruto's expression became cold and his eyes were full of indifference. It is always a trouble to keep those 3 sound tolerance. Anyway, they will find them to kill Sasuke. Instead of waiting, it is better to start with your hands first, and you can spend these days before setting up these breaks. Chapter 48. Of course, it is a Tuanzang Pot 40-4 exercises. The deep forest covered the sky, even in the afternoon forest, it was still cool. Boom! Who hit me? Cao Ninja lying on the huge trunk touched the back of the head and shouted, How shwe, this time the prank is too much. What are you talking about? How can I hit you so far away from you? No one responded to him this time, surrounded by dead silence. Hokushu? Red? Hey, the scroll is in your hands? A strange voice sounded in the treetops. The pupil of the grass was instantly expanded, the whole person breathed suddenly, and the body muscles suddenly raised and jumped away. Who? After the grass ended up, he looked around nervously, but no one found anyone. Where are you looking at? The soul is light. A very impatient frivolity sounded above the grass. What? The grass raised his head, but his heart jumped. There was a person standing at the shadow not far from him with a white animal mask on his face. The yellow robe and black trousers, the tactical gloves of the do, are carrying a taiyao behind the back, and the faint cold light exudes the cave and the 2 eyes in the mask. You! Cao Ren shouted, what about my 2 companions? How did you take them? Kill! Naruto was expressionless. The clothes of the root ninja on the body were found in the space. Nine-Tail did not eat clothes, just use the waste. Aren't you a candidate? Do you want to destroy the rules of the game? What about that? Naruto replied in a pretty unaware tone. When the words fell, Cao Ren didn't even see the person wearing the mask on the opposite side, but felt the pain from the back of his head, and he fainted directly. Naruto squatted on the ground and turned around on Cao Ren's body, and finally found the scroll. The sky scrolls, repeated. Naruto murmured, even if he still stuffed the scroll into his arms, he left the scene after a while. The 3 groups did not die, but they just passed out. Naruto is not unbearable, but it is not necessary. If you are contaminated, it is easy to be perceived by investigating ninja. Moreover, Naruto did not come to the 3 people, but it just passed a small option. Ding, Leiyan ninjutsu lightning play successfully. Lightning strike, a little ninjutsu in the thunderbolt, is a bit of chicken ribs for Naruto. But he just lacked a thunderbolt, and it took 10 minutes to complete the task option. After taking away the scroll, he was rewarded. Naruto rushed into the forest in a pale yellow robe, stepping on the tree custard and searching forward unscrupulously. After seeing it, none of the candidates who participated in the CDU could play this time. The container of Dashi-1's reincarnation is compatible with abnormalities, and he cannot exert his original strength. As for my love, I can basically ignore it. In order to cooperate with the woodleaf collapse plan of Sarawak village, they will definitely leave their hands. The reason why Naruto insisted on solving the 3 people of the sound of the 3 people, first to eliminate the hidden danger, the second is that he clearly remembers the scroll of the ground in the hands of the 3 people. In this ninja test, the incident became simpler. Within 5 days of the death forest, fully closed measures are taken. Unless there is an emergency situation such as the invasion of Dashi-1, the dark part of the woodleaf will temporarily intervene. At the moment of entering the death of death, the goal of Dashi-1 was always the only Sasuke. However, in view of the uncle of the snakes of the strawberry, Naruto simply left directly, intending to solve the 3-person group of the ninja, and then turned back to converge with Sasuke and Sakura. The advantage of this is to avoid being passive. As for Sasuke's safety, just plant a strawberry, it's not a big deal. Sasuke stayed in Muie for 3 days and was hungry and 19. Following Uncle Snake, this was the road that Sasuke would take on the morning and evening. In short, the people of the Uchiha family are strange, and they do not know why Uchiha Itachi wants to destroy the tribe, leaving the significance of Sasuke. Since Itachi is so counter-sky, can I just take Sasuke to teach it, in the end, come to an ethical revenge to the village, and then get revenge. Everyone was revenge, and they killed people like Nima, and they all wanted to destroy the world. The spiritual instructor Alan Yeager will like to praise them. In this world of mental illness, Naruto's idea is simple. Respect the destiny of others and give up the help of others. He also thought about relying on the system to refresh the option early, and pulled Jugai from his body. As for who has 9 tails, it has nothing to do with him. Someone nearby? Naruto, who was running, moved his breath immediately, and immediately felt his breath, carefully touched in one direction. After picking the leaves, there were 3 ninjas on the grass, 2 men and 1 woman. The 3 looked around and seemed to be looking for something. Naruto also watched it for a while, recognizing 3 ninja, long Mamotos, Sax, and that female ninja Gold. Damn, what about the label of Lord Desumaru? Sax said anxiously. Obviously here. The female ninja clenched her teeth and looked around, apparently very nervous about the marking of the Dashi-1 in Sax's mouth. Hurry up, the long-haired bandage male Taz said with a hoarse voice. There is no mark on the next instructions of Dashi-1 without a mark. Shut up, the female ninja said impatiently. What are you talking about? TOS was furious, and his eyes glanced coldly to the Yin ninja. When the two were tense, Sax on the side suddenly saw something suddenly, and his eyes brightened in the direction of a bush. Running, shouting, "Come on, you two, I found the snake." Maru left. Before he finished speaking, he was stuck with a sword and broke the throat. The sudden accident made the other two stunned, and everything happened too fast. Naruto, who squatted in the shrub, got up in an instant, and the power of the outbreak was like a shell. The knife was casual, and he nailed to Sack as his throat. Sack opened his eyes wide, and his black pupils stared at Naruto wearing a Roots mask in front of him. Sack! Taz did not hesitate to choose back to stab teammates. The sound waves were released and attacked in the direction of Naruto and Sack. Options 1. Solve the 3-person group. Reward. Fire. Option 2. Torture. Obtain the information of Dashi-1. Reward. The technique of the blade of the wind. The mechanical synthesis sound. Before Naruto had enough time to react, the translucent panel bomb triggered the latest options. There is no difference between 2 conventional ninjutsu, but Naruto glanced at the remaining 2 tolerance, and the answer suddenly had an answer. Chapter 49 Satan's Back Tattoo. Naruto Sack has fallen, and Tazna is comparable to that of the east to defeat the sound waves that have been visible to the naked eye in the air, which is approaching Naruto's direction. Naruto jumped away directly. Sack was stabbed by TOS, the back of the back was blooming, and a few visible bone wounds were faintly visible. The Sack, who was in danger, shook a few times suddenly, and the soul returned to the great soil of death. When TOS saw the sound waves, he couldn't help gritting his teeth and was trying to look for Naruto wearing the root mask, but unexpectedly, he shot him without any bitterness. The speed of bitterness is not fast. TOS does not mean to move. He tilted his head directly and avoided the suffering. But in the next second, the moment when he had a bitterness with TOS, Naruto suddenly appeared behind him, holding the bitterness with a snap. Flying Thunder God. 2 paragraphs. The alertness of Tosa seemed to think of something, and he took a breath instant. Behind you. The female ninja Jin had rushed up, and a few thousand books in her hand immediately threw it at Naruto. But it was too late, and time seemed to be frozen at that moment. The speed of Fei God is too fast, and it is not the speed of reaction of human nerves at all. Naruto had no suspense to pierce the bitterness into Taz's back brain, the dead point of this genius. Like pressing the suspension of life, Taz's fire of life suddenly extinguished. 5,000s of books were late, and Naruto then dragged it to block Taz's body. A few times, deeply pierced his body. Your sound tolerance seems to like to stab his teammates. Naruto's voice lowered, and the cave of the mask showed the heartbroken red light. The female voice to Naruto's rushing to Naruto stopped the pace instantly, under the gaze of the 9-tailed blood pupil. The fear of life hanging a lion raptor, just like some creepy giant beast, stared at in the dark, and the blood waves came like a storm. Who are you? Female Ren stood tremblingly and asked, is your dress clearly a person? I know a lot. Naruto walked towards the ninja step by step. Dashi-1 sent you to come. Your plan has been seen long ago. From the beginning of you enter the village, I have stared at you. Now your big snake pill has been besieged by Naruto personally, and there is no way to escape at all. It is useless to keep keeping you. Impossible. Nothing is impossible. Naruto stopped a few steps in front of Yin Ren, watching her, and said, that being the case, now test your loyalty to Dashi-1. What do you want to do? Yin Ninja's face was afraid. Torture, but I guess you wouldn't say anything. So, Naruto raised his hand, the turbulent blue thunder gathered in his hands, and the mask was shining brightly. I decided to let you die in pain, and hope that you will continue to keep your ridiculous loyalty. Don't let me down. I want to kill you. Soul Light. Naruto ignored the female ninja's abuse. This soul torture was inspiration from the sky he got from a certain website. It was an afternoon of wind and sun. In order to find out an ancient poem, he accidentally entered a peach blossom source. In the full screen smoke, I saw the homepage recommending a video with Zhong Ninja test torture female ninja. After watching the whole process, he silently ordered one step. Pooh, the wind and the wind are not recognized as the will of such a fire. The reality is not the book, not so many. Naruto's face coldly, throwing the lightning strike directly on the sound of the ninja. The blue lightning rushed, and the scream sounded instantly. In this regard, Naruto just watched it coldly. Dead, satisfy the first option and solve the three-person group. Therefore, Naruto will get the first reward, the fire of the fire dragon. After recruiting, satisfying the second line of selection, Naruto will receive the blade of the wind and it will not lose. No matter how you choose, there is no difference, and Naruto will not choose. Let the female sound bear the fate of her own. Do you choose to live or choose to conservative intelligence for Dashiwan? Nourish. Nourish. The female ninja of Yin Ninja was shrinking into a ball, and her whole body was shaking, and she didn't see any temperature from Naruto's eyes. Like the cold ice, she knew that if she didn't speak anymore, the person would definitely choose to kill her alive. That taste is enough to make people cold. She would rather die like the two teammates in the previous two, and it is better than being tortured by the demon in front of her. As everyone knows, this is Naruto's original intention. He killed Sak and TOS, because they were hindered. Even if the two of them are tortured, it may be more excited to refer to the two scientific renovation. Really? Naruto asked a pity. I said. Yin Ninja coughing and said, tears couldn't help flowing down. Actually you cannot say. Naruto hesitated, actually, I also want a fire ninjutsu. After hearing that, the female ninja of Yin Ninja suddenly breathed heavy. She couldn't understand what the fire of the fire in the Ming population had something to do with her, but she knew that she would be used as a semiconductor if she was not spoken. Really a living king. Looking at the female ninja's begging look, Naruto thought for a while, and the Fenjaya ninja seemed okay. You say it. Subsequently, the female ninja told some truth intermittently. Naruto was afraid that she was lying, and he called her twice back and forth until the three confessions were right, and Naruto let the female ninja of the ninja. In terms of intelligence, ninja is more rigorous? The female ninja did not know that Naruto was not too much. People were completely numb and lying on the grass motionless. Hearing the footsteps from the rustling came from her ear, she tried her best to turn her head and stared at the culprit. However, Naruto didn't do anything to her, just staring at her and said, see you to tell the truth, give you a life-saving advice. After the exam is over, leave Muie. Don't try to find your Dashiwan. For people like you who are worthless, he will kill you. After speaking, Naruto left. Wind. The blade of the wind is successful. To deal with the three-person group, Naruto did not return to the direction. About half an hour, he heard a fighting sound before he returned the agreed place. The place where the agreed meeting was close, and for a few seconds, Naruto pulled directly to the direction and rushed to the direction. As soon as he arrived, Naruto saw a world-famous painting. The long-necked big snake pill bites on Sasuke's neck and planted a small strawberry. Chapter 50. Only the world where Sasuke was injured was reached. Sakura fell to the ground, and his consciousness was sober, and he seemed to be injured. Sasuke was bitten at this time, and it was also painful. Dashiwan noticed that Naruto appeared, and quickly retracted a long neck like a snake. This wave is a switch to steal the house. Naruto, be careful. Sakura also found Naruto's return, shouting to make him careful. At this time, Sasuke had painted the little strawberry around his neck, and the people still standing at the scene instantly left only Dashiwan and Naruto, who was pretending to be a candidate. Sakura, you calmly, Sasuke him is okay. Naruto relieved, and then looked at Dashiwan. I collected information, this guy is not a candidate, he is one of the three forks. What? Sakura was completely stunned. The Kakashi generation was well known to Muie-sune, but it was passed to the generation of Sakura Naruto. Because Sanren couldn't say some taboos, the news was difficult to learn. Sakura just knew that Dashiwan was one of the three forks. On the name of the person in the book, what kind of experience is it? Therefore, Sakura is stunned, and Sasuke, who is still struggling, is also stunned. Dashiwan stared at Naruto with interest, vomiting as if he was a long tongue of snake Zinzi. His skin had faintly peeled off apart, revealing the whitening skin than a woman. Naruto? Are you the pillar of the village? That's right, Uncle Ben. Naruto said at Dashiwan, is there anything else? Let's go soon, uncle, your body is almost broken. Looking at the big snake pills that were less than 1/10 of the strength in front of me, Naruto's face had no fear. And he knows that the Dashiwan in front of him is a scientist and has absolute rules to do things. Since the purpose of his trip is Sasuke, it is clear that there is no more nosy reason. Sure enough, Dashiwan was not angry because of Naruto's words, but smiled gloomily. Naruto, we will see you again. After speaking, Dashiwan left straight. Naruto had no movement, but just stared at the back of Dashi-wan away, and his body was always alert. It wasn't until a few minutes after Lin Zi had no breath of the snake pills that Naruto completely relaxed and turned around and walked towards the two. "How about you?" Naruto said that, but squatted down and checked the Sakura to make sure that the parts on the body were not too low. As for Sasuke, he really didn't worry. Dashi-wan even loved his body more than Sasuke. "Don't care about me first," Sakura barely said to Naruto. "Sasuke, he hurts very seriously." "Okay." Naruto should step down and get up and walk towards Sasuke, who passed out. After looking around on his neck, I saw the black mantra seal. It was the imprint of the 3 small thumb with black commas, which stimulated the magical seal to obtain the increased force brought by the curse seal immediately. "He is fine, just fainted." Naruto compared Sakura's gesture to Sakura. After spending some efforts, Naruto placed Sasuke on a huge trunk. Turning his head, he picked up the break. "Sakura, Yasuo went to the tree." "Naruto, thank you," Sakura said in a low voice. "If it wasn't for you to arrive in time, Sasuke may." Haruno Sakura can also be seen. The real goal of Dashi-wan is Sasuke. However, Naruto knew the purpose of Dashi-wan, but Sakura thought that Dashi-wan was going to kill Sasuke slowly. We are a companion, this is what I should do." Naruto scratched his head and said, then asked, "Sakura, is there food?" Sakura touched the back waist, but touched it empty, and shook his head and said, "No, I don't know where to fall when fighting." Coincidentally, Naruto's stomach yelled, and the scene was slightly embarrassing. Sakura couldn't help bowing her head, and whispered a word, "Sorry." "It's okay, let's rest first." Naruto stood on the trunk. "I'll go up and see the situation first." After speaking, Naruto 3-5-year plan climbed into the canopy. The whole person stood lightly on a thin-sized branch of a finger, and his body was slightly shaking, and he was looking at the distance at the moment, as if looking for something. "Naruto, it's dangerous. Be careful." Sakura looked up at Naruto, shouting a little worried. "Okay," Naruto said, looking down at Sakura. "There is a river in the west, which should be the river that runs through the center of the Death Forest. We can get there quickly along the west." "River?" Sakura didn't understand Naruto's meaning. "What do you do to go to the river?" "Find it." Naruto jumped off from the crown and said with a smile, "Fishing." "Fishing?" "Yes, as long as you arrive at the river, you will eat it." Naruto comforted, "Can you stand up now?" Sakura tried it, all failed. "Wait for me to carry you back," Naruto proposed. "What about Sasuke? He is unconscious alone." Sakura was a little worried. "Hug him over." Naruto sighed and said, "The boy is cheap, Sasuke." Sakura was laughed at the words of Naruto, and asked worriedly, "Naruto, is this very heavy? Can you do it?" "When it comes to this, how can a man say that it doesn't work? Besides, there is no better choice." The 3 were in common, and they could not leave Sasuke. The kid. Naruto is still very reasonable. Except for the test at the beginning of the exam, he deliberately went to the 3-person group to steal his family. It's just because Naruto thinks that sooner or later Sasuke will follow Dashi-wan. Instead of losing conflicts with Dashi-wan staying in place, it is better to resolve the sound to natties first. This is more cost-effective and can save a lot of things. Things are really as expected, and he and Dashi-wan have got the results he wants. Except for Sasuke and Yin-Ren, the world where no one was injured was reached. "No problem," Naruto said with a smile, then squatted down and carried Sakura, and he took it away with the coma. Sasuke left quickly. Sakura was surprised that Naruto's physical strength was so powerful, and it seemed to have become stronger unconsciously. "Naruto, is it okay?" Sakura asked, lying on Naruto's back. The slightly raised small bag was posted on the back, feeling a little soft and strange. Naruto did not lose her state and responded calmly, "It's okay, it's almost here." The diameter of the entire Death Forest was 10 kilometers, while the 3 were only about 1 kilometer away from the river. Naruto arrived at the river without spending too much time. After putting down the 2, he took a suitable bamboo forest not far away. Looking at Naruto's appearance, "I really plan to fish," and Sakura, who had restored some strength, also volunteered to pick up some branches as fuel. Sakura, who was holding wood from the nearby forest, was still worried and murmured, "Can you catch fish?" Chapter 51. When Sakura returned to the river, Naruto had dealt with a few fish, and the blood and water drifted down the river without any taboo. "Really caught? So fast?" Sakura was stunned, put the dead branches in her arms on the ground, and walked towards Naruto. "It's not very good, it can be clever." Naruto got up, "Don't sleep too much tonight, and the fish is hooked." "Night? Fish?" Even though Sakura did not understand the meaning of Naruto's words much, but watching the blood floating in the river still has a trace of goosebumps. Blood will attract more predators, and no one knows after dark. With a hula, Naruto reached out to release a small amount of melting in the dried velvet grass piles, and used the instantaneous high temperature to ignite the velvet scream. The light dispels the fear of Sakura's heart. She stood up and went to the river to take the water. After moisturizing the towel, she pasted it on Sasuke's forehead. The rest was left. She looked at Naruto. Naruto was stringing with the washed branches, and then made a grill. Let me help. Sakura got up and took over the branches of fish, and learned that Naruto was carefully grilled on the fire. The light shook on the dusty face of Sakura, and his eyes were slightly lost. Seems to be thinking about what happened during the day. His eyes showed fear and confusion. For a long time, she asked with a low head and asked, Naruto, what will Dashi-1 attack Sasuke? Who knows? Naruto replied, it will. Maybe Dashi-1 saw Sasuke, maybe, he must say to you, right? Sakura nodded. I did say, he said to Sasuke, if Sasuke needs strength, he would go to him. Then there is no way. Naruto and Sakura said next to the grilled fish, saying casually, Sasuke's guy is so concerned about his strength, all he thinks is revenge, maybe he will really be said by Dashimaru. What should I do? Sakura was panicked. Will Sasuke really do that? It's not clear, I have to ask him this. Naruto turned the fish to prevent being burnt. Didn't he still shout in his mouth before, breeding is no solution, only to drag people into the abyss step by step. Unless? Sakura asked. Nothing. Naruto smiled, unless you die, the hatred is over. What he actually wanted to say was that unless Sasuke was warned by the soul, it would be like him. What old dream of old dreams, who bullies him now and specifies him. However, Naruto did not intend to intervene in Sasuke's revenge journey, and he was 100 years old. As for the future, let's talk about it later. It was getting late, and the light between the forests did not exist. Next to the bonfire, Naruto handed a fish with a salt to Sakura and said, taste. Thank you. Sakura was also hungry for a day, took a bite from Naruto, delicious. Sasuke was still unconscious, but it was a lot better, at least breathing evenly. Naruto glanced at the two pillars lying on the side. Should this boy be defeated by the curse? Naruto and Sakura each eaten 2, and the remaining 2 left for the coma. After eating and drinking, the two began to discuss the next plan. The scroll of heaven has been snatched by Dashi-1. Sakura said with some troubles, now we must defeat the 2 teams to advance, but now Sasuke is unconscious again. Well, don't worry. Then, Naruto took out the 2 scrolls of TND from his arms and handed it to Xiaoying. Give. I grabbed it. Sakura people stayed. How did you grab 2 scrolls? On the way to find the troubles of Yinren just met a team of grass, they took exactly the scroll of heaven. Naruto scratched his head and said, I didn't want to bring it on my body. It is now available. Great. Naruto. Sakura hugged Naruto directly. Far away. The pig deer Dai was leaning on the tree and looked at the bonfire. Shikamaru stared at the shape of the telescope. What is Naruto's class? Dare to get angry in the forest in the middle of the night, it will be stared at. That direction is the river, probably losing the soldiers, so it is to bake the hunting prey and other things? Jingyi crossed his hands on his chest, saying he didn't care. Sasuke seems to be asleep? Shikamaru said lazily, why did Naruto hold it by Sakura? That guy girl fate is too enviable? What? Hold. Jingya was calm, looking towards Wagwan, but nothing. Naruto Sakura talked next to the fire. Ino, what's wrong with you? Shikamaru asked. No, nothing, I'm curious. Jingyi said with a smile, I remember that Sakura's guy didn't just like Sasuke. How could you hold Ningsun? You must look at the flower eyes. It seems that it makes sense. Shikamaru scratched his head, probably I read it wrong, but they will have a problem like that. If you keep the bonfire, you will lead other teams. Ding Ci narrowed his eyes and intervened, should we remind them? It's too late. Shikamaru suddenly lowered his voice and said, hiding up, someone comes over. The 3-person group suddenly condensed and hid tacitly. By the river, the bonfire was almost extinguished. Sakura was sitting aside, and his expression was nervous. But she did not make a sound, and closed her eyes as Naruto said as pretending to sleep. After a while, 3 figures appeared in the river. It was almost silent, and Cao Yin slowly leaned towards the bonfire at the river. By the river, Naruto was still pulling the fire with a stick, and she did not notice the surrounding movement. This was a lot of at ease of the 3 groups of Cao Yin, waved, and the 3 suddenly launched an attack together. At the moment, Naruto's figure beside the fire disappeared instantly. How can you do it? Cao Yin Ninja secretly said, and suddenly realized that it was a trap. But it was too late to escape, and Naruto's figure suddenly appeared behind a person, and the dazzling blue light flashed. A large group of thunder and lightning were forcibly stuffed into a grassy ninja's body by Naruto. Chapter 52 Sasuke, do you fish also? There was a bang, and the scream sounded. Not far away, the 3rd sister of Cheyenne stopped, and Tolki turned to look at a direction and asked nervously, what kind of sound? I don't know if I look at it in the past. That's 9 tails. I love Luo coldly, if you want to die, if the task fails, you will bear the consequences. The moonlight entered the forest, and the embarrassing color surged on the face of Julang. No, don't say that the 9-tailed ghosts are lied to us. I didn't speak, but I just stared at Conjulang coldly, and turned around without looking back. Leaving Temari and Conjulang looked at each other, and faintly saw the helplessness in each other's eyes, so they had to follow up. Riverside. The speed of Naruto's ghost made Cao Yin completely unable to fight, and his face was bruised everywhere. After a while, Cao Yin Ninja was all stunned by electricity. Naruto didn't want to kill them at will in the Citic, so he called back and forth 4 or 5 times. In fact, the second time, Cao Yin Ninja had pulled out the scroll for mercy. But Naruto was afraid that they would make them fraud, and they called them twice again, and they stopped until the 3 people spit out white foam. At the end of the battle, Naruto bent down to pick up bitterness. However, no harm is elegant, and the Thunder God can increase the upper limit of the ninja's strength. In short, it has to be taken twice with the height of the soil. There are many teams around, but no one dares to do it again. They have seen Cao Yin Ninja's end. Isn't it to send food when going up? Naruto's guy is planning to clear the field. Among the 3 small pigs hiding in the distance, Shikamaru suddenly realized. What clearance? Jing Ya asked in doubt. In the test rules, if someone died or was seriously injured to fight, it would be considered a failure of the entire group test. Shikamaru explained, if Sasuke can't wake up tomorrow, then the 7th class test will inevitably be suspended. After hearing the words, Io understood. Although the test time is 5 days, the ninja of Muye village is to cherish his companions in the first lesson of Ninja. Sakura and Naruto will never drag Sasuke until the 5th day. If they are still coma tomorrow morning, they will probably withdraw from the exam, so that Sasuke will receive the treatment of the medical class. So, Naruto is only 1 night? Jing Ya asked. Shikamaru nodded and said, Naruto's guy intends to take a risk to bet, so he deliberately ordered a bonfire grilled fish to attract the nearby teams. Do you do that will make their situation more dangerous? Ding Ci squinted and asked. Maybe it is, but Naruto's guy, Shikamaru frowned. After staying overnight, there was no speech overnight, and no one stepped forward to attack the 7th. Early the next morning, Naruto, who was yawned, washed back from the river, and found that Sasuke lying on the ground had opened his eyes, and Sakura slept lightly on the other side of the fire. Wake up? Naruto picked up the fishing rod on the side. Wait, I will get some food for you, and your fish last night was eaten by me. There was no response on Sasuke's face, and the indifferent face seemed to enter a state of life and death. Sakura on the side was awakened by the movement of the two. When I saw Sasuke woke up, I couldn't help but ask, Sasuke, are you awake? How is it? Sasuke still didn't speak, and he stared at Naruto standing beside the river to prepare for fishing. Until I saw Naruto's rod at a moment, Sasuke's eyes were suddenly calm, and the cough was reluctant. I'm okay, how long have I been faint? 1 night, Sakura replied. I found that ninjutsu is really convenient. Naruto said to Sasuke, it takes only 1 second to ignite, it is really a good helper for home travel. Sasuke rested for a while, struggling to sit up, watching Naruto and Sakura who was busy there. Do you use ninjutsu too? It's useless. Naruto looked back at Sasuke, why do you ask so? Sasuke didn't speak, and did a 1-second lift. It's just that it can be done. Naruto said indifferently, there are always geniuses in this world, maybe I am better at fishing. After hearing the words, Sasuke did not continue to entangle in this matter. After the fish was copied, the salt was placed. After the 3 of them ate it, Naruto took out the scroll and said, let's go to Gao Tower. Without a long time, the bonfire was extinguished, and the 3 of them buried the food residue into the soil and hurriedly left. The tower of the center was a little away from the place where they stayed. Sakura proposed to go around, but Naruto said that it went directly. No one came again last night, and no one came again. If this time is around, it will be troublesome. Naruto said, we go directly to the past is the safest way. Because now, the tricky guy in the hearts of the team is us. The 3 jumped on the giant tree trunk and did not detour. It really arrived at the central tower as Naruto said. Before the 3 of them arrived, the 8th class was waiting there. Naruto, you move slowly. Inuka Tooth said very arrogantly, we have been waiting for you for a long time. His noisy, Tooth, wait for you to beat you up. Naruto and Inuzuka also had a good relationship, and he hammed him fiercely. The 8th class was a famous reconnaissance class among the 12 Xiaoqiang of the new year. Basically, there was nothing fighting. After taking the scroll, he directly touched the edge of the central tower. It's like a few minutes before the game, and a team of people lying in the final circle. The sense of smell of white-eyed, sending wicked worms, and super sensitive, like a see-through test. The 8th class wants to bypass the difficult enemy, it is not too simple. Naruto, June, are you okay? Hina asked me. What can I have? Naruto laughed. Hinata pointed to his clothes. Naruto bowed his head and looked at the dirty himself, and he couldn't help but embarrassed, scratching his head. The survival in the wild is really hard. Am I not to cooperate with the atmosphere? Cut. Yurizuka made a ghostly face and laughed. Isn't your 7th class from being hungry from yesterday to the present? Sorry, the grilled fish is vomiting, and it is cooked hot. Naruto Pippi laughed and did not laugh, and was in contrast to Yurizuka. The two were almost posted together. What do you eat? Have you stolen by your kid? Chapter 53 9 Llama, do you know what is a plug-in? After a period of time, the team passed the exam came to the central tower one after another. There are only 5 campaign. Those who have been eliminated, the Pitch, and the Woodleaf are all eliminated, and only the 3 sisters of the Woodleaf 12 Xiaoqiang and the Sarawak were left. Originally, there were only 5 groups in the 26th group of teams. This means that each team has at least one group of opponents, and the remaining 16 groups of Naruto have extra 2 groups, and I Love Luo extra 4 groups. The remaining 6 groups had wounded people who could not fight by beasts, and the other 4 teams opened the scroll of the heaven and earth into a coma and were eliminated. But even so, there are too many 15 people, and 7 people must be screened. In the final analysis, it is no longer a group battle, but a personal battle. In the noisy Central Tower training ground, 3 generations of Naruto are late. A group of guidance was also arranged in a row, staring at the 15 people who were qualified under the audience. The 3 generations were talking about the truth on the stage, and Naruto yawned. Wait until the show of the Moonlight of Kidney Deficiency, and then explained that the number of people was promoted too much. The second exam needs to be added. Everyone's response was different, or surprised or nervous. Naruto's face didn't matter, anyway, he was ready to abstain. The significance of taking the tennis test is just to send Sakura and Sasuke to enter the venue. At least as a teammate, Naruto did not drag the 2. But if he really wants him to play a personal game, he has no interest at all. He is not short of money, nor does he care about honor. Hitting and killing is interesting. Anyway, I see and he advanced to Jong-ren, so hurry up and stand on the side to rest. Moonlight coughing twice, explaining the people in the field. There will be a pre-selection before taking the 3rd exam. Those who want to give up, please explain it now. When the words fell, the scene suddenly caused a commotion. Who would want to give up? I abstain, Naruto said suddenly. The scene was suddenly quiet for a moment, and everyone's attention gathered in the hand raised. After finding that the man was Naruto, he froze. Naruto, what right do you abandon? Sakura asked. Are you crazy? Inuyasha glanced at Naruto. You can continue to fight. Naruto Jun, Hina looked at Naruto a little worried. Damn, what kind of ghost is that guy? Sasuke pressed his neck injury, his face was a little painful. On the stage, the eyes of the 3 generations also moved to Naruto's face, and there was nothing special about it, just nodded. Then you leave here. The original 3 generations did not intend to let Naruto take the CITIC test, and later approved it. Now Naruto suddenly said that he was going to withdraw, and the 3 generations only rose for a while. This was his own business that did not affect others, and the 3 generations were too lazy. Hey, Naruto! Shikamaru stood at the back. Just called Naruto, why not continue the test? It's too tired. Naruto waved his hand without leaving his head. Walking out of the center is still within the scope of the Death Forest. He didn't go far, he planned to go in and watch the game in a while, but now he needs to rest for a while. Naruto has completely wanted to understand, as long as he is still the 9-tailed person, it is difficult to get rid of the fate of the original. That whether it is the son of the prophecy or the reincarnation of God, it is a future thing. If nothing happens, he must get rid of 9 tails if he wants freedom. Whoever loves this people, when he brushes from the system options to the solution, he must get Jue out of his body. He wants to live for himself and refuses things that he doesn't want to do. The idea now is very simple, doing a normal ninja, not doing things outside of responsibility. In the face of the high level, he simply broke the jar and broken. For Elephant Fang Yin taught him to be a man, so that he had no ancestor's grave. Naruto is also very clear about one thing. There is a system, and his strength will definitely become stronger and stronger in the future. As for something like Datong Muaye, no matter what, the power of the system is not better than the power. There must be roads in front of the car, anyway, he doesn't need to practice ninjutsu anyway. After completing the option task, the ninjutsu was directly at the speed of light. Should eat, drink, enjoy more life, do less meaningless things. For example, in the second half of the Chinese Ren test, there is no need to show any strength at all. He understood that even if no one in the present could win him, it was impossible for him to promote him to Zhongning. Moreover, Naruto didn't want to talk to others. The bird in the cage of the sun is a shame. What can be said? It is the most stupid thing to persuade others to let go of hatred, and Naruto was completely unhappy about it. In the final analysis, he cares about the friends and girls around him. After yawning, Naruto closed his eyes on a cool stone step. Zayafeng Shishi, infinite cool. Consciously sank, Naruto opened his eyes sharply, and suddenly found that he accidentally entered the seal space. Jue saw that Naruto came, and there was no response, and he glanced at himself. Naruto glanced at the fake 9 tails and glanced around the empty. Except for the dark walls like the water channel, there are only potholes on the ground. To be honest, it is not an ideal cell. Looking at Naruto, who was caught in contemplation, Jigwin opened his eyes and looked at him complicatedly. Human, what are you doing? You have to call me the prison chief in the future. What? Jue came up immediately. I'm thinking about how to improve you to improve the prison environment, it's too worn out here, Naruto said. This sentence couldn't get the nine tails directly, and it stared at Naruto and said, "It's better to die, how about letting me go? You can rest assured that if I am about to die, I must find a way to torture you permanently." Naruto said blandly, "Let's say something practical, Nine Lama, don't fantasize like a coward. How do you want to change? For Elephant Fenjian can bring the outside things." Naruto picked up a pair of black socks that should have been drained on his home balcony. "I'll bring you something to recreate." Why do you do this?" Jue was a little surprised. "I don't want you to pull in the grandfather." Naruto glanced at Nine Tails. "Oh, do you want to die recently? There will be no. Then what can you do? Do you know what is plug-in? Chapter 54. What is top-level training? Forget it, you don't understand to you." Naruto stretched his waist. "Yes, Nine Lama, is there a male and female tail beast? What do you ask this?" Jugwin glanced at Naruto obliquely. Curious. Jue was originally disdainful to speak to Naruto, but when he thought of Fang, humans still wanted to improve the environment, so he explained more. "We came from Chakra's illusion. There is no gender in strict speaking. Then why are you a male fox?" Old man, Nine Tails said for a while, and did not want to ignore Naruto anymore. "Since this is the case, why don't you become a beast-eared fox cute mother?" Naruto was curious, and proposed a path that had never been conceived by Nine Tails. Roar dash, I am super. Nine Tails are too fierce. Naruto opened his eyes from the cool stone steps full of moss and said angrily, "I'm just curious, it doesn't want to change, I don't want to see it yet." Pooh. With a sigh with regret, Naruto stood up and looked at the center tower. "I still go in and see. Although I do want to participate, I am always worried. This plus test seems to be a 1v1 battle selection, and the choice of opponents is not random, but the complete dark box operation is opaque. But they have exited. Should the group of senior brain pumps not arrange Hina and Ninji together? What is the comparison of the Division Genius and Zangia Girl? Isn't that unilateral dish?" Naruto, who couldn't rest assured, stunned for a while, or decided to go in and see. If the situation is wrong, just shouting Hinata to vote. What does this kind of pure brain disabled? What does persistence also mean? With such a mood, Naruto turned just a step, and the mechanical synthesis sound in his mind sounded again. Ding! The panel pops up and displays two options. Options 1, use heart rotor, system temporarily providing perfect fit, to take over Hinata's body and control its admission. Reward, explosion x20. Options 2, use heart rotor, system temporarily providing perfect fit, to take over Hinata's body and control it to win Ninji. Reward, Cao Ying sword. After reading the option, Naruto subconsciously spit out, "How could it win? Choose one decisively." As soon as the words fell, Naruto's whole person fell to the ground like the soul was pulled away, and he fell asleep. Anyway, there was a nine tail in his body, and he didn't worry about who dared to pick up the corpse. In the center tower, Hina, who was drawn with Hit Hien, was a little scared. She stood nervously, her palms were sweaty. The duel on the field is Inyazuka Tooth and Ding Ci, and they will immediately divide the victory and defeat. The next game will be her battle with Ninkai. For the cold cousin, Hinata is more afraid. But she didn't want to give up, but she still wanted to fight positively. Suddenly, Hinata felt that his body was not controlled. The moment the pupil expansion, the unprecedented feeling spread throughout the body. "Oh, body." Shimo on the side noticed the strangeness of Hina and turned around and asked, "What's wrong with you?" "I'm fine." Hina looked up. Naruto's soul virtual shadow just coincided with her. In the minds of Hinata, only two people can hear the field of communication. "Naruto Jun? Why are you?" Hina asked panically. She felt that her body could not be controlled, only her eyes and brains could move. "Don't be nervous, Hatsuki." Naruto relieved, "This is the spiritual ninjutsu. Your body is temporarily taken over by me." "Take over? Body?" Hinata stunned, and then realized what, shouted, "Rogue." Not allowed, that's right, this completely fitting heart-turning technique is hundreds of times more fine than the self-rotating technique used by Jingi. Naruto not only perfectly controls Hina's body, but also can share consciousness. Of course, there are some small flaws inevitable. Hina, relax. Naruto laughed. Naruto Jun is a hooligan. Hina hugged himself tightly and squatted down again. However, this is not useful, and it is still Naruto's control of Hinata. "Sorry." Naruto apologized, "Please believe me, Hina, I will not hurt you. If you let you complete the next battle alone, you will definitely be injured. I just don't want you to be injured, so I have to go out." After hearing the words, Hina was calm, and she looked up at Naruto, and asked a little embarrassed, "Naruto Jun, really because I am worried about me?" do you do that? Of course. Naruto said, I'm definitely worried about you, so don't you be angry, okay? I'm not angry with Naruto-jun, Hina said loudly, blushing. Rest assured, I must use your body well. I will never mess around. Naruto's face was carefully guaranteed. When the test is over, I ask Hina, how about you to eat barbecue? Okay. Hina nodded gently, blushing like a tomato. Naruto, Hina said again. What's wrong? I know I am not an opponent of Brother Ninkai. I can probably guess what Naruto is doing. I want to give up the game for me, right? Naruto was silent. I know giving up is the best choice, but, Naruto-jun, I want to practice my own forbearance. Hina said whispered, occasionally I want to prove it, I am not people who do whatever they do. I chose this road for ninja, and I am very happy to train with everyone, so I cherish the job of the ninja very much. So I think, if my thoughts would make Naruto-jun difficult, can I return it to me? Even if it hurts, I still want to try it. In Naruto's silent mouth, the battle under the field had ushered in the end of the victory, and Inuyasha defeated Ding Ci to win. The moonlight gaze glanced around the stands, and the lazy and kidney deficiency sound sounded in the field. In the next game, Hyuga Ninja fights Ryuko Hina. Seeing Hinata's upcoming play, Naruto exhaled deeply and said, Can't. Hina was stunned, but, I'll just fight for you. Naruto interrupted Hinata, it's all here, Hina, rest assured, I will do my best. Speaking, Naruto controlled Hina's body and walked slowly towards the field. Chapter 55 Fighting. After the two stood on the court, the opposite expression was cold. Naruto began to regret the complaint about Hyuga that he used the god of the ninja, which intensified the conflict between the internal to the sun. The cause and effect cycle is. The uneasy Naruto glanced at Ninkai on the opposite side. The opponent's face was so gloomy that he could drop the water, and he couldn't help but let Naruto shivering. Fortunately, I chose to help Hinata to fight, otherwise Koseda must not be killed by himself somehow. The guy on the opposite side is terrible, it seems that it will definitely be heavy. Miss Hina, I didn't expect to fight with you, Ninkai said to Hina. At this time, it is Naruto who controls Hina's body. He can speak with Hina in the conscious space, and he can also control Hina's body. At the same time, Hina in the conscious space can naturally perceive all the sounds outside. Brother Ninkai. Hina in the space of consciousness is obviously depressed. No matter how many Naruto, the right or wrong is already obvious, and the Hatsuhake is not a person. But now you have to keep the Hinata down, and then slowly talk about others. Well, I didn't expect it either. Naruto really couldn't call Brother Ning Ci, and could only force. Miss Hina, you are a little different from before. Ning Ci said coldly, you always used to escape. Although you don't know why you have to persist, this cannot change your failure. My pair of white eyes can be clearly seen. Your past failure will be exposed soon. In the face of Ninji's psychological offensive, Hinata almost closed. Even if Hina didn't speak, Naruto could feel his panic. Conscious space. Aren't you a Zone family? Naruto asked. Hinata whispered. The Zone family has absolutely suppressed the separation. Naruto said, why are you afraid of him? I don't want to fight with Brother Ninkai. Hina hesitated. The relationship between the Zangia and the separation has been bad. When I was a kid, my brother Ninkai was not like this, but the matter of the Zone family is not what you can decide? Unless you become the patriarch. Naruto said, Ninkai hates you. You should think that you are the people of the Zone family and the vested interest, so why do you have contradictions? No reason? I don't know, Hina said. The big family is really troublesome. After speaking, Naruto no longer talked to Hina, and his eyes locked the Hyuga Ninja who opened Bien. Suddenly, Naruto changed his fist from palm, and instantly opened his eyes. On the opposite side, Ninkai opened the white eyes without the seal, and could not help but slightly surprised. On the upper viewing platform, Sakura suddenly asked, why did Ninkai look surprised? What did Hinata do? Hearing the words, Xiaoli said on the side. Ninkai also spent a lot of time to make white eyes without sealing. Perhaps he felt that Hina's ability surpassed his expectations. The battle has begun, and the two have already handled them. Naruto manipulated Hina's body and weakened the combat effectiveness too much. Just as Dashi-1 does not reincarnate, his ability follows the soul rather than the flesh, but in Hina's body, Naruto will be limited by its chakra and physical strength. Secondly, the physical strength of the two was not comparable, and the upper limit was placed there. Naruto doesn't know how fast his speed is. The body of nine-tailed chakra will become active. But in this body, Naruto can feel a layer of limit, which is from the limits of the body. He was convinced that if he surpassed that limit, his body muscles might tear or more serious injuries. Ningchi took the moment, and the whole person was like the most sharp spear, and the speed was so fast that it suddenly flashed a silver mang. Naruto did not pick up with his palm, but he slightly sideways and opened the distance instantly. The physical surgery of the Hyuga family specializes in chakra on the palm of the hand. Even if it does not touch the enemy's body, it can still use the passing chakra to attack the enemy's internal organs. At the moment of pulling the distance, Ning Xiai stepped forward and pursued it closely. Naruto took the palm of his palm and kicked over, and he just hit Ningji's arm acupoint. Ning Xiai noticed that the rhythm was disrupted and took the initiative to retreat. This also allowed Naruto to seize the opportunity, pull over his palm, cover it. At the same time, the waist turned like a knob to turn horizontally. When Ninkai avoided and drove forward, Naruto turned his back hammer with the strength of twisting his waist. One palm and a hammer was drawn and raised the hand to open the hand, and the soft punches were a cleverness, with force. Naruto is a rigidity, whether it is drawing and retreating, or the attack on the attack is a coherent fast word. Ninkai handed his hand, Naruto had already raised his legs. Ning Kiji was stable in the lower market, and his palms were like a sword. Naruto did not entangle Ninkai in the palm method, and not to mention the breaking of a master, and more importantly, Hina's understanding of the gossip palm is not as good as Ningji. Naruto itself is also temporary, and it is impossible for the gossip to fight better than Ning. The fighting is a long-standing avoidance. Naruto controls the flexible physical pace of Hinata, and it is like a healthy cat in the field. Making offensive actions is mixed with a lot of false actions. Even if Ninkai had white eyes, it was difficult for her brain to keep up with fake moves that were invincible. These tricks are usually not used by Naruto, but now there is no way to force it out. Ning Ci was obviously annoying, and an angry drink directly opened the 30-2 palms of the gossip. Chapter 56 Broken Bird. Naruto is hiding. Whether it is offensive or back, he is hiding most of the time. At the same time, Hina's physical strength is also consumed. Ning Ci had pierced his palm, and Naruto saw the timing directly put the remaining chakra. Relying on the experience of the tail beast, chakra covered the whole body. There is a way to put the remaining chakra on the remaining chakra. Is this? The pupil of Ningji, who had a palm, expanded instantly, as if he saw something incredible. That move. Is it? Xiaoli on the stands grabbed the railing, leaning forward, staring at Hina's movements in the field. It's going back to heaven? A surprising expression on the face of the watching on the stands. His eyes were slightly stunned. How could it be back to heaven? Sakura couldn't understand what they were talking about, but they felt unknown. What is back to heaven? Back to heaven is the secret of the Hyuga family. It uses high-speed rotation to drive chakra, which is wrapped around the body to form a chakra vortex to offset all external attacks. The principle is a high-speed rotating cutting machine. Of course, Naruto is not returning to heaven. How could he return to heaven? He was reluctant to even have the most basic chakra parcel's palm to play Rukwin, let alone this difficult trick to return to the sky. But Ninkai was unclear. At the same time as Naruto started, Ninkai burst into a large number of blue chakra all over his body. This is going back to the sky. Real return, rotate the body to rotate chakra. And Naruto's false return to heaven now let chakra rotate himself. With a bang, Naruto jumped off directly, and let chakra vortex hit Ninkai's return to heaven. The people on the stand saw that Hina suddenly jumped away from the confrontation, and then the two rounds of back to the sky collided into an instant. Ning Ci was hit out, and he stepped back a few meters away, and he did not fall down. What happened to it? Sakura opened his eyes wide, his face dazed. Xiaoli and Tiantian looked at the field nervously, staring at Ning's figure to show their worry. The genius in their group failed? Back to heaven is Ningji's card, and they also know that if you eat it in such a place, Ning Ci's heart must be frustrated. Ninkai on the field did not understand, let alone Xiaoli and Tiantian on the door on the stands. The girl named Hina is very strong. Kakashi, who was watching the battle, suddenly said, I just always feel strange. What do you think? Midkai's expression was not easy. Ning Ci was his student and the strongest talent among his three students. He thought that Ninkai might meet his opponent in the Zongno test, or Suzuki, or Naruto, but never expected to be Hina. After all, Ninkai claims to be a genius of the separation, and has a stronger existence in the new generation of Hitcha. I also think it's a bit strange. Midorkai said, is that girl a red student? I heard that it is very introverted, but how can the fighting way look so like boys? Well, Hina's backhammer reminds me of a person, Kakashi said. I hope I think too much. As the recruiting cottage returned to the sky, the atmosphere in the field became anxious, and Ning Ci's expression became serious. But at this moment, Naruto suddenly controlled Hina's body and raised his hands and said, I have exhausted my strength and chakra, I can't fight anymore, I confess. Family defeat? Ning Ci gritted his teeth. What is that? She? Naruto didn't say anything. His means of playing on behalf of him was a bit unpleasant. Now that he has achieved the goal, it is too nauseous to stand on the moral height of the vested interest. The hatred of the Zangjia and the separation is not to be solved in a few words, and the key to the bird that imprisons the bird in the cage is not in words. And it is not love to use a hammer to break the cage, but these words are not suitable whether Naruto said or use Hina's body. Don't experience the pain of others, don't easily persuade others to let go. Ask himself, morality is used to restrain himself, not to kidnap others. In the end, the game was over. successfully placed under the explosion. Hina did not return to the stand, but walked out of the central tower. The light car is moving along the path and stopped at a cool stone step. A yellow-haired teenager fell asleep on the stone steps, which was Naruto's body. After a few seconds, Naruto lying on the stone steps opened his eyes suddenly. There was noisy cicada in the forest, and the sunlight on the top did not break the giant wooden crown of the sky. Under the shade of the shade, Naruto and Hina's high and one low looked at each other for a few seconds. "Are you angry?" Naruto asked tentatively. Hinata shook his head. His cheeks like Yuning-Z were white to glow, which made people look like to pinch it. "Why are you not happy?" At the moment of the game, I saw the lost expression on Brother Ninkai's face. I have never seen him show that expression. Hina said, "Even Brother Ningji won, but I still feel uncomfortable." Well, he probably because of frustration. The genius of the Hyuga family is stronger than the ancestors. Naruto said, "The pride has been broken, so he will lose and even doubt life." Then, what should I do? Hina panicked completely. I'm actually very weak and afraid of fighting with others. If there is no Naruto, I maybe a meal? Naruto asked, "Do you want to use a meal to exchange for Ninkai's favor for the Zone family?" Hina hesitated. And Naruto reached out and touched Hina's head and comforted. "This is not a way to solve the matter. The contradiction between the Zanjia and the separation is not something you can solve. The symptoms are not on you. Naruto-jun, is there no way?" Hina asked a little grievantly. "Yes," Naruto said, "waiting for you to be the patriarch, completely abolish the birds in the cage." "But don't you really think about the position of the patriarch for Ningji?" Naruto suddenly laughed and asked. Tomulus you don't have to be the chief of the clan if you want to solve the problem." Naruto said, "Your father is the patriarch of the Hyuga clan. In this case, you just need to convince him to abolish the bird curse in the cage. The bird's mantra in the cage is also to protect the weak people of the family. If the white-eyed section is not used, it is not necessary to seize the separation of babies. In contrast, the Zone family with a perfect white eye must bear the risk of being peeped." Sunli then slowly formed the tradition of the division to protect the ancestors. "Naruto, why do you know about so many days of the family?" Naruto's face didn't care, answered casually. "Listen to others." Chapter 57. Can you only once? Hina is doubtful, but I didn't ask anymore. However, Naruto's words did give Hinata a hope. This is how to coax the little girl. It is not necessary to practical and feasible methods. As for how his father should abolish the birds in the cage, what obstacles will face, it is not important. At least, the girl's troubles fly away, and the face shows a smile on her face. "Thank you, Naruto-jun." "Don't thank you, as long as Hina is happy." After hearing the words, Hina's inexplicable face blushed again. Pursuit of Hina, 14.2% from Nine-Tailed. Naruto wanted to pinch on Hina's face, but in the end, he maintained his mind and scratched his head and said, "Hina, go first, I'm leaving." Did Naruto-jun not go in to watch the game? Hina was a little puzzled. Sakura and Ito's game is almost about to start. "Don't go," Naruto said awkwardly. "I can't go in if I abstain." Even if he can go, it is embarrassing. Who can cheer for? Although it is reasonable to cheer for Sakura, it seems that it is too much to give up Ino completely. Isn't it a wall grass on both sides? Naruto-jun, Hina hesitated for a moment, and whispered his head and whispered, "You can go to my body." Just like it just now, although it will be a little uncomfortable, it feels like the brain is about to break. But if it is not fighting, it is just watching the war, it should not be like that. I can't get up, I can only use it once. Naruto couldn't cry and laugh. This is not a game of life. Is there that kind of ninjutsu? Can you only use it once? Hina's tone had a little regret. Naruto was ashamed. What do you regret? What you regret? If this is caught, both have to finish playing. Yes, you can only use it once, Naruto said. All right, Naruto. Damn, is this what invisible attributes have been developed? When Naruto returned to God, Hinata had run away. He could only shook his head and turn towards the exit of the 44th exercise. Before that, he had to pass through the death forest alone. The method is feasible, but no one will do this. Generally, candidates leave collectively. Personally, they are more quietly waiting for the exams to wait for the exam somewhere. But he was too lazy to wait. Since he didn't watch the game, it didn't make sense to stay here. Moreover, the end of the game is still early, and it is a waste of time. Along the way, he didn't encounter any danger, and he left the death forest smoothly. After your ramen was full, Naruto returned to his home to wash and lay the corpse after the incident. This time, the Chinese ninja test was very rich, the Thunderbolt mood strike, the wind of the wind. Although the 2 ninjutsu is not full, it still needs to practice to maximize its power, but what bicycle is needed? One test hit 2A class ninjutsu, and Hina's strategy progress also took a step forward. Generally speaking, Naruto made Naruto earn this time. There is a lot less thing, and it is unexpectedly clean. Thinking of this, Naruto fell asleep. On the other side, in the Tower of Death Forest Center, Xiaoli chose to open the hanging in the face of my AI Luo's strong offensive. The 8-door armor opened to the 5th door. At the last moment, Mitter saw that Xiao Li's body was overloaded, and the game was forcibly terminated directly in the name of the 3rd class. Xiao Li, who was open and lifted, escaped the robbery, exempting the punishment of 700 episodes. The victory was taken away by the crowded. Although he was unwilling, he did not dare to be arrogant to Kai. The strange man in this watermelon-skinned hairstyle in front of him was obviously Xiao Li's teacher. A little Li almost kicked him. I love Luo even dare not provoke Mitter, and can only leave the field. Sakura tied with Ino, and the situation was fierce, and both of them could not afford to fall to the ground. The list of the Kansi test is like this. Uchiha Suzuki fought with me AI Luo, Hiroshi Ningji fought against Jilang, Shikamaru opponent Ju, in Urazuka to oil Hiroshi. Before that, all candidates had a month of preparation time. Jingle bell. The rapid alarm clock sounded. Naruto reached out and threw the alarm clock out, turned over and continued to sleep. After the room was silent for a few seconds, the knock on the door suddenly sounded. Naruto, when will your guy go to sleep? Say good to go to the river to camp with everyone, you forget it again. Sakura's voice sounded outside the door, accompanied by a knocking on the door. Naruto opened his eyes confused, and it seemed to remember. Yesterday, I still seem to have agreed to participate in the 10th and 7th class of friendship camping activities. All reasons are because of the sudden improvement of Ino and Sakura, so that Shikamaru and Dinkai had to promise these two powerful women, and by the way, Naruto also pulled down the water. Sakura, is this where Naruto lives? A sound of Ino came from outside the door. You seem to be familiar with this? That's because, Sakura just spoke. Suddenly, the door was pulled open from the inside, and Naruto, who was sleepy, glanced at the two, wore a pajamas, and rushed to yawn. When are the relationship between you two? Do you want you? Slightly. Ino made a ghost. Naruto, the second game of the Chinese Ren test, so it is not clear. Sakura held the aside, and the two vibrant girls posted together and made intimate nodes. We have reconciled. Yes. Creed, Io said headed. Oh, Naruto made a meaningless tone. After a while, he took care of himself. The three went out together. There was some distance from the village by the river. Under the large waterfall, Shikamaru and Ding Ci wore a large sun hat waiting there. The scorching sun was suspended, and of the 5, only 2 girls had always increased. Hey, Naruto, can't Suzuki come? Shikamaru yawned, and asked with a dead fish eye hanging. Naruto was also very sleepy, and the two mighty surroundings were surrounded by a barbecue rack together. If Suzuki can't come, the curse on his body seems a bit tricky. Teacher Kakashi took him to special training. Special training, Asuma has greeted me. Congratulations on you, Shikamaru, Naruto said sincerely. Forget it, so troublesome things. Shikamaru had no energy on his body, complaining, after all the holidays, it was forced by Jingyi to come to camping. Then why don't you refuse her directly? Naruto asked while working, drag me in. There is no way, Jingyi usually takes care of us very much. This requirement can't refuse at all. Shikamaru sighed, raised the fishing rod that had been prepared for a long time, and said to Naruto, I go to fishing some fish. Naruto turned his head and glanced at him, and glanced at the apparently valuable fishing rod in his hand. Where did you come from? My father, he said that he used to fish very well before. Chapter 58. You were so nice at noon. The 5 people cooperated to work well, and all the preparations except the fish were done. Naruto patted Shikamaru's shoulder from behind, and the latter looked back at him in doubt. Come on me. Hearing the words, Shikamaru had a face with a face and stood up and said, it turns out that it is not easy to fish. No wonder I didn't see my father fishing much. It's really difficult. Naruto echoed a sentence, and then 5 fish were put in 5 minutes, and Shikaman's eyes were straight. Fake it? I think there was a bait in the middle of you. I have a good relationship with that fish. Nonsense. How can there be such a thing? Shikamaru collapsed. You don't believe it, you might as well say. Naruto continued to fish, and he stopped in a total of 7 or 8 fish before and after. Naruto was ready to go back, and Shikamaru came over to help. Supreme Naruto handed him the fishing rod and asked him to clean up himself. Shikamaru did not refuse. The two stood by the river to close the line, and they stood and looked at them. The cool mountain breeze was brushed, and the two felt cool. Listening to the laughter of Sakura and Ino not far away, Naruto suddenly hit Shikamaru with emotion. What's wrong? Don't you think this is the real taste of summer? Naruto said. The taste of summer? Who do you like, Ito or Sakura? Shikamaru asked with a pair of dead fish eyes. I just like the atmosphere of summer. Naruto turned around and said to Shikamaru, but I still prefer girls in skirts. Is there any difference? Shikamaru showed the same expression as his father. The most troublesome of a woman. Of course, there is a difference. Youth and fat are not related, Naruto said casually. It was boring to look around. It is really not good to say that the ninja profession is really good. What kind of career? Shikamaru had too many grooves to vomit, and I didn't know what to say for a while. You can travel around the world, waves everywhere. I don't want to fight you, Naruto, you are still the pillar of the village. Shikamaru stunned Naruto's neck and said lowly, if you talk to me in the improper ninja tell others. I know. Naruto nodded helplessly, but it is really unwilling to shrink in this village for a lifetime. There will be tasks, and there will be a chance to go out. Shikamaru scratched his head and said, think about it, us will probably not leave this village like my father's generation. I don't seem to be unwilling. To be precise, my dream is to live an ordinary life. Marry an ordinary wife and repeat some ordinary things every day. Cut. Naruto pulled Shikamaru's hand and murmured, generally speaking, people who like this only like beautiful girls. Naruto. Shikamaru. What are the two of you still doing? In sumo, in the distance, beckoned and shouted at the two of them with a waist. Come and eat. Okay. The two responded together and trotted. At night, everyone disappeared. Naruto was not far away, and suddenly he heard the sound of rapid footsteps from behind. At this time, the lights are brightly lit, and all the shops are bright. Looking down from high altitude, it is like a light belt that runs through the wood leaf. Ito ran a little asthma, holding Luyao and said a word and so on. What's the matter? Naruto has been thinking about the words that Shikamaru said during the day, so the mood is not high. I heard Shikamaru say you want to leave the village in the future? Jinyi asked nervously. Shikamaru told you? Naruto asked a little bit. I forced him to say, Ito said, so do you think? Naruto didn't hide it. Why? Hearing that Naruto did not answer immediately, but took a closer look at Jinyi, and the eyes were looking at a piece of art. Why do you think of me like this? Jinyi took a step back and asked slightly a little panic. At the same time, she began to regret it, why she was so impulsive. Just a thought, I really caught up and asked, too shameful. Ino, you are so nice. Well, why, suddenly, say this kind of words? Jinyi's face turned red instantly, his hands were twisted together, and the whole person talked. Facing the sudden praise made her unable to fight. Naruto said that this sentence is completely sincere. Ito is one of the few emotional and sincere ninjas he has seen. It turned out that she would really follow herself because she was worried about a friend. At this time, the direction of Naruto was not going home, and Naruto rock ahead. Actually, I don't know myself, so I don't know how to answer your question. Naruto said, at least in the past few years, I have no plans to leave the village, and may be there in the future. After hearing the words, Jingo was a little peaceful, and said with red face, I mean, if you have someone you like in the future, will you stay for her? I may prefer freedom. Naruto felt that it would be better to not have expectations for him to expect him. I see. Naruto nodded, and glanced at the direction of Naruto rock again, come on, come and go. Ito did not oppose it, and followed Naruto silently. The girl didn't say a word, and it seemed particularly quiet. Naruto thought that things had passed. Perhaps it is because Naruto has recently ate meat and drink milk. He has already walked on the mountain road with the figure of the two. The lights on Naruto rock are bright, and the walls of the mountain road are wrapped around small colored lights. Looking at the Naruto rock at hand, Naruto suddenly remembered many Yi, and I don't know if the guy left himself for a good dinner. Before that, the four fools seemed to be good at camouflage survival except fighting. Now, don't eat red bean balls? Jinyi followed a few steps and passed a bag of packaged balls. Eat. Naruto nodded sharply. The red bean balls were very sweet. Occasionally, eating a few strings would not feel tired. Watching Naruto was happy, Jinyi also laughed, and said a few strings of red bean balls. Give, I seem to like eating you last time. Thank you, Jingo. Naruto took a bite and said vaguely, I haven't eaten it before. He said before, he didn't try it before, and later he never had the opportunity to try to open his eyes and came to the world. But when I thought it was, Naruto was from childhood to large. Holding the bamboo stick's hand shaking slightly, his lips were gently. Chapter 59 Fox who wants to be strong for a lifetime. After walking up a distance, it reached the top of Naruto rock. This is a huge open space. There are 5 layers of defense at the edge. The small color lamp is wrapped along the mountain road to the flat floor of the mountain. Naruto. Danger, come back soon. Ito was standing in the innermost railing, watching Naruto standing on the most perfection railing, and Tactical Boots stepped on a steel pipe with a diameter of 6 centimeters. The night breeze of the heights whistled, and his whole person also swayed. It's okay, I often play like this. Naruto was facing Ino, behind the empty cliff, holding a bunch of red bean balls in his hand. Such actions are too dangerous, and Ito only feels that her heart is almost jumping out. Staring at Naruto standing at the outermost side, his heart jumped with the tiny swing of his body, and his brain was instantly congested because of fear. It was not her who was standing there, but he was still afraid, and she was afraid that Naruto would disappear from the railings in the next second. The psychological insecurity made her trembling slightly, and her throat lost her voice instantly, and she couldn't speak. No. Jinya took several steps forward and crossed 3 railings to pull Naruto. She saw that Naruto was laughing, and she seemed to enjoy the taste at this moment. I won't jump. Naruto came down from the railing and walked to Jingyi and said, the night view of the village is still pretty good. You just scared me to death. Jingyi said. Haha, I'm sorry. Naruto said with a smile, in fact, it is safe to do that. When I feel bad, I often come here. Even if I accidentally fall, I will be connected by the protruding Naruto rock. Even that is too dangerous. Jingyi murmured, don't do something worrying. Naruto, why did you abstain at that time? No reason, I didn't want to take the exam. Naruto said, in the second exam, for me, the whole Chinese ninja test was over at that time. What are the rest? The rest is meaningless. Ha! Jinya was puzzled, can you not bear it early? It's not good, I don't want to do a very troublesome task. Naruto bluntly said, moreover, my qualifications are too shallow. Ito was completely defeated by Naruto's logic, covering his face and said 1. The two did not stay for a long time, nor did they talk very specific. After about half an hour, the two left Naruto Rock together. In front of the intersection, I was beckoning to Naruto. Naruto, will you come to my shop to buy flowers? Ah, are you vacant time for a month? Well, I plan to sleep well. Naruto scratched his head and bought flowers. Do you buy 3 generations in advance? Is it a bit too much? Ah, comfortable. The electric fan made the sound of tooth acid, and after 3 sounds, it finally started to turn slowly. Naruto was lying on the ground, and his mouth made a weak moan. Summer is hot, and it is getting hotter outside. Naruto scheduled 2 air conditioners yesterday, but the clerk installed at the door yesterday asked for leave yesterday, so he had to drag it now. The knock on the door sounded. Naruto thought that it should be installed by the air conditioner. Quickly got up and walked towards the door, opened the door of the apartment. The 2 huge air conditioners in the eyes were seen, but the installation personnel were not seen. Uchiha Suzuki? Is you the air conditioning installation service you booked in the store yesterday? A girl who dressed with Naruto and other high-dressed girls out of the carton revealed her head from behind the carton. Her eyes collided with Naruto, and they stunned directly. This look is wrong, there are many? Yeah, me, I am Uchiha Suzuki. I remember the Uchiha family had no blonde hair, the girl murmured. Die. Naruto's face lied without blushing. So, the girl glanced at Naruto again, then showed amazing strength, and directly moved the 2 major air conditioners. Air conditioning is the product of the same as the refrigerator, but the price is expensive, and the general civilians cannot afford it. Fortunately, Naruto is not an ordinary person. I bought 2 at one time, which can be regarded as a revenue for the shop. Just pretend to be, the other does not need to be installed, just let it go. Naruto told. Good. The installation process was long and boring. Naruto looked at the whole process. It was not until the process was completed. Thank you. The girl did not refuse, sitting on the ground with skilled picker, enjoying the cool breeze blown by the air conditioner. Do you recognize me, right? That's it. Naruto licking the ice cream and lying on the ground and asked, so you just found a job at this time? Most Yi nodded. The other 3 stupid do not learn, I can only go alone. Oh, Naruto secretly said, it was really hard to fight for the undercover. So comfortable. Well, so comfortable. Yi attached to peace, learning that Naruto was lying on the ground and closed his eyes. I do not know how long it has been. Eat barbecue? Naruto suddenly asked. Maybe there may be no time. That's a pity. Naruto said, a person doesn't want to go. The next day, the seal space. Jugwon looked at the pile of furniture like hills, and was a little speechless. It was looking at Naruto who was pumping wastewater with a pumping machine. Human, do the 4 elephants seal play like this? Seal a bunch of home appliances? Hearing the words, Naruto stopped the work in his hand and raised his sleeve and shouted at the tail. Do you say you want? Soul Light. The old man is reluctant to accept it, but don't think that the old man will give you a good look. Jugwon Aegiao said. Cut. Naruto said without replying. 9 Llama, I'm not doing this for you, I just have too much money and there is nowhere to spend. It's boring to make a lot of compassion. This pile of things. Oh, the old man wants you to be pitiful? That being the case, then this video drive, poor me. 9-tailed clothes were soft and fast, and Naruto's mouth flashed with a smile. Just now he had tried the happiness of Jugwon, and the fox was already addicted and abolished. Okay, then I'm pitiful and pitiful. Naruto Mali placed the drive of the video in the place where July could reach, and said, the one over there is an air conditioner, I guess you don't need your gift. The one over there is the refrigerator, that is. Naruto read a bunch, have you understood now? 9 Tails didn't understand at all, but it nodded. Human, don't underestimate the wisdom of the old man. Chapter 60. Naruto didn't care about Jugo really understanding or not. Anyway, these are just his rise. Just last time I promised to pass the 9 tails, I simply did the matter while I was not busy. After a ring, Naruto's consciousness disappeared from the seal space. The sky gradually darkened, and the midsummer was hot at night. At the door of the convenience store, a pair of men's legs appeared in Naruto's sight on the roadside and licking the ice cream. What? The abominable little ghost, called Toad Fairy. Also, don't block the way. The old man who claims to be the Toad Fairy is full of unruly white hairs. He wears an iron carrier with the word oil on his forehead. Draw 2 red oil on the side. Uncle, a young age is still like this. Naruto recognized it, but he did not move the consciousness at all. He licked an ice cream and glanced at him with a glance. It's a sad adult. You guy, it's so polite to speak, be careful, be abominable. He couldn't bear it, the smile of his face couldn't hold it, and he threatened his sleeves. Now, I said, Uncle, you are still careful. Last time I saw you using low-level methods to voyeurate the female soup. Naruto sucked the ice cream, stabbing, and the smooth forehead was revealed. He was used to it now. Do not wear a task. Anyway, no one cares, how can you play? Low-level means? Zito also frowned. What do you know about a little ghost? I am the material. You were slapped by a fan, and the idiots were chased by the girl with the girl, and, you monitor me? I was shocked. How do you know? I opened a VIP at all the hot spring baths in Koba. Damn, how can you be so rich? There was also a trace of cold sweat from his forehead, and began to notice that things were wrong. If you have money, you just do whatever you want. Saying, Naruto also ate the ice cream cleanly. He stood up with an ice cream and wooden stick and said, Uncle, I think you should be a downright writer bar? Oh, what did you see? Zi also heard that he was interested, and his face also bloomed with a hint of expectations. It's easy to recognize it, the appearance is insignificant, the colorful, the behavior is suspicious, and the strange words such as taking materials. If it is not a writer, there will be only abnormalities left. Listening to Naruto, this is not like praise. The smile on his face stiffened. Naruto's expression of self-consciousness, he said himself. But I guess, even if you are a writer, you must be the 18-band writer. There is nothing to get a hand. You don't want to take people with your appearance. The book I write is a very popular eternal book. The tap is a bit unable to bear the unwilling tone of Naruto. Some arguments. Eternal book? Uncle, have you read Jin Ping Mei? What plum? The tap was also slightly stunned. As soon as he heard the title, he made him a goosebumps. Plum blossoms in the cultural circle of the ninja are extraordinary, and they are more cold flowers than cherry blossoms. Geisters will wear plum blossoms in February. The girls of the country of fire will also say that my heart is like plum blossoms with metaphors. It is a confession sentence like the moonlight. Such pure and cold flowers should have been stored with the most elegant container, and the golden bottle such tacky container is combined with plums, giving people a sense of unattainable but chaotic and hazy sense. Just read the name and know that this is a genius. Tell me, where can I buy that book? I also grabbed Naruto's hand, and asked slightly excitedly. It was an ancient book that was found out of the garbage dump. I was fortunate to see it. It was also a remnant. Naruto randomly broke the popsicle wooden stick and told the story of Panjinlian. Even if Naruto said intermittently, the words and phrases are very casual, but the auto is easy to enter. The good story is regardless of the order. No? Do you continue to say? The tap also collapsed. I forgot. Naruto threw the Muppy stick into the 2 Halo stick into the trash can, and I'm going home. When I heard the story, I heard half of it. It was when I was inspired. Where would I let Naruto go like this? And quickly followed. How can you leave half of it when you say this? Do you tell me what happened after turning the bamboo pole? It is very astringent when I hear it. Alas, there is a story when I hear it. I said that forgetting it is forgotten. Naruto ignored it, and went forward without looking back. You little ghost, why can't you say it? He also grabbed his hands forward, trying to pull Naruto. Naruto seemed to have eyes behind him, and he fiercely avoided the starting point of the tap. The pupils are also expanding, and the speed of the heart should not be slow. It is not something that can be avoided in one end. He grabbed his backhand again. Naruto jumped away. After a few times, I went straight to the tree, and I jumped into the roof and blinked. He also stood in place, and the night wind brushed his large robe. He first stunned for a long while and then laughed. The child and his father's temperament are two extremes. If the Watergate couple is still there, it should have a headache. Stepping on Miyu, he sighed from himself and went away in the other direction. He didn't want to come back at this trip. He did not match the concept of Muyu's old guys. Collecting intelligence outside was better than staying in this depressed village. After leaving, Naruto did not go home. After walking around the street, he went to the flower shop in the mountains. He has never seen Hina this month, and the scheduled barbecue is naturally far away. After a month on the street, Naruto has become a qualified street. However, this boring life will soon end, because tomorrow will be the third game of the Chinese ninja exam. Jingya was bored to watch the shop, and he was planning to snooze, but the wind chime at the door rang. Welcome to Naruto? Jingyi blinked. Why are you here? Buy flowers. Well, Naruto, you can buy flowers? Jingya said, but his body still stood up. I'll help you choose. Who do you want to give? Don't you want to inquire about the privacy of the guests at will? Naruto said, I want a white chrysanthemum. Please help me install it. Ha! Jingyi rapped Beiju on the ground and asked, who are you to commemorate? Ah, yes. Naruto always couldn't say that it was convenient for the third generation. Chapter 61 Sincerity is a nirvana. I'm sorry, please sorrow. Jingya said with guilt. Don't apologize, that kind of thing. Naruto took Beiju and suddenly saw a red flower when he was about to pay. Perhaps I felt that there were too few flowers, and a habitual was put on one, so I said at the red flower. Ino, help me wrap that flower too? Ha! That. Okay. Jingya turned to take the flowers, and the action was wrapped in the flowers, a total of 52. Are you going to give Sakura? She seems to have been in a medical class recently. Naruto paid the flower, took the flowers and handed the bag of the rose to Ino. Ah. Jingya took a moment. Is there any problem with it? Give you. Naruto handed the flowers forward again, and Ino reached out. Why suddenly send flowers? Jingya was a little embarrassed. She did not expect that Naruto would buy flowers and gave her, although there was no shortage of flowers at home, but, no reason, just remembered it suddenly. Thank you Jingyi for your care for me. It's normal. Naruto took Beiju and stared at Jingyi. Although you said that, you still feel weird. Jingya looked elsewhere and said with a smile, I always feel like this, like an adult, sending flowers to each other. Don't say that strange words. If you don't want to send it, I won't send it. Naruto wanted to reach out. Don't, how can the gifts given out? Besides, I didn't say unwilling. Jingya carried the Bao's rose flower. Naruto was just doing it, but he didn't want to really grab it, so he said goodbye to leaving. The next day, the dark part found the body of the moonlight on the roof. The body was cut by sharp blades, and the neck was fatal. At the same time, the third game of the China Ninja test held by the State of the Wind and the Kingdom of Fire was also the opening. Different from the first two games, the third game will be held in the arena that can accommodate 10,000 people. For this group of nobles with worry-free food and clothing, watching ninja fights is as elegant as opening silver in the family. The nobles occupy a large amount of land and production tools. The tax discounts given by the annual rent in the Country of Fire are sufficient for their daily splurge. Naruto used to envy these rich people, but now he is still envious. Although that person is not rich now, he will enjoy it. Unlike Naruto's money, he can't spend it. Buying expensive home appliances, eating barbecue, bathing everywhere is already the limit of consumption. This body is still too small, and it is impossible to burn money. The atmosphere of the official examination is lively inside and outside, and the atmosphere of the official examination is like a holiday. The pedestrians on the street are bustling, and vendors have worked hard to sell their products. Wine and red bean balls are the best. Naruto walked on the street and walked in the direction of the exercise field with a bag of food. Perhaps it is the relationship between the formal examination. There is no one in the exercise field, and it is probably to the large arena. After all, who will go to a remote drill training on this grand day? Naruto is not for training, he has never trained at all. The time was still early, and the forests were extremely quiet in the early morning. Naruto stood in the exercise field and looked at it left and right. Naruto Jun, how can you come here? Suddenly, Hina's figure came out from the wooden piles of the exercise field, and asked carefully. At this time, the upper body of Hina was wearing a light blue long-sleeved retro jacket, and the lower body was a black tube pants, which made the whole person dignified and beautiful. Give it to eat. Naruto mentioned the cowhide oil bag on his hand. Didn't you make an appointment to eat barbecue last time? I have never met you. I'm sorry, I have been training. So, Hina lowered her head. She didn't want to say that her father had, no matter how, she didn't care about her at all, so that she had been biting tooth training just to prove herself. Don't be tight. Naruto approached, and handed the paper bag to Hinata and said, Hina's hard work will definitely become stronger. I haven't changed anything, Hinata said with a low emotion. Last time, I faced brother Ningji, but also Naruto. You can help me to support a few back and forth. I think if it is me, you can't say that. Naruto took a bunch of balls from the bag and bite a bite. Hina, you know that you can't fight or persist. It is brave enough. Stronger is not a matter of overnight, or you have to have some confidence in yourself. Thank you, Naruto. Hina looked up and smiled again. I know, I will work hard. Then you eat? Hina's frank eyes were a little uncomfortable, and it was a little overwhelmed. This is a red bean ball, that's the frying tempura, the cake. Naruto turned around and handed it to Hina. Will you eat this? can't eat. What about this? This taste seems good, although I haven't eaten it much, but the boss said that it is very popular with girls. Naruto took out many snacks again. It seemed to be really here to give Hina to eat food. Of Naruto Jun. Ha! Naruto looked up and looked at Hina. Thank you. Good. Hina was stunned. No one would have a good sentence. In the face of thanks. Shouldn't it be okay? Naruto's sentence is good, and it will not be able to give Hina to directly, and his face becomes red instantly. What's wrong with you? I'm thinking, why do you treat me so well? Hina looked down at other places. It's hard to please like me. It's also cowardly. You have done it very well. I don't know why you are inferior to Hina, but I think Hina, you are actually very gentle to people. Your companions must like you very much. Don't worry about this kind of thing. After hearing the words, Hina looked up at him secretly, and the action was as cute as a kitten. Later, he lowered his head very quickly, revealing an unpleasant expression. His lips pursed lightly, showing a shallow smile. Naruto's unexpected frankness made Hina's smile that was extremely difficult to show in front of outsiders. Even if Naruto had not yet reached the opposite sex feelings at this moment, the heartbeat was still inevitable. Naruto, I am very happy. Hina's face smiled softly and stammered, someone praises me like that for the first time, so, you can hear it often in the future, so it doesn't matter. Naruto said, the Zhong Ninja test is about to start, don't you pass? Sorry. Naruto Jun, I have an appointment with the teeth. Hina's face was full of guilt. It doesn't matter, then I have passed first. Naruto said goodbye towards Hina. Goodbye Hina, come up with spirit. Hina's face appeared on his face. Goodbye. Naruto Jun. Chapter 62 Rotten Vortex. Naruto, you were arrested. Raiders. Hina, 16.1% of the recognition of Nine-Tail. Naruto walked into the arena and found a big circle to find the team. Jingo and Sakura, who don't have to play together, are talking about something. Dinkai on the side ate potato chips, watching the lively scene in the world with great interest, and saw Naruto, who quickly raised his fat claws and waved his hand. Here. Seeing this, Naruto squeezed away the dense crowd and found a seat. The four were lined up in a row. Naruto sat next to Ding Ci, and asked before sitting down. Dinkai, are your injuries better? In the additional test of the second test of the CITIC exam, Ding Ci was defeated against an Urazuka, and Dinkai, who took the pill, had a lot of body loss, so that he was directly carried into the Koba hospital by the medical class. It's completely no problem. Ding's face showed a sloppy smile, but you send 4 or 5 boxes of fruits too exaggerated? My dad is scared by you, and I don't like fruit. Pickling is not a good habit. The rehabilitation period is good to eat fruit on time, Dinkai. At the moment Naruto sat down, he reached out and grabbed a hand potato chips. By the way, Naruto mentioned a paper bag and divided the canned beverages that had been prepared for a long time to 3 people, but just looked up and saw the leftmost Sakura seemed to be absent-minded. What's wrong, Sakura? What? Sakura, the calling Sakura back, returned to God, and just looked at Naruto's doubt. You seem to have a heart? Sakura, she must be worried about Sasuke, and she hasn't seen anyone for a month. Jing-Yi said. Sakura did not deny it, but just bowed his head down. Half a month ago, teacher Kakashi found me once. He said that the side effects of Sasuke's mantra were very large, and the practice may have an accident. Let me find a way to leave a bed for Sasuke. Later? Jing-Yi asked. Sakura shook her head and said, nothing happened. Isn't this a good thing? Naruto opened the beverage jar and took a sip. Sasuke, he always wanted to become stronger. If he is powerful, but that's too dangerous, Sakura said a little bit. Well, there are Sasuke's game today, right? Jing-Ye said that the atmosphere was wrong, and he said in a hurry. Naruto didn't say anything. Sasuke was alive to revenge, and it was impossible to settle down like Sakura's wishes. The hatred of the teenager is like a weeds in the wasteland. As long as the Martian is slightly lit, the wildfire lives even. Sakura does not understand what the hatred of the annihilation means, and no one can really suffer. If one day Uchiha Sasuke put down his hatred, at that moment he must be dead, and he was just a body. As a companion, it is better to let him get revenge easily. But even so, Naruto will not try to change Sakura's thoughts. The competition in the audience has begun, and Kong Julang began to abstain, and he was promoted to Ningji. Naruto took a drink with a drink, and the fingers with a clear knuckle were holding the can. Listening to the cheering waves of 10,000 people's arena, looking at their excitement, like the audience on the beast field. Change a person's thoughts, this idea itself is ridiculous. At the beginning of the competition, Julang directly abstained power, and his Tianxiang Ningji was promoted. While the first round of Air Wheels, the second round of Inuka Tooth played against Oil Hyena, the two played back and forth. In the Inyazuka family and the Oil female family, both rely on animals to obtain perception, and the battle is pretty wonderful. But when the overwhelming worm swept the game, the auditorium didn't see anything, and an Urazuas fell down. The third game was Sarawak Village. I love to fight against Uchiha Sasuke, and it is also the biggest highlight of the Chinese ninja exam. As a result, the Urja people did not arrive on time, and the referee stood there to discuss it for a long time to decide Suzuki's abstain. The audience was excited and scolded directly. I bought all Uchiha's little ghost to win, don't you compare with me, can't you postpone it? You have to lose. We waited so long, let us show us this. Nakani, return money. This sentence stood up and shouted, pack money. Pack money. For a time, the sound of refund was like a tide, and the upper-level cheap platform began to spread all the way to the civilian floor. Dinkai on the side was stunned, and the potato chips in his hands fell to the ground, looking at Naruto with a shock. Naruto turned back and looked at Dinkai, Ino, and Sakura, who was aggressive, frowned. Come and shout together, do you want Suzuki to be sentenced? Speaking, Naruto didn't care about them, and jumped directly to the railing to continue shouting. Relying on himself as a ninja, he directly threw the cans in his hand into the venue, shouting a roar with a stubbornness. Dark again. Exhaust loud zup. On the stands, the audience was suddenly excited, and they protested crazy against the referees led by Huo Shenjian under the bottom. Exhaust. We want to see Uchiha Suzuki's game. Exhaust. I bought Uchiha all of them. I just jumped here without delay. Just as Naruto was about to organize an audience riot, both hands were on his left and right shoulders. He raised his head and saw two dark parts. Naruto's face suddenly became embarrassing and shouted in front of the cough. Quality. Where are the quality? It's too much. The dark part stared coldly at Naruto, pressed with his hand on his shoulder like an iron tong. Xian Naruto, you are suspected of inciting trouble, you are arrested. You caught the wrong person, feed. Naruto refused to accept it, but was still twisted away. Damn, I want to see Lord Naruto. Master Naruto has no time to see you. I am a law-abiding villager, you can't catch me. Hey. The peace of the village has made an indelible contribution. As the dark ninja left, Naruto's voice gradually went away. The three people on the stands of Sakura, Aya, and Ding Ai were stupid. The three looked at each other. They just felt that the reality was too magical. Naruto Dinkai opened his mouth and didn't know what to say. I'm not assured. Sakura stood up and walked away in the dark of Naruto. Sakura, I'll accompany you. Jinya quickly got up and followed. Why are you? It's useless to go. Ding Chi was sitting in place, and a sip of potato chips hadn't stuffed into his mouth as if he had thought of something suddenly. The pupils expanded, the whole person stood up sharply, and the potato chips couldn't care about it, and turned directly to follow. No, those two people are not dark ninjas. At this point, the goose hair suddenly floated in the standing stand. It seems that someone is singing a song, which is fascinating. Chapter 63 The Villagers of the Law, afraid of the 3 generations of immortality. Hey, I said it should be let me go. Naruto kicked his feet and complained. You are very embarrassed, the little ghost. The man in the dark part said, no matter how nonsense, you will pull your tongue. Then you pulled out, Naruto stretched out his tongue with a big mouth, deliberately provoked. You wanna die. Speaking, the two reached out to catch Naruto's head. However, Naruto was not idle. Originally, he planned to drag those two people into the seal space and let Jugong swallow it. Anyway, as long as the seal space is not too reversed, the ninja can hardly afford any storm. But because of his consciousness, he had to go in with the two, and he gave up simply because of security considerations. Tadeo raised his hands, and the blade of the wind followed closely. The two dark ninjas jumped away from the two backs, but in the next second, Naruto will be replaced directly without a bit of the thunder, and the melting magma is severely pressed on the dark ninja who had long worn the gang on the face. That taste is more sour than the old Alter instant noodles. Another fake ninja in the dark part did not expect that Naruto was so cruel and was frightened by the companion's face for a second. It was the second that Naruto seized the opportunity. He threw out 3 bitterness, mixed with a thunderbolt. Therefore, the skills are reapplied, melting according to the technique of Big Face. The moment the scream sounded, and the vitality disappeared suddenly, Sakura pulled away the crowded crowd, gritted his teeth and chased the dark part of Naruto. I don't know why, the more people chasing, the more people blocking her. The audience in the arena seemed to have a face, and there seemed to be no end in the stands of the stands. Sakura only felt that it was cold in front and the feet were cold. Everyone disappeared, and she almost collapsed on the ground. Sakura, wake up, Suzuki is here. A familiar voice awakened her. Sakura opened her eyes sharply, and she saw Naruto, who squatted on the ground with a smiley face squatting on the ground. Sure enough, Master Suzuki used it. Before he finished speaking, he was suddenly hugged by Sakura, crying loudly. Listening to the crying cry for a long time, he was embraced by Naruto's face, and his shoulders were wet. He looked up at Taiyo, who was struggling with Sakura, who woke up with the fantasy, and Naruto suddenly embarrassed. I go to Dinkai. Said, Naruto handed Sakura to Ino and ran decisively. Ding Ci fell asleep in the crowd, and when he was awakened by Naruto, he obviously had not responded. What about the dark ninja? How can there be a dark ninja? You remember wrong. Naruto coughed, helped Ding Ci, and pointed at the purple enchantment on the highest view of the stands and the audience who had slept to the past. Dinkai, the enemy is here. Enemies. Dinkei's fat body suddenly hit a spirit. What about Shikamaru? Next to you. Naruto pointed at the fishing net jacket lying on the ground. Why don't you help Shikamaru to unbutton the illusion? Dinkai hurriedly trot over, shook Shikamaru desperately. Shikamaru wakes up. The enemy is here, because I will not solve the magic at all. Naruto squatted aside. The order on the arena has collapsed, and the ninjas of the Sarawak village and Yin Ninjun village have penetrated the entire village, and the audience on the stands is hypnotized by illusion. The position of the Naruto Observatory has already launched a layer of purple inflammation array enchantments, and isolation of the Naruto guards in the dark part. Naruto was hijacked, and a large number of Sandy and Yin Ren were rushing here. In the venue, Shang Renmatkai and Kakashi also took Suzuki to arrive. The woodleaf collapse plan was advanced. Iluo was still full of blood. Only one group of them can run freely now. Shikamaru. Dinkai shouted. Shikamaru. Damn! Don't shake! Are you serious? Shikamaru grabbed Ding Ci. I don't want to get rolled into the trouble. I don't go. Dinkai. Kakashi came here and hit a few flying bitter. He glanced at Naruto and glanced at the Sakura who came again. Tongling made a ninja dog Parker and said seriously. Class 7 emergency collection, A-level task. I love the village who blocks the Sanda. Xiaoli and Ning Ci also arrived every day, and Kai issued the task to assist the torture troops to protect the wood leaves and block the enemy. Inyuka, Hayagahina, and Oil Hiroshi of the red class have been assisted in the task of assisting the investigation. Ace Minot came, and Ito Konamaru and Dinkai were assigned by Kakashi to a mission to protect the nation of the country. The status of the new generation of pig deer butterfly in the wood leaf is special. In addition, the three are not his disciples. Action! Kakashi and Matkai ordered. The natal puppets were divided into several directions, and they disappeared in place. Matai's physical class can indeed be played, one by one as a monster, unlimited 8 small Li, absolutely defensive return to Tianingji, and the weapon master every day. For them who are not newcomers, it is not too difficult to assist Zhong Ren to block the enemy into the village. Kakashi, will the mission of the 7th class be too dangerous? Matai kicked a sound tolerance with a woodleaf whirlwind, and said with Kakashi back. Well, I still know the strength of my disciples, Kakashi said lazily. In short, I believe they have been tolerate, and I can work together to complete the task. Isn't your curse? Naruto asked. By the way. Suzuki's reaction was cold. Sakura did not speak, and followed the two of them tightly. Emergency operations were not difficult for her. This is a real life and death. She instinctively abandoned all the messy thoughts and played a 12-point spirit. The forest beside him became more and more dense. The ninja dog Parker, who followed the three people, suddenly shrugged his nose and spit at Naruto. Little ghost, why do you have such a heavy bloody smell? Am I? Naruto grabbed his clothes and sniffed his clothes. No smell. Do you have my nose spirit? Parker flashed 3 black lines. The two dark parts who grabbed me were fighting each other, and I watched there for a while. Naruto said casually, there are so many lunatics now this year. Hey, the lie to be said like a little bit. Can you deceive your seniors, your conscience? Parker glanced at the yellow hair next to him. I don't have such a kind of conscience, I don't have it at all, shy. Naruto said dissatisfied. Now, the village is like that, the 3 generations of Naruto will not die. Chapter 64. I may not be a human, but you are a real dog. 3 generations of Naruto is very strong? How can it die? Parker glanced at Naruto. The wood leaf was not messy before, not the same. But I bought flowers. Naruto said nothing. Another sentence in my heart. The 3 generations have not died. Did you buy it in vain? What flower? Parker's face was aggressive. Naruto didn't say anything, just muttered in his heart, but he was the best white chrysanthemum he bought. 30-2. There are enemies chasing behind, about 8 people. Parker suddenly whispered. As a ninja, Kakashi's dog, its sense of smell is extremely good even among the ninja dogs. When the chasing troops appeared in the rear, Parker easily felt their existence and quantity. Parker, can you perceive their strength? Suzuki asked. I am aware of the toad, not a fortune-telling toad fairy. If you don't solve them in time, we will be pinched back and forth like this, Sakura asked. Well, you can only solve them first. Suzuki said, the terrain of the woodleaf forest is beneficial to us. If you ambush, maybe you can hit them. That being the case, that's it is determined. Naruto said solemnly. Parker, you leave ambush them. What? Suzuki. Sakura, TT, the green shade of the forest is prosperous, and the giant wood is covered with the sky. The 3 of them kept their footsteps, and they jumped quickly between the trunk. Parker looked at the yellow hair of the teen with scornful eyes. The latter had no guilt on his face, and even showed a serious smile. Please, Parker. Damn, I am aware of the tolerance dog, not a fighting dog. If I want to make a wish, go to the shrine. Little ghost. You are a dog. What does it matter? You won't die. It hurts, it is abominable. Why does Kakashi have a disciple like you? Ninja is also a ninja. Isn't the patience be a virtue? Be a personal. Please. Listening to one person and a dog in the quarrel, Suzuki's face was full of black lines, and he interrupted coldly. Don't be noisy, Parker. How far is the enemy from us? Less than 3 kilometers. Suzuki stopped his steps, held the trunk and turned to look at Sakura and Naruto, and said, saying, just wait for them here. The leafy lights around the trees are dim, and the towering trees have covered almost all the light. The only a few sunlight looked barren, and the shining place exuded a few strands of almost transparent flue gas. Before the battle began, Naruto suddenly said, Sakura, prepare for illusion. The sound forbearance is too strong, we must be more cautious. After hearing the words, Sakura nodded seriously and said that he received it. Parker on the side was a little nervous. Last time, in the country's mission, he would not cut and die too fast. So that Kakashi did not summon the ninja to assist the battle, and Parker naturally did not know the strength of the 3 Kakashi disciples in front of him. Turning around, the little handsome guy who was indifferent had red eyes, and the blood-red thief was scary. Looking at the other side, the Huang Mao didn't know where to draw a knife. Intersection battle, wait, where did this kid pull out the knife? How do you look so familiar? When Kakashi used to be a dark part, was this kind of knife? Sakura's mind was in a mess, and in the face of the battle that was about to start, she was almost nervous enough to be unable to restrain her thoughts. Almost all of the medical ministry are perverted, and the chakra knife is commonplace to chat with one hand. Sometimes the patient's leg bone is boiled in the pot. Over time, Sakura only feels that her nerves are not so sensitive. As long as it is not too outrageous, there will be no waves in their hearts. The more nervous at this moment, the more she could flash into various thoughts in her mind. During the 1-month practice of the Ministry of Medicine, she was more afraid of Suzuki's accident more than once. The more so, the more strange thoughts she jumped out of her head. For example, I really hope that Suzuki is seriously injured and he can see him and the like. The distance of 3 kilometers is not long, and there is no time for a few people to prepare too much. Come, Parker reminded. Sakura was staring at a few dark shadows that fell not far away, and quickly printed on his hands to launch illusion in advance. The light around the surrounding flashes flashed, and the scene in the forest seemed to become unreal. Obviously, the 8 sounds that landed on the ground also found something wrong, but it was too late. 8 people were blindfolded, wearing a tone-like protection. When landing, the formation showed a triangle division and looked around vigilantly. A few hardships could not be shot from the forest, and it was like a full moon arrow. But a few people did not take it in heart, just sneered and jumped away. At the moment of collective jumping, the change happened. The silk thread that was not detected in the air suddenly tightened and the 4-pitch who was deeply fascinated with illusions did not realize the existence of silk threads at all. Then when it was instantly bound and tied to the trunk, I realized that I did not realize. Wonderful. This is the Uchiha family. The 3 major windmills. Parker stayed in the dark. On the battlefield, it is not only that the Uchiha family is famous for the almost wicked rotation eye and physical technique, but also the nearly strange tolerance manipulation method. The throwing of the sword in the hand is the basic secret of the Uchiha family, and the 3 major swords used with the silk thread together are more precise hand swords. Uchiha Zyuosuke's feet were led to the silk thread, and his teeth bite a silk thread, tightening it fiercely. At the same time, throwing the wire thread with both hands and quickly knotting the yin seal. Fire Dragon Fire Technique. Suzuki rejected the attack medium sea level ninjutsu used by Dashi Wan in the Death Forest. The fire directly hit the 4 ninja that was tied up, and the next second Suzuki had drove 1,000 birds to start harvesting. On the other side, Naruto and Sakura cooperated, using illusions to make the other 4 in the air. Naruto first penetrated a person's neck, and blood splashed. Before the blood had time to dip the clothes, Naruto's figure disappeared directly out of thin air. Coincidentally, Flying Thunder's misery also reached the top of the other 2 people. Naruto directly turned on the Flying Thunder God to change the place. Tadeo was put into the seal space, and the hot melting was instantly opened. Familiar formula or familiar taste. Naruto's 2 slaps directly covered the 2 sounds of San Shen's 2 sounds, and the magma covered his face and took away directly. The remaining person has also been hit by Sakura with 2 rounds of hardships, and cuts the vitality directly. In the 8 people, the 2 squads were overwhelmed in the instantaneous army, and Parker, who was hiding in the dark, almost sprayed a dog blood. This is the sound forbearance you said is too strong. Chapter 65 Shower After finishing this high-end game, the enemy is too terrible, Naruto said when he pulled away. Sakura nodded and agreed. In this ambush, long-distance illusion and hardships and no-throwing tactics are more wise. Even though she has mastered the Mazakura surgery knife, she will not be able to fight close to the closet. Not everyone is Tsunade. The strange princess can only be described by legends. Parker kept silent. There is no expression on Suzuki's face. The gap during the attack will occasionally ask how far Parker is from AI Luo. Now, Parker, which is stronger in 3 generations of Naruto and Dashiwan? Naruto asked boringly. Parker was a little speechless. Although he didn't want to ignore the yellow hair, he said perfunctory. Dashiwan is a disciple of the 3rd generation, and the apprentice must not be able to beat the teacher. That's not necessarily. Naruto said people will react and physical strength will decline. Dashiwan looks very young. You little ghost, as if you were looking forward to the 3 generations of Naruto. Parker noticed that he was wrong and looked at Naruto's eyes a little speechless. How can I abide by the legal villagers? Naruto sneered twice. For a long time, it broke the silence again. Parker, it really is a stronger snake pill, right? Hearing that Sasuke and Sakura were frowning, Naruto didn't feel much. He had no interest in performing this task. It's just because of the work. I don't want to chase anything. I love Luo. I want to get off work to participate in the funeral of the 3 generations after work. He was talking in his heart, and Parker stopped suddenly. Naruto looked intently, and the front Tomo and Kanjulang took me AI Luo to stare at the 3 of them and one dog. Uchiha Sasuke. I seemed to have entered a state of excitement, staring at Uchiha Sasuke. Ignore me? That's right. Naruto looked like an unwilling to force, and his hands were behind his head, and silently moved to the side. According to the convention, the even powerful opponent will be able to speak for a while before fighting. The 3 people in the 7th class had just completed a battle, and they had to repair it for a while. Sasuke did not do it, and took back my AI Luo with the same eyes, and took out the sword from the ninja pocket. Where do you want to escape? Just finish the game without opening. Do you think you have a chance to win? I was standing on the trunk of the heights, staring at Sasuke with her hand. Do you know if you have a chance to win? Sasuke sneered. Sasuke means that you can't do it. Naruto suddenly translated, you can knock you through your feet. Sasuke looked at Naruto. Naruto whispered and whispered. I think you are too conservative, I will help you translate. AI Luo was obviously stimulated by dual stimulation, his eyes were red, and he was about to run away. You are looking for death, Uchiha Sasuke, I want to kill you. I hope you don't lose too ugly. He said he didn't want to lose to the ugly monster. Sasuke. Sasuke Uchiha. Timiya's eyes were fast, and the fan behind him pulled out, shouting at Kanjuro. Hurry up. Take me away, you can't get out of control here, I'm here to stop them. Kanjulang gritted his teeth, and he was very reluctant to put on my AI Luo's arm and said, plan is heavy, control it. Sure enough, when I heard the 2 words of the plan, AI Luo's anger dropped a little, and let Kanjulang leave him away. A temeri passed, and the violent wind swept the mountain forests, and the screaming of dead branches and falling leaves made people unable to open their eyes. Naruto didn't want to chase my AI Luo at all, so he volunteered. Sasuke, Sakura, go first, I'll deal with this guy. Naruto's plan was to fight with temeri here. Almost, I rushed to work by myself. While I was fighting and difficult to divide, I was attacked. Wonderful tactics, touching fish and work. Let Sakura stay in response to the opponent, Ju, is obviously unrealistic. A long-range medical ninja mage who is available to the Temple of Temple may die miserable. And Naruto didn't want to entangle with me, so, then be careful. Speaking, Sasuke rushed directly in another direction, and Sakura and Parker followed. Want to go? There is no door. Temeri drank a low drink, and was in the direction of Sasuke, intending to block the route they left. Hey, you are a bad woman in color gas, your opponent is me. How could Naruto let Temeri interfere with his fish-touching plan? The second pillar must be a hero, and I have to look at him with AI Luo. Maybe you can still open a wheel eye if you were beaten. Good things for 2 birds with 1 stone. Wind. The blade of the wind. Several wind blades appeared in the air, hitting the wind fiercely, and turned off again. Before Sasuke glanced at Naruto slightly. For Naruto's sudden use of the Fengxian ninjutsu he had never seen, Sasuke was unwilling. After all, I learned 1,000 birds, but the guy also learned to have new ninjutsu. The stress of stronger and stronger makes Sasuke feel a little strenuous. What are you calling me? Temeri was furious. Woman with color gas. Naruto repeated it again. Go to death. Temeri was furious by Naruto's words, and he couldn't help but stop blocking Sasuke. The Samsung fan was full, and the ninjutsu was several times stronger than just now, and the huge fan surface set off a few winds. Ninja, wind, sand, and dust technique. Naruto's purpose of seeing Orang Tinyu has achieved it, and he did not intend to fight against Temeri at all. He retreated suddenly and hid behind the trunk of the giant tree. Women are really scary. Naruto took a breath. Suddenly, the mechanical synthesis sound in my mind sounded again, and the option panel popped up instantly. Options 1, let the temples ask for mercy. Reward, ceiling, diamond blockade. Option 2, let me love Luo for mercy. Reward, all the power of the crane. As soon as the options came out, Naruto's brain buzzed. What kind of ghost is asking for mercy? It is possible to ask for mercy and serve her. But I love Luo's gloomy nature. How can it be for mercy? It won't be good to die. Xiaoerhi's combat effectiveness can probably be ranked in the top 4 of the tail beast, and it is a pity that it is abandoned. Choose one, just wait for Suzuki to end. If there is a way to ask Tinya to make mercy, then block the diamonds to keep the crane, so that it can enjoy the same treatment as Judo, and it is good to be good. But if Temeri does not ask for mercy, then go straight to Luo, and use the 4 elephants to seal a tail guarding the crane to bring the arrow together into the seal space. At that time, Temeri must yield for his brother. Temeri, you don't want me to die forever. Chapter 66. I came out. Temeri saw the 9-tailed person, and the pillar couldn't escape, and it was even more angry. Do you only hide? Give me out, it's a plate. Naruto, hiding behind the tree, glanced at the sky chips that crushed into dregs, and the whole person shuddered. Who would go out at this time? Isn't that to die? Is this ninjutsu 2 against the sky? Isn't even a CD? Temeri ignored Naruto's vomiting, leaning on the giant fan's eyes, gritted his teeth. Don't you come out, right? Then I cut this piece of forest, see when you can hide. Naruto knows that going out at this time is to die. It is better to continue to hide and consume the blue strip of Temu. Anyway, the amount of chakra of the ninja is limited, and the Temeri does not have the bloodline of the vortex. For a ninja like her long-range attack, the blue strip bottom is extremely fatal. Ninja. Damaki Skynity. Pingling. Crack dance. Naruto blurted out, and this woman was really crazy. Putting his teeth and thrown out of the thunder, the next second, Naruto appeared outside the 100 meters away, avoiding the harvest from the sickle. The forest wind is a masterpiece, and the trees within the range of nearly 100 meters have been cut, and countless giant trees fell down. The huge smoke set off on the ground covered all the sight. Naruto hid in a somewhere, and could not help but talk. No wonder Saline Village does not have long trees, and the good guy's long-tempered temper is really strong. Cutting Dance is the killer of Temeri, using blood deeds to reach a contract with the legendary sickle, and you need to summon the sickle as the centered sickle during use. Its destructive power is a small-sized crane. Come out. Temeri gritted his teeth, and his sharp eyes quickly searched in the forest. Ninja like her is not suitable for close fighting. The reason has no reasons. It takes time to launch ninjutsu, which is extremely easy to be interrupted. Therefore, although Temeri was angry, he did not lose the trace of searching for Naruto. If you don't come out again, then come again. I don't believe you can hide. With a loud noise, he couldn't fly out of the smoke, and the speed was not fast. The corner of the Temu's mouth was slightly raised, and he raised a fan to fly. Okay. Keek. I came out. Naruto's voice sounded in the forest, and then he walked out of the smoke while coughed. Tamari held a Samsung fan with a tall person, looking at the embarrassing Naruto, with a smile on his face. Aren't you able to hide? How else can I hide? Temeri did not play in the game. Chakra is full. If you don't come out, you can only be chased by the sickle. This is here in this class. I think of something else at home, and I go back first. Naruto said awkwardly. Oh, what are you talking about? You can't understand it at all. There was a slightly sloppy smile on Steel's face. Now, thank you for your words and deeds. After that, the huge Samsung folding fan opened again. What are you talking about? Disgusting, let's die. Temeri just wanted to kill Naruto, completely ignoring Naruto that she knew her about her move. Wind tornado Hurorol. The sky above the two people was densely clouded, and the electric flashes were thunderous. The soft wind around him became sharp in an instant, and whistling poured into Naruto as if a wave of waves. The storms from top to bottom are magnificent. The dark clouds on his head seem to have something terrible, and it is about to come out. Naruto stared at the Temeri not far away, quietly waiting for the wind in the wilderness to rush to him. Temeri also stared at Naruto, and her heart secretly said as teacher Maki said. The 9-tailed person's pillar force of the wood leaf is not perfect for the perfect human pillar, and the use can be used on the battlefield. Looking at the wind blade that came to face, Naruto opened his mouth and suddenly disappeared the next moment. What? Handari pupils expanded sharply, but it was too late. The thunder who was miserable at her feet became the key to Naruto's approach. Paralleling the opponent through continuous weakness, and finally turned over in an instant. Flying Thunder God. 2 paragraphs. Naruto's palm pressed on the chest of Temeri, pressing his palm to the ground fiercely, and a trace of success in his calm eyes. It was almost instantaneous. Naruto was unlimited close to Temeri, and he grabbed Samsung fan. 4 elephants sealing a 4-elephant hexagram quickly concluded on the Samsung fan, and then the huge Samsung fan disappeared directly in the seal space. Jugai was watching the drive, and suddenly a huge fan dropped from the sky. A bang smashed outside the fence, scaring Jujia, subconsciously to protect the drive with the claws. What has fallen? Forget it, just ignore it. Well, the fan is gone, how should you fight? Naruto stepped on the taileye with one foot, looking down at Juju in a sinister face, and a smile on his face showed a smile on his face. You, what am I? Naruto's face was full. How do you do it? Temeri asked with biting his teeth. Who will tell you? Naruto said. The palm of his palms was thunderous. I will let you go if I ask for mercy. How about it? Don't think about it. Handori pulled out and wanted to leave. However, Naruto directly threw Lei-Yin ninjutsu on her. Due to the initial relationship, the lightning strike did not play too strong power in his hands, but it was enough to make people feel pain. With a flash of thunder, Temari fell on the way to halfway. Temari pant on the ground and gasped. Under the influence of Lei-Yin Junshu, the whole body had completely lost consciousness. Such as a needle tie, the fine pain walks on every inch of skin, causing her to collapse almost. Ask for mercy, let you go. Naruto crooked his head. He really wanted King Kong to block, and he couldn't wait. Don't think about it. Dreaming. Temari gritted his teeth, struggling to get up, staring at Naruto and said, even if you kill me, I will not ask for mercy like you. You are really troublesome. Naruto picked the thunder on the ground with his feet and shook it in his hand. Isn't it good to ask for mercy earlier? It is not necessary to waste everyone's time, His Royal Highness Princess. I still rush to lash your dearest brother, but I don't have time to continue to consume with you here. What are you talking about? Temari pulled out from the ninja bag. She shook in her hand trembling, but now Samsung fan is gone, and ninjutsu cannot be used. Chapter 67 Shower Heat. Grandpa is really spicy. Dead Bureau. Temari was full of injuries. Looking at the nine-tailed person in front of him, his eyes became more dignified. She bit her fingers and scratched a blood stain on the palm of her left hand. Pingling. Sickle. Naruto was stunned for a moment, and he threw the thunder and thunderous misery before the Jutsu seal. At the moment of psychicism, Naruto launched the flying thunder god again, and he directly moved to the Gemar to fly to the ground. Tong Ling Xian. Don't you plan to want this hand? What does it have to do with you? Toko's face was swollen and looked at Naruto fiercely. I won't ask you for mercy with you. Do you want to use this to satisfy your abnormal XP? Dreaming. Hey, the rice can be eaten randomly, and the words can't be talked about. Naruto's hand reappears in the electric light, and said expressionlessly, I don't like women who are too spicy at all. Don't be passionate, His Royal Highness Princess. Temari was called again, and his eyes lost his luster instantly. In the middle, a warm flow was flowing. You, kill me soon. The Tima is trembling, and it is expected to hate Naruto's eyes. Naruto does not do such a stupid thing, just achieve the goal. When the chaos is over, Muye and Cheyenne village will end as an alliance. Don't look at me like this, I'm just tolerated. Naruto said that, his eyes were really indifferent, and he was not patient. Lightning. After calling back and forth several times, Naruto began to admire the will of Temari. He squatted down, pushed the Temari, who was lying on the ground, and said, I ask you, the princess, I can't do it. Hugh, I want. Temari used the last trace of strength, and his voice almost crowded out of the teeth. Do you, kill me. Hearing the words, Naruto sighed quietly, stood up, and said, in this case, I can't help it, you won. Then I had to kill me arrow. Even the war between the pillar power could not interfere with the villages. What do you say? What? Temari couldn't get up with her will, but she couldn't get up. She stared at Naruto. No, what did you say? Don't want. Please. Naruto's face didn't matter. The Temari was panicked. She now knows that the pillar power is terrible. What is not perfect for the pillar? In front of her, the man's power of the tail beast has not been used. Please, don't kill my brother, you. I can do it. Ceiling. Diamond blockade. Successful decentralization. It's not so good to have this. Naruto stared at it. Guangming spit out two words. Trouble. When the words fell, Naruto's figure disappeared in place. Temari struggled to sit up, and the injury on his body was not a big deal, and there was a hint of resentment in his eyes, but he was soon worried to replace it. He couldn't stop here like this. Even without Samsung fan, he had to find me Iluo first. That person is simply neuropathy. Struggling for a while, Temari stood up. The giant wood of Fang Yuan was cut down by her, and the large blockbusters poured down and hit the Temari. The boring light legs trembled a little, and then stopped. Without time to deal with her dress, she looked firmly in the surroundings, and she limped to the forest after choosing the direction. Naruto's rush was fast. He fell at a trunk and looked at the distance. In the silent forest, it should be faintly heard from the voices from the distance, which should have been hit. He wasted for too much time on Temari, and he didn't know if Suzuki could carry my AI Luo's raccoon output. Frown. Naruto lowered his head and continued to rush. The giant wood on both sides has stepped back quickly, and the light in front has become more and more clearer. Naruto's heart is counting. This is the small plain that is about to enter the woodleaf forest immediately. The beginning is very narrow, and only people go forward. I run a few steps forward and suddenly open up. Those shielded sounds became transparent, and the arrogant sound of the second arrogant sounds of the Shao crane sounded on the entire small plain. I finally come out. A huge fat civet stood in the heavens and the earth, yelling like a lunatic. Naruto looked at it directly. What kind of thing is this? It is 100 times more ugly than in the comics. The whole body is a crane composed of sand, dragging the obese body, and the blue strange stripes on the belly. The golden pupils shot their appalling eyes and looked for living creatures unscrupulously. Naruto's figure disappeared in place, and soon found the injured Sakura after a giant would. Naruto stepped forward to find out, and found that it was fainted, so he took a soldier grain pill from the ninja bag and fed it to the Sakura. Without water, he can only make up for a forced hand to lift his neck and swallow it. Sakura, wake up. After shaking for a while, Sakura woke up extremely weakly. Naruto? Where did Sasuke go? Sasuke. Sakura coughed twice, coughing half of the wet Bingliang pills. Without Sakura's way, a sharp light sounded in the distance. Sasuke's roar also suddenly sounded, and Sasuke, full of curse, drove thousands of birds all the way and ran towards the crane. Where is the little ghost? He didn't put Sasuke in his eyes at all, and stretched out his hand to Potos Sasuke. Did you open the curse? No wonder it can support it to the present. Naruto, don't care about me, hurry up and help Sasuke. Sakura struggled, but sat down to the ground weakly. Sasuke, he opened the curse twice, and then went on, I will die. After hearing the words, Naruto didn't hesitate and let Sakura run in Sasuke's direction. The two pillars of the heart are still quite fierce, and the curse is printed twice. That is really not afraid of death. That thing is about the same as the opening door. Overload extraction of the body energy will cause the heart to increase negative pressure. One is not good to die. Although Urju usually had a face cold, Naruto could not really ignore Sasuke. There is no knot in your hand, and the diamond blockade is launched directly. With a bang, he shot Sasuke out. It's hit. What is that? The thick golden chain grows out of the ground, like a vines with eyes, and a large number of vines rushed towards Shao'er. Shao'er people were stupid and suddenly realized that something was wrong. It seems to have seen this chain. This is not the 9 Lama. Why? Impossible. The civet cat and the crane turned and wanted to run, but it was too late. Countless chains dragged it off directly, nailed to the place. Shao'er growled, and the grandfather was really convinced. King Kong blockade, can't play, right? Chapter 68. Do you know how to play the pillar on the head of Shao'er? He has been sleeping, and King Kong blocked the Shao'er to lock the crane with me. It was almost instantaneous that Shao'er couldn't move. This is the domineering place of the printed seal of the vortex. Regardless of the 3720-1, the seal is over. 9 Lama. Shao'er roared without any meaningful words, struggling crazy, but it didn't help. Naruto ignored the behemoth to keep the crane. After running in the forest for a few minutes, he found the dying Sasuke in a completely crushed shrub. Sasuke's complexion was pale, the neck was covered with the black mantra of the sky, and the fiery red like a magma. How are you? Naruto's palm patted in Sasuke's cheeks, which was another battlefield tips. When a companion falls aside, he should wake up his consciousness first, then ask his status. If his teammates can still answer, it proves that the no's and no's are not blocked. If the teammates answered them, there are only 2 reasons left. The brain is broken or the karma is immediately, and what they say is nonsense. It is recommended to lick the bag directly. Ahem. Sasuke coughed a sip of blood, opened his eyes and found that it was Naruto, and his brows frowned subconsciously. Well, you are too much. Naruto was speechless. Can't die. Sakura said blandly. Naruto got up, silently erected a thumb, and then shouted, Sakura. It is indeed the second pillar. It is estimated that the height of this mouth can also burn a few relics. Julang. Temari woke up the coma, and looked around to see the cracked puppet of Conjulang in a complicated look. Temari. Jujulang, who was waking up, froze for a while, and cried suddenly with headache. My puppet. Damn Uchiha Sasuke. Watching his younger brother crying sadly, Temari couldn't help but softly, but when he thought of his situation, he was speechless, and he could only sigh helplessly. Conjulang cried for a while, and Tinu asked, what about I love Luo? The guy was crazy, and the two of them went to chase Muye. In which direction? I have to go to him. Handari gritted his teeth and said with the pain on his body. 9-tailed Renzuo rushed over. I'm afraid I love something wrong. What can he do? Conjulang was still immersed in the sorrow of the crushing, as if he had lost his wife. He turned his head and looked at it. Temari, what about your Samsung fan? Hearing the words, Handari bit his lower lip tightly and said, it was snatched by the Judy people. I don't know what he used. What is the use of that thing? Conjulang said, isn't the 9-tailed people's pillar power not strong? Temari didn't want to speak anymore. After saying in intelligence, I took the topic directly. She and the loss of inflatable. The loss of Conjulang, who lost her puppet, helped each other and rushed to the direction where Iluo was. What smell? Shut up. Both of them were injured, and Temari suffered a blow, and the speed of travel was not fast. Are you really going to find that lunatic? He is still crazy. he will kill us. Temari ignored him and focused on the spirit. Don't say these useless nonsense, Kutu Julang. Naruto stood in front of Shao'erhi, and then pulled out the melting. Damn! Little ghost, what are you doing? I see when you shrink back. Naruto's mind, more golden chains entangled it. Shao'erhi, I hope you can respect me next time. I am going to kill you. Melving. The turbulent chakra in the Ming model came out endlessly, and the melting rose instantly under the blessing of chakra, and directly swallowed the forestless crane. Bond it. King Kong's blockade was tightened again, ignoring the scream of Shao'erhi deeply in the body of Shao'erhi Mountain. Seeing this, Naruto was suddenly comfortable. There are Vajrayana blocking, there are 4 elephant seal inside, and then see the tail beast directly lashing them. The severe pain made me open my eyes sharply, and Shao'erhi's consciousness was re-sealed. And I love Luoi's beastly ended, and I was punched by Naruto. When Temari and Conjulang helped each other, they were seeing Naruto beating the arrow. The chakra of the two was almost bottomed, and they simply fist to meet. Iai Luo was consumed too much of physical strength, and even with a bad injury, it was naturally impossible to be Naruto's opponent. At first, it was fighting, and later became unilaterally beating. Are you very good at playing? Naruto punched the sand directly, and fiercely worked on my Ai Luo's face. I was beaten out, my face was deformed, and I fell heavily on the ground. The whole person was numb and lay on the ground. There is a tail beast and a fart. Naruto stepped forward, grabbed my love Luo collar, and punched it again. Human pillar power can be ignored for this damage, and soon heal will be healed. There is a power to come out. There is a background. Ai Luo was punching his eyes fiercely, and Naruto continued to beat regardless of disregard. If you were not in the bunch, you are now a corpse. Naruto gritted his teeth, the melting magma condensed in his hands, and seeing it was about to slap heavily. The Temari not far away was panicked, and even rolled around, and the injuries on my body directly rushed to my Ai Luo, shouting with crying, "You promised me not to kill him." Temari was really scared. This time, all 3 of their sisters and brothers were planted. She didn't want me to die like this. Even if I love a clear personality, even if it is cruel and bloodthirsty. Naruto did not kill the killer, accepted the melting, and stared at the Temari that was staring at me with expressionlessly for a few seconds and said, "You are lucky, you have a good fetal." After that, Naruto left directly. It won't be long. After a long time, the news of the reconciliation of Muye and Cheyenne village will be passed. Temari, who was dead in front of my Ai Luo, scared his head and stared at Naruto's long back. The tears left on his face dripped on my Ai Luo's face, warm. I was swollen with my eyes. 2 Luo stared at the sideways of Timu, looking at the tears on my sister's face, and my eyes were dull and I didn't know what was thinking. In the end, Jujulang came over and pulled up the churches that were frightened. The first time I saw my Ai Luo's dying appearance. When he hesitated, Conjulang still lifted me up. Temari also slowed over, and walked over with Conjulang while putting my hand on his shoulders. Temari, Jujulang. The 2 heard my Ai Luo's voice, and their bodies were frightened immediately. After 2 seconds, my Ai Luo's voice sounded again. Sorry. Chapter 69. When the 3 rushed back to the village, everything had been settled. The Woodleaf collapse plan of Cheyenne failed, and Dashi Wan's conspiracy was exposed. 3 generations of Naruto died, and took away the hands of Dashi Wan with a Gongxian. As an overwhelming party, Sandian reached a reconciliation agreement with the Woodleaf. It is agreed that Sandy will make war compensation for Woodleaf in the form of sand gold, and the Woodleaf will be a friendly alliance based on the principle of mutual benefit and mutual benefit. Dashi Wan killed the shadow of the 2 villages at the cost of losing a pair of hands and became the best MVP in the field. As soon as Naruto and Sakura took the seriously injured Sasuke back to the village, they learned the news of the 3 generations of war death. Sakura stunned for a moment. Naruto had no response, and quickly urged the Tao. Sakura, Sasuke's guy is about to breathe. Sakura returned sharply, and quickly took Sasuke to Muye Hospital. 2 days later. The sky is slightly bright, and the clouds over the wood leaves are like ink. Naruto sat up from the bed and stared at the bunch of white chrysanthemums on the table for a while, which remembered that today is the funeral of the 3 generations today. Looking back, he sent a while to the ceiling for a while, and he was not as happy as expected. 3 generations of Naruto is a good Naruto. After a while, Naruto wore his slippers and went to the bathroom to wash. After coming out, I put on the black funeral, brought the big black umbrella and white chrysanthemum, and put on tactical boots out of the door. He did not wear a protective amount or leg tie. Slowly came out of the door and dangled to Komoda Street with Sakura. It was gloomy, and the huge cloudy clouds visible to the naked eye hovered on the head. Until a touch of pink appeared at the alley. Sakura's noodles were sad, wearing black skirts, and when he saw Naruto, he beckoned. Naruto. Naruto stepped forward and went side by side with Sakura. How about Sasuke? Sakura shook her head and said with a low emotion. The body is seriously damaged, and I am still in a coma now, and I don't know when I can wake up. Open the curse twice, the guy is dead without death. Naruto said, it won't be long before you can be discharged, and there is no need to worry too much. Thank you, Naruto. Sakura, who was gone, lowered his face and bit his lips tightly. If it wasn't for you to arrive in time, the two were slow, and the sound of footsteps rang on the street, and Naruto glanced at Sakura with Yubuan. There is no need to thank you for this kind of thing, it should be like this between companions. I know, I'm just a little. Sakura seems to be unable to control emotions. He said, low swallowing, I can't help much every time, I can only look at you and Sasuke desperately. Every time I feel that I am useless, maybe I am not suitable for being a ninja at all. Punaying, Naruto stopped. No one is more suitable for being a ninja than Sakura. What? Sakura's face had tears on his face. Everyone's talent is different, early or late, you just haven't found your own forbearance for the time being, there is no need to abandon yourself at all. But nothing, so, let's go, the funeral of the 3 generations of Naruto is about to start. Naruto shot his eyes in one direction, and more people in black gathered on Muie Street. Don't say this kind of silly words in the future. After that, Naruto lifted his feet and walked towards the dents of the flow. Xiao Ying, who stood in place for a while, then wiped his tears and followed Dot under the black skirt, the slender white and greasy legs swing quickly. After a few steps, Sakura also remitted into the crowd. The funeral was held on an open-air stand, and the expression on everyone's face was dull and sad. During the depressed rainy days, everyone began to offer flowers. Naruto held the bouquet of white chrysanthemums that had a slightly withered manner a few days in advance, and the rain rode in the long line of flowers. When it was his turn, he put Baiju in front of the 3 generations of Huitai, and left silently. The funeral is not long. After the end, the sunlight broke the rain clouds to illuminate the entire village. The crowds who participated in the funeral were scattered in groups. Sakura told Naruto in advance that something had to go home first, and he had nothing to do. It was raining with his body, and his clothes were sticking to the skin, and he planned to go home to take a bath first. Naruto. Ito took one hand on his shoulder and asked directly, I heard that Sasuke was injured. Yeah, I am still in the hospital. Naruto said, what, do you want to see the sleeping beauty? Can't you? Ino hit Naruto's shoulder and said side by side with him, there are not many opportunities, but Sasuke, Master Sasuke can also see it if you want to see it. Naruto took a look at Ino. Teacher Kakashi said that the senior management had a protection order, and the ward of Sasuke was protected by the dark part. Sakura of the medical class can't visit, you still die. What a cruel article. Jinjo said, I think of Sasuke lying on the sick bed, white walls, white roses with dew in front of the window, the soul is faint, your saliva flows to my face, you are an idiot to receive the taste. Who said who is an idiot? Find death, you are talking about you. The soul is faint. Don't just expose your sexuality in front of outsiders, be abominable. Naruto's face was disliked to push Hiro, and Jingi grabbed Naruto's collar. The back of Hatsuki behind looked at Naruto and Ino, who showed lonely expression on his face, his mouth was slightly sloppy. Hina, teeth, Shima. Hina hurried back, what's wrong? Teacher Red calls us over, and there seems to be new tasks. Teeth waved his fist with a smile, I hope it is an A-level task, otherwise it is completely interesting. Ah, Class A. Hina was scared. Don't listen to him nonsense. Jinai, who was black round sunglasses, siege. Teacher Red has a schedule and will not take the task of dangerous danger. After all, we are all perceived ninjas, unlike the monster of Class 7th. Class 7th, what's wrong? Hinata asked with a hesitation. The guidance of the 7th class asked them to pursue the tail of the pillar force in Cheyenne village. Shinai said, that is almost a mission. It's Kakashi. Yaja said, I heard my sister said that at that time he was the strongest newcomer in the village, and he was already performing dangerous secret mission as much as us. It's so good, Yas said with emotion. Hina heard the words, and couldn't help but glance at the crowd. Naruto and Ino had disappeared. I heard that Sasuke was injured. Hinata whispered. Well, life is dying, what prohibition should be used? Jinai said, in that case, fight against the tail beast, it is estimated that he will fight for life. I heard that the tail beast team of Cheyenne village was even more miserable. It was also because of this that it promoted Cheyenne village to compensate Muie. The long knife stabbed into the chest, blood splashed on the wall, and on the streets of Uchiha at night, the familiar way home seemed to be endless, and he could not see the end at all. The Uchiha family was attacked, and the dark part had arrived at the scene. Find the survivor, they are all dead. Master Naruto. Here, there is a child here. In the ward, Uchiha Sasuke opened his eyes. The bright sunlight passed through the white tulle and beaten alienatedly on the bedside. The snow-white wall reflects the halo, and a large bunch of flowers are placed on the cabinet on the bedside. Several apples are neatly stacked in the fruit basket. The moment the door was opened, the smell of disinfection water permeated in an instant, and Kakashi came in. Half eyes were blinded, and the other dead fish. I glanced at Sasuke. Well, SAS is given, it looks good. Uchiha Sasuke leaned on the bedside, and a blue-white striped disease looked thinner on his body. Deep in the pupils, with the usual indifference, reflecting the shade of the green trees outside the window. Kakashi, how long have I been in a coma? Well, it's really impolite. Kakashi talked about it, but didn't care. About 2 days, the funeral of the 3 generations has been held now. Didn't you go? Sasuke looked at Kakashi. The task is in. Kakashi said indifferently, everyone who cares around me is dead, and I am bored about the funeral. Sasuke's eyes paused, and he asked for a long time. How are they? Sakura Sauce was injured, Naruto. That guy was not at all. Kakashi squinted and laughed. Congratulations to you and succeed in surviving. Village high levels attach great importance to you, and thanks to you this time, the senior management of Cheyenne Village can be so happy to compromise. Why? Probably because of seeing the gap between the new generation of ninja. Kakashi glanced on Sasuke's face. The new generation of ninja played, in order to avoid losses in the future, the losing party defaults to compromise. But do want to use the power of the curse next time. It's no different from the curse in life. I said, without the consent of others, it was not like a lady who could do it. Naruto said, Jing yeah, who looked off his legs in the porch. A dense blonde hair was scattered, and Ito held the cabinet aside, and standing off his shoes with one leg. Bayu's calf is naturally natural, and white greasy makes people look open. The black skirt on his body was wet by rain, and wet pasted on the girl's body. Are you a fool? A flushing and anger appeared on Jing Yi's face. Where are you who peeked at girls to change shoes? Where are you qualified to say me? You stand there, I'm hard to watch. And you don't slander me, I didn't peek, it is clear and bright. Nausea. Thank you for the compliment. This is not praise, you are abnormal, you should not be in your foot. Jing Yi Jimai came down, showing a disdainful look. At least it is better than some ward enthusiasts. Naruto counterattacked mercilessly. In fact, you are wrong, I am not a foot control. Cut. Ito took off his shoes, and Binan's jade foot stepped on the completely refurbished floor. After looking around, he said, I can't think of your home as quite clean. Of course, the power of money. After being rich, Naruto almost renovated the apartment renovated, and all the furniture and facilities were matched with wood leaf. As for the source of funds, no one will ask the dark part. The root ninja swallowed by Juwei is nothing, and the roots will not be idle to provoke Naruto. The bathroom is there is a dryer inside. Naruto yawned, ready to go to the balcony to change clothes, drink water and pour it yourself, so call me. Do you treat the guests like this? Too much points. Yeah, what can you do? Naruto walked around the balcony wearing slippers and slowly. Wash it quickly, you say that you will go to the hospital and I will let you borrow the bathroom. Don't do strange things in the bathroom, idiot. Go to death. Ingo, who was so angry, then threw a pillow over. Oh, what are you doing? You have only done strange things in the bathroom. Jingo was crimson and compared Naruto silently. Like, Naruto tilted his head. It's disgusting, the soul is light. With a bang, Ino closed the door of the bathroom. Naruto was not interesting. Seeing that there was no one in the living room, he simply changed the black clothes in the living room. Throw wet clothes in the basin of the balcony, opened the curtains to let the sunlight come in. The green plant and leaves of the windowsill are very eye-catching, and there is a faint fresh agent in the living room. There was a drizzle outside. Naruto glanced at the balcony, and glanced at the direction of the bathroom, shouting, Ito, have you eaten breakfast in the morning? No. Jingi's voice came from the bathroom, and the sound of water was heard across the door. Let's eat a little together. Casual. Hearing the words, Naruto walked out of the refrigerator and took out 2 eggs to fight in a measuring cup, cut some onions and shattered. The sound of the rain was burned away, and the hot air was gurgling in the pot. There was rain on the windowsill, and Naruto stared boringly, watching the rain flowing slowly from the top, and finally disappearing into the sight. The hot soup and 2 plates of egg bag rice came out of the pan, and the hot tea was made. He is more accustomed to drinking tea because that thing is expensive. Wait until the table was put on the table, and Ito also rubbed his hair from the bathroom. Wearing Naruto's wide t-shirt, his face was full of reluctance. Hey, don't wear other people's clothes without authorization, isn't there a bathrobe? Hearing the words, Jingyi hickle. The bathrobe is a personal item, I don't want it, who knows what is above? That's a new one, the soul is light. The popularity of Ming, what kind of eyes are you? I do not believe. Hateful. With a light sound in the kitchen, the water had been burned. Naruto turned his head and froze for a moment, and then stopped arguing with Ino, and went directly into the kitchen to start tea. He did not make tea for Inia and directly rushed to coffee. Anyway, the little girl likes this bitter and sweet, and adds a few spoons of milk from the refrigerator to become rich. It seems very delicate, in fact, it is nothing compared to the endless tea. Please eat quickly, and then leave. Naruto put the brewed coffee on the table. Can you remove the eyes that put on my chest? Can, thank you. Jingyi looked at a patience, tasted a bite of eggs and rice, and took another sip of coffee. Chapter 71. If you catch it, Naruto opened the bench and paved the relationship of the carpet, and did not emit any noise. Jing Ye is accustomed to this, after all, she is the young lady in the mountains. It is not to say that nourishment is the best, but the behavior is still exuding elegance during dining. I didn't expect you to cook deliciously. Ah, this is praise, stupid. It's nothing, the must-have survival skills for the ninja. Naruto took a sip of hot tea, so the bathroom is just going to the hospital faster. Of course, my mother went to apply for the procedures for visiting Suzuki. Jingo pouted and laughed. Do you still walk around the mountain family and Uchiha? Of course. Ito took a bite of egg bag rice, and his eyes narrowed into a very beautiful arc. Even though there are only Suzuki now, who is accurate in the future, Naruto said, understanding the meaning of Ino. Although the Uchiha family is almost extinct now, Suzuki is still there, and the blood relay limit will continue to pass. Maybe after several generations, the family has flourished again. Is Suzuki going to marry several wives? No. Isn't it? Don't ask me such a thing. What should I say? Jinye glanced at Naruto, drooping his face, and continued to eat. The Muie hospital is not far from Naruto's family. Anyway, when I go home to change my clothes, I still wait for the formal clothes taken by Mrs. Mountain. No. Naruto leaned on the door of the kitchen. We seem to be living together. Who wants to live with you? Jingyi's unsatisfactory voice came from the sofa. But you are good. Where did you buy it? 404 Muie Street. The baking machine in the bathroom was still buzzing. During this time, Naruto poured a cup of hot tea standing at the other end of the sofa and observed the well like curled up in the sofa. The wide t-shirt was wearing a super mini skirt on the well, and the sleeping position was very positive. The white legs were bent and stacked together, covering the spring light. Naruto just glanced away and looked away. What book is you? The boring Ino stood up, half-kneeled, and reached out to a book with a book on the corner of the sofa, and the white jade hand across the sofa. Naruto seemed to think of something. The pupils were slightly expanding. That book is a hot heavenly heaven. Some time ago, Naruto bought the latest sequel to the collection of 15 times. It is the baby that even Kakashi wants to get the boutique in the limited edition. In short, if you don't do something, you will die. Ino, Naruto shouted suddenly. What's wrong? Ino turned his head and looked at Naruto. See? What? What did you see? Jinye blinked, and he reacted instantly after 3 seconds. Ah, you. Jinye shrank instantly. At the same time, a look of murderous eyes stared at Naruto and asked angrily, what did you see? I didn't see anything. You just said it. Jinye gritted his teeth. I go to the toilet. Naruto pretended to run towards the bathroom. Don't go. Jinye hurried to the door of the bathroom to block. You must do strange things. How can it be? As Naruto said, he moved to the corner of the sofa silently, and touched the sofa with his hands behind his back. After the shallow heated paradise was lifted, it hit it on the back sharply. Then I can't get it anymore. At the intersection of downstairs, a black skirt was stood upright, and Naruto squatted boringly. Madam and the mountains are coming. It should be fast, the mother is very tight. Jingyi said. Hearing the words, Naruto got up and set a packet of paper towels to Jingo. Then I'll go first. Why? Jinye looked at Naruto's hand, hesitated, and grabbed the packet of paper towels. It's not good to see you alone with me, although I don't want to admit it, but I really, Naruto said half of the time, and spread his hand. In short, goodbye next time, you know. Hey, don't go, it's okay. Jinye reached out. Naruto had gone far away, and he disappeared for a long time. She was stunned for a while, turned her head to look elsewhere, and her eyes were dimmed. Although she said it was okay, she hesitated. What she was hesitated. Even as a friend standing together, isn't it allowed? She stared at the packet of paper towels, if she was not catching it just now. Jingyi. Jingyi looked up sharply, but saw the mother mountain in the mother. What's wrong with you? The lady dressed up in the mountains of the mountain wore a grandmother's long dress, holding a delicate black bag, and reached out and touched her daughter's cold forehead. When I first came, I saw you standing here. I'm okay. Jinye barely squeezed a smile. It's too slow, it's a bit boring. Feel sorry. How about that mother gave me a skirt? Jingyi said. He held the hand of Yamako, and said intimately. Why are you so adults like a child? Shanjong Takano touched Jingyi's head and said with a smile. Why did I see that you didn't seem to be alone? Is it your friend? Yes. Jinye was a little guilty. It's not a matter, it's more familiar. Our Oyo has grown up. Yamakama said with a smile, and walked in the direction of Kobe Hospital. Mother, don't talk nonsense. Jinjo coquettish said. Is it Naruto? Yamako made Jingo instantly stunned. She looked at her unnatural expression on her daughter's face slightly, showing a smile and a guess. I and Naruto Ito, and your father and I are very enlightened. The voice of Lino and Yamako is still gentle, but only Naruto, as a mother, I hope you will consider it again. Yuman pursed his mouth and didn't speak. I don't like Naruto, but he is very important for the village. Said Lai, Shanzong Zhongzaku, the village has too many restrictions on the child of Naruto, I just don't want you to be injured. Naruto stood above the electric pole of the high place, overlooking the entire wood leaf expressionlessly, and the sight passed through the heavy overlap, and the remote freeze was on a cliff. His pupils showed weird blood red, which is exactly the same as the nine-tailed pupils. There are two black spots above Naruto Rock, and their sight is close. It is two monster wearing a trench coat wearing a black-bottomed red cloud. Chapter 72 I will kill you immediately if I refuse, Mr. Itaki, this village seems to be your hometown, will you miss this? The dried persimmon ghost under the Duya showed a sharp teeth, standing beside the outermost guardrail of Naruto Rock and glanced at the same dressing Uchiha Itaki aside. Don't miss it. Uchiha Itaki has swept the wicked Koba ninja village, and his sight was from the damaged city walls, the collapsed house past, and crossed the top of the crown. Even if the entire Muye village is seriously damaged, the densely domed house still seems to be full. The red tile and yellow wall, scattered in the dense woods in the housing areas, are full of lush scenes everywhere. Ugly place. Speaking, Uchiha Itaki turned slowly and left, and stayed beside the dried persimmon ghost for a moment. Let's go, Koba Hospital. Please wait a moment. The central ninja verification procedures responsible for the entrance of the guarding floor immediately smiled. Please come with me. Mother, do you have a lot of people who visit Suzuki? Ino and Yamakama. I walked in the corridor of the hospital and asked casually. Not much. Said Yamako. Some families are in a wait-and-see state. Most families are not close to the reasons of Uchiha descendants, and they will be suspected of being high-level village. The consultants gave us the franchise, just to visit the child. Inside, Ino, do you like Suzuki? Shanjong Ryo turned around. Of course, who doesn't like Suzuki? Jingye said, Suzuki has always been good-looking. The men of the Uchiha family are indeed attractive. Lai Shanjong, laughed. On a high-rise rooftop outside Koba Hospital, Itaka stared at Naruto not far away and made a gesture of preparations. Excessive long distance will affect the effect of ninjutsu, and you need to print blessings to concentrate. The plan to capture the nine-tailed plan is unexpectedly smooth. The ghost said easily, it's just a little ghost, and you don't need to be nervous at all. Ghost, that person is waiting for us. What? The face of the dried persimmon ghost changed slightly. Mr. Itaki, we did not be perceived by anyone into the wood leaf. Well, it's strange. No, it's the best opportunity now. Itaki raised his head, and the writing wheels in his pupils rotated. It seems that no one is noticeable to our existence except for the pillar power. Naruto looked at the Itaki and the dried persimmon ghosts in the distance, with no expression, slightly nervous. This may be the first big crisis he had encountered since he had traveled, and the Uchiha Itaki stood opposite. He knew that Uchiha Itaki would probably come, but did not expect so fast. It seems that no one else has discovered them except themselves. Do you want to shout for help? Still, it is better to call SAS effective. I just turn around, why is it so coincidental? Run, right, sure enough, it was too dangerous to run water first. The summer wind was brushed, and Naruto ran decisively and ran. The shape of Uchiha Itaki disappeared in place, and it almost stopped the way of Naruto. The volley stretched out the hand wrapped in the fishing net from the wide black windcoat and grabbed Naruto straight. And the dried persimmon ghosts also came from the rear bread. If it is not surprising, the speed and time are not enough for Naruto. However, there are three systems given to ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God, King Kong blocked, Four Elephant Seal. The latter two do not harm them too much than the current Naruto's Itaki and Drigi ghosts. Naruto did not forget his original intention and ran away. Seeing Uchiha Itaka's infinite approaching Naruto, almost to catch him, Faithor launched. Naruto returned to the position just now, and left a few explosives before disappearing. Uchiha Itaka's pupils were slightly expanded, and the explosion range was instantly left. The booming, the violent explosion sounded over the wood leaves. The ninjas scattered around the village looked up, looking at the direction of the source of the sound. Ghost, go. Uchiha Itaki was almost unscathed, but still gave up the plan temporarily. The lucky escape. Naruto hid in an abandoned building with a backlight, and silently regretted the built-in building for the newly built building, and thanked this time without a large-scale arrangement of monitoring. Fortunately, he had long been prepared to place Fili God in a building not far from him, but he had to get something far away. What are you hiding? A familiar voice appeared from the shadow. Naruto turned sharply and saw a strange black girl. The clothes on the body were a little old, and the hair seemed to be so shiny. But I always feel that I have heard this tone. It's you. Naruto was dumbfounded, and Dashi-wan ran away. What do you do here? I also changed to camouflage. It seems that I have used some ninjutsu. Now it is more like an ordinary slum girl. There is no place on her face. It seems not surprising to appear in this abandoned building. It seems you recognized me. He said coldly, it seems that I can only kill you. I invite you to eat beef rice. Well, he also put away the knife. If you say that, let you live for 2 more days. What taste? Naruto stood up with his hand, all of his palms, and the inside of the building exudes a moldy smell. Perhaps it is the relationship between disrepair and backlight. Even if the two are not far away, they still can't see each other's face. Diddy Lala sewage fell from the gap between the ceiling and dripped on Naruto's shoulder. I haven't eaten it, it sounds delicious. Then let me make it. Can you add 1 more ice cream? If you refuse, you will kill you immediately. Yes, I just escaped a disaster, which can be regarded as the rest of my life. Naruto took a breath, but my life is really not happy if I only have a ice cream. 2. Can you eat a bad belly? No, it's just that the district hasn't eaten for 3 days. Will die. Naruto took a breath. It is only 3 days. It also showed a look of Aojiao, and Aang's mouth was slightly raised. This is not something worth showing off. Naruto was ashamed. What did this person do? How can Dashi-1 have such stupid men? Let's go. Naruto passed by with her hands, and asked, where is this place exported? It's so dark, you can't see anything at all. Chapter 73. A flute was silently raised on Naruto's neck, and there was a cold voice from the ear. If you dare to go out, you will kill you immediately. Then I won't go out. Naruto immediately raised his hand to surrender. Beef rice. Then I'll go out to buy. Kill you. Then you kill me. When you bury me, the pit is a bit beautiful. Naruto said helplessly. In the end, there are more compromises. Naruto took 2 beef rice and returned without the thunderbolt left in the abandoned building. On the way, he bought a lot of food and other items. He made the seal space while no one had a brain. The 9 tails of the ceiling space listened to the movement outside the fence, and the eyelids were not lifted, and there was a video of a hill beside me. Where do you get these things? Most of them were a little surprised. Looking at Naruto like Doraemon, he made a lot of things out of thin air. He blinked his eyes and relaxed a little vigilant. Naruto probably guessed that the purpose of staying in Mie should also be to facilitate Sasuke. It is impossible to give up Sasuke, just waiting for the opportunity. It's just ninja. Naruto clapped his hands and said, these things are enough for you to consume a while. Not enough, I will come again. Most of them stunned, raised her dirty face and asked, why do you help me? You, don't you want to ask? It's not interested at all. Naruto waved his hand and said, you have your own mission, I am not very good to inquire like this. Of course he knew that the 4 people came to see Sasuke, but he didn't have so much idleness to take care of his spare. This is the way Sasuke is going, he will not stop. Uchiha Itachi is too terrible. If he stretches such a brother on his own, he will be addicted to his 2 swords. If you can't win the Uchiha attack at front, you will fund his brother to join the relaxed and happy revenge. He didn't stay for too long, and left directly after speaking some gossip. 2 days later, Naruto's life was as calm as in the past. Naruto was unwilling to cook and yawned to eat a happy ramen every day. At night, ramen shop. Under Ming Wan's light, Naruto ate ramen with a big mouth. The uncle was standing at the counter, squinting his eyes and showing a big satisfying expression, and asked with a smile, Naruto, do you seem to have been here these days? Uncle. What's wrong? Naruto. In addition to playing this last name, do you have other surnames? Naruto asked with a ramen. You child, what's a nonsense? Handle made a happy laughter, and he didn't care about Naruto's offense at all. Uncle, I have encountered some troubles recently. Is there anything I can help? Handle was solemnly. Naruto looked up at him, blinked, and asked hesitantly, maybe, can you open a condition that they can't refuse? A bowl of ramen, he asked with a happy hand. That's why. Naruto said with a sigh, I hope that the god of ramen can bless his devout believers and give me lucky blessings. I couldn't understand my hands, frowned and didn't take my heart. The age of this age has reached the age of fantasies, and there is nothing worthy of fuss. There were many rain in summer, and Naruto opened his eyes again, and the rain rained with gray outside the window. He looked at the ceiling weakly, thinking about the ramen of what taste should be eaten today. During this time, Naruto eats ramen more pious than the incense in the temple. This is the only thing he can do now. That is waiting. The dull knock on the door continued, and Naruto held a slender knife in one hand, and his feet silently went down to the ground. Slowly opened the door of the room, and the knock on the door became clearer. The sound echoed in the living room, seemed to be silent and cold. The rainstorm screamed outside the door, and Naruto thought about what would knock on his door at this time. The gang of the dark part never knocked on the door. Kakashi walked the window. Sasuke was seriously injured, and Sakura practiced in the medical class. Sure enough, is there only one possibility left? Naruto clenched the knife and planned to open the door to determine the goal. In this rainy day, the explosion does not necessarily be able to spread. Moreover, the burst symbol given by the system has been used up. He usually didn't have the habit of buying tolerance, and he killed people for a while. When the book was used, Fang hated less, and went to the horse to grind the gun late. Damn. The god of ramen should start at the point, and the lying people should go to hell. Never mind. Naruto suddenly opened the door, and the wind swept in the rainstorm instantly. Naruto gritted his teeth and had to do it, but he saw a blonde hair. Naruto's face was aggressive, and his eyes became dull. The wet Nono shivered in the corridor of the heavy rain in the corridor of the heavy rain, and the blonde hair in front of the forehead was tightly attached to the pale face. The purple long skirt becomes close to the body under the action of rainwater, and you can see the traces of clothing. What are you doing? What are you doing? What is the knife? The wet Inayo shook coldly. This. Naruto stared at Jingyi's eyes, confirming that his eyes were clear, and he threw the knife directly aside. In short, come in first. Naruto leaned outside the bathroom door and knocked on the door and asked, "So you rushed to rain just to give me some food?" Ito did not answer directly. After a moment, her mad sound came in the bathroom. Ah. Sorry, I saw it all. Go to death. The door of the bathroom opened a gap suddenly, and a fair hand grabbed Naruto's clothes. Jingyi stared at Naruto half of his head and threw it out. Naruto stood up and shrugged his shoulders, sitting on the living room and opened the food box, which was contaminated with rainwater. Just didn't have breakfast. Naruto didn't dislike it. After taking out the spare toothbrush from the cabinet, I sat on the carpet and ate it. The taste is average, soaked by rain, a little softened. After silently gave this food a 6-point friendship, the door of the bathroom opened. Naruto was thinking of being roared back again. Don't look back. Stupid. Jingyi, who was wrapped in the bathrobe, sat on the sofa, a slim and small hand that was slightly smaller than Naruto, and fought a few times in the food box, and asked Naruto with an unbelievable face, "Have you eaten all?" "Ah, the taste is average." Naruto lay down on the carpet. Jingo's complexion suddenly became weird, and said embarrassingly, "This is not for you, this is for Akamaru." Chapter 74. Outside the door. What? You are not? Naruto sat up sharply. I'm sorry. Iko immediately apologized. It's mixed with rain. I thought you wouldn't open it, but it was also a normal dish, but the taste was not very good. It happened that there was something to go to Inyazuka today, so I prepared that food, but I did not expect to sprinkle the rain. Who believe it? Naruto's face was full of resentment. It's too much. What should I do? Akio's face flushed and his face was drooping. I have no idea. Looking at the twisting look of Jingye, Naruto touched his chin and thought about it for a while. How about a maid costume? You? Jingye stood up angrily with a bathrobe covering his bathrobe, and then saw Naruto pointed at the empty food box on the table, and his face suddenly appeared guilty. This won't work, change one. She whispered. Then I can't think of it. At that moment, he restrained himself and didn't say anything against the sky. Then, that okay. Ahi was dyed on his face, with a trace of disturbance in his tone. Holding his arms on his chest, a little grieving eyes glanced at Naruto. His eyes were moist. That expression, this guy is super. It is terrible to master the powerful expression of the boy so quickly. The roar in the bathroom baked machine buzzed. Naruto did not approach the sofa and walked towards the balcony. The visibility outside the window is extremely low, and even the buildings of dozens of meters away. The white mist stirred up by the sudden rain of Wion covered the entire wooden leaves, and the trees were aggressively interrupted in the wind. As soon as I pushed open the door of the balcony, I didn't know where the red umbrellas from the air were screwed in the air, and quickly approached and shouted and dragged away by the wind. Naruto's heart was a little uneasy, and his brows frowned subconsciously. Jingyi. Ah. What's wrong? Jingye was a little panicked, and she was afraid that the man would suddenly go out of a maid in front of her. Naruto does not do this. This person is unexpectedly attached in some things. When are you coming? Is it raining? Yeah, it was raining suddenly. Jingye complained. I heard my father said that the village seemed to have encountered trouble, and the consultants were discussing countermeasures these days. Even the name is here. If it is heavy rain, the village's monitoring facilities will be renovated. My father has little time at home, and this time it is estimated that it will be busy for half a month. The mountains in the mountains are responsible for the surveillance information of the village, and cooperate with the torture department of Ibahi's torture department to work together to a certain extent. Although the 3 generations died, they were still in the village. The dark part of the wood leaf is seriously damaged, and it will be replaced by the ninja of the root for the time being. A small number of ninjas in the headquarters of the 2 can flow. Naruto did not create an explosion without leaving the situation with the dark department. This is the reason. The village has no head of dragons. The problem of human pillar power will become sensitive at this moment. Instead, Xiaochun and Shubanyan did not continue to account for Yin after the death of the 3rd generation. Instead, they accepted the surrender and compensation of Sandyin. This is enough to prove that the positions of the 2 are exactly the same as the 3 generations. Lack of trust in the younger generation, and the old classmates who have a dirty group of Tuanzang also look down on. Simply put, the death of the 3 generations broke the attitude of the senior officials of the wood leaf on the human pillar. Once Naruto had an accident, there was an excuse to perform a meeting on Naruto. The 3 generations of opinions are just enough to stop developing the pillar potential. Point 2 Senior consultants do not trust Naruto, but they do not advocate to be given to Tuanzang's very ambitious people. Is the big man who was busy recently? Naruto asked in the trend. Yeah. Jingyi Jianjun was not struggling with the maid's costume, and he was relieved. My father was very busy before, and the village was even more busy after being destroyed. I will probably take over your father's job afterwards, Naruto asked casually, but people slowly moved towards the direction of the living room door. Jing Ye, who was wrapped in the bathrobe, didn't notice any abnormalities, and frowned for a while. Should be. Do you like this kind of job? Naruto's feet were barefoot, while stabilizing Ino, he leaned sharply by his eyes. There seems to be something outside the door. He picked up the knife and leaned to the bathroom. There was only Jing Yi in the living room, but she seemed to be a little distracted. After thinking about it for a while, she had the courage to say, "It's not to take over my father." She turned her head sharply, but found that there were no people in the living room. After a while, she hadn't waited for her to call Naruto. The bathroom door opened silently. Naruto wore a thin casual short sleeve, holding a knife with one hand and holding all her clothes in the other hand. The black lace fat times and the purple split skirt were stirred together. At first glance, it was very hurried to start, and the underwear skirts were caught directly from the drying machine. Ito's brain was buzzing, and the drying machine did not stop, but only metastasized to the brain. The face became crimson first, and then quickly bulged. Before I opened her mouth, Naruto had predicted what she wanted to say next. Abnormal? Naruto held a knife and made a boo gesture, walked silently in front of the dull Ino, pointed at the clothes and pointed at her body, and said silently, "Put on." After that, he didn't look at Ino, and silently turned his knife and turned his back towards Jing Yi, and pointed at the closed door. Jing Yi also realized that something was wrong and started to wear clothes directly in the living room. Knocked the door twice. No one answered in the living room, and the knock on the door was very slow. Naruto's apartment is some of the age, and generally no one comes to knock on his door. It is still daytime, but the light outside is not much brighter than night. There is no cat's eye on the door. If you want to know who is standing outside the door, you can only open the door. Suddenly, one hand held Naruto's arm. Jing Ye's face entered Naruto's field of vision, and his face appeared extremely worried. Naruto glanced at Ino, showing a completely different look from usual. He held Jing Yi's hand back his hand and squeezed his calming. The door banged was kicked away, and the gray of the wall shook, and the figures of Uchiha Itachi and the dried persimmon ghost appeared at the door, and the shadow pulled old in the living room. "It looks like the nine-tailed little ghost is not at home, Mr. Itachi." The teasing voice of the dried persimmon ghost sounded in the living room, and the gray face hiding under the bucket was covered with bloodthirsty emotions. Uchiha Itachi didn't speak and walked slowly towards the room. Outside the balcony, Naruto and Inio stepped on a very small raised stone on the outside of the wall, almost tightly stick together. The two were instantly drenched into a chicken with a heavy rain and looked at each other nervously. Chapter 75. Naruto could feel that Jing Yi's hot nose hit the neck, and the wind was mixed with heavy rain. The two looked at each other, listening to the footsteps in the living room. Uchiha Itachi's voice is low, with a great sense of oppression. "Ghost, go to the balcony." "Okay." The dried persimmon ghost seemed to make the sound of dawn intentionally, approaching the balcony step by step. Naruto's apartment was renovated, and a wooden floor was laid in the balcony, separated by a thick glass door from the living room. With a rush, the door was pulled open, and the glass was broken. The sound of the rough rain instantly became larger, and the rain rushed into the living room from the balcony, and the grass-green curtains waved around the wind. Listening to the movement, Naruto guessed that the glass door was twisted into a dog, and after a second, I didn't dare to speak. The whole body was soaked in cold, holding a knife instead of an umbrella in his hand. Jing Ye was shocked by Uchiha Itachi's words. Even though she didn't know who the two were outside, the heavy sense of oppression was enough to make her breathless. A horrible face that looked like a human's was revealed outside the balcony. The ghost eyes of the dried persimmon glanced around, and there was no one in the outside of the balcony. The little ghost seems to run away again. The Ganai ghost retracted back. "Not far away. Uchiha has no expression. Don't provoke too many dark parts." "I know." The dried persimmon ghostly exposed a fang, and asked with a big knife's tadpole muscle, "There seems to be a woman around him, is it going to kill?" Uchiha Itachi left the living room. "I have something to leave for a while." "Mr. Itachi, I'm enough." "Good." Downstairs, Naruto pulled Ino in the small alley, rushing, and the heavy rain hit his face and hurt. On the top of the head is a complicated wire, and the old wire rod is obliquely standing by the alley wall. The two stepped on the rain and rushed on the rain. The legs had long been soaked. "Naruto, then who are the two?" "Turning tolerance, neuropathy." 4. "Why are you looking for you? The world is so big, and there are always people who are greedy for my body, and it is normal." Naruto ran and said. "But, someone chased after." "Regardless of him, he chased him, we ran us." "What is that?" Naruto pulled Jing Yi, turned around quickly with the gap between the rushing, and saw the dried persimmon ghost. Little Mermaid. What? Jinya didn't understand, and his physical strength dropped rapidly in a rapidly run. Don't be afraid, he can't catch up. Naruto, I am fast. I can't run, you go first. Don't care about me. Damn. Don't talk. Escape seriously. Jinya was panting, and his speech was a little angry. You last. Give me a flower, I'm very happy, that's me. The first time I received the flower. It's okay, I will like to pick up how much you like to pick up in the future. Speaking, Naruto threw Jinya out, stepped into a puddle with his right foot, and splashed the rain with a height. Back facing Ino, stopped the dried persimmon ghostly chasing after the rear. Naruto. Jinyi crawled up from the Poryuin, his face was scarred. Don't come, Naruto shouted at her back, live. The dark part will arrive soon. The dried persimmon ghost walked slowly with the big knife's tadpole muscle, showing a spicker with a sprout, showing a teasing expression on his face. As soon as the big knife's tadpole muscles were horizontal, it was cut directly. Naruto wanted to hide subconsciously, but his eyes moved slightly back, gritted his teeth and roared and picked it up. Uchiha attack, it didn't come, intersection blessing Uchiha attack, it did not chase it, intersection then be able to live and live. Well, there was a smile on the extremely scary face of the Ganai ghost. Are you going to move? Aren't you able to run? Oh, Naruto didn't speak, spitting into the dried persimmon ghost. Unfortunately, the rain was too heavy, and the saliva flew out of the road halfway. The dried persimmon ghost is not angry, but it is a pair of pole to enjoy. As soon as the tip is exposed, the bandage wrapped around the big knife's tadpole muscles instantly unlocked, revealing the pyramid. A slamming of a knife in Naruto's hand suddenly broke, the wrist could no longer be held, and the broken knife flew into the air by the air. Naruto gasped and pulled out the thunder. The dried persimmon ghosts looked down at the bitterness of Naruto's hands. The tall body covered half of the alley and said with rain. Mr. Itaka said that people have weaknesses. Grasp the flexible mice, you should catch what he cares about. Naruto heard that his heart was very fast, and his pupils seemed to realize something that I almost didn't think about it, and the thunder in my hand was bitter and threw it directly in the direction of Jingyi. In the next second, the body of the dried persimmon ghost rose from the puddle, and appeared in front of Jingyi, who had no time to escape, and raised the tadpole muscles of the big knife without fluctuations. From Naruto and dried persimmon ghosts, to the dried persimmon ghosts, it flashed before the surgery, but it took just half a minute in the past. Ito Union was not completed, and his body couldn't move in front of the sudden murderous. He could only watch the big knife's tadpole muscle cut down. The narrow alley seemed to be a ditch, and the rainstorm hit it crazy. Naruto bowed slightly, his muscles were tight, and his expression on his face became distorted because of anger. Chakra, instantly steaming in the body, burned the rainwater on the body into steam. Above Naruto's 30 meters of puddle, the dried persimmon ghost's eyes were holding a big knife tadpole muscle. Ino sat in the wet mud, one hand was supported in the mud, and the other was subconsciously blocked in front of him. A thunderbolt pierced the rainstorm and suspended in the middle of the dried persimmon ghosts in Jingyi. 2 days ago, Naruto still did not use the power of the Uchiha Ataki and the ghost of the dried persimmon ghost, that he did not notify the dark part, but he didn't want to send the initiative into the hands of high level at this sensitive moment. Tuanzang also owed himself a statement that the root ninja was not over yet. He wants to wait, and the future is still very long, just give him time. Naruto can become more powerful, so strong that he can refuse any request of the village, and he is too harmful to peel off 9 tails. It is not impossible to overwing the ceiling surgery, but he never expected that he had come to the well. He had lived alone for a few days and had been waiting for Uchiha Attack. I even touched the running route and arranged the flying Thor. In his hands, the non-full level flying Thunder God can only take him at most at a limited distance. Naruto is either a shot of the Thunder God or the backstrap player who will lead the girl in the later period. Flying Thunder God. 2 paragraphs. Suddenly, Naruto used the Thunderbolt to change his position without a change, hugged Jingyi in one hand, and completely opened his back to the chopped big knife tadpole muscle. His eyes turned into blood-red pupils, exuding red light, his voice became hoarse, and he shouted in the heavy rain regardless of everything. The small video machine exudes white noise. The mountain-like 9 tails are asleep, and the screens on the screen illuminate the 9-tailed orange soft fur. The roar of the 9 llama opened his eyes sharply. It looked at the 4 elephants on the door and opened inch by inch. It looked down at the disc, which glanced at the pile of small mountains, and glanced at the seal door that was about to open. 9-tailed expression was fierce, revealing his sharp teeth. Raising his paws on the top of the drive, a big hesitation flashed in the big eyes. It's a pity. It murmured and said carefully, retracted the paw back. Go out. In the alley, the red-tailed beast chakra exploded instantly. The burning wind evaporated the rainwater in an instant, and the thick white mist spread. The dried persimmon ghosts were subconsciously used to draw chakra with a big knife tattoo, but suddenly found that it was not right. 9-tailed chakra instantly collapsed 1 person and 1 sword. The entire alley was destroyed in an instant, and the huge movement attracted the wood leaf and the dark part of the wooden leaves who came here. After the wood leaf collapsed, Shang Ning and the darkness were almost endless. What is that? The dark part and almost led the team on the roof, looking at the same direction in the same direction, almost stopping the heart after seeing the things in the fog. Broken. The strong sense of shock came from the bottom of everyone's hearts. They stood in the rain and stared at the huge fire red fox in the distance with their eyes. Rain flowing along the hair, with the mask of Kakashi. Prevent 9 tails and evacuate residents around. The dark part of a white robe appeared, and the sound was extremely cold. 7 or 8 dark parts left, and Kakashi turned to look at Kai, and his voice never had. Kai, help me be busy. Kakashi, Kai Zhang nodded, you say. Don't let my disciples fall in the hands of the people in the dark. Jing Ye, who was hugged tightly, opened his eyes and stared at the side face, watching Naruto's twin pupils red out of the blood. The sense of oppression of the horrible faces is too strong. Even if I didn't know who the man was, he still couldn't restrain the fear. In the face of the moment before death, it was like empty. If you die like this, you must be unwilling. It turned out that when people died, what they thought about was what to do tomorrow. I can't imagine what it feels like being held tightly anyway. At this moment, my heart seems to be full of overflowing. The next second, the 9 tails suddenly appeared. Mountain-like figure, long ears, 9 fiery red fox tails kept swinging in the rainstorm. During the heavy rain, he roared, showing his teeth full of mouths. Jing Ye was thrown out and fell into the puddle. The dried persimmon ghost has not stood up, and the 9 tails took one palm into the ground, held the paws, and the moment of lift was punching again, and the dried persimmon ghostly stunned the outbreak. To vomit blood. Quick, stop him. Can't let the village destroy. Jue also wanted to slap again. A tail beast jade was already contained in his mouth, and the dark ninja launched the 4-sided soil flow wall to surround the 9-tailed group. The moment the soil flow was formed by Jue, and the body was broken directly with the flesh, and roaring rushed towards the dried persimmon ghost. Uchiha Itachi suddenly appeared in front of the dried persimmon ghost, and the kaleidoscope wrote the wheel eyes to rotate wildly, and a day photo was directly burned on the 9-tail. The small tail beasts contained in the mouth dissipated, and the 9-tail roared, and it made a painful howling. Ghost, go, skin, mister. The 2 left quickly, and several dark parts followed up, and they were severely injured. Jue disappeared under the burning of Tianzhou, and simply returned to the ceiling space to isolate the sky. The heavy rain dispelled the white mist, leaving Naruto who was coma in the water. Kei and Kakashi first stepped in the dark part, landing beside Naruto, separating a crowd of dark parts with his body. A deadly fish. I looked back and forth, and she said lazily with one hand. Well, it seems that Naruto has not lost control. Since it does not cause casualties, please give us the pillar force to the containment. The dark part of the white robe interrupted Kakashi. Don't take a bite by one person. Naruto is my disciple. Since the 3 generations appointed me to make guidance, then Kakashi didn't mean to make concessions. Naruto is temporarily managed before Naruto's command or high-level command was issued. The 3 generations have died. The dark ninja was a little annoyed, staring at Kakashi coldly. Then wait for the new Naruto to take office, or the order of the 2 consultants. A dead fish eye of Kakashi swept across the dark part. I have been waiting for a while. In the case of severe absence of the dark war loss, theoretically, members of the root can temporarily supplement the vacancies of the dark part, and to regulate the genus. The rainstorm fell, and the 8 dark parts stared at Kakashi silently. For a long time, the dark part of the white robe waved. Walked the dark part left all, and only the 2 elites of Kakashi and Kai were still standing on the scene. Kakashi. Kai was surprised and asked, how do you know that they are not dark? The one over there is Jingyi. Kakashi motioned to look at the other side with his eyes. Jingyi fell into the puddle, his blonde hair was dipped in the water, and his face was covered with rain. There is only a task in the eyes of the roots. Koba Hospital. Naruto opened his eyes. The sun is put into the ward from the bright windows, and the disinfection of the water is pungent, which makes people appetite. The white and clean wall can reflect the halo of the sun, and the white quilt exudes a faint lavender aroma. Woke up. A very familiar and cold voice sounded on one side. Naruto turned his head and saw the side face of Suzuki, who was covered with a bandage in another bed. It seemed to be heavier than before, and Naruto faintly saw the bandage overflowing blood on the forehead of Suzuki's forehead. At this time, Ming Talent realized that the 2 were staying in the same ward. A white cabinet was separated from the 2 beds and placed fresh white roses. What a coincidence, Suzuki. Naruto got up and sat on the bed, pointing to the injuries on his body, trying to make Suzuki feel guilty. Uchiha Itachi hit it. Suzuki did not respond to it. He completely turned the bruised face of the other half, and his eyes were swollen, and his mouth jumped out of cold. Me too. Chapter 77. The long summer. Naruto did not expect this out, staring at Suzuki's uneven face for a while. Ha 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 ha, idiot. Suzuki glanced at him coldly. Ha 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 ha. Naruto pointed at Suzuki's face with one finger, and laughed in the bed with his stomach. Suzuki ignored Naruto, and turned his head indifferently to look out the window. The pale skin, the dark hair eyebrows, and the dull and white atmosphere of the hospital looks particularly appropriate. In the eyes of Uchiha, Suzuki's unhappy eyes, a trace of severe cold. He came to you. Suzuki's voice had no emotional fluctuations. He naturally refers to Uchiha Itachi. Is it? Naruto fell on the bed and looked at the ceiling. He remembered Ino, and before falling, he saw Kakashi. Kakashi is still reliable as ever. With him rescue the field, Jingi may not be fine. The strength of dry persimmon ghosts and Uchiha Itachi is too strong. People like themselves have not much combat experience, and they cannot deal with two at the same time. Nine-tailed power is not completely unlocked. The Flying Thunder God is only an entry-level. The melting is not enough in front of the Uchiha Itachi and dry persimmon ghosts with sufficient combat experience. People like Uchiha Itachi and dry persimmon ghosts can still live all day but can still live to the current person. As soon as the dried persimmon ghost shot, he directly aimed at Jingi. If Naruto forcibly opened the seal and let Nine-tailed play, might be a corpse now. The enemy is not terrible. The terrible thing is that the enemy has the brain. Fortunately, Urzu attracted some of the firepower of Uchiha Itachi, which allowed Naruto to spend the most dangerous killer in the midterm. But watching Sakura feed hands, he simply pretended to die. Ah, idiot. Suzuki glanced at Naruto and did not interested in exposing him. Suzuki. Sakura handed an apple film to Suzuki's mouth. Need not. He doesn't eat, I eat. Naruto said. Suzuki bit the apple film and stared at Naruto squinting. Sakura smiled, and his eyes narrowed into a birth. Sitting in the middle and cutting apples, feeding Naruto and Suzuki. The white greasy legs gathered neatly on the chair, sitting upright, and the chest was slightly bulging. Kakashi leaned against the window, holding a hot heaven in his hand, and his eyes circulated on the pages. Occasionally staring at the three people in the room, with a smile in his eyes. At this moment, the summer is longer than ever. The 7th class gathered in a ward, relaxing and enjoying the joy of the rest of the life after the robbery. Sakura is gentle than ever, and Suzuki did not refuse apple. Naruto is still the one who does not adjust. Kakashi opened the newly folded Affinity Paradise, and the words did not look at it. Wind crossed the forest. Naruto's injury was not serious and was discharged from the hospital that day. Kakashi told everyone that the 7th class was temporarily unable to go out. The descendants of the people in Uchiha were rare, and the high-level resolutions were to be determined. Naruto, give you. In the corridor, Sakura returned his clothes to Naruto. There is a circle of thin needles on it. If you don't look closely, you can't find it. Thank you. Naruto took the trend and stared at the pin. I watched it broken, and a few stitches were sewed. Sakura blushed soon after learning. So, fine. Is Ino also in the hospital? Naruto asked. She woke up earlier than you, and was discharged from the hospital yesterday. Sakura said, and then patted Naruto's shoulder, some suspicion. How could Ino hurt? She was going to the station in the Inyazuka family. It just happened to be rainy. Passing my house to hide from the rain and was implicated. Naruto's shadow was lengthened by the sunlight of the corridor. You don't have to worry, she is okay, but it was coma at that time. Sakura's arms were holding a medical record plywood and a cross sleeve on her arms. But after she woke up yesterday, she seemed to be nervous to you. When did the relationship become so good? Naruto blinked. Yes, when did it start? The practice of Kaiban was still the time of Naruto Rock. Remember to visit Ino, the idiot Naruto. Sakura tapped Naruto's head with a splint and walked away with his long legs. After getting home, Naruto looked at the glass fragments in the living room. The curtains were wet on the balcony, and the fence of the balcony had been distorted. The whole person was dumbfounded instantly, forgetting this stubble. The living room was extremely messy and the balcony was open, so that the floor of the living room was wet. The entire house exudes a moldy smell and is cold. Forget it, let's live in another place. Naruto sighed, dragging into the house to pack things. Dis hospital in the morning and moved in the afternoon. I found a better house than an old-fashioned apartment, and Naruto went directly to the bag. The high-level opinion of Naruto's handling is to be determined, and basically it is to wait until the next Naruto came to power before making a statement. The opinions of the two advisors in Tuanzang have always been discording. In the Pillar, a new voice related to the safety of the village requires a new voice to break the balance. After the grass packed, when the sky was dark, Naruto went out and bought a doll gift. Muie Street is bustling, and there is a light in dark lighting. It runs through the entire village along the main street, from 70 years ago to the present. Shanzhong Huadian was a bit far away from Naruto's new residence. After walking for a long time, he finally stood under the big green tree. Looking at it, the lights in the mountains of the mountains were bright. Yoshino stood in front of the counter with the familiar female guests and laughed. The light shone on her face, and the soft face was full of smiles. Until the female guest discovered her eyes outside, she paused and pointed out outside the window. Io turned around and saw Naruto standing under the big green tree, and could not help but pause. Naruto watched Jingo beckoning towards him across the window, with a bright smile. He also beckoned and signaled with a gift. Inside the store explained a few words towards the female guest, and smiled with a smile on the female guest, and ran out of the shop door quickly. How did you come? Chapter 78. The Mamesno Dressing Limited. Jingo's face was crimson, his eyes looked elsewhere, his eyes were water, and he looked unpleasant. I moved, come and see you. Naruto handed the gift bag to Ino. Are you okay that day? I'm okay. Ito's face became redder. On the day when Naruto mentioned it, the scene of flashed in her mind uninterrupted the scene of raising the lace underwear, and remembered the feeling of being hugged. Suddenly, there seemed to be an ant climbing, sour and itchy. She drew her face and picked up the bag. But quickly raised his head again, as if thinking of something. Do you want to sit in the store? My father and mother are not there. No. Naruto's face showed a doubt. Jinnya instantly understood the ambiguity in his words, and his hands were at a loss. The moment his pupils were slightly expanded, his face turned red instantly. Oh Naruto nodded. Ino was bombed, and he dragged Naruto and pulled into the shop. Please wait. The female guest had left, and Ito kicked upstairs with a gift bag. Naruto could only sit boringly to watch flowers. To be honest, he doesn't know how many flowers, but only know that this is probably rose, that is white rose. Seeing Huang and white flowers, Naruto immediately gave up thinking. After watching for a while, there was a sound of Kashika, and the sound of the downstairs of Jingyi sounded. She was holding 2 cups of hot drinks in her hand, which seemed to be brewed. Through the far away, Naruto smelled the bitter fragrance. He didn't like cocoa, but if it was brewed by well, he was barely. Where did you move? Upstairs at 404 Nuie Street. Naruto put down the cup and frowned slightly. Ino's face broke his face instantly, pouting and said, If you don't like to drink, I will fall off. I will drink with grateful mood. Naruto said categorically. It's so exaggerated. Jinnya cleared his throat, and the crimson on his face had faded away. I like the gift you gave, thank you. Seeing Naruto did not answer, Jinnya watched in his curiosity. However, he found that Naruto was staring at his legs, and suddenly fired. You soul are weak, to die, die. Don't. Naruto hurriedly begged for mercy. For a long time, Ito loosened Naruto. Naruto was sincere and sincerely apologized. Sorry, Jingyi. Looking at this astringent better than anyone else, apology is also more sincere than anyone else. Jingyi helplessly supported Naruto in socks, and he did not force it on his chest. The natural thighs are tight, and the horrible haze is covered with the underlying eyes. Go to death, you are not worthy of living in the world. Sorry, Naruto said with guilt. You guy, don't apologize while revealing the enjoyment of enjoyment. Perverted. No. Naruto stood up and looked out the window with coffee. Do you remember what you promised me? Sorry, forget it. Jinnya stunned, then calmly got up, and he had to go upstairs. The lying person must swallow 1,000 needles. Ito's body was paused, stepped on the first stairs, and pursed his mouth to look at Naruto. The latter smiled, and said with a sip of cocoa, very hateful. I said casually. Jinnya checked his fists, gritted his teeth, and warned it. After speaking, I went upstairs. That movement, Naruto did not doubt that Jinnya went upstairs to get a knife. After a long time, Naruto thought that I was falling asleep upstairs. I was tired of moving in the afternoon, and I only drank a few mouthfuls of cocoa at all without any solution, and my mind suddenly became chaotic. He remembered his own, and thought of dying for 3 generations again. Tsunade will probably succeed in the 5 generations of Naruto, and it will definitely find himself. As long as you do not accept the prediction, son, this destiny is fine. Naruto's eyelids were so sleepy, and Uchiha Itachi kept calmly to the terrible face, dried persimmon ghosts, Dashiwan, 9-tailed face, Uchiha Sasuke's face. Naruto. Jingyi's voice sounded in his ears, and then shook. Really, Naruto, how do you fall asleep at this time? Sorry. Naruto, lying on the table, looked up and saw a maid dress. Look at it, I will change it after reading it. Perverted. Jingo's face was crimson, his face was reluctant, and glared at Naruto with a perverted gaze. In the hazy, Naruto watched a maid's outfit, and for a long time. Blondwater, wearing 2 or 2 cats on his head. The shame that I couldn't say on the face of Ino, the fluffy and large women's neckline cleverly tied the red ribbon. The entire arm was wrapped in long black long sleeves, only a pair of fair hands. The chest is bulging, and the waist is a slim style. The big lace skirt only covers the long and greasy white thighs, and the white stockings connected to the inside of the skirt. Jingyi's reluctant appearance was holy, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked at Naruto despise. Thank you for the entertainment. Don't say that strange thing. Jinnya grabbed Naruto's clothes, his face was close, and his teeth were threatened. Naruto wanted to apologize, but heard moves from the door of the store. Ito, you can't be rude to the guests. The wind bell sounded, and the door pushed away from the outside. A middle-aged couple stood at the door and looked at Ino and Naruto with God. As soon as the Yamako was in the mouth, the words were stuck in the throat, and the pupils were slightly expanded. Watching her daughter wore a juvenile collar in a maid. The two obviously had just returned. When I saw the scene, I stunned first, and then silently turned my eyes elsewhere. Father, mother, Jingyi instant petrochemical. The night breeze whistled. Above the Naruto rock, one of the three ninjas also stared at the night view of Muye village silent. Wearing two old consultants standing next to him, he turned to sleep with Xiaochun and Shuibeomen. True, we need the 5th generation Naruto. What does this have to do with me? The tap did not return, and his face was rare. The name of the country of fire yesterday arrived at the Woodleaf. In the emergency meeting held by the senior management and the big name, we decided to choose you to be the 5th generation Naruto. Trive. The village needs a powerful leader. This is our decision. I'm free to scatter, but it's not the material sitting in the Naruto. Sunan also refused. Tsunade is more suitable as Naruto than me. Chapter 79 Wildfire. Tsunade is indeed the most suitable candidate for the 5 dynasties, but no one knows where she is. Mizuka Minion said. I go to find her back. I also turned, but at the high-level meeting of People's Pillar Power, I must have a voting right. How about? The two consultants looked at each other, showing a dignified face. From the time, we have already understood the situation and you can promise you, but the content of the recent meetings of the high-level is needed to inform you. The news from the spy is that the country of Thunder is vigorously developing Thunderbolt energy technology. Most of the villages in the village are deeply disturbed, and Woodleaves need to be more powerful, leading us to see the direction to make choices. I also heard the meaning of retention in the words, and waved his hands to interrupt the two old guys and said, Tsunade's guy is the granddaughter of a generation, much better than me. Also, Naruto, I will take it out for a while. People have a tendency to get out of control recently. Only this can we promise you, the old female advisor said, turning her eyes and squinting her eyes. That's it. Truth also turned away, beckoning. You choose to hide Naruto. Listening to him also proposed that the group hid. Shubinyan and Xiaochun turned their faces. Although the 3 generations died, Yue was still there. The two people, as senior Woodleaf consultants, participated in the decision-making of the village, and stood with the 3 generations of the 3 generations. They would not choose to make the old classmates who are dirty to become Naruto. In their eyes, the old classmate of Tuanzang is not enough to serve as the heavy responsibility of Naruto, whether it is the image or the darkened character than Lao Yin. Shuibenmanyan and Xiaochun did not doubt the loyalty to the village, but questioned the will of Tuanzang's fire. If there is no conclusive evidence, they can even directly doubt the god of ninja who disrupted the will of the villagers from the heart of the villagers some time ago. Speaking is, I don't see him. Trive also. Shuidaomanyan shouted, if the person's pillar power is temporarily, you can keep it from being a 3 forks. Shanzhong flower shop. The bright small table reflected the embarrassing reflection of the two. The maid's outfit was holding Naruto's clothes, almost to tear the black short-sleeved neckline. I'm sorry. Naruto apologized quickly, with sincere attitude. I let Jingo wear it like this. I'm really sorry. Jinya was froze, his lips were slightly pursed, and he wanted to justify Naruto. That, Ino. The lady's brows frowned slightly. Why are you bullying Naruto? Even if you Yamako Yano said half of his sigh, and he pulled Jingyi aside with a slight disappointment, whispered. Zaya Jinjai, the heart of capturing the favorite boy cannot be just violent. I'm not. Jingya was almost crying, pointing at his maid costume, and wanted to say something and finally held back again. The Yamako Ramana pulled Jingyi and walked back, looking at Naruto with a smile. The elegant temperament and Jingyi were judged as 2 people, and the opening was like a spring breeze. The little girl has to take care of you. Where is my Orga? I am taken care of by Jingo. Naruto returned to the ceremony. Hearing the words of his aunt, it seemed to be very useful for the Yamako in the mountains. In the customs of the country of fire, for the old-fashioned women, only those who have close relationships will be called aunt. Jingyan felt a loose hand, and Lion the Yamama loosened her hand, and stepped forward to pull Naruto's hand and said, Ito, this child is not sensible. Where, there is such a perfect mother with an aunt. It is my honor to have this friend of Jingyi. Naruto looks good, and a few sentences will not leave the praise of the mountain. Yamako in the mountains had clearly knew Jingyi's mind, and saw that Naruto had a layer of filter. At this moment, he was coaxed and could not help his mouth slightly raised. Jingya was dried aside like this, watching Naruto being taken away by his mother. Naruto, your child is really sensible. Taste the cocoa for your aunt. Do you like to drink cocoa? Favorite, troubled aunt. Give it to me. The tone of Lion the Mountains suddenly became severe, and looked at Ito. I didn't come to learn more about it. Ino. Hi. On the gap upstairs, the mountain in the mountains said towards the mountains in the side of the mountain. The voice of the two went away, and the mountain in the mountains put things aside, and made a cup of tea with a smile. Naruto greeted him politely and shouted uncle. As soon as the mountain is on the sofa, it feels a little weird, and suddenly a little relieved. After chatting a few words, the topic was pulled on Shikamaru's body again. Yamanaka Hai was optimistic about Shikamaru from an early age, but unfortunately the two children were too familiar and could not call. Judo people pillar power? He looked at Naruto, who was sitting straight on the sofa under the bright light, and the moment he blinked, he remembered the scene where he saw in the heavy rain that day. The corner of the huge body appeared in the white fog in the heavy rain, and the suffocating horror giant. The 8 tables were faint, and Ping Lu Chengjiang. In any case, it is difficult to think of the sitting and well-behaved teenagers on the sofa with the horrible tail beast. The night is late. Jingyi sent Naruto out of the door and stood goodbye to the big green tree not far from the mountains of the mountain. Hey, you, was it intentional? Jingo said, gritting his teeth. What's wrong with me? Naruto asked. You are still stupid. You let me wear a maid dress, and you don't like to drink cocoa at all. Jingya looked around and confirmed that no one was staring at her. She grabbed Naruto's short-sleeved neckline and scored. You drank the whole cup of cocoa, the cup I soaked you obviously took a sip. I said it was that I asked you to wear it, but my aunt didn't believe it. Naruto said helplessly, I really hate drinking cocoa, but in that case, I can only drink it. Don't want to drink it directly. Why do you have to force yourself to drink something you don't like? Ino's waist, his eyes stared at Naruto, and seemed to want to judge whether he was lying. Under the big green tree, Naruto raised her clear eyes and looked at her, without talking, just laughed. There is no end to Muye Street, and the big green trees can be seen everywhere. The fireworks in the world seemed to be vivid, even the old streetlights became young. The lights were clear, the night wind brushed the hair, and Jingyi's heart suddenly beating. Chapter 80. The injured Hina. The next day, Naruto opened his eyes from the bed, looking at the strange ceiling for a second, and then remembered that he had moved. He sat up from the bed, looking at the dim room. The silence in the apartment was silent, and there was no knock on the door at the door. Due to unknown reasons, the high level does not seem to have restarted the pillar regulatory procedures of the dark part. It's like someone deliberately intervened. Kakashi does not have this energy, and only one person is close to himself. Uncle Ben is Miyama Mountain Toad Fairy. What's the matter with your ghost? He also lay on the roof, talked about it, put the telescope mirror, stood up and looked at Naruto's unhappy face. I heard that a few days ago. Did you release the 9 tails? Ah. Naruto wore an orange sweater with a hood, standing on the roof and looked at it, and said unwillingly, it's released. Really you? Zilao is also interested in, are you really afraid? But the high level does not take you. Muye has never appeared in perfect pillar power. You let them see hope, even if you do too much things, you can get the high level tolerance. Can people like me be tolerant? Naruto yawned, pocked his hands, and said from a pair of dead fish to look at him and said, good fairy, don't lie to children. I am curious how you did it. Have you seen 9 tails? How about that? I asked from my own. Nothing, it's just ordinary tails. Naruto replied. You can say this in your mouth, it's really. The tape was a little speechless, staring at Naruto for a few seconds. What is the new word for ordinary tail beasts? Naruto didn't answer this question, and asked after half a minute. You make the dark part looking for me just to ask this. It's not. Tuzzy also turned to Naruto. Naruto, follow me to practice. Don't want. Why? I didn't expect Naruto to refuse so simply. Don't you want to get stronger? Think. Uncle Ben is one of the legendary Toad Fairy. Don't want. Why? No reason, simply don't want to practice. Hearing the words, the tap was also surprising, and he looked at Naruto for a few seconds and said, so lazy, how can it become stronger? I don't know. Naruto was simply, I was not interested at all, so I might as well read a book at home. Anyway, it's too strong, and you have to be suspicious, or you are inexplicable dangerous tasks. Your fallacy is, I sighed, it's okay to talk about it in front of me. It is best not to talk nonsense at a high-level meeting for a while. Since you are unwilling to practice, let me find someone, and I will no longer force you to practice after finding it. Don't find it, I don't practice. Your regulatory right is in my hands, said from my own. Who is looking for? Seeing Naruto's compromise, his face was better, and he said, the Tsunade, one of the 3 forks, is also the 5th generation of the future. I've heard it. Naruto nodded. Is the lustful fairy not be the 5 generations of the 5 generations? Is it possible? Your little ghost knows a lot. Chard also squinted. Are you close to the mountains in the mountains? Almost, Naruto said perfunctory. My destiny has already been determined. Sui also patted Naruto's shoulder and turned to make a pose that thought it was handsome. Little ghost, heroes will not only stay in one place. This is the forbearance of the eldest husband. Naruto was still a dead fish. The attitude is really indifferent. Naruto, what is your forbearance? I also asked. Live. Don't say this kind of beam, your little ghost is really declining. Chake also took a few times of Naruto's shoulder. Forget it, the most important thing now is to find that Tsunade's guy back. About how to deal with your high-level meetings, it will be launched soon. The 5 generations also have great voting rights. Re-2s of Tsunade has no harm to you. New, but you don't have to worry too much. Although you don't know how you have a relationship with the mountains in the mountains, pig deer butterflies have always been the same. In addition, I also have voting rights, hee. The day of the departure is also set, tomorrow morning. Early, Naruto turned into the alley slowly and was ready to buy something. The newly moved into that apartment space, and many things have not had time to buy. Almost all the furniture in the apartment was soaked by the rain, and Naruto was too lazy to move around. When he walked halfway, he suddenly remembered something. The guy is still shrinking in the abandoned building. He will leave tomorrow and take a time to see her at night. The tree shadow on the road is mottled, and there are some deserted roads. In addition to one dead alley to Muye Street, this road is the residence of the Hyuga clan. Nothing. Hina was taken aback and found that it was Naruto, and his face turned red instantly. Standing in a rigid body, he didn't move in place, with an embarrassing and nervous expression. Is your feet twisting? No. Hina shook his head in a hurry and didn't dare to look up at Naruto. The voice fell instantly. I can, Naruto, you don't need to care about this kind of thing. What? Naruto squatted directly and slowly raised Hina's pants legs up. You guy is always stubborn in a strange place. Naruto-jun, Hina blushed, the whole body trembled a little. No, almost all the legs have bruises, and there is a 5 centimeter scratching. Didn't you deal with it? Naruto squatted and looked up, looking at Hina, where you had nowhere to place his eyes. Hinata lowered his head, with a disturbing expression on his face. Naruto gently touched the bruises, and Hinata immediately snorted. It hurts. Ah. Hina's hand was rubbed nervously, and the 2 thumbs staggered back and forth because of excessive tension. I can. That. Hina. What? Naruto didn't get up, still squatting, and pointed up at Hina's uneasy fingers. Are you going to print me? Ah, no. Hinata stunned the hand that was rubbed together, and put it behind him. Chapter 81. Do not wear a protective amount, don't count on the ninja. Wait for me here. Speaking, Naruto suddenly ran to a wall, and Hina watched him 3, 5, and 2, and his palms fell into the wall. His palms supported on the wall, and the whole person slipped over the wall. Being Naruto was so interlaced, Hinata was panicked, but he did not continue to be stubborn. Theoretically, Hina will not run around. Naruto turned over the wall and jumped onto the roof of others. He walked closely between the gap between the narrow stairs and quickly reached the wooden street. I quickly bought bandage and disinfection water, and incidentally bought a large bag of swelling potion. When he returned again, Hinata stood there without moving. Hina, remove your legs. As soon as Naruto finished speaking, Hina was stunned. What? Your legs are swollen and bandaged, and all of them are bruised underneath. Naruto set a large bag of swelling and pain in his hand. You have to deal with the wound first. If you let it go like this, it will be better for 2 or 3 days. Although Hina was shy, she nodded. Naruto has grown quickly recently. It may be because of no shortage of money or picky eaters. Hina can only go to Naruto's lips. Watching her low avatar standing with one foot, she was standing with one foot, and she wanted to go to the leg bandage of another injured foot. Naruto sighed, and stepped forward to help Hina sit on a stone. Naruto-jun, where do you get so much? Hinata's eyes were slightly dull. Buy it, turn around and walk through the gap between the wall as Muye Street. Naruto pointed at the direction of the wall, but there was something unexpected in the middle, and the man was unwilling to sell it to me. Then, what are you, Naruto-jun? Nothing. I beat the clerk, and he sold it to me. Hina was stunned for an instant, a little panicked. Broken, ninja cannot hurt ordinary villagers. Naruto looked at it with a face, referring to a clean forehead. I don't wear a care mount, so don't count the ninja. Moreover, I have no task, so it's just ordinary villagers. He took out the disinfection water and started to unlock the bandage on the legs of Hina's legs. There were several traces of the excessive scratching pants. This leg is swollen, why are you back alone? Daya and Ji-nai, Naruto asked. I have no task recently, I am trained alone. Hina said it a little bit. I accidentally fell down from the hillside. Don't be so reluctant, excessive training will be less efficient. Naruto said so, taking off the bandages that only tied to the calf. Take out the emergency ice pack to apply the swollen part, and the socks have faded to the position below the naked foot. It wasn't as if Hinata said that her feet were naked and injured, but because of the high swelling, she temporarily lost her consciousness. The legs without excess fat appear unnatural swelling. The smooth and fair leg curve has been distorted by the wounds of various bruises and stones. It's hard to imagine how Hina came back alone. Naruto held the ice pack of the naked feet and looked up naturally. The injury is more serious, and now it can only be temporarily swollen. The Hyuga family should have medical ninjas. When I go home, let people help you handle it, so as not to leave scars. Thank you, Naruto-jun. is it better? It's not so painful, Hina said. Naruto stared at Hina for a few seconds, and suddenly asked strangely, "Are you because of the Chinese Ren test, so you are so desperate?" Hina's eyes flashed a few times, and I wanted to shake my head subconsciously. To be honest. Hina nodded with hesitant, the gap between my brother Ning Ci is too large. I also want to do one thing desperately. I want to stand up by myself. Sometimes, people are stubborn, and they can shine in a word. Personality is cowardly girl's determination to be uneasy about life, which is more bright than the sun, so that I couldn't move my eyes at a glance, as if I saw the light of the world. After Hina's words, she regretted that sentence, and she was overwhelmed by covering her face. It was a bit fast, and I said something in my heart without knowing what happened. I'm going to die. How to say such a thing directly will be misunderstood by Naruto. Naruto is going to cheer. Remember to be careful next time training. Naruto bowed his head to apply medicine and fixed the bandage in the wound position. Looking up again, just right with Hina's flashing gaze. Okay, let's go, I'll take you back. Hinata blinked, obviously understood Naruto's meaning. This was to carry her back. Now that she looks like this, Naruto cannot throw Hinata here or let her go back alone. Anyway, it was not the first time I was sent back to Hina, and the route was completely remembered. Do you have to use your back? Hinata lowered his face. At this time, let's take a look at it. Naruto packed the bag of swollen medicine. There are not many people on the road. If you don't want to memorize, the princess can also hold it. That's back. Hina covered his face and whispered, "Trouble you, Naruto-jun?" "Nothing, just see it. If you don't want to bother me anymore in the future, remember to protect yourself during training." Naruto squatted down, and Hina was carefully moved to his back. Actually, I want to trouble it a few times, she thought a little selfishly. Hina's body is very light, perhaps because of restraining appetite. Through many layers of clothes, I can still feel that Hina's body is thin, or too shy. Hina's face was buried on Naruto's back, and he didn't dare to look up at all. The cold arms around his neck, every few steps, a sweet aroma came from time to time. "I will leave the village tomorrow," Naruto suddenly said. Hina suddenly became nervous. Is it a mission? Is it? Naruto didn't know how to say. Finding the task of looking for the 5 generations should be unpaid, but you need to keep confidential, probably leave for a while. Is it a long time? It shouldn't be too long, maybe half a month or 2 months. Is there any danger? Hatsuka asked dully. Danger is the 3 forbearing war, dashi pills that kill 2 shadows, if you lose your hands, should not be too dangerous. After being sent to Hyuga, Hinata blushed down, and the swaying eyes looked at Naruto and whispered, "I have encountered acquaintances on the road. Do you want me to explain it?" Naruto asked seriously. Raiders Hina, 19.8% recognition of Nine-Tail. Do you want me to send you in? Naruto pointed out that the clean and tidy streets were in the station, and the courtyard of the sparsely ranked house was decent and solemn. "I can." Hina said timidly that there was a shaking haze in his eyes. "Then you can take care of Hina, take care." After hearing the words, Hina's single leg stood up and saluted, and it looked a little clumsy but very serious. It didn't take much time to send Hina's return to the sun. After returning to Muye Street, Naruto casually found a place to fill his belly, and then began to buy a large scale. Large new home appliances will be delivered to the door in the afternoon. He kept tossing until the afternoon. Before the sunset, Naruto fell asleep, and it was dark until he woke up. He took a shower and changed his clothes out of the door. Walking from the direction of the old street from Muye Street, I bought food on the road and bought some miscellaneous things. Among them, some of them are Naruto's own, and some are prepared for many reasons. By the way, I will see if she starves to death. He didn't intend to help many reasons, just feed. After that, there was no bitterness. The burst, and the knife, all bought it again. Still using the old method to enter the abandoned building, I found a circle in a dark floor, and finally found a lot of dormant in a corner. She hid very cautiously, and there was no odor around, proving that eating and solving hands were in other places. The location of the high-rise building can be better observed to prevent others from approaching. The relationship between the 3 generations of war died was martial law during this time. The dark parts were not enough, and the roots replaced some positions, so that the recent atmosphere of the village was a little dead. The senior management of Woodleaf is busy, and Tuanzang is much low-key. Muye is busy reconstruction and repair. The vacant positions need to be topped, and the Country of Fire must also provide funding assistance to Muye. There are only 2 major events that are temporarily shelved. The first is the candidate of the 5th generation, and the opinions of the 2 consultants are extended. If Tsunade can return, it will push gangs. The second is the question of how the Juwei people are dealt with. The senior management has different opinions. It can only be voted after the 5 generations of the eyes. Naruto is now a lonely monster under the tower, full of scales, and was tried. The high level is like a god, so he had to be exposed to the sunlight. Watching the noble adults on the round table raised his face. The most humiliated, they want Naruto to love them like dogs. One day in Naruto's body, Naruto is equivalent to Jue. However, the system's progress task has been completed by nearly 1/5, which means that one day, even if the Nine Tails leave Naruto, he can still use the power of Jue. He waited for that day, nine-tailed freedom, and he was free. As for how to crazy the senior management after losing the tail beast, this has nothing to do with him. One day, the gods fall into the tower and become monsters. Before that, he looked up at them at all times, staring at them, and dragging them to the sun like a dragging dog. How many days after being hungry? Zone, speak nicely. One day. Most of them raised their heads, smiling slightly. Really? Naruto glanced at her and said, your transformation is hungry to fail. After a second, I raised my hand and touched my face, and the pupils expanded. You see my true face, then you can only ask you to die. Hearing the words, Naruto yawned and took out enough food from the seal space. Kill me, what are the benefits of you? Are you scared? You can't beat me, forget it, and you will have nowhere to hide the whole building. Look at these foods, kill you again next time. Duo Yi also murmured. I'm leaving, goodbye next time, don't die in my hands. What are you talking about? You also bite a bite. His eyes stared at Naruto. I will kill you next time. Naruto didn't say anything, and left with the Thunder God directly. This person is so strange, people are stupid. In the darkness, most of them torn another bag of bread, muttering complaints. I haven't eaten, the new taste. Back to some strange new homes as usual. Naruto fell asleep in the sofa in the spacious living room for a while, perhaps because he ran too many places a day. When I opened my eyes again, it was the next day. Sweeping out of the back, Naruto has nothing to prepare. There is everything used in the seal space, but there are some money and clothing in the bag, no other. There are also seal scrolls, which can be used to summon toad storage items, and there is no need to bring too many things at all. Hurrying, about 3 days. Suddenly, a loud sound of Naruto sitting in the shop with tea rest, and the familiar mechanical synthesis sounded for a long time. The panel pops up. Options 1. Find Tsunade and let her return to the village to inherit the position of 5 dynasties. Naruto. Reward removal. French India, injury-free version. Note, the pillar power will not die because of the deprivation of the tail beast. Option 2. Find Tsunade to prevent him from returning to the village to inherit the position of 5 dynasties. Naruto. Reward, Fengxian. Sword in your hand, full level. Naruto drank a sip of tea silently, and said to see the self-drinking self-containing tap. If Princess Tsunade does not go back to inherit the 5 dynasties. Naruto, will you be recalled by the high-ranking fairy? That's right. The tap was a little drunk. He reluctantly recovered his eyes from the feminine hospitality. But the uncle is impossible to be a Naruto, who will do that boring job. That's a good fairy, you can cheer, find Princess Tsunade earlier. Ha, Sar also stood up, and looked at Naruto drunk. You are also upside down by yourself. Tsunade's guy recognizes your words, so do you like Princess Tsunade? You, what are you talking about, the little ghost? The tap also said about him, scratching his head. Dislike, that's it. I also drank high, and said to himself, Tsunade has always been beautiful. That good color fairy, you must persuade Tsunade Princess to return to the village to inherit the 5 generations of Naruto. Why do I say, I'm afraid of being beaten. Zito also, your little boy, since you are all one of the 3 tolerances, you should be a partner from childhood to big. Naruto is serious and seduces. No one knows Princess Tsunade, right then good fairy, you little ghost, it's right to say. He also grinned, and after sitting down, he poured himself a glass of wine. Find Tsunade, so you won't be caught back as Naruto. Naruto's words are like a demon whisper, seductive into the abyss. Without a mouth, I had to cheat. Chapter 83 is too introverted, so pull the knife. The next day, I also woke up, and the hotel's room was booming. The room window was opened early, and the position of Naruto's bed was empty, probably out to play. In the empty room, the tap leaning on the bedside, his face was calm. What are you afraid of coming? I see and to remember when I met with Tsunade's last time. The village is still the village, they are old. If you come again, you can probably prevent Dashiwan from taking place and no longer rejected by Tsunade to protect master and disciples. Find the way to change the world and cultivate the sons of the prophecy. Perhaps such a life is a perfect thing, and it can be compared with the great achievements of Naruto. Unfortunately, everything was like ashes, and the wind was blown out. Now you can look back at the past by drunk. It is also difficult to write down from the words of arrogance. This failed life. Boom! The door was opened from the outside, and Naruto walked in with lunch and shouted, Hey, good fairy, wake up, time to eat. I also looked at Naruto to put my lunchbox on the table, and suddenly changed her expression, smiling slightly. I can't think of you quite intimate, no wonder you can abduct the daughter of the family in the mountains. Pay attention to your wording, good fairy. Naruto opened the food box and took the meals one by one on the table in front of the window. You were drunk yesterday, eat first. I didn't say anything strange yesterday. I got up, wearing slippers and was ready to wash. There is only one ordinary bathroom in the humble room, 2 flat double beds. There is no other. The yellowing wallpaper, the air-dried outer wall, all exude a cheap word from the inside to the outside. The two were not without money, but they insisted that the life of the ninja should be hard and simple, and resolutely chose this hostel next to the style shop. Yesterday, you are drunk. You are drunk. I can't stop you, I can only let you go. What? Sarius quickly opened his wallet, and then his expression became more thrilling. Why do I have more than 3,000? This. Naruto reached out and scratched his neck, smiling without talking. Say it, I get 3,000 too. Naruto's words made the tap instantly darker. Actually, there are 6,000 too. The tap suddenly seemed to be leaked, and his eyes were lying on the bed without moving. Seeing this, Naruto comforted. Good fairy, there is no big deal. It is still a good deal to be pushed for 6,000 too. Push it? What do you mean? The tap also sat up from the bed. You have to go to Fenki's store, you have been pushed at the door. Naruto started eating by himself, and said, I have some introverted. If you are not good at talking to others, you can directly put the knife stand around that person's neck. Siang, the tap was also dull. Do you grab 6,002? This kid doesn't know what the ninja G is at all. However, after confirming that I was not in exchange for the body, my own heart was calmed out. After counting 3,002, he beckoned to Naruto again. Little ghost, I will keep your 3,002 for you. Don't. Naruto opened his own hand and cut it. It's a big ghost. Chutto also closed, but a smile on his face. Looking at the guy with a smile on his face, as if he was saying that without conscience, he made more. I couldn't help laughing from the coming. The sun was right outside the window, and the wind blowing. After continuing to go to the road, I also put forward the idea of collecting Naruto as a disciple. Naruto didn't say anything and agreed directly. But when he mentioned his long-term practice, Naruto refused directly. It is impossible for him to live such a hard-working life outside and from the outside, and he is also a prodigal son. Naruto is not. After leaving home, Naruto began to miss the sofa and big bed, and he could sleep naturally every day. Although Muye is not good to him, he can't take him. If things are not sold to him, he will take it by hand. As long as he pays, he will not be grabbed. If you do want to give it, you can get it directly. It is not a ninja without wearing a protective amount, and the senior management will not care about him. What should I do? Anyway, he doesn't lack money now, just want to be happy. He didn't want to practice, he just wanted to lie down. Even if it is a virtual life and complete the task given by the system, it will be better to get stronger. In the end, I was helpless, and I proposed the way to practice the spiral pills while looking for Tsunade. Naruto was idle anyway when he didn't hurry, and he simply agreed. It's just that the practice is not so easy, and Naruto did not think so hard. Fortunately, the attitude of cultivation of ninjutsu was quite positive, and the self-opened eyes closed one eye to let Naruto pass. At night, the two entered the short book street. Spiral pills must have a trick, right? Naruto asked. You must realize this kind of thing, don't always be so embarrassed. The tap also said impatiently. The bustling streets are bright everywhere, there are many shops, and there are many winehouse gambling workshops. He also walked ahead, looked around, looking for nearby style shops. Why do you realize such things like this kind of thing? Is it easy to go astray? Naruto said, a little dissatisfied. This is exactly the boring behavior of wasting life. What do you know about you? Only what you realize is your own ninjutsu. He also murmured, obviously absent-minded. Naruto was trying to vomit, but found that the auto was walking in one direction. Avoid people who rub the shoulders and walk to the remote place. At the door of the lights, the entrance of a tavern with a good business also stopped the way of two women. Looking at it from a distance, the blonde woman wearing a big green robe is particularly noticeable. Before looking close, Naruto observed that the eyes of Sui also moved down, and he couldn't help jumping slightly, and there was a bad hunch in his heart. A night of wind was blowing, and a beautiful straight punch flew without a sign. Tsunade's eyes were sharp and extremely oppressed. Little ghost, are you together with him? I do not know him. Chapter 84 in the Bell Hotel. Sorry, Master Tsunade. Naruto stood up and apologized sincerely, a determined look. Surprisingly, Tsunade was not angry, at least not unhappy because Naruto lied. The wrist was proficient in dumping, and the clear drinks fell into the cup. After drinking a sip, before the cup was put down, Tsunade said, I already know the 3 generations of things. The atmosphere of Tsunade's conversation with Tsuna also was extremely dignified. Naruto silently made a meal. After eating, he went to the counter to get the account and go out to hang out. This matter is not what he can interfere, it doesn't make sense to sit there. Tsunade Yuguan crossed the Naruto who did not wear the forehead outside the window. The face of the rope tree flashed in his mind, and his eyes were lonely. Don't play anymore. She threw the poker on the table and was upset. It's been so long, you are still so wayward, Tsunade. Sui also glanced out of the window, a pair of not in a hurry. It doesn't matter if you don't play without playing, but now the village needs you to be the 5 generations of Naruto. If you refuse, the child is estimated. Truth, don't play this kind of child's trick. Tsunade poured himself a glass of wine. Who cares about that kind of 9-tailed ghost? The rope tree's affairs. I also said a sip of dishes. Don't mention the rope tree. Tsunade's eyes were sharp. I have nothing to lose. I am too stupid to bet on life for the village. You have such an idea, it is really surprising. I also said, people are common. Tsunade continued to drink, his voice was lazy, and his body was mature. Dashi-wan is crazy, the 3 generations are dead, and you are old. As for the 3 generations died in the hands of Dashi-wan, I was not surprised at all. The guy of Dashi-wan was no longer emotional, but the 3 generations still had fantasies about him. After all, it's the most proud disciple. He also laughed at himself. No one is rare. Tsunade was a little drunk, his palm patted on the table, and his words turned. What about the little ghost you brought? The son of the 4 generations. The tap was also a glass of alcohol into the throat. Is it similar to the rope tree? I let you not let the rope again. Tsunade was a little angry. Not to mention, the child of Naruto had been in the village that was supervised by 3 generations in dark parts. I went back some time ago. The voice also became serious. This matter has something to do with Uchiha Itachi, but now the situation is unknown, it is not easy to say. Sam also said, I originally thought that Naruto would be like a character like 4 generations, but now, Tsunade, there is nothing to lose at this age. Some things can be powerless, but some things can be changed. Tsunade was holding the wine with wine and stared at the tap for a long time. For a long time, Tsunade got up and shaking out of the door. The lights of the short book are bright, and Tsunade does not need to do anything as long as it is enough to attract the attention of the crowd. The green robe was slightly sloppy, and she did not lose to the good face of the 20-year-old girl at all. She was giant, and the whole person was scattered with the temperament of the mature royal sister. Tsunade's eyes seemed to be looking for something, and that naturally acute expression made people feel contrast. The passers-by watched, hit the electric pole, and covered his nose in pain. Although the unattainable image has disappeared, no one dares to come forward to the woman who is 126.7, a bust of 126.7. The night breeze brushed. Tsunade jumped onto the roof and saw Naruto, who was practicing the spiral pill with one hand. The spiral pill speed is slow but very stable. Naruto is not anxious, as if playing with the newly bought toys. Sit quietly, staring at the spiral pill expressionlessly. Turning too slowly, there is no lethality at all. Tsunade's loud commented, his voice was drunk. Pudding is to be patient. Naruto dumped the set of words of self-stating, looking up at Tsunade, and immediately changed a respectful attitude. Is that the ninjutsu that is also given to you? Tsunade reminded Naruto from Naruto, and remembered the rope tree in his mind. Is it? Naruto stood up and looked at Tsunade's salute. Oh, Tsunade did not answer directly, his body leaned slightly, his face was a joke. Do you really want me to be the 5 dynasties, Naruto? Yes. Naruto said frankly. If Master Tsunade refuses to become Naruto, I will probably be imprisoned. Why should I help you? Tsunade smiled, and one hand shot hard on Naruto's shoulder. Master Tsunade, I am Judah Pillar, but there is no crime. Naruto said, I didn't have to choose before, now I just want to be a normal person. What if I refuse? Then I will find a way by myself. Naruto tells the truth, his tone is sincere, no one wants to be a monster. Speaking of which, Naruto paused, and a smile appeared on his face. I don't care about the thoughts of the highest consultants, but it's time to be prepared to lose 9 tails. The village forced the pillar power to be like this, it was really a failure. Tsunade took his hand back and muttered, it's not impossible to go back, but I have to consider it a few days. Naruto looked at Tsunade and said good. Thank you, Master Tsunade. He kept respect for Tsunade, who met for the first time. Naruto does not think that the other party will recognize the will of his empty fire, because he has no such thing at all. Sincerity is a nirvana, and what else is telling the truth? Even if Tsunade does not serve as the 5th generation, there is any self-containing, and it is impossible to turn the top of the group. For Naruto, whether Tsunade's appointment is just related to the 5th generation. As for how Tsunade will choose, it is better to kill Dashi-wan alone, or it is a simple return to the village. You can only take a step to see. Sometimes the impression of preconceived will be bad. It is useless to think so much. Let's continue to practice spiral pills. The next day, Naruto slept all day in the homestay, and it was dark after getting up. The people were not there, and Naruto didn't care. After washing for a while, she went downstairs to find food. The 3,002 of the earnings have not been spent yet, which is enough for him to eat shaoxi burning, tempura, and ramen. Naruto, who was walking around, was holding a snack to return to the hotel. Suddenly, he was attracted by something. It was a black shadow. To be precise, it was a black shadow that shrank on the tall gate of the short book street with a plaque with a short book street on it. The shadow of the group was sitting there, and daking robes in the night breeze looked a little familiar. Chapter 85 Start a showdown in advance. Oops, it is definitely Tsunade, Naruto secretly said, as if he saw something that should not be seen, and quickly turned away. You little ghost. Ignore me. The shadow fell from the sky, and the whole person fell heavily on the ground. The ground was broken like an eggshell, and the gap between more than 1 meter was cracked. Tsunade looked up at his knees, staring at Naruto with bad eyes. Sorry, Master Tsunade. Naruto showed his extremely flexible moral bottom line. I don't know where the mistake is not tight. Just apologize first. Where is the dog girl? The dog smashes her Aunt May's. You just saw me want to run, right? Tsunade stepped on the high heel, and the elegant kicks were shattered on the side of the stone, and Kashika walked in front of Naruto. He squinted at his eyes, bent down and leaned forward. I don't look very good. Naruto hurriedly shook the pot and immediately worshipped the food in his hand. Listening to him, Tsunade's face was full of haze. Speaking of this, I didn't eat it, so it's not welcome. Naruto laughed, it was voluntary. Anyway, he also brought it to him. Maybe he had eaten it, but he wouldn't persuade Tsunade to go in the middle of the night? There were no pedestrians on the road, and the lights were dimmed. Several people standing on the door of the streets on the street were standing at the door of the lights, and they looked at it curiously, but did not dare to approach. It is really disappointing to meet you in the middle of the night. Tsunade's bullying person, ignoring the stiff expression on Naruto's face. Yes, please be troublesome to return to the village to succeed the 5 generations of Naruto. Naruto said helplessly. Is this the attitude of asking for? Tsunade asked. Master Tsunade really doesn't want to go back. It doesn't matter, if I can't stand it, I will run. Naruto yawned. Actually, don't think about me. Guangming Genda said in front of the 5 dynasties to say the idea of defecting. You are really bold. 5 dynasties? Naruto asked in doubt. Although I am still thinking, as long as I go back, it must be the 5 generations, so in a sense, I am now the 5 generations. Is this the rhetoric of older women? It's really cunning. Naruto's dead fishy eyes. No, accurate, this is completely a concept of conversion. Before returning to the village, you were just one of the 3 forks instead of the 5 generations of Naruto. Although that sentence is very confusing, I know it is not a simple matter to let you return to the village. Don't guess the woman's mind at will. You little ghost said so seriously, it's completely funny. Tsunade used some strength to poke to Naruto's forehead. It hurts. Naruto took a breath and covered his forehead. Tsunade's face showed a relaxed smile. After eating all the temporary xiaoshui, he repacked the packed bag to Naruto. I still thank you for asking me to eat. Naruto's face was drawn. Please. I do want to know how to answer. I just do want to answer it directly. Little ghost, if the 9-tailed person pillars will die completely, right? Tsunade asked. Yes. Naruto said, and then made up, maybe, who knows this kind of thing, it is not reliable to say such a thing, but you have to try it yourself. It's really, don't you be afraid of death, there is nothing terrible. If you think of the life of the dark prisoner in the future, what is the difference from death? Naruto said. Your hatred of the village is really terrible. Tsunade said. If you can't say any hatred, it is a normal person who will not like that village. If you want people to protect the village, you have to give the corresponding attitude. Naruto is not good looking. Actually, I don't care at all, and somehow becomes a person's pillar. Perhaps this life cannot be free, and death is a weapon. If so, I can bear it. You to endure the limit, is it too broad? Tsunade said. But there must always be compensation? 1 by 1 restricted pillar power, this ninja really can't go on a day. Naruto frowned. If there is no good, then I will lie down. Your resentment is really heavy. Tsunade was not angry and squeezed Naruto's face with a smile. Instead, she felt that the truth made her feel more comfortable. It was not normal to hide it, but it was not normal. Are you showing up with me? Tsunade squinted his eyes and looked at Naruto. You little ghost is not simple, it is more than the thoughts that should be at this age. You are not the 5th generation now. If you don't plan to return to the village, I have nothing to do with saying a few more gossip. Naruto will replace you for you this time. Tsunade noticed this detail, the corner of his mouth was sloppy, and he didn't say anything. If I become the 5th generation, Tsunade rubbed Naruto's hair, and the height difference between the two was not obvious. In a year or 2, Naruto must have surpassed Tsunade. If Master Tsunade became the 5th generation, then if I desperately support, it should have privileges. Naruto hippie smiled. Maybe there are. Tsunade said like teasing the child, red lips. If you can convince me to go back, I can help you settle in the future. That word is fixed. If Dashiwan is still alive, she will constantly want to resurrect the rope tree and break. Only Dashiwan died, can she break the thought? This is not the only way, but the best way. Taking advantage of Dashiwan's arms injured, he approached him without one person, and then killed him. On the roof, Naruto squatted in the dark and planned to be one night to avoid being fainted by Tsunade in the middle of the night. During his bare hands to kill Dashi-wan or something, this idea is not mature at all. Not to mention, there is one to say that Dashi-wan, who can't take away the god of death, can be killed by Tsunade who is afraid of blood. Not to mention that Tsunade still has the problem of fear of blood, it is even more difficult to play. This is almost gambling. If you take the opportunity to treat Dashi-wan, you will not kill Dashi-wan, then Tsunade may be more fierce. Thinking of this, Naruto sighed and murmured, "Boiled again, there is only one pocket around Dashi-wan, as long as you can get the solution method, it will be free." Chapter 86. Fortunately, he was full during the day, and he didn't feel sleepy in the middle of the night. Hidden quietly in the dark, Naruto did not dare to come out. Wait until the second night of the hostel, and the next night, he opened his eyes suddenly. Relying on the technique of walking on the wall that is more proficient than Pharaoh, Naruto skilled along the slide down the beveled roof. When approaching the edge of the roof, Naruto was like a pool of water and slipped down at the wall. Chakra tightly sticks to the wall, trying to minimize the sound. After turning over the balcony between the two buildings, Naruto hung on the window of another hotel. How can there be everything in this world? But he has been planning for a long time. When he was hanging out a day ago, he determined that he sneaked into the root. Haul the window quietly, Naruto turned over and entered the room. There was a light in the room, but there was no sound. Tsunade's imperial secretary stunned on the tatami, and the frozen old ant black silk. Kato's quietness, known as Kato, who is known as Katango's Watergate. His uncle Gato cut off Tsunade, but he was not blessed, and he died on the battlefield of World War II. I don't know if it is the bad taste of some ninjas or deliberately retaliated. The starting was very spicy and targeted. The warm man and the whole kidney were beaten. Sure enough, beauty robberies. Fortunately, quietness is an honest person. He was abducted by Tsunade since he was a child and moved to major casinos. For many years, she has already made her full of ability to suffer everything. Naruto shook the frozen old black silk ant, did not move. A pot of cold water poured his face, and opened his eyes quietly, sitting up straight from the tatami and recognized Naruto at a glance. She didn't count on how Naruto came in, and quickly grabbed Naruto's hand and hurriedly said, "Hurry! Where is the master?" Tsunade goes to Dashi-wan alone. He is here. In the nearby tavern, he was lying on the table and slept. Silent and Naruto looked at each other. Naruto stepped forward and pushed the sleeping tap. She stretched her fingers to dip a drop of wine in the wineglass and smelled it on the tip of the nose. "It looks like you can't wake up for a while," Naruto said. "It is a mysterious medicine for Master Tsunade." The mute eyebrows were locked. Things can only be urgent now. Watching the muddy gritted his teeth and pulled out the surgery knife, Naruto was shocked. "Mute master, will this be out of life? Just put some blood, wake up faster, and it's too late to take medicine." S said anxiously, "Master Tsunade is dangerous now, if you can't catch it." Naruto was persuaded and let the open road nod. "Please increase your strength." After a tossing, his face woke up with a weak face, and his face looked away with a pale look. "Mute, it's you. How can I fall asleep here and drink with Tsunade?" Naruto was silent, and Tsunade and him went to the tap after separating. At this time, the light is unknown, and theoretically, if you rush over now, maybe it is too late. Quiet is too late to say, just talk about walking first, the rest of the way. The self-confidence was not good. "I drank the medicine of Tsarian, and was forcibly booted by the mute. Running on the road, his face was pale and scary. "Hey, good fairy, your face is white." "Shut up, little ghost. Good fairy, you are bleeding. Small wounds," speaking half of which, the self stop, panting the tree panting. "You go first, leave a mark on the road." He also gasped, "I didn't have much chakra all over my body, and I couldn't help any busy. Press, wait for me to come." The mute eyebrows were locked, and he was hesitant for a while and agreed. Without a long time, he hugged a pig in his arms, and finally found the trace of Tsunade with a keen sense of smell. Just in front, the fierce bombardment sounded not far away, and it was not necessary to explain that Naruto could also judge the direction. The nearby planes were everywhere on the deep pit of Tsunade's fighting. The pharmacist's face was embarrassed, and the chakra surgery knife in his hand gathered into a short whip, approaching Naruto crazy. "You have nothing to go, and you have nowhere to go." Naruto is still output, the pace is becoming more flexible, and the action of pulling the knife and cutting is also smoother. The pharmacist had almost no rules, and he couldn't wait to kill Naruto, and the rational collapse was crazy. "Let you shut up." The air passed by chakra surgery with a hint of warmth. Naruto did not dare to take it lightly. If you get up like this, you will not get the tendon and the ligament. The pharmacist's pocket speed is too fast, and Naruto simply gives up the seal. Step by dodging, constantly stimulating the nerves of the pharmacist's pocket. Before coming, Tsunade has lost its combat effectiveness, and the mute cannot cope with Dashi-wan. "If you can't find yourself, just grab it from someone else." The pharmacist rolled a roller, and a common thing of the Chakeke zipper saw Naruto. "It's a joke, then you can grab it. Naruto chopped on the chainsaw, and the two were close again, gripped their teeth in the gap of their heads. The mute on the other side has already played with Dashi-wan in order to protect Tsunade. Naruto silently prayed in his heart that the fairy came to the rescue field quickly, and missed the rescue of the rescue. You will not understand if you are famous in surnames. How desperate people like me is a completely blank person. The blood in the pharmacist's eyes stunned, and his eyes chose someone. Xian Naruto. He breathed heavily like a beast. Do you know what it feels like to wipe yourself? I am not. The name is a mark, the glasses are props, you are right. From the beginning, I have nothing. Nothing. Oh. Naruto's face was equally embarrassed. You are talking about something disgusting. You will die if you don't make sense. Do you think I will sympathize with you? I will immediately slaughter you and spit with water on your grave. You understand what the truth is here, and say something to say to Nayu. No, Nayu is dead. Who can the pharmacist say to? He didn't know how Naruto knew these things, but at this moment the medicine artist had no time to think, and the anger had stunned his reason. Naruto was crazy, completely improper, and regardless of what consequences. If it is not obtained, it will be destroyed, and it will be Baron Dot who is more pitiful than anyone else, and the living talents are qualified to spit in front of the enemy's grave. The life of the pharmacist's pocket was completely stolen by the regiment with a mean means. Before the death, Nayu always believed that the pharmacist's pockets lived safely in wood leaves. Death is the norm, and tragedy is also normal. But the world is not false, the body temperature of lovers is real. Naruto just wants to lie down. Therefore, he said the most vicious words to the pharmacist. Have you ever thought, why wasn't it you who died that day? With a bang, the pharmacist's howl crashed completely. You shut up. I want to kill you. Kill you. Rotten vortex Naruto. Come on. Naruto's neck was stunned, and he did not show weakness. The melting was covered with a knife instantly. Too dirty, Naruto once again showed the most highlight quality and flexible moral bottom line in the duel of the ninja. Children who have been reigning are best at cracking the umbrellas of others. He knew too much about defeating the hearts of the people instantly, and too clear what could completely defeat a person's belief. The knife handle was dyed, and Naruto rushed to the pharmacist like a young cheetah, and the melted magma burned the blade completely. The chakra surgery knife of the pharmacist made a harsh sound and went straight to Naruto's heart. But Naruto's fighting intuition was keen and amazing, and the whole world seemed to be slower in an instant. The buzzing sound of the wind and poison needle penetrates the air, and the chakra surgery knife is infinitely magnified in his eyes. The strength of the legs burst infinitely at this moment, making Naruto's like the dead leaves floating in the wind shake crazy. Like a movie tape card, the black and white picture of the flashed. The high-speed jitter made Naruto's miraculous escape the chakra surgery knife, and he had already explored the side of the pharmacist's pocket without any hesitation, raising his hand as a molten. The pharmacist's pupils expanded sharply, and the tap was cut off the ribs on his right. Fortunately, he launching the yin in a timely manner and getting wounded. Before being attacked on the right, the cells are mobilized in advance for cure. In this way, the continuous destroyed cells and healing cells are intertwined crazy, and it looks like it is quickly healed after being injured. This ninjutsu is similar to Tsunade's Baihao's art, which is considered an exquisite ninjutsu. At the same time, the knife in Naruto's hands could not bear the high temperature break. The pharmacist's eyes were stunned, his mouth sneered, and the chakra surgery sword rose crazy. Suddenly, Naruto threw away the broken knife in his hand. In the doubt of the pharmacist's doubt whether he was blind, he suddenly appeared in his hand, intersection brand new knife. Chapter 88. The sword is very good, now it is mine. Naruto's eyes were covered with a layer of haze, and a crumb sneered on his face. The naive pharmacist knows nothing about the real rich man. How can I buy $100 a few money? Of course, how can I buy only one? The pharmacist stayed. This, to Ma, is outrageous. Regardless of so many talents, Pingyi is also a kind of high-profile ninjutsu worthy of hard work. While the pharmacist was too late to react, the melting sword was slanted. He also wanted to insert into the heart of the pharmacist's pocket, and he would not be soft anywhere. However, in case the pharmacist dodge, the blade may be inserted into the rib to get stuck and unable to pull it out, and it may have a bloody face. Naruto instantly gave up the idea and chose the oblique split. As long as the pharmacist's pocket again, he almost lost his ability to fight. Those who die can be replenished. The young body is like the fastest cheetah, and the knife body is plated in the blink of an eye. The hot blade split the intercostal of the pharmacist's pocket like a daylight. Drop. The pharmacist jumped out of the ribs with a wolf, and the blood drenched the ground. He had to eat a return blood bowl to supplement a lot of blood lost in the battle. The battle is only for a moment, and the pharmacist has the level of ninja. Although it is not enough to reach the level of Kakashimetkai, it is very promising at youth. The talent of an ordinary person is vividly reflected in the pharmacist's body, and it should be easy to freely deal with a little ghost. But fighting is to pay attention to killing one shot, and the time is the opportunity. Naruto occupied the opportunity, avoiding the attack of the pharmacist's pocket at a high speed, and was boldly rushed into the fence of the pharmacist's pocket. What's more important is why the pharmacist didn't want to understand where Naruto came from. This time, it was considered a turning in the gap, and his body became more and more slow, and he couldn't continue to fight again. The dark red melting magma was walking around the knife. The ninja knife held by Naruto exposed golden. From the beginning to the end of the battle between the two, from the beginning to the end, from the mutual cut to mutual spraying, the victory and defeat of the war situation in just 2 minutes. Naruto chose the dirtiest means to play the fastest shelf. If you want to kill the pharmacist immediately, you can't do it, and the mute on the other side can't carry it. Dashiwan will not die, he also has a means to save the pharmacist. However, the mute and Tsunade died were really dead. It was not cost-effective to entangle with the pharmacist. When he realized that he could not kill in one shot, he turned his head to choose a heavy damage. With a scream, quietly was kicked out by Dashiwan. The big snake pills who lost their hands were still fierce, like a lunatic madman, and he did not have any fear that there are almost no weaknesses without emotion. Silent fell on the grass, and blood overflowed from her. Dashiwan didn't care about her anymore, vomiting snakes, snake mouth vomiting sword, and turned to look at Naruto. Naruto is about to get up with goosebumps, but she can only stubbornly hold her head. The smooth and greasy snake made Naruto almost no time to think. 9-tailed chakra surrounded the whole body. The calf muscles are tight at this moment, like the most healthy rabbit ejected out. 9-tail acknowledges 19.8%. The knife in the hand and the snake pill snake sword touched immediately, and the grassy sword was invincible. Naruto flickered back, and Dashiwan smiled insidiously, rushing straight to the Tsunade of blood. When I saw the blood, Tsunade completely lost his ability to fight, sitting on the grass, trembling, as if he had completely changed a person, and the whole person was dominated by huge fear, cowardly and helpless, like a frightened child. If endless Naruto knew that Tsunade was afraid of blood, he would feel that she was playing herself. But from the state of the pockets of the pharmacist's pocket, it is not surprising that Tsunade will look like this look. Suddenly, Naruto was too late to return to defense. He stepped back, but Dashiwan went towards Tsunade. Fele God, the second paragraph, without throwing out, the speed is so fast that the air is pierced, and a sharp cry. From the end, the voice is listened to some kidney deficiency. Fire. Yan bouncing. Flying Thunder's bitterness arrived first, and Dashiwan did not expect that the Flying Thunder God would be this world. He was suddenly shifted and frightened by Naruto, who suddenly turned the Tsunade. The grassy sword did not pierce the Tsunade, but a sword running through Naruto. The severe pain suddenly made him realize that the grassy sword that pierced him, and he could not buy the soldiers who could not buy it. The severe shocks made Naruto not stretch, and spit blood on Tsunade's chest. The inflammatory bomb arrived in the next second, and the Dashimaru, who was preparing to pull the sword for dozens of feet. Tsunade was screaming by Naruto's blood, and his head flashed his brother's rope tree and the scene of broken death. In the desperate rainy night, no matter how he can't stop the blood. Naruto. The pupils were also slightly expanded, but the road was stopped by Dashiwan. The pharmacist jumped back to Dashiwan's side, and it seemed that the injury recovered. Tsunade watched Naruto falling in her arms, looking at the blood pupils expanded, screaming. The spirit collapsed, his body trembled, and his face was hung with fear and overwhelmed expression. Suddenly, the seriously injured Naruto suddenly raised the blood-stained hand, and wiped it on Tsunade's face without warning. Tsunade stunned, Naruto coughed twice, and exhausted his strength to the ears of Tsunade. The scene of the last words seemed to have known each other, so that Tsunade almost collapsed. However, Naruto's hand fell around Tsunade's neck all the way, exhausted his whole body's strength to pull Tsunade over, and said with a weak face, "Tsunade, adult, I asked you what to do. Don't say it. Don't talk about it." Tsunade collapsed, tears dropped. "Why do you do this? Why are you so stupid?" Naruto's breathing was even more rapid. He grabbed Tsunade, his eyes were about to protrude, like an old man who was about to die, and shouted in his throat, "Quick, quick sword, pull out, come, now, it's mine." Tsunade stunned and looked at Naruto stupidly. Tears dripped across Bayu's cheeks, dripping from the tip of the chin to Naruto's eyes, and wowed crying. Naruto didn't know what Tsunade cried, but he knew he couldn't lose the grass sword. He wanted to roar again, and he would be able to pull the sword. "If I do and pull my sword, I am about to be snatched by Dashiwan. The sword is very good, now it is mine. The kite will eventually fall, but we don't need the end, you will always stop in my world." Tsunade held Naruto and cried. Naruto's mouth was slightly open, his eyes were light, and he said silently, "Quick sword." At noon, the sun is high. Chapter 89. What about the sword? Tsunade held him to cry hysterical. Naruto's consciousness became more and more blurred, and his eyelids became heavier. Judo, this continued life, was not worried about death. It's just that he can't speak now, so anxious. Pull the sword, intersection Naruto fainted, and it was night when he woke up again. Succivative release is successful. The chest pain is faintly painful, and the ceiling is a little strange, not the hospital or would leaf. I opened my eyes completely and found that the mute stayed at the bedside and fell asleep. This is still a hotel. He sat silently, turned his head left and right, and touched his chest again, and the grass and swords were not seen everywhere. Silent and passively woke up, rubbing his eyes and sat up, but found that Naruto woke up, but his face was extraordinarily defeated, as if he had lost his wife. Naruto, are you awake? Silent stepped forward, and the cool hand touched his forehead. Please don't move around, it takes some time for wound healing. Mute master, what about the sword? Naruto asked in love. Sword, big sword. Naruto compared his chest twice, the big sword inserted in my chest. The sluggish black silk ant in the frozen age reacted instantly, and a gentle maid-style professional smiley face flashed on her face, saying, sorry, I was put away by Master Tsunade. What? What about her? Naruto stopped, so humorous. Mute master, Master Tsunade must make me play, right? Will you definitely return the sword to me? This. A embarrassing smile on the mute face. Seeing this, Naruto broke his face instantly. What about the sword? Naruto caught Tsunade in the tavern. What sword? Tsunade was drunk, raised his mouth, and his placket was half exposed. What are you talking about? Sword. My sword on my chest. Naruto was anxious, and even Neza didn't want to watch it, almost posted with Tsunade's face. Sober, old woman. Suddenly, the air surrounding the air fell to the freezing point in an instant, and Tsunade's face was fierce and his eyes were red. What do you call me, Master Naruto? The population was straightforward, and he settled his position for a second, but he couldn't hold it soon. What about the sword? What about my big sword? That kind of thing, it's too dangerous. Tsunade said drunk, how could it give you such an unreliable ghost? Ha! What? Naruto didn't understand, sitting opposite Tsunade, Master Tsunade, who blocks your sword for you. This. Don't avoid the problem, abominable. It's you. Tsunade frowned and bit his fingers, and he looked unwilling. What is it? It's me. Naruto's face was full of resentment. At that time, I blocked you for you, and the sword pierced my chest, just this position. Naruto chatted endlessly, while restoring the situation at the time, he could see that he really wanted the grass and sword. Now, I was like this at the time. Naruto retracted the hand that reached his chest, muttering, anyway, you have to give me, the sword pierced into my body, that is mites. It's not to give you back. No. Tsunade drank another cup, and his face was red. Naruto's face was full, and he was convinced by Tsunade's equally low moral bottom line. Both are not good, and their hearts are more than 1,000. But now he has no way to take Tsunade. In a sense, Tsunade is already the 5 generations of Naruto at this moment, and he is his direct female boss. And he is just a flat-tailed or pillar force, and he has to rely on Tsunade to protect himself at the high-level meeting for some time. In other words, Naruto will listen to this bad woman in the future. Although it was a little unhappy, now he can only let Tsunade a blessing on his head, and his breath is cold, and when the people can stand up. When the progress of the 9 tails is 100%, I just show the decomposition. At that time, let this old woman hold the grasshopper sword to ask for herself, and begging to find the 9 tails, but the fool will care about who is taken away by Julu. For you. Tsunade suddenly stuffed a warm thing into Naruto's hands, and a glass of wine was filled with another neck. What? Naruto scratched his head in stunned. The palm of the palm is a metal pendant necklace. The original owner was the first Naruto and the most cherished thing of Tsunade. Where's the milk smell? Naruto shrugged his nose, just wanted to smell, and the furious Tsunade punched it on the table. Do you want to die? Little ghost. Pain and pain. The wound was cracked. Naruto screamed in the tavern, and was instantly covered by Tsunade to hold his mouth, holding the backhand to his chest. What shout? Tsunade was a little angry, lowered his voice, believe it or not, I removed your wound and cure it. Naruto didn't dare to squeak. He knew that this woman could really do this kind of thing. In fact, the old-fashioned women were terrible. Tsunade also drank a little bit. Looking at the jugs filled with the desktop, Naruto did not doubt that Tsunade was drinking from morning to the present. Come, you, come and have a drink. Tsunade was drunk, and a glass of wine directly stuck to Naruto's face. Don't drink, the ninja 3 precepts, oh, Keek, what's the matter, what happens to drink a little? Tsunade drunk poured the wine into Naruto's mouth. Don't be so rigid, the wine is delicious. I'm here, come myself. Naruto begged for mercy, Tsunade was purely a wine ghost. Ha, how much can your little ghost drink? Tsunade laughed drunk, his backhand held Naruto in his arms, and wanted to drink alcohol. Oh, Naruto wanted to stop again, and the whole person was stuffed, and he almost exhausted. The aroma and alcohol in my mind are mixed together. Finally, all became vomiting. Vomit. Naruto squatted outside the tavern madly, and the sky outside was dark. The people on the streets were like weaving, and the lights flowed like a river. Tsunade stood aside and laughed and watched the fun, and smiled and looked down and patted Naruto's back. You're too weak, little ghost. Vomiting. Naruto didn't drink but was vomited by Tsunade. His face looked up pale, and he grabbed Tsunade's wrist suddenly. Tormented by the 5th generation of Naruto, looking at the entire wooden leaves, in Naruto, this may be the only one. Holding Tsunade's wrist, Naruto asked unwillingly. The light in the shops on both sides of the short book street night market radiated like a silk thread. A little bit of yellow beating at Naruto's feet. The night wind blowing, he seemed a little sober. It's too much, how can Naruto do such a thing? You can. Tsunade smiled. Having said that, she also stood up, and the gambling gown was gently moved in the night breeze. Wake up, it's time to go back. That, Naruto coughed and said, is Tsunade's memory of farewell? Although I don't understand, I think bad memories, whether they want or do it. It's painful to put it in. You little ghost. Tsunade smiled and knocked on Naruto's head. No matter how painful the past memory, it is impossible to say that letting go and put it down, and the past is empty. Naruto did not continue this topic anymore. If someone covered the wound, it would not be seen, and forcibly stepped forward and opened the man's hand, not care, but a knife. Master Tsunade is already the 5 dynasties Naruto, and the affairs of the village are still very busy. Naruto said, the end of one era is also the starting point of another era. Ah. Tsunade responded, with a little sound of xiaosuo, the village is the effort of grandfather, and the responsibility of guarding the village will be passed on to future generations in the future. Ninja is not too peaceful. Frequent wars, many people who are frozen to death are like cattle and hair. Naruto said, the word in this world is not easy. You say this again. Tsunade smiled suddenly, rubbed Naruto's face and asked, you are deeply thoughtful, what do you think of? Nothing, although I hope that Master Tsunade can succeed the 5 generations, but I don't want to be Naruto at all. Naruto murmured. I just want to say a few more words for me at a high-level meeting, and I won't end up for the end of being imprisoned. Rest assured, the old guy can't take you. Tsunade made his strength. I will protect you, and things such as imprisonment of freedom will not happen. You know what I know, I am very happy. The power of the tail beast is too strong. In fact, there are not a few people who can speak in the village. Naruto said, I can do things for Master Tsunade, I am also very happy. Then perform well. Step in Tsunade's face, he leaned down and kissed Naruto's side face. I will return it to you with the sword. Tossed back and forth for almost a month. Tsunade really returned to Muye's 5th generation Naruto as she said. On the day of returning to the village, Naruto was sandwiched in the middle, and on the left is the right side of the 5 generations of Naruto. The legendary Sanyu returned too, which suddenly caused a sensation. As the granddaughter of Naruto in the 1st generation, the legendary medical ninja, and the 5th generation of Naruto in the future, who does not want to see? Muye Street is full of people. This is also the effect that the 2 consultants of Muye. Before Tsunade returned to the village, the news spread the news. Tsunade is not only the granddaughter of Naruto, but also one of the 3 nins, the 3 generation disciples, and a powerful medical ninja. Tsunade is not Naruto, and can you have this qualification to sit on that handover? Tuanzang bit his teeth, and it was impossible to capture the position of Naruto from the Tsunade's hand. This is what the people's hearts are, and everyone believes that the granddaughter of the 1st generation will bring hope to the village. And Naruto, the ominous person, was forcibly taken by Tsunade with the street. Swim from the gate of Muye to Muye Street, and then swimming from Muye Street to Naruto. Under the high platform of the Naruto building, a number of ninjas and villagers gathered to look up at the new 5 generations of the 1st generation. Naruto wanted to run, and was fell back by Tsunade again. Where do you go to run? Tsunade frowned and said with his ears, just stand here, and wait for the ceremony. Where do you love? It's not me as a Naruto, why do I want it? Sorry, the wind is too big, I didn't hear it clearly. Tsunade's face was iron, and a pair of horror red eyes that almost made Naruto's punch. Sorry, loyalty to Tsunade. Naruto said straight. Count your kid's mouth sweet. Tsunade's attitude instantly made Naruto as the spring breeze, and laughed in the breeze and put on the bucket symbolizing Naruto. Behind them were 2 consultants in tap. The 3 generations of family and Pato stood on the side of Tsunade, and attended Naruto's successor ceremony. Including the 3 pig butterflies, the Hyaga and the captain of the Dark Ministry of the Hyaga and the oil girl in Yazuka. Naruto stands at the closest position of Li Di, listening to Tsunade's cheers announced by her man managed the Muye ninja village from now on. The process is really boring, but the cheers of the villagers are really mixed with their longing for the future. The return of Tsunade is tantamount to the pins that have been attacked after being attacked. The Tao is what people's heart is, and the world is a grass and a wood. Some people just stand there and do not have to do anything, people will love her crazy. Tsunade is such a person. She gambled for a lifetime and lost her life. From now to now, the whole life has lost a clean. However, she only needs to win once in her life. Naruto looked at the strong woman who was beaten in the cheers with Yubuang, and his emotions were complicated. When I got home, Naruto silently washed, lying on the sofa wrapped in a tissue with a bath towel. After a month, I didn't know what to do after I came back. Sure enough, you still have to continue your previous life. If you have tasks, do tasks, just lie down without mission. There are 80 or 9 high-level meetings to make soups, and no need to ignore the meeting. Looking at the white ceiling, I do want to know why Naruto suddenly wanted to take a bite. It is probably because he hasn't been drinking for too long. In fact, he doesn't like to drink cocoa, he just wants to know. The cocoa made by Ino is different from his own hands. It is easy to think about it as soon as it is idle. The knock on the door sounded very abruptly, and Naruto turned it out subconsciously. After a while, he shook his head suddenly, and he was really stunned by Uchiha Attack. This is a good law and order, and there is no need to be so cautious at all. Click, the door is open. Ito is wearing a thin shirt with a daily style, probably because there is no need to have a task. The gentle and slightly curled blonde hair raises randomly, which looks intellectual and cute. It seemed to be painted on the lips. The moisturizing luster looked pink and greasy, and the skin on the neck was beautiful. The moment I opened the door, I smelled the aroma of her body. She looked at Naruto, who was only wrapped in a white bath towel, blinked and asked, "What do you do with a knife?" Chapter 91. The apron is also great. I was scared by Uchiha Attack. Naruto truthfully said that it took a smooth knife flower, a slowly closed knife, and let the knife slide into the scabbard. "Give it, my mother gave you." Jingya was a bag of food from behind, his complexion was a little unnatural. "Don't talk nonsense if you don't like it. You liked to eat it last time. My mother is serious. I heard that you are back. She has to let me send it." I didn't lie, thank my aunt for me. He hung the knife on the entrance wall and turned to lazy. "I go to wear clothes and sit casually." Jingo's lips were slightly pursed, showing his dissatisfaction, and his hands were back, and he stepped into the porch lightly. The shoe cabinet began to take off the shoes by the wall. The white jade-like ankle was revealed, and the jade foot stepped on the floor steadily. Naruto changed his clothes and walked out of the room. He didn't look at Ino at all. He yawned and went to the kitchen to burn water. This time Naruto's apartment was much wider than that old apartment, and the decoration was much more refined than the previous house. All furniture appliances were also filled with the top matching specifications. "Just come back." Jingyi leaned against the door of the kitchen and watched Naruto open the refrigerator to open the fire for cooking. The large sunlight sprinkled from the floor to ceiling window, fell into a clean and tidy living room, crossed the sofa, and fell on the straight legs that were gathered in Jingyi. The calf is white and smooth, and the tight and tender leg curves are at a glance. Naruto opened the switch of the kettle, leaned obliquely on the marble table in the kitchen, glanced at Ino, and finally fixed his eyes on his legs. Jingya's face twitched, and the original correct smile gradually couldn't hold it. "Where are you looking at?" "Leg." Naruto yawned. Originally Naruto thought that Jingyi would show his contempt when he looked at the dirty, and then sarcastically ridiculed him. Jingya's face showed a red ears and red expression, and it looked like it was completely chaotic. "Don't you think about something strange in your heart?" "Nothing." Naruto rejected it. "Although I am regarded as a delusional object, I don't exclude anything." Jingyi Gan laughed, and his eyes were separated. Generally speaking, boys should start to be perverted at this age. Although such a shocking words in their mouths, it was still difficult to hide the crimson on my face. It is not difficult to see that Jingya was just trying to bear and be shy, deliberately stubborn. "I don't understand what you are talking about at all." Naruto's eyes lost the highlight, and pointed at Jingyi's body clothes. "But what's going on with your dress?" "Dressing? What dress?" Jingo blinked quickly, showing a cute expression on his face, answering the non-asked, "What to eat at noon? Is it still eggs?" "Hello." Naruto stared at the ingredients and glanced at Jingyi lying on the sofa. He felt that he should not stand in the kitchen and should lie on the sofa. Jingyi. Listening to the sound came from his ears. Jingyi stunned, and raised his head against a pair of dead fish eyes. The distance between the noses of the two was only as long as one finger, and the four eyes were opposite. "Ah!" Jingyi screamed, then his face was completely red, and he begged his face in the sofa. "Don't ask, please don't ask you. Don't ask." Naruto was lying on the sofa on the other side. The whole person was immediately like a salted fish that was completely dried, and said weakly, "Ino, please ask you. I suffered a serious injury outside, and I wore a hole in my chest, but it has not been completely good yet." After hearing the words, Jingyi stunned, and he got up nervously and climbed over. Staring at Naruto's closed eyes, his blonde hair hit Naruto's face, a little itchy. Naruto opened his eyes and looked at each other again. Ino's face gradually became red, and almost all the way to his neck. The burning breath sprayed on his face, and she stood up with a sorry, looked at the other side, and panicked her hair to her ears. "I want to see the wound." Naruto didn't want to cook, so he raised his clothes without hesitation. The wound of a somewhat stingy at the chest was exposed. Fortunately, it was already scarred. In fact, it was almost good, but just looked scary. "How did you get it?" Jingya was shocked, and his hand touched the scar gently, and asked carefully, "Does it hurt?" "If you ask this way, it hurts." How can there be such a thing? Ito's attention was all on that scar. Naruto's eyelids were heavy, and he only wanted to sleep in his heart. I didn't notice it at all. Ino was almost sitting on Naruto. The cool summer breeze crossed the window, and the next moment, Naruto was lying on the sofa and fell asleep. Jinnya was lying on his top, his pupils were slightly expanded, and he obviously had no contact, but his heart began to jump inexplicably. Just like the wanting to fall, it can't stop the sun. She stood up and walked to the kitchen silently, almost doubting whether her mind was broken. Go to death. Soul Dan. Oh. The kitchen knife was chopped on the cutting board, and Naruto fell asleep on the sofa near the balcony, and the wind chime was shaking. Ito leaned against the door of the kitchen and bowed his head to bite his lips. The cicada of the midsummer was still noisy, but she could no longer enter the girl's ears. Naruto was completely sleeping, and the consciousness sank into the seal space. The general size 9 tails were shrinking in the red fence and watching the video drive. Seeing that Naruto came, the eyelids did not blink. What are you doing here? I fell asleep, I came in. Naruto sighed. Why? Don't welcome me. Nine-Tail didn't speak, and only did a very humane movement. Hey Tui. Opening his eyes sharply, Naruto sat straight from the sofa, and the consciousness was driven out of the seal space by Jue. That time, Uchiha Itachi's Tianjiao let Nine-Tails ate, and it was so safe until he fled back to the seal space. Last time, Jue forcibly continued a wave of dying for the dying Naruto, which was also benevolent. Wake up? Ino's voice came from the kitchen. After a moment, the well wore a warm-seeking stone pot came out of the kitchen with a steaming stone pot, and his hair was often different, and he was scattered. What do you see? Waste your hands and eat when you wake up. Jinnya stood at the table unknowingly, looking at Naruto while doubtful, biting a rubber band in his mouth. Hands your hands in your brain, and tie the scattered blonde hair into a beam. Naruto suspects that he has crossed again. Is it directly his wife? Mrs. Please take care of himself? Ha! Are you thinking about strange things? Jingo frowned. Chapter 92 is really vowing in the name of Sanren. There is absolutely no. Naruto's face was serious. He did not hesitate to sacrifice the reputation of Suno, and saved his apron. The cute girl should be grateful for the case of cooking in person. But Ito wore apron in front of him, even if he couldn't control it anymore. But, sure enough, the apron is also great. With a rushing, Naruto's hand was completely infiltrated in the water pouring in the faucet, but his eyes seemed absent-minded. Ito is a bit strange recently, but wearing apron is really good looking. If it is a maid dress and apron, it can only be said that each has its own characteristics. The girl with a good appearance has white skin in no time, and she is pleasing to the eye when she looks at it. Damn, I still have to thank the angels with gratitude. Jinnya watched Naruto walking out of the kitchen without any matter, frowned slightly, and always felt that this person was suddenly strange. How did the indecent look suddenly pious, like watching the witch? On the table. It's delicious. Naruto praised without leaving no effort. Fried eggs have honey, and the soup is also delicious. Hearing Naruto's words, Ino's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he was greatly satisfied. Then he seemed to think of something, and suddenly asked, where did the injuries come from? Oh, that. I blocked the Tsunade. Master Tsunade. Ino suddenly became nervous. She remembered the Tsunade princess she saw on the stands outside the Naruto building in the morning, and also saw Naruto standing next to Tsunade, a beautiful look. In the inauguration ceremony of the 5 dynasties, only high-level consultants and elders can stand behind the 5th generation. However, when it comes to Tsunade, one of the legendary 3 forks, Ito is still a longing. Master Tsunade must be very attractive, right? No. Naruto's expression became resentful. That woman is not like a Naruto, her temper is bad, and she doesn't talk about credit. In short, those people are Naruto, and they can't imagine anything. Jinnya was a little embarrassed, although I didn't know what happened, but, Naruto, don't talk bad things about adults. Without Tsunade's adults, the village will not stabilize so quickly. Looking at Jinyi's appeared, Naruto's lips and knew it. Really, you guys obediently listen to it. Good. The sunset is dim. The two walked side by side on Muye Street, and they seemed inconspicuous among the crowds who came home. Actually, I don't have to send me home. Jinya glanced at Naruto with carefully, and quickly collected it back. No, I just want to come out. I heard that from tomorrow, the task of backlogging in the village will start to faction. After a while, it will become busy. Jinyi said with a sigh. Pay attention to safety. Naruto said absently, and his eyes were separated from the lively crowd. It seems that after Tsunade returned to the village, the atmosphere of low pressure circled over the woodleaf instantly dispersed. The destroyed buildings were also fixed, and more people came out of the pain. After Muye collapsed, Naruto lost a set of old houses, but the loss was very small for him. It was lost that the grasshopper sword made him feel sad, but the weapon of Dashiwan was not so easy to give him to say it, but he could only find a chance to get it in the future. It is said that the Samsung fan of the Temeri is still in the seal space. Now Cheyenne village should have eased the relationship with Muye. Should I go back to myself? What are you thinking about? Jinye frowned, his face slightly rose, and some dissatisfaction went into Naruto's sight. When talking to people, it was impolite to walk. Sorry, I'm thinking about the maid's costume, can you bother you again? Hurry up this idea, before I completely eliminate you. Do you die in physical sense? Aha! Jingyi. What? It's here. Naruto pointed out that the Yamanaka flower shop not far away. Unknowingly, the two were already standing on the streets of the Huadianhuan shop. Oh, Jingye took 2 steps forward and wanted to say goodbye. But when he saw Naruto's frown, he asked suddenly, Ito, if you accidentally take a more irritable girl, for your girls, why is it better to go back? Naruto is useless to keep that fan, anyway, it will be returned sooner or later. In the event of the context of the negotiations of Muye's high-level negotiations, Tsunade's woman may be irritable. It's not Sakura. Sure enough, there are other women outside. Although Jingye was somewhat aggrieved, he still gave him away. If the relationship is stiff, you can find a third person, just don't meet and deliver. Third person? Naruto recalled it carefully. The Zonglin exam ended the first game. Temari did not play with Shikamaru at all, which could not be talked about. If it is too dangerous now, in case he can't help heal him. Now that I love Luo's identity is not the same as in the past, it is no longer the Sarawak village. Fengying died, and I love Luo as a pillar and a prince, and naturally he has to take office. If you have a new generation of Fengying, if you do want to do it well, it will be diplomatic disputes. Kang Julang's character is too insidious, and Suzuki has broken his hand again. Now he can't get it well with the Lord of Cheyenne village in the past. He had a headache, too much grievances, and the Woodleaf and the Cheyenne built diplomatic relations, but things became tricky. Forget it, let's wait for the Woodleaf high level to come to the door. Anyway, the old things can't be self-made now. There is also from the Tsunade and Tsunade. Any proposal about them must pass through the nods of the two to take effect. Thinking of this, Naruto immediately relaxed. Take more and do and work hard, and the old guy who is angry is the right way. That's it, no matter how much it is for the time being. Naruto said, go back first, remember to pay attention to safety. Oh, Jingyi took a few steps in the direction of Yamakama. Thinking of what Naruto just said about the girl, he rushed back. What's wrong? What's wrong with you? Jingyi stretched out his hand to twist his waist, and did not explain to Naruto. The greedy pervert. It's not. Chapter 93 Class 7th Daily. The next day, Naruto was convened by Kakashi in the morning, and the 7th team reassembled to prepare for the task. Under the big green tree that agreed, Suzuki was the first, with a cold face. His eyes was a little strange, and it seemed to be troubled by something. The moment I saw Naruto, I just cut my head and didn't speak again. Naruto didn't feel much. He found a place to rest on the grass and looked peaceful. Sasuke, I advise you to sit down and wait. Kakashi will definitely find a reason to find a spicy eye late. Suzuki heard the words and glanced at Naruto expressionlessly. Idiot. 10 minutes later, Suzuki sat honestly on the grass. 20 minutes later, the two were lying neatly like two corpses. Sorry. I'm late. Haro Sakura ran over panic, his short hair continued to rise, and he bowed his eyes and bowed his eyes. A group of patients suddenly came in the hospital, and they were left to help. Opening his eyes, he suddenly saw the two people lying on the ground. 10 minutes later, Suzuki, Naruto, and Sakura were lying on the grass. Naruto slightly sideways, just right with Sakura's eyes, and couldn't help but laugh at each other. Sakura still looks like the short hair, which looks a lot capable. The exposed arms were slender and thin, and the chest was slightly rolled, and the smile was confident and mild. Sakura seems to have grown a lot in the Ministry of Medicine, and has faded the childish and panic in the past. Naruto, you seem to grow a little taller. It should be. Naruto touched the top of his head with his hands. It is probably the reason for eating vegetables, and his appetite is significantly larger. However, you seem to have become better. Sakura, you have become better. Well, is there such a thing? Yeah, don't believe you, asked Suzuki. Boring. Well, it's very early, it seems that they are not late. Kakashi suddenly appeared on the tree, scaring the three people underneath. Teacher Kakashi, do you want to see what time is it now? Sakura helpless. Obviously you are late. Naruto spit. 35 minutes. Suzuki was disdainful. Kakashi jumped down from the tree, smiled scattered, stared at a dead fish eye, and touched the back of the head and said, I just had a black cat running from my eyes, so even if this task is over here, I will return to the Naruto building to submit the task report. Kakashi said, the performance of the three is not bad, and Sakura's progress is very fast. In short, dissolve, there should be new tasks tomorrow. After the recent 5 generations, all the tasks accumulated must be done. The situation of other classes is similar to us. Yes, the three of them responded very long, and then laughed. Kakashi scratched his head and laughed. The 7th class was the first ninja class he brought, or it may be the last one. Before leaving, Kakashi Yuguan quickly passed from Suzuki's body. In this task, Suzuki's performance was a little abnormal, too anxious. The four were scattered in their respective directions. Sakura had to return to the medical department, Suzuki practiced, Kakashi had a difference, Naruto went home and lay down. Koba Street. After walking aimlessly, he entered the scrapped building with a light car. It was just that he was looking for a circle, but found that someone had already gone to the building. Most of them seemed to be hidden here, with all traces here disappeared cleanly. To the dusk, the last trace of light was swallowed. Suddenly, the abandoned building is dark. Naruto stood in that corner for a while, and it was estimated that many of them had a meeting with the rest of the three who had already had the four people. In the morning, Suzuki's eyes were not right. Go downstairs and leave. I just found a place to fill up my stomach, and a person really didn't want to cook by himself. Do you have to do the task tomorrow? Let's go to bed early and get up early. The next day, Naruto arrived on time, but received a temporary notice from Kakashi. The task is cancelled. Why is it cancelled? Naruto asked. It's not clear. Sakura said helplessly. Teacher Kakashi only said that the task was cancelled. It seemed that there was something to be tight. Let me remember to inform you, and then left directly without saying anything. It may be a more dangerous S-class task. Then it's scattered. Naruto yawned and waved his hand. Just wake up in the middle of the night yesterday, and did not sleep well, go back to make up for a consciousness. Suzuki turned away. Sakura, goodbye. Naruto was about to leave, but was pulled by Sakura. Naruto, can you help me? She said. Koba Hospital, corridor. The white wall reflects the large halo, and the smell of the thick disinfection water cannot be spread on the tip of the nose. The corridor was wet, and it was obviously dragged over, and the end of the two ends was carefully slipped. I'm really embarrassed, the medical department can't be busy. Sakura's expression could not hide guilt. If you want to catch the task tomorrow, I might be late again. Sort the data table, small things. Naruto glanced at a stack of paper on the office table. He wanted to say that might not need to perform the task tomorrow, although the team who did not guide Shang Ning also needed a simple C-level task. It was impossible to perform the task if the team was absent. Thank you, Naruto. Sakura said restrained. Sakura, come. A head came out at the end of the corridor of the department. The ninja wearing the uniform in the medical department became anxious. Come on to help. Yes, seniors. Sakura quickly ran over, her white greasy legs passed, and she shouted at Naruto, wait for you to eat barbecue. Oh. He walked into the empty office and opened the chair to start the sorting information. These were all dropped during the collapse of the wood leaf, and there were too many patients to make up for information. The work of the Ministry of Medicine is really busy. I am really embarrassed to bother you. Sakura said with guilt. I wanted to call Jingo, but she went out today. Naruto listened to Sakura's mention of Jingyi, and couldn't help thinking of the scene the night before, but could not help but feel helpless. I knew that I wouldn't mention the Tameki, and I didn't explain it clearly in the end. Jingya rushed back to the store, and the matter was gone. Chapter 94 Suzuki's defection. The office quickly calmed down, leaving only the pages of the paper. Occasionally, the two would stop tacitly to drink water, and no one felt embarrassed without talking. One morning was not enough to handle all the work. 10 minutes before the next time they were about to get off work, the two began to stop at hand and discuss which barbecue restaurant for dinner. It's still the barbecue shop near the Kayodeo family. It is a little farther away from here, but I can barely eat it, Sakura said, lying on the table. Also, Naruto leaned on the chair at will, looking up at the ceiling, and said, it will call Suzuki together? Anyway, he has no task. Sakura suddenly silent for a moment and said, forget it. Suzuki seems to be mood recently, and some time ago, he quarreled with teacher Kakashi in the hospital. That's it. Naruto said a little lazily, probably because of Uchiha Itachi. Suzuki wanted to kill him too much, and it has become a kind of obsession. Uchiha Itachi. Sakura heard the amount of information contained in Naruto's words and asked, I only know some vague originals. What is the reason for Suzuki blood and see deep hatred? Naruto seemed to be talking about a sparse and ordinary thing, but he did not fully rectify and set out. There is no need to explain anything, and he involves the endless troubles. An Uchiha Itachi is already terrifying, and another big snake pill. The two are more abnormal than one more crazy. If Sakura is willing to jump, he will jump. Anyway, this quagmire Naruto doesn't want to touch it at all. After the bloody moon, Uchiha Suzuki was alive for revenge. In the monthly reading, Suzuki watched his family was killed by Uchiha Itachi, but he could only ask the cold-blooded brother over and over again. Even if he survived, Uchiha Suzuki never walked out of that bloody night. In the familiar family station, Uchiha Itachi cruelly took away everything he had. Some people are alive, but they live in a dead child in their hearts. Why is this? Sakura's voice trembled. Suzuki, he has never mentioned it to us. It doesn't matter if you don't mention that kind of thing. Naruto opened his chair and stared at the Sakura, and took a sip of water slowly. Sakura, some things are not you can interfere. I hope that Sasuke can get revenge easily and happily. It is me, and I will definitely try my best to kill Uchiha Itachi. Through the glass, the cold eyes of Naruto's blue pupils intersecting the four eyes of Sakura, who was looking up, and the latter fiercely hit a cold war on the seat. After a day of work, Naruto went home and lay down. At noon, the barbecue was extremely silent, and Sakura was absent-minded, and Naruto was happy to eat. Everyone in the 7th class noticed that Sasuke's abnormalities. Naruto did not hide, but could only be regarded as a head. Sasuke revenge. He raised his hands in favor. Uchiha Itachi's sense of oppression is too strong, and it is simply killing God for other people. So far, Naruto is still worried about opening the door. Among the ninjas who have been in the battle, only the senior film level ninja at the level of Sand Ninja has the ability to threaten Uchiha Itachi. With a bang, Naruto fell into the sofa and slowly closed his eyes. Wake up the next day. The mission could not be completed. The 7th class was missing, and Uchiha Sasuke disappeared. Tsunade's anger coincides with all the ninja has already been in the mission, and the left behind Dark Man's hand is not enough. If you do not call the root tissue, you can only enable the wood leaf tolerance. In desperation, Tsunade's corporation summoned the 3-person Shikamaru Naruto, who had not yet been released, to Naruto's office to assign the Doghead Military Division Shikamaru to lead the team. There is not much nonsense, just say that you can use everything to find people back. Master Naruto, we still need manpower. Shikamaru said indifferently. If it is just the 3 of us, it is not enough to complete the task. Ninja who has not yet been in the mission, you look at the list and report the list before departure. Tsunade said after a moment of groaning fast, never let Uchiha Sasuke escape from the border of the country of fire. Yes. Shikamaru hurriedly left, and Ninkai followed. Naruto turned and wanted to leave, and was suddenly stopped by Tsunade. Naruto, you stay. After hearing the words, Naruto stopped and turned to look at Tsunade. Looking at the white jade-like face, I remembered the sword on my chest, and the face suddenly collapsed. I'm very busy, don't add another task to chase Sasuke. Tsunade's face was suddenly dark, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. He lifted Naruto's collar, and his face was fierce. I let you be careful, little ghost. The sword returned to me. Naruto did not show weakness and stared back. If you don't give me, you can hardly say if you can come back alive. What do you say? Tsunade reached out and squeezed Naruto's face into a rubber puree. Who do you think you are? Bar up with Naruto, do you want to die? Pain and pain. Naruto, who was stunned by Tsunade, was still stiff. Without a sword, then Master Tsunade is ready to give me flowers. Who would care about your life and death? Tsunade became more and more angry. If you pick up and pick 4, I will send you back to the ninja school. Do you have anything else to say? Speak on my face, Naruto said. Go out. With a bang, Naruto was thrown out by Tsunade away, and the grassy sword dingled beside him. Seeing that the grasshopper sword arrived, Naruto suddenly changed his face, carefully pulling out the sword like holding his wife. Then he looked at Tsunade's face, and his posture suddenly tall. Yes. I can't die. Roll, yes, Lord Naruto. When Naruto saw it, he accepted it, and took the equipment that Tsunade burst out, hurriedly moisturized, and rushed to the stairs. Upstairs, Tsunade became more and more angry, and his chest continued. The chair in his hand was thrown downstairs, the glass shattered sounded, and a scream of Naruto sounded immediately. Ah! Which kills 1,000 knives high-altitude parabolic. Listening to the sound of Naruto downstairs, Tsunade impatiently leaned out of the body out of the window. Naruto below seeing this suddenly dumb, and ran away without saying a word. As soon as Naruto's front foot left, Sakura's back found Tsunade, begging to participate in the operation of recovering Sasuke. Tsunade narrowed his eyes and rejected a bite directly on the grounds that medical ninjas did not participate in high-risk operations. And told her that she had arranged people to recover Sasuke, so she didn't have to worry. On the other side, Naruto included the seal space of the grassy sword, and simply prepared some equipment, and immediately followed the team led by Shikamaru to the pursuit. The gap between the forest, Naruto did not think of many of the other 3 people. If you dare to take his own ice cream, he caught them and beat them fiercely. Chapter 95, No, I don't. Sasuke's face is so big, and the genius of the nature family is here. On the way, Naruto murmured. Oh. Ning Si glanced at him coldly without saying anything. Naruto will abstain from the CITIC test and has not fought with the 12 Xiaoqian, but the 7th class hit the Serrato Zuli to lie down. It was not a secret. Naruto, you guys say a few words. Inuyasha grinned with a grin, and the Arched Fire said, you guy can't beat others again. Yes, you are a guy who's stealing Akamaru dog food. Naruto said that it was a continuous replenishment as it probably lost the ability to communicate with human beings. It's not good for Chi-wan, you are still a single wastewood. Damn, do you want to fight this guy? Inyazuka was broken. Naruto, don't say it, everyone is a companion. Ding Si squinted his eyes and turned his head with a smile. Good. Why do you listen to Ding Ci so much? Damn. Dinkai eats potato chips to eat barbecue, just don't eat dog food. Naruto cut a bang, and looked at Inyazuya with scornly. Soul Dan. Can dog food be eaten too? Xiao Li asked curiously at the back of the team. Okay, don't make noisy. Captain Shikamaru opened a pair of dead fish eyes, and said with some headaches, the task is tight. If you fail, you can't go back and be criticized. The existing clues cannot indicate that Suzuki was taken away, and Suzuki's guy couldn't get it. Shikamaru's eyes became serious, and Yubuan glanced at Naruto aside, and said carefully in the silence of everyone, it's a defect. That kind of thing has little relationship with us. Naruto took the lead in breaking silence. Just bring back Suzuki, as for other things, we don't need to manage it. No one spoke, and even the most active Inyazuka was quiet. Although they are noisy, they have a deep relationship with the team's companions and ask themselves, if the companion defects such a thing, it will definitely not be able to bear it on their heads. Naruto can bear it, there is no feeling at all. He is recognized by his companions, and people are emotional and social animals. But when it comes to the interests of the village, it has nothing to do with him. It wasn't him to abandon the village, but the wood leaf was not worth his desperate. In his cognition, the village is like a large game guild that he joined the guild and paid for benefits or labor, and the corresponding village should return the corresponding resources to him. Perhaps because of the righteous obsession during the crossing, Naruto has been with the suffocation of the workers. What's more important is that he does not need the resources provided by the village, and it is enough to have a system. In other words, he just enjoys the convenience of the village as an ordinary ninja. He will not do anything other than doing tasks and defending villages, unless it has enough benefits. On this basis, Naruto clarified his responsibilities and obligations. Treat your companions sincerely, enjoy life, be friendly, and be a pure good person. After a few seconds of silence, Naruto said again, actually, I am sad, Suzuki did such a thing. I must bring Suzuki back. This time, the password is correct. Shikamaru's little Lily spent comfort and comforted, and automatically ignored Naruto's last sentence of his previous sentence, only as he was pretending to be calm. In fact, Naruto should be very painful. In fact, Suzuki is a proud colleague in Naruto's heart. It was a bit embarrassing. Late he passed through, and he was not so deep to Suzuki. I'm okay. Naruto said the truth in his heart. Seeing this, Shikamaru and Dinkai no longer said anything, and several people just rushed their heads. After half a day, Ning Ci took the lead in discovering the goal, and the white eyes opened, which accurately located the position of the enemy. The ninja of the Hyaga is not without the reason, and the advantage in pursuit of combat is indeed obvious. 4 people, a ceiling wooden barrel, Suzuki should be in the barrel. Don't act lightly, listen to my command. After taking a moment of thinking, I control the people. Naruto, Xiao Li and Ning Ci each stare at a person, and the dental action is agile and responsible for grabbing Suzuki. Strive for them to be seriously injured. Let's retreat again. Everyone knew the action plan. In addition to Inyazuya, the 4 of them picked one opponent. Based on the advantages of absolute defense, Ning Ci picked up Ghost Tongwan. Ding Ci considered it in the body shape and chose Fatty Jill and Fang. In the end, the only left to Xiao Li and Naruto were the left, right, and the most, and Naruto said to Xiao Li with a long time, you choose first. Xiao Li did not hesitate to pick the left and right, Naruto side, but helplessly chose to do many. Anyway, leave me a one who can fight. He pretended to complain. It's okay, you let me this time, I don't want to fight with the female ninja. Xiao Li comforted Mingwen, and said seriously, I invite you to eat ramen. Okay. Naruto did not fall into the meal, and agreed cleanly. Last time, he made an option to fly thunder in Xiao Li, and he kept remembered. Xiao Li asked him to eat ramen, and it was okay to eat dried radish. After hearing, Xiao Li turned around and stretched out a thumb at Naruto, showing a positive white teeth. Okay, it's almost possible. Shikamaru was disgusted by the 2 people's burning youthful interaction, interrupted ready to approach, I will do it immediately after I have to do it. Understand. Everyone said. Shadow binding. Shikamaru's ninjutsu suddenly launched, and the narrow and slender shadow went all the way forward. As soon as he was approaching the feet of the 4, Junmalu, who was pale, fell from the sky. With a bang, the ground was shattered. The slender shadow was affected and failed directly. Shikamaru and other people had to avoid it, and let the fluctuation destroy the ground and leave along too long. The large-scale dense smoke and dust expanded, and several people except Ningji instantly lost their vision. Back! Ning Ci shouted the most streamlined instructions. A few people including Shikamaru did not dare to neglect and jumped back sharply. The field of vision was blocked by smoke, and Ning Ci made this judgment completely reasonable. Naruto has a trick to rush to ninjutsu. Unfortunately, it is the blade of the wind. If it is a large-scale windy ninjutsu like Temari, maybe a fan has just passed. The 6 people of Muye jumped out of the smoke and dust surrounding circle, and the smoke and dust were dissipated, leaving only one Junmalu stayed in place to stare at them lightly. Damn! Don't let them run like this. Shikamaru shouted, I stay, Naruto, you go chasing. Chapter 96. He said, I am a good boy. Without waiting for Shikamaru's words, Naruto didn't know where to pull out a long sword. The person had jumped directly to Jun Malu and said in a serious tone, I'm here to stop that guy, you can chase. Naruto, it's okay, I will come in a while. Naruto interrupted, go, Naruto. Jun Malu was expressionless, and he didn't hesitate to hesitate. The whole person was full of bones, like the evil ghost crawling out of hell. At the same time as Shikamaru's face was shocked, his heart was equally clear, and it was too late to leave. Go, Shikamaru took the lead. The remaining 4 people kept up, showing 4 curved mobile trajectories jumping off quickly. Theoretically, how terrible Jun Malu can't stop 4 people in front of Naruto at the same time. This is also the knowledge that ninja school has long taught, and escaped the trajectory during the battle. Corpse Bone Movie Tsubeki dance. Jun Malu's speed suddenly increased, his arms and bone knives suddenly appeared, rushing towards the 5 people who were about to escape. Naruto was not used to him, his palm shot, and he directly stopped the ninjutsu King Kong blockade by the system. The thick golden iron chain rose to the ground, blocking every direction of Jun Malu. Like the vines with eyes, it is constantly locked towards Jun Malu. This is the sealing technique used to lock Nine Tails. It is completely used to deal with Jun Malu. What was that just? The 5 of Dinkai successfully got rid of Jun Malu, but he still had a lot of heart. Will Naruto be dangerous? Who knows? Inuyasha's face was even more dignified. It should be made by Naruto, not so worried that he is worried about worrying about us. The 5 pursued in the direction where the 4 people left, and Shikamaru said, Naruto's guy should be able to deal with it. Speed up, you must leave Sasuke, the other side. Jun Malu, who was caught in the sealing circle of King Kong, realized that he was unable to break away from these chains. Under the brief thinking, he suddenly entered the state of the mantra seal and launched the dance of the corpse and the early fern. The dense bone grows from the ground, and the number is more than the chain of the diamond block. It was almost instantaneous that the dense wood was suddenly covered with spikes, like a white bone forest. Naruto knew Jun Malu's horror strength. From the beginning, he never thought of entanglement with him, and he was directly recruited to make Jun Malu passively consume chakra. The dance of the early fern is the most powerful ninjutsu that Jun Malu can use in the state of the mantra, but it undoubtedly also allows his illness to fall into the peripheral body faster. Like Jun Malu is willing to contribute everything to his owner. The pornographic Jun Malu was held up from the white bone, like a monarch born on the white bone throne. The right face turned into a huge bone spear, and he was stabbing Naruto, who was stabbing with a trace of emotions. Before the mission set off, Jun Malu's status was close to a corpse. Now he has forcibly burned his last life and dedicated the final value to Dashi-1. Nine-Tail acknowledges 19.8% in the white bone forest. The dark red chakra rose into the sky, shattered the bone forest of 100 meters around. Blind the melting. Naruto did not tail, but it opened 2 tails and maintained most of the reason. Under the support of a large number of chakra, the melting magma instantly covered the entire white bone forest ground to completely prevent the white bone from continuing to grow. Jun Malu stabbed the strongest bone spear to Naruto's strongest bone spear to break the 9-tailed coat and collapse inch by inch. It does not mean that it is absolutely strong than iron, but it does not encounter more powerful power. Naruto has no conscience, and the 9-tailed gun can be thrown out at a critical time. Who asked it to eat him and took him, and that's it. However, it is a life-saving trick that must be used to face the more dangerous Uchiha Itaki and Dashi-1. In the face of a Jun Malu, there is no time to sacrifice the 9-tailed fight. The strongest bone spear was broken, and Jun Malu's life came to the end, and his body could not move. It is surrounded by the sea of molten magma. There are only 1 meter wide bone forest around Jun Malu, like the island in the magma sea. Jun Malu, who was raised, lowered his head and looked dying. Jun Malu, do you know my name? Jun Malu didn't look up, and he could not control any part of his body. The slower heart jumps, and the breathing is getting weaker and weaker. Ah, you're going to die. Naruto's face didn't matter. It's a pity. Dashi-1 should be very important to you. I'm not afraid of death, but I am afraid to die without value. Jun Malu's voice does not have a trace of feelings. It seems that there is no feeling for death pain. If my death can bring value to Master Dashi-1, it is worth it to be worth it off. It's a fanatic and terrible believers. Naruto sighed and faded 9 chakra. Lord Dashi-1 walked in front, and he would always look back to confirm whether I kept up. If I fell, Lord Dashi-1 would stop until I reappeared again. Jun Malu's voice finally had a trace of emotional fluctuations. I don't have the meaning of living. I just a thief. I just shared it secretly. The meaning of Lord Daisumaru's alive. It's pretty good. Naruto spoke perfunctory words like an old hunter waiting for dangerous prey. He didn't want to be in danger. He was abundant enough. He didn't care if Sasuke would be taken away. So he was like an evil god, constantly tempting Jun Malu to speak and accelerating his death. What are your name? The name, Jun Malu asked. Inyazuka. Naruto reported his name without hesitation, although he knew that there was nothing to conceal a person who killed him. Junma Lunian held this name, and Jun Malu, who was clearly unable to move, lifted his head hard. Not far away, Naruto could even hear the sound of the bones, but did not find a trace of painful traces on Jun Malu's morbidly pale face. He hides well, or he is happy at the moment. Because Jun Malu was laughing. Thank you, you remind me of happiness. I'm going to die right away. I am very happy, because. The teenagers full of bone spurs are getting weaker and weak, almost weak. Not far away, Naruto pulled out the grasshopper sword, and the blue eyes were deep. He didn't understand the feelings. He had to wait for Jun Malu to breathe and replenish the knife. Death will treat every child who does not make up the knife equally and drag him into hell. Naruto was awake and cruel, but he still heard the last sentence of Jun Malu. The blood-stained lips were slightly closed, as if groaning. Master Desumaru said, "I'm a good boy." Chapter 97. I don't recognize your attack power. After making up the knife, Naruto picked up in the bone pile, and found a beautiful bone and threw it into the seal space. So troublesome. After speaking, Naruto ran away immediately. When he caught up with Ninji, he saw a big arrow in Gui Tongwan to put his shoulders a cool heart. His Naruto took a breath, and it felt painful just looking at it. Dead. Ning Ci lying on the ground covered his shoulders and showed pain, gritted his teeth. Well, I'm dead. Naruto pulled the grass sword from the heart of the ghost pill, and then made up a knife. It's cool. Are you dead? Ning Ci looked up at the sky between the woods and asked Jun Malu. Dead. Naruto took Ninji on his body. Most of the pursuit plans are suspended, even you are injured, and the rest are not much better. You are strong. Thank you, this is not praise. Naruto still poisoned his tongue. If Ninkai was thrown in this deserted place, it would be cold within a long time. Naruto himself wasn't sure if Tsunade had any calls, and did not know if support could arrive in time. He could only catch Ninkai to catch up with others first. By the way, stop this task, and temporarily fight. Faced with opponents who are stronger than themselves, the result is either to be sent to death. If this group of Muye Zaya has an accident at the same time, it is estimated that Tsunade can be directly accountable by high-level accountability. Whether it is the Nara family, the Inyazuka, and the Chudeo, they are close to Naruto. For them, as long as it is the 3 generations, it is not important who is Naruto. But if Tsunade would not be power, he would not be much better in the future. The group hides the back pot. After a crazy rush. Ninkai, look at the location. Naruto walked along the mark. It's so far away, they should be nearby. Forced to bear the pain, Ning Ci opened his eyes. The field of vision was like an eagle, passing through heavy overlapping, and eventually fell into a deeper forest. Dinkai is over there. The unknown open space east of the woodleaf forest. Ding Ci flew out by the curse, who was staged by Jilan Fang, and fell heavily on the ground. Ji Langfang was a cautious person before entering the curse. Once he entered the mantra state, he immediately turned into the ancestor. He always accompanied the garbage output during the battle, commonly known as Ziyuan Meeten. You really have been abandoned waste, let's die, mixed. Ji Langfang stepped on Ding's chest. Fat pigs like you have no value at all. It seems that your companion has given up on you long ago, poor fat pig. Speaking, Ji Langfang picked up the potato chips left by Chu Daeting, and poured the last piece of potato chips into his mouth. Human waste, potato chips are not enough. You can only die, but you can rest assured that after killing you, I will eat all the miscellaneous companions. Ding Ci couldn't speak at all, and chakra stored in his body was almost exhausted. He believed in his companion, and at this moment he had the belief that he must die, and decided to do his best with the Jilan Fang in front of him. He fell to the ground and died. In the face of the crowd, he was extremely insulted, and he took out the red pills that would be completely runaway and died with the last point of strength. At the moment Chu Dinkai is about to stuff the red pills in the entrance, a familiar and somewhat old voice sounds over the forest. Don't eat it, it's not bad. Naruto leaped down from the top of the giant tree, and the moment when the landing fell suddenly, he grabbed Ding's wrist and forcibly interrupted Ding Ci's madness. By the way, a melting was forced to retreat the meat Tanjiro dozens of meters. Ming, people. Ding Ci turned sharply, also. Ninkai, he saw the blood hole that Nikko Ningji had handled simply on his left shoulder. He was so nervous that he couldn't speak, and his eyes were slightly serious, but there was no momentum at all. How can you, how? That must be passing by. Naruto threw Ninkai to Chu Dinkai like throwing a school bag. Come, Ninkai will give it to you. Hero Ningji glared at Naruto, but was ignored. Ding Ci was caught by Ninkai like a ball. He also saw that Naruto wanted to solve Jilanfang alone, but after a glance, Ji Langfang, who had entered the mantra seal too, was still shocked. The guy's whole body is like iron blocks, rare hair like steel nails, and hands like steel claws. Naruto, you have to be careful of that guy. Naruto didn't reply, and walked straight towards Jilan Fang not far away. Looking at Naruto who approached slowly, Ji Langfang smiled wildly, but unfortunately, because the facial muscles were too obese, the mad laugh became extremely embarrassed. Fat pig can't be hit. What is the use of finding a garbage? Why don't you speak? Is it a waste of the waste, right? Or, Naruto didn't say a word in a word, and approached Ji Langfang step by step. In the low-level poisonous tongue of Jilanfang, Galoon Benlun hasn't shot it when it comes to breaking the defense. However, he didn't have time to play the game with Ji Langfang slowly, and directly opened the seal of the 4 elephants. Although you are together, you are a group of waste anyway, Ji Langfang said, half of his eyes and stunned. Damn! Don't smoke your sword from that kind of place. Crime disgusting, he yelled. Ji Lang shot his hands sharply with his hands, the boulder flew 4, and the huge slate rose into the direction of Naruto. Less than 2 seconds, the slate was cut off in an instant. The chaotic stone was cut under the sword of the grassy sword, and the pieces of earth were dancing. Naruto's melting covered the grassy sword, and stopped 10 meters in front of Ji Langfang, and said blandly, "Don't call there, the dysfunction of the dysfunction. Dashi-1 doesn't like ugly children." Silently pulled out the rag, Naruto wiped the blood of Ji Yunfang on his face. Dinkai looked at Ji Langfang and cut off the vegetables by Naruto, and his eyes blinked several times without returning to God. To fantasy, what is he held in his hand? Naruto, you Chu Dingdi, you for a long time before you said, scold. Ding Chi's mouth was stupid, and he also belonged to the little flower in the greenhouse. On the poisonous tongue, it is still not as good as the noble social animals. The attack power needs to be strengthened. Naruto accepted the grasshopper's sword and patted Ding's shoulder, which said deeply, "Your words of attack power, my vortex Naruto is not very recognized." The 3 were not delayed. Following the marks left by Shikamaru, Xiaoli, and Ya, they rescued the seriously injured Inuzuka Tooth and Akamaru and Xiaoli from the Great Rift Valley on the ground. After Naruto was cleaned up, after killing the left and right, he was ready to find Shikamaru again, and the task was stopped by the way. Chapter 98. Sell your soul to me. This time, Muye Xiaoqian came out with a total of 6 people. Except for Naruto Shikamaru, 3 injured. One of the injuries to the bottom of chakra will be ended, and it should be terminated according to the process task. Although Uchiha Sasuke is important, but the life of 6 wood leaf Xiaoqian is also very important. In the future, they will be the leader of the front end of the wood leaf, and the best bud in the 3 generations of the 3 generations. In love, the task should be terminated. Drag the Shikamaru back, and he agrees and disagree. Naruto said, there are 2 people left on the other party, and Sasuke's strength is also very scary. Inurizuka and Hyaga Ningji were seriously injured and did not have the right to make remarks. If Shikamaru has other opinions, it is 5 to 1. There is movement in front. The half-dead Inuka Teeth said sullen. Ningji, who was wearing a hole in his chest, opened his eyes again, looking at the direction of Inurizuka's pointing. The field of vision jumps over the green trees of the forest and frees in the forest in the northeast. It's already close to the wood leaf border. Hiro Ninkai said, a little more is the forest of the country of fire, and people can't find a drill inside. There is a broad long ribbon-shaped Hirano between the woodleaf forest and the kingdom of fire, near the west side. To the west, not far away, is the valley of the end. Let me see first. Naruto said after a moment of groaning. You Naruto, you. Speaking of half, Ninkai felt that she flew again, and a beautiful curve in the air like a small school bag that was thrown out of the ninja school on Friday. With a bang, Xiaoli, who was recovered, caught steadily. Naruto left in the first scolding of Ning's first defense, leaving a hateful back of the sun. The other side. Shikamaru has been opened to the 2 states of the mantra. In desperation, Shikamaru had to retreat again. Shikamaru returned to the woods, and Sasuke ran away without returning. Most of them were angry, and when I gritted my teeth, I was preparing to slaughter Shikamaru. The snowy sword breaks the wind, such as the wind whistling in the distance, the scope of the thunder, through the electricity. With a loud noise, the grassy sword was nailed to the tree. I saw the sword and was shocked immediately. At first I thought it was Dashi-1 played in person. Until a person appeared in coquettishness, he fell in the middle of Shikamaru and Duayu. Shikamaru, close it. The dead leaves on the ground were blown up and the wet mud splashed. Naruto stared closely at the 2 states that entered the mantra. They are all injured, and it doesn't make sense to chase again. Damn, obviously have reached the step. Shikamaru gritted his teeth, a little unwilling. How did Dinkai do? Later, I'll get first. Listening to the chat that the 2 were unattended, most of them couldn't hold it, yelled and said, hey, you 2 of you are fading. Don't ignore me, huh? Shikamaru looked over Naruto, looked at Duayu, and suddenly became nervous, shouting, Naruto, come back, that woman is very dangerous. Oh. Naruto answered perfunctory, and glanced at the opposite side by side. Cut. Most of the far away looked unhappy and turned his eyes. The flute in his hand clamored. Soul Dan, let me die, you still have you. Tong Tong will die in the hands of the uncle. As soon as the pupils of Shikamaru expanded, the feeling of being dominated by fear came into my heart again, and suddenly remembered the horrible illusion of Yu, and shouted again. Naruto is coming back, be careful of her flute. Okay. Naruto's mouth should be good, but his body didn't move. Shikamaru, go first. Speaking, Naruto has shot one thing more. The speed is not fast, like a white stick-like object. Most of them frowned, reaching for the thing. It was a white bone spurs, holding it in his hand as warm as jade. Just a glance, most of the arrogant flames were suddenly absent. It was Junmalu's bones, most of the scalp numbness. After thinking about it for half a second, she gave up thinking. It was almost all of his instincts, and there was no trace of hesitant to turn around. Shikamaru stunned for a moment. What did you lose? Nothing. Naruto had no thoughts in Shikamaru's explanation, leaving a sentence, you were waiting for them, and quickly return after meeting, I can go back by myself. Later, Naruto pulled away. Hey, Shikamaru was still a little bit embarrassed, and his chakra was almost at the bottom. Naruto, don't go. Come back first. I want to bring Sasuke back. Naruto's remaining voice echoed in the woods. In the forest, Shikamaru stood on the trunk with injuries, and instinctively felt something wrong. But at this moment, he was exhausted, and when he thought of Naruto's sentence, they were all injured. I was unable to surround the instant, and I couldn't say anything. Ding Xiai and Xiaoli took the seriously injured Ninkai and Urazuya to slowly catch up and landed beside Shikamaru. Naruto ignored which direction did Sasuke go, and chased the poverty in the face. He couldn't beat Uchiha Itachi, and every day he looked forward to Uchiha Itachi died early, and now he has a shadow even when the door opens. His pain is far above the electrical secondary. How can he stop Sasuke from revenge? Are you crazy? Don't chase Uchiha and Sasuke and always chase me to die. Kill you, rubbish. Most of them jumped and ran away in different directions with Sasuke, and their faces were full of contempt and impatience. Then don't run. Naruto caught up with a lot of yi. The grassy sword in his hand shook and threw it directly. Several giant trees stopped the waste and cut off. The latter was furious and stopped. The two stood at the trunk at a distance of 20 meters. Most of the states of the mantra also absorbed natural energy in the immortalization, and the appearance have changed hugely. The dark red hair, black skin, dark eyes, and the devil-like horns on their heads. I just killed you here, the soul is faint, the garbage. Sasuke has escaped, and the 4 of the 5 people were killed by me. Naruto put away the grasshopper sword, and his eyes fell on the face of Yushin, and his voice became more confused. Dashi-1 no longer needs you anymore, there are many reasons. Impossible. Many people died in his hands, and his voice was unhappy. Open a price. If Naruto interrupted the Yu, I saw the poor dagger, sell me to me. Chapter 99. What are you talking about at the beginning? Go to die. Duo Yi did not believe in Naruto's ghost. I'm serious. Naruto's tone was restored again. If you go back now, you may eat ash in the corner. The 5 people no longer exist. So, what is the significance of your existence? Most of the fists tightened. Impossible, you must lie again. Naruto paused and said, I don't need to lie to you. There are a lot of good children in Dashi-1, no shortage of you. Do you really want to go back? Or do you say the consequences of going back have long wanted to go back? Don't say it. Apart from a punch on the big tree, he smashed a hole. No matter what you say, I can't betray the big snake pill. The flute in his hands was horizontal, and he was mostly murderous in his eyes. Kill you, I can go back. After hearing the words, Naruto paused slightly. Oh, that's not okay. No one wants to ask you, the soul is light, can't fight, can't run, and can't run. Is this a person a bit wrong? Intersection no, you still have to get rid of him, and then listen to his will to shake, what the guy says. Forget it, just to endure, see the red bean bread, scare him away. How much do you have to spend? Seeing Naruto's face was puzzled, and Yu flashed a touch of mouth, as if he had grabbed any weakness. Oh? Did you start to shrink when hear the money? What makes me sell my soul and roar? Most of them also said, my soul is expensive. What do Dashi-1 give you? I can give it to you. Naruto said, sell your soul to me, I have 3 times the price. I only need money, said more. Naruto was silent for a while, took a deep breath, and seemed to be determined to ask, how much do you want to sell your soul? This question is directly asked, yes, how much do you want? The small head is full of wisdom, and most of the tactics fighting style also quickly estimates the price that Naruto cannot bear in the heart. She thought about finding a reason to scare this lunatic anyway, and then tried to escape. Looking at Naruto, who was close at hand, he was a little panicked and shouted with his eyes closed. I do not want it. Reject reasonable. Naruto suddenly said, and then left many yi. Naruto has already picked up the banknotes in another direction, and said without looking back. Your value is far more than 200,000, you have the right to refuse. After hearing the words, he was also stunned in place, and his mind was messy like a silk thread, and his mind was unsatisfactory to think about a problem. How much is your entire life worth of the guy's eyes? The next day after the mission, Naruto woke up from the bed, silent in the empty room. The mission failed, Sasuke still fled. All members were injured, except Naruto. Because of the sensitivity of identity, he did not follow Naruto to return to the village. Instead, he went to the short book street according to the agreement with Naruto. That is not a specific street, but a bustling town that is located in the country of fire, and there is some distance from wooden leaves. Both the residents and the food scenery are all available, which is not inferior to Muye Street. The relationship between the two is a bit like a cat, but it is not very similar. This is also due to the decision made by Naruto's own consideration. 3 years after Sasuke's betrayal will not happen too much. He needs to grow slowly, and the same needs. Before the mission set off, Naruto had rejected the practice request of Charma, and he just wanted to lie down. The words of the old toad would not believe it, unless the sun came out of the west. And it is too troublesome to follow the tape, and it will not have much effect after the practice. He intends to rely on the system to practice and return to daily. First finish the 9-tailed progress bar, and strive to trigger more options within 3 years. Pick another suitable time to solve the problem of 9 tails in the body. The ceiling French seal has long been decentralized. Chapter 101. Who is not a princess staring at the ceiling that could reflect the halo for a while? He stayed for a while, and thought about Sasuke for a while. Naruto couldn't help but sigh. The night of the destroyer was not raining, and the whole family was killed by their own brothers with soil, and tears could not fall. Sasuke can also be regarded as a normal person in the Uchiha family. The hardships are encouraged into this virtue, and Uchiha Itachi is really mad. However, this also means that Uchiha Itachi has planned to give my eyes to Sasuke. Things are getting more and more complicated. He sat up from the bed, glanced at the door, and a cold. I couldn't help but scold, damn, Uchiha Itachi, get out of bed, drag down and wash. Tsunade told him to do his life yesterday. Each of the 6 people wrote a task report. After all, the only Uchiha ninja in the village defected. In the empty Naruto office, the white floral curtains moved slightly, played, the pen was thrown on the table. Still don't want to write it at all. Naruto leaned on the soft transfer chair, looking rotten. What did your kid just say? Dada's high-heeled shoes rang the rhythmic sound, and Tsunade pushed in with a quiet face. The information on the hand banged on the table, turned around and lifted Naruto's collar. I said that Master Tsunade is really beautiful. Naruto was pulled like a hanging collar, and he couldn't breathe. Death. The Ming population spit out the foam, and unconsciously grabbed the chest of Tsunade. With a bang, Naruto was thrown back on the chair by Tsunade. Write a task report for a long time. I wrote it for you in the first line. You really don't want to live, right? Seeing that a few days ago, Tsunade was afraid of his accident, and gave him the grass and swords without mentioning the incident, Naruto bowed his head honestly and admitted his mistake. I'm wrong, Master Tsunade. Tsunade was lying in the chair in front of the desk and exhaled deeply. The mute had prepared tea for Tsunade, and when he was preparing to pour tea for Naruto, Tsunade waved his hand. Let him come over. Yes, Master Tsunade. Secretary Haysilk saw that Tsunade seemed to be in a bad mood and stood aside after Ying Ying. Naruto blinked and didn't know what happened. He stepped forward carefully to pour tea for himself. What are you so careful? Can I eat you? No, I was wounded. Naruto said embarrassingly. Master Tsunade seemed particularly, is it unmissable? Tsunade glared at him, and his hands crossed on the table and said, what do you do with the fan of others? Naruto didn't remember for a while. What fan? Hearing the words, Tsunade Jifu's forehead looked at the mute aside. The frozen-year-old secretary standing on the side was silent, and his long legs stepped forward, and the warm voice explained to Naruto. Not long after you set off, Master Tsunade asked for help from Cheyenne Village. Although the senior officials of Cheyenne Village agreed, the puppet of Kong Julang was broken by Sasuke and is still repairing it. Speaking of half, he paused and looked at Naruto. Sand Yin said, the fan of Temari was taken away by you, and there is no fan without a fan. They are not assured that I love Luo alone to support wood leaves, afraid. What are you afraid of? Naruto frowned and took a sip of the teacup. They said, if the next generation of Fengying is again added by the wooden leaf ninja, I am afraid that it will be difficult to end. In severe cases, it is necessary to enable the second generation of adults and Sarawak. Emergency matters. Oh, Naruto sprayed a sip of tea. Is there such a thing between the wood leaf and the sandy hidden? Yes, it will end automatically after 3 years. What is the urgent operation of this? Naruto was speechless. It's a ninja, I can't discuss with me. You guy, don't underestimate the shadow you go. Tsunade rebuked Naruto, if the lunatic of the war is not dead, there will be no people left in the wood leaf long ago. After hearing the words, Naruto murmured in his heart, and the old woman of Tsunade did not seem to respect the front film. I said you. Tsunade sat at the desk, and his face strictly rejected. What do you think? As a man, he only grabbed one fan? Where did you put our wooden leaf's face? Naruto was stunned. What do you mean? What do you mean? Cheyenne Village asked Muye to take a fan. Of course, this kind of thing is very shameful. Tsunade's long and powerful fingers on the desktop and said loudly, "You can't just grab one fan. In that case, no matter what you do, there is no way to investigate Cheyenne Village after all. What can you do? What is this tiger and wolf?" However, Naruto remembers that he seemed to trigger a systematic option at that time, and did something a little more. "Temari? Are you listening? But it doesn't matter. That's it." Tsunade gritted his teeth. "If it wasn't for the establishment of diplomatic relations, I really wanted to punch the arrogant Sandy. Isn't it a Princess Seton? Who is not?" After a while, Tsunade opened again. "You go back to the fan to Sa Yin, this matter is over." "Where to go?" Naruto asked. "Is this place a bit too private?" Naruto looked up at the 4-layer high peach-colored neon sign hotel. Looking around, when I saw the dark part standing on the roof, Sandy Ninja stayed at the door of the hotel. Naruto was clear in an instant and came to the place. Tsunade is really alive. The operation of the old woman Savage is really the disgusting of Sandian who comes to hand over. Looking at Naruto's gaze, one by one was chilling. Naruto shrugged indifferently, and took 2 seconds to think about the sadness of this life plus his life. Then he stopped the smile and moved towards the theme hotel with a serious face. "Stand!" Tsunade stopped Naruto coldly. Naruto was shocked, and his mind had already made up countless dramas in the fight against the gods, and was about to come up with the crooked martial arts of the 10,000 soldiers. "Please change your shoes to enter." Tsunade reached out to the one-time shoes aside. "Well, the quality is really high." Naruto felt it, and smiled embarrassingly. He changed his shoes and walked directly into the hotel. "Triven, I want to go in." Naruto stood at the door and said, "Abnormal." Temari was still blocked at the door and did not let it go. "It doesn't matter, what do you think?" Naruto glanced at Temari and looked at the inside of the room through her. The sight crossed the door of the white sandalwood, and the space inside was very large. You can see the floating sheep curtains. The sunlight fell from a large bay window with a large bay window on the goose-down quilt and the expensive carpet that could not be named. "I represent Muye lie to you in the sand. If you still have this attitude, I don't think it is necessary to continue." Tinyu's face is not good looking, but the sideways of the face were still on the road. Naruto stepped in, sitting directly on the chair where the big bay window was facing, and turned to look at the Hanju. The whole person was bathing under the sun, and groaned with lazily. "Don't make such a strange voice." Temari was gloomy, and he walked towards Naruto with the white greasy long legs covered by the fishing net and sat opposite it. All the curtains in the room were opened, the door was wide, and the light was translucent. Although Tsunade set up said, Cheyenne was wrong first, and that the Tenya skills were not as good as that of a fan. Now if you want to recover the fan, you can only swallow it. Even so, the attitude of Tsunade and Tenyu is still strong. She remembered the scene that was dominated by the juvenile in front of the middle of that day after the test of the middle of that day, and she wanted to break the silver teeth. "You seem to be trembling?" Naruto glanced at the legs of Tenyu. "Sandy and Muye have already settled in the war. I am a villager in the law of Muye. You don't have to be afraid." "You!" Temari glanced at Naruto fiercely, glanced aside, and the words were almost crowded out of the teeth. "Back to me the fan, you can get rid of it." "What fan?" "My fan, Samsung fan, you snatched it." Temari almost burst. "Forgot where you are." Naruto said seriously, "Maybe throw it, or where can you put it? You don't talk nonsense here, return the fan to me." "Why?" Naruto suddenly asked. Temari was obviously angry and nervous, sitting down 5 meters away from Naruto. Since entering the door, Temari has worked hard to create a strong attitude, trying to make Naruto feel the sense of oppression, but his legs are close together. "That's my fan, but it is mine now." Naruto said lightly, "I took it with the ability, what you want, take it back from me." Muye and Cheyenne have built diplomatic relations. Temari exhaled deeply and said angrily, "It doesn't matter, personal grievances don't rose to the village level." Naruto said tightly, looking at the Tenyu, the latter shivered. "Could your eyes don't be chaotic? Do you have discovered it? Is that degree of sight scanning, don't you steal good?" Handari gritted his teeth, and what was going on in his heart, shameless and abominable. Is this really the ninja of Koba? It seems like I don't know which movie running out of the big villain. What about that? Naruto's face suddenly indifferent, his eyes stared at Temari tightly. "You wanted to kill me, right? War. It was originally." Temari was beaten by surprise, and for a while, I couldn't say anything. The war was originally like this. The things that high-level decisions can only be executed. As the battlefield is the enemy, you are the enemy, and you have no time to think about the problem. But Temari was broken for a while, and couldn't say it. "If you don't talk about the war, you want to kill me, but in the end you live with the 2 younger brothers. This is a fact." Naruto directly interrupted the words of Tenyu, looking up, staring at the eyes of Tenyu, asking for oppression. "Yes or no?" "Yes." The taboa was cold sweat, silence, crave. Naruto knocked on the edge of the chair, his eyes were like a sea, and he stared at Temari expressionlessly without talking. Tamari couldn't stand this sense of oppression, twisting his head to the side, and the tear glands secreted tears because of tension. The nervous tears turned in the eyes. Tamara wanted to reach out to wipe, but he couldn't afford the courage in his hook-like sharp eyes. She was thinking of knowing this early, maybe she should pull the curtains and close the door. Exit all the sunlight and return the room to darkness. In this way, she was able to fear, trembling, and tears in the shadow. Showing weakness is not the right of everyone, at least as a princess of Sandy. My father died, and the village senior management had agreed to cultivate my arrow as the next generation of Fengying. But I love Luo, and I have a lonely personality since I was a child. I want to grow into a loving qualified style. Even though the seniors have approved the resolutions unanimously, they will not be trained too smoothly. She must carry the responsibility of her sister and allow her two younger brothers to rely on her. In any case, the fan must be back, and Cheyenne Village can no longer concession to Muye. Just as she was about to break the silence, the other party took the lead. You tell me, how do you plan to get back the fan? Tamari swallowed a spit, opened his mouth for a long time, and the momentum was significantly low. Please return it to me, I will pay. Money? Naruto frowned. I don't need this kind of thing. You wanted to kill me at the time, but I still let you go. Now, you ask me to fan? The task that Tsunade gave him was still fans, and this was the end. But Naruto knew that if he didn't say a word, just return the fan and went back to designate to be trained. That task reported that he didn't want to write at all. Suzuki ran away. What else did he review? The report wrote that he killed the 5 people and 4 people, and then Chakra returned? It must not be written in accordance with the task report stipulated by Koba Ninja. I only needed to write a copy of the ninja, and I didn't know what medicine to sell in Tsunade's gourd. Not only is the team's ninja Shikamaru to write a task report, and the 5 people who participate in the interception of Suzuki's defecting mission also have to write. This is the beginning of the morning. Rather than writing a report, it is better to stay here. Moreover, she seems to be going to drop the little pearl? Interesting, grin, but you didn't call me at that time. Steel Qian said with shame, we should have been flat. That's your hard mouth. Naruto refuted. Chapter 103. A scared head ask for mercy? How can you begging for mercy? Tamari suddenly came up again. It seemed to think of something angry. You are really a pervert. This is just the conventional means of the ninja. The battlefield torture the enemy is understandable. No matter who it is, I will do this. Naruto didn't panic at all, and the lies came. You lie. Hanju stared at Naruto. That thing was the shame of her life. I didn't lie, but you were not the first torture. When I was in the middle of the ninja test, stop. I don't want to listen to your abnormal self-description. Tamari took a deep breath. Torture? At that time, you asked, it's all to satisfy your damn XP. She was slightly excited, and she couldn't wait to stuff Naruto into the sewer. What can be asked? Naruto laughed and played. Do you send a total of how many people have invaded Wood Leaves? What does this have to do with me? You are Princess Sandy Princess, you can't kill, let you not be softened. What else can I do except torture? Besides, I have converged a lot. What time is it now? Who is still using conventional ninjutsu? Tamari knew that he had lost his reason and did not entangle again. Fan, she asked. Look at you. Naruto suddenly stood up and slowly walked towards Tamari. You, what are you going to do? Toko was a little panicked. She was completely scared by this person. Stop. Don't come. What are you afraid of? Naruto stopped only 2 meters away from Tamari. Nothing. Tamari shook his head and denied. Are you afraid of me? Naruto had no expression, and looked at the Tamari sitting in a chair, right? The latter wanted to stand up, but was stopped. Sit. I don't. Tamari was tight whole body muscles. I don't know what you are talking about. From entering the door, you are very emotional. You can see that you hate me, but, Naruto slowly said, you know you don't take advantage of it, so you just try to cover up the fear with anger. Your body remembers the pain and breeds fear. Do you say I guess right? His Royal Highness? Tamari's nails were almost caught into the meat, and they lowered their heads and didn't speak. The two were confronted like this, and no one spoke until Tamari began to tremble slowly, and finally raised their heads and gritted their teeth. You soul, what do you want to do? Handari was stiffened. What do you ask this? The war between people's pillar power is inevitable. Of course, find a chance to beat him. Naruto said, although there is any agreement, I am best at things such as drilling. Why do you do this? Tamari couldn't help it anymore, and asked angrily, it's just a fan, why? Naruto's eyes suddenly became cold, approaching Tamari, standing in front of her, you ask me why? Then why do I give you the fan? The fan grabbing the fan is returned to you with a fluttering village interest? You don't seem to figure out one thing, I am me, the village is the village. I am Juwei Pillar. Now my personal authority is almost equal to the village. As long as it is not very excessive, there is no way to take me in the village. Tamari was scared. knowing that even if the fan is in hand, she is not an opponent in front of her. In the face of aggressive Naruto, she feels a little overwhelmed for the first time. From the beginning of the door, you have not respect me. What do you think I am? Naruto leaned forward slightly, staring at the eyes of Tenyu. I was nothing in Mie 3 months ago, but now I am here to hear, no one dares to kill me. What do you think I am? As long as you show willfulness, I will apologize to you, and then show a gentle innocent boy like an idiot? I could kill you at the beginning, and now I can do it in the future. Naruto's voice was getting louder and close to roar. The pupils were weird, and their shapes were slowly changing. The two were sitting one by one, very close. I said it, you voted for a good fetal, but don't think that everyone has to let you. This is not a warm ninja game. I can slaughter your sister and brother at any time. Now tell me, what should you do? Temari was almost frightened by the murderess. Listening to the last sentence, the teeth trembled, and remembered the feeling of being governed by fear. Yes, I'm sorry. Woo. The psychological defense line of Tenyu was completely out of control. She was afraid of her heart, and her elder sister was not omnipotent. The huge room was echoed, and the sobbing sound of the depressed, the tears were generally poured out, like a child who was bullied. White tender and smooth skin was screwed by tears, glowing with water. Seeing this, Naruto's heart should be able to scare to this extent. It should be enough. You should go back to make a difference with Tsune. Knock a stick and collect it when you see it. Naruto could not really make the relationship between Woodleaf and Sandy Yin too rigid, and making such a purely helping leader to find a little bit in Cheyenne. Anyway, it is the work of raising hands. It is not too difficult to get rid of such things as you crying. Now that the purpose has been achieved, Naruto has not continued to scare Temari. Okay, since you have recognized the mistake, I have repeatedly discouraged me not impulsive. Naruto looked at the awesome city of Tenyu. Don't cry, the fan is returned to you. Woo-hoo. Don't cry, return it to you. Woo-woo-woo. The more Naruto said, the more he cried in Tenyu, and he couldn't help it as if he was crying. The eyes are like a fountain, and tears can't stop. I'm going to cry again. Naruto reached out and touched the cats like a past life, like a previous life. You, that's pervert. Woo. Woo. Temari recently exploded instantly at this moment. No matter who he was standing in front, he cried with the devil. Naruto was frightened, his clothes were wet by tears, sticking to his stomach. The heart of the heart was played, and he should happen to overcome the reason of Temari. What is the hanging effect, the young bird effect? Anyway, the Hanju was holding Naruto and not let go. After a while, the sobbing sound of Tenyu was gradually smaller, and it seemed to have recovered the reason. I don't know why I have never let go. I should go, Naruto said coldly. Chapter 104. Give girl Kobayat. After Naruto said, Temari still did not move, nor did he relax, and the sobbing sound stopped. The room was silent, and there was only a whistling of the wind outside the window. Release. Naruto was still the cold tone. He could feel that Temari was stiff, and then slowly released him. His face was buried deep, and he was hot. The fan is back to you, Naruto said. A huge fan banged steadily. When he wanted to leave, Temari suddenly pulled him. How? Sorry, I know. Naruto didn't stop and left directly. Back to the Naruto building. The task report has been written, and the handwriting should be from the mute hand. Tsunade was lying on the table full of information, and quietly smiled silently. Thank you. Softly, Naruto quietly left. After walking out of the Naruto, the dazzling sun fell, and he stared at the shadow under his feet and frowned. If you don't get back Sasuke back, don't see Sakura first. Let her calm down and slowly accept the fact that SAS has made a debut. If you want to become stronger, you can do it only from the blood of the sky, and you can do it. SAS chose a larger stage for further studies and killed his brother. This is his choice. Naruto has no reason to persuade him to let go of his hatred and continue to shrink in the Woodleaf to play ninja games. He was raised as Uchiha's last blood circulation. While walking along Mie Street, he thought about how to comfort Sakura next time. Life is a long train. Someone always gets off first. Should I be grateful? Thinking in my mind, I looked up and saw a familiar and petite figure, and was walking in the direction of the residence in the past. Hina. Ah! Suddenly the sound of the emergence shocked Hina, and found that it was Naruto. The two walked side by side on the street, and they shoulder shoulders at a distance. Naruto, have you finished the task? Hina asked his fingers, but suddenly remembered something, and put his hand down uneasily. It's okay. Naruto noticed the small movement of Hinata. I was kidding last time. Okay. Hina's hand over, his eyes were a little uneasy, and he didn't know where to put it. He smiled and blushed. How about you, are you busy recently? Okay, Hina said whispered. It may be that Naruto felt that she felt less than that she was too perfunctory. Multi-time Jinai has been transferred to perform the task alone, so I have been practicing in this time. The combat effectiveness of the oil female family is indeed powerful, both in investigation or combat ability. Moreover, the 8th class is a special investigation class specially formed in the 3 generations. Two teammates of Hina are often transferred because of various special tasks. Hinata sauce is very hard. Ah, no. Hina quickly lowered his head. I have no talent, I can only spend more time on the practice, I don't want to drag my companion's hind legs. The companions are originally helping each other, don't force yourself too much. Naruto is in a state of relaxation after war, warm, thinking about what to say. You can never make everyone satisfied, so you don't have to look at yourself. I know Hina sauce you have been trying to prove yourself, but occasionally you need to relax. As the Hikarian family, Hinata is not suitable for participating in certain high-risk tasks. I also blame the Zangji Abayan that it is too bad, and it is used as a disc. If Hina's talent is fine, not everyone is a genius. Thank you, Naruto, I am much better. Hina pursed. That's good. Naruto smiled. He knew that he would feel better regardless of what encouraged, and he was always afraid of being preferred. To be honest, before the 3-generation funeral, because of the person's identity, Naruto did not dare to have much contact with Hina, so as not to cause trouble to Hina. After 3 generations of death, he hadn't breathed and was arrested by Uchiha Itachi. Later, it was Tsunade and Sasuke defeated, and a series of things happened one after another. Are you going home now? Naruto asked casually. He is doing nothing now, as long as he does not go home, he can stroll around. Anyway, I was lying home anyway, it is better to walk with the fragrant beautiful girl. Am I? I want to go home. Hina said a little bit interestingly, my father sent someone to find me, it seems to have something to say. It's okay. Naruto touched his face and laughed. I originally wanted to accompany you for a while. Even if your father was looking for you, it would not be involved in your training. The sun is in front, and it doesn't make much sense to the past, and the two of them are walking together for no reason during the day. No such thing. No. Hina was a little panicked. She looked down and looked up carefully at his expression. Perhaps Hina himself is unaware that this expression is quite cute. I couldn't help but want to touch Hina's head, but he still held back. At this time, because people are too cute and suddenly touch their heads, it is almost no different from pervert. Eh? What? Naruto was also nervous for a moment, thinking that he was seen through. Still, can't you? Hayato asked courage and asked stubbornly. Naruto did not refuse, and took a while to send Hina back. Although there is little words on Hina along the way, it looks very happy. He turned away until he watched Hina's disappearance in the door. The mechanical synthesis sound in my mind suddenly sounded. Naruto on the sofa opened his eyes sharply, sitting up straight from the sofa, and the forehead exuded fine sweat. Nine-tail recognition 27%. Is the progress long? Naruto's sleeping eyes were hazy and aggressive. He never thought about going deliberately to brush the progress, but just thought of water to come. Although the progress has risen, he is very happy, but it has been a long time for walking. Why is it now? Is the system what? Naruto knocked his mind without getting any feedback. Typhoon bell rang, he shook his head, thinking about it for a while, and continued to hold his head and fell asleep with his blanket. Chapter 105 Nagana Family. Hinata walked in front of his father, bowed his head, and immediately knelt down on the tatami. By Nin small jade feet turn outward, such as sheep fat and jade. She lowered her head and looked down, and she had a long awe of everyone in front of her. I didn't dare to look up at each other, and I didn't dare to speak loudly. After a while, I asked first, my father, what's the matter with me? Hayago feet sat down and sat in the seat with a somber face, wearing a blue and black object. Long-term kneeling caused his legs. Hina has not been kneeling from a young age, and is exempted from this bad consequences. The village will hold a high-level meeting soon. It is about the vortex. Naruto. The son couldn't see the emotions without expression, and looked straight ahead. I want to listen to your views. I don't have any opinion. Hina hesitated. Ninja is not suitable for you. It's not a good thing to go too close to Naruto, it's dangerous. Facing the negation of the old father, Hina bit his lower lip, and his heart was already swaying. She can faintly guess the intention of her father's words, but her father is a silent and serious person, and she feels that there is no need to say anything. I seem to be wrong, no matter what you like to be corrected. Whether it is a ninja or like a person, it seems that he has never satisfied his father. Silence. Hayaga is not satisfied with the daughter of his own cowardly, and his talent is not enough, and there is no courage to need the patriarch. He is more inclined to cultivate fireworks than Hina. But now, Hayaga Iri finds that things seem to be unusual. This time, I did not wait for her daughter to respond inwardly, only endless silence. Sorry, my father. Please allow me to claim once, I want to be a ninja according to my own wishes, Hina said with the most timid tone. This is meaningless. You have no talent. It will only be more difficult to continue on the ninja's road. Hayaga can't see any emotions on the son, but the tone is not doubtful. Hinata pursed his mouth and shook his head and refused. Father, I don't want to give up. Click, the lock at the door slowly turns. The blonde girl with a casual clothes pushed in the door and changed shoes at the porch. The beautiful curve when the calf was curved at a glance. The key dingling was placed on the shoe cabinet, and she walked naked to the living room. Really, why did you fall asleep on the sofa again? Jingyi tied his golden hair and complained while walking, by the way, putting the food carried on the table. You guy, what's going on with the key to me without authorization? Sleeping until the confused Naruto opened his eyes on the sofa, he fell asleep after looking at Jingo's back. The latter walked to the front fork of the sofa and stood, but could only sigh. Afternoon. The two were sitting in front of the table, and Ino looked at Naruto with lack of sleep, frowned. Well, did you hear what I just said? What? Naruto concentrated on eating and didn't lift his head. Thank you for the hospitality. The food is delicious. It must be made by Ino. I ate it. Don't say such perfunctory and disgusting words, it's abominable. Jinye couldn't wait for a spoon to smash the faint head of the soul, his fist clenched. I'm telling the truth, it's delicious. Naruto looked sincere. Someone feeds much stronger than cooking. Regardless of whether it tastes good or not, let's boast first. Wealthy girl, hungry. Cut. Jinye hugged his chest, his head twisted his head to the other side. It's not me. Impossible. Naruto didn't think about it. Whoever did it was not important at all. You guy. Jingyi Fujian, you really care about eating white food. I won't bring you again in the future. Well, meaning can I go to your house to eat? Go to death. Jingo's face was crimson, and he remembered the maid costume. Blame you. Now my father and mother laughed when they saw me, and I had no face to stay at home. You dare to mention, be careful to beat you. That thing was an accident, isn't it that your parents are not at home? Naruto retorted. Jinye had nothing to say, transferring the topic. What's the key? Don't get wrong, I just think you are too scary every time you knock on the door. Naruto put down his chopsticks and got up and said, please accept the key. Ha, a scary? Jinye's cheeks rose slightly, although you can understand it, after all, that kind of thing happened, but, she pretended to be calm, but the speed of speech was obviously faster, and her fingers were unconsciously wrapped around the golden hair on her shoulders. It is easy to be misunderstood. Suddenly there is the key to the opposite sex family or something. Ha! Naruto doubted, can't you hide it? Jinye swallowed sharply, and his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Stealing up, do you hide everyone? This statement is taboo. It's broken, the brain is burning. What are you blushing? Naruto frowned slightly. I feel that I didn't say anything. Tiger and wolf. Isn't it just hiding a key? Who blushed? Jingyi stood upright and walked towards the bathroom quickly. I go to wash my hand. Naruto shrugged, even if Yuno agreed. Anyway, just take a backup key, the problem is not very big, sit down and continue to eat. Hiro slowly walked out of the bathroom and seemed to wash his face. The hair in front of the forehead was slightly wet, and his expression had returned to normal. How about it? The wind on the balcony passed through the living room, rolled up the skirt of Jingyi, and her hands on her waist. Since you ask me, then I would be difficult to accept it. Thank you very much, Naruto said with cooperation. Afternoon. After Yano runs out of the bathroom, Naruto, who was paralyzed on the sofa, waved his hand and said, go out and tell you something. Naruto put down the Affinity Heaven, and glanced at Jinya a little confused, and asked, don't you have to go to the Naruto building at night? For a while, teacher Asuma applied for 2 days for vacation. Jinya dispersed long hair, and then tied up again. I can't do tasks every day. What? Naruto put down the book unwillingly. Related to you. Jinyi grabbed Naruto's wrist to pull it up, dragging it to the door, and said back to the fierce milk. I'm gone, I finally asked from my father. Chapter 106. You will be jealous like this. Well, the door was closed. Naruto roughly guessed that it was a high-level meeting. The 3 trunets of the pig-deer butterflies were in the same branches. Moreover, the attitude of pig-deer butterflies will obviously be affected by Tsunade's attitude. I left the village for a long time, but reserved a vote that I made a well-known master and explained that it would not come back in about half a year. Xiao Organics affairs made him very concerned, and he was also preparing to collect information about Xiao Organizer joined by Uchiha Itachi. And made an appointment with Naruto in advance, and taught him for ninjutsu once every 6 months. You seem to grow tall? Jingyi walked in front of Naruto, turned his head and glanced at Naruto, who was slowly swallowing. Yes, maybe nutrition is kept up. I don't know others, but I do, Naruto said. Is the task of recovering Sasuke failed? Your news is quite spiritual. No, I guess. Jinye said with his hands on his back, although I and Sasuke and I have no deep friendship, but anyway, I also like the male god since I was a child. His temperament has determined that one thing cannot be given up. The two were walking together, mainly in the direction of Jingo, and there were few places. You say that, then I want to be jealous. What vinegar do you eat? Jinye said with a smile, Sasuke has always been handsome. Okay, no girls don't like Sasuke. It seems really there. Who? Hina. Ito, you will be jealous like this. What vinegar do you eat? Naruto also smiled. Hina has always been very gentle. Okay, no one does not like Roma Loli? Cut, I have money too. Jingyi muttered. What did you say? What does it have to do with you? Perverted. When he came to this world, it was summer, and the situation was not optimistic. Now in September, the sun is like fire, the grass and trees are crazy, the 3 generations have died, and Suzuki defeated. It seems that the form has improved, and it will be unblocked. Are you going again? What? Naruto returned sharply and saw that Jingo's cheeks were slightly drumped, and he looked dissatisfied. You come with me. Inai grabbed Naruto's arm and walked towards a remote alley. In a shade alley on the east side of Muie Street. Greenwood climbing the wall, Crooked climbing on both ends of the alley. Jinnya pulled Naruto to stepping through the yin and yang line of the alley, and suddenly felt cold and cold. The messy footsteps of the two were enlarged several times in the quiet alley. Under the old wall of the blue brick and red tiles, Aoo pressed Naruto on the wall. She frowned and looked deep, but she couldn't keep up with Naruto, but she looked very funny. What are you doing? It's not that you have said something, there is something to tell you. What the hell is it? Don't drag me in such a remote place, right? Naruto was a little embarrassed at this moment, and Idano didn't seem to notice that the two were close. Naruto can see a touch of white greasy slightly shaking below the neck of Ania's neck, and he can smell the fragrance of the virgin that is close at hand. Suddenly, his heart trembled, and dopamine was rapidly secreted. What kind of eyes are you? Jinya was scornful. Why do you feel that you are excited? Damn! No. Naruto scratched his face awkwardly and laughed. Well, you must have a astringent thought in your mind? Jinya screamed, isn't it the object of me as a delusion? I can't think about it. Oh, it's right you said that. Jinya turned his head, as if he was holding a shy side, but the camouflage was too simple. The white face and neck were stained with a layer of crimson, and they were very cute, like a strawberry cake flowing with cream. I wouldn't care about being a trivial matter like a disgusting boy as a delusion. Can you remove the word of disgusting? Naruto sighed. I refused. Jinya took a step back, holding his chest with both hands. Don't be in love with the beautiful girl without authorization, the soul is light. Sorry, the maid's appearance cannot forget, that's a shame of my life. Jinya gritted his teeth, and the rhythm of the conversation was completely taken away. Then I will be printed in my bones, and I will never forget. You! Jinya was confused with his chest in 3 or 2 words, and said like a gambling curse, you'd better not fall into my hands one day. I really looked forward to it earlier that day. You! Jinya spent some time, then calmed down, and said deeply, what I want to say next is high-level secret, you can't be heard by others. Really? Naruto also looked nervous. Then you are closer. If you are heard by others, it will be bad. Oh, okay. Jinya was ignorant and realized that it was wrong after approaching. Ah, you are lying to me again. I didn't lie to you. If you are far away, you must talk loudly. In case of the wall, there are ears. Naruto glanced around and said, anyway, you also spent so much effort to drag me here, isn't it just to avoid people's eyes? If it is really heard because of this last step, what is the significance of finding a remote place? Ah, you seem to make a little reasonable. Jinya blinked, not around for a while. Aren't you shy at this time? Naruto asked again when he didn't respond to her. How is it possible? In this sentence, Jinya regretted it. She saw a successful smile at the corner of Naruto's mouth, and her face was dark, but the arrow had to be released on the string. Don't laugh. Jinyi twisted on Naruto's waist, frowned, Ling's well, and I won't say it for a second time after listening to a word. I know. Naruto was still laughing. Damn. Jinya glared at him, raised his toes to Naruto's ear, and the dampness kept drilling into his ears, and Ino's voice kept trembling. I forgot. What? He was surprised and turned his head suddenly. The two lips were almost away from a line. Naruto could see that Jinyi's blue pupils expanded sharply, reflecting his face. The sun was like a fire on the head, and the birds came from the forest with a low sound. As soon as the summer wind blows, a woman's blush is better than a large section of monologue. Chapter 107. Do you want to watch a maid costume? What is going on? Naruto's heart beating violently, forgetting what the situation was. This expression was too cute. Damn, I can't help it. This woman is too good. Where the fairy came from, the routine is too old. Who would really forget because he was too shy to say what he was about to say, and he was lying. No matter how bad, you can't be taken by her. The two pretended to be calm and turned their heads tacitly. Ah, forget. Jinyi squatted down, hugging his head and shouted. I forgot to be normal. Naruto coughed, looked at the lying on the ground, and suddenly shouted, Inu. What? Jingo stopped and looked up at him. Fat times, fats I saw it. Jinyi stood up sharply, punching on Naruto's belly. I perverted to death. Naruto was not injured. He was hammered and simply stood up. He just sat on the ground and squinted his eyes and looked at the contempt. Get up, she said. The ribs are completely broken. How can you be so exaggerated? You pretend, right? Jinyi also narrowed his eyes, looking at a shameless look. It's not, it's still a bit painful, Naruto said, but if you come again, I should be more comfortable. No, can't you be more serious? Ito said, I want to think about what I want to say now, and I remember it before going out. Don't worry, you think slowly. Naruto leaned on the wall. The coolness of the alleys makes people feel relaxed all over and down, as if on the bottom of the well, avoiding the hot sun outside. Inaya was wearing a casual white shirt with a blue skirt on the lower body, standing on the beside the green fence full of vines in the alleys where the sunlight can't enter. The girl's legs are white as if they will blow. I didn't look at him and turned around. However, I found that the sight behind her back had not stopped, and finally couldn't help it. Wait, don't face your face. Naruto guarded his face, frightened. Ito didn't do it, and bent down and approached Naruto's ears, lowered his voice and said, I remembered. My father said that the high level is intending to develop a perfect pillar, but the Master Tsunade did not agree. At that moment, she felt backwards. The head of her heart was pressed with a large stone, and suddenly she began to feel distressed in the shameless and unspoken soul in front of her eyes. It seemed that everything was unfair and didn't block him in front of him. The so-called development words also looked extremely cold. She doesn't know how to know the pillar power, only a general understanding. In the past, she did not feel that there was any abnormalities, but as she knew, the more and more she felt that the village's high level was very contradictory. They never regarded human pillars as companions, but only trained as special weapons. On one side, the other side is needed. I'm fine. Naruto got up and sighed, saying, let's go back. Don't worry too much, there is a Tsunade. Jinnya suddenly found that he was in accordance with the right way, and there seemed to be no good way. For a while, I couldn't say any comfort. After returning to Muye Street, I walked for a long distance, and Jingyi suddenly found that the scenery around was a bit familiar. He turned his head and found that it was the mountain flower shop in front. Go back first. Naruto looked at her. Are not in a hurry. Jingyi's handwriter, his eyes blinked quickly, and his heart was a little panicked. It was as if the girlfriend suddenly quietly calmed down, saying that it was similar to okay. You sleep, so that Galen's silent sentence, even more disturbing. You should go back. Naruto glanced at Ino. I still have something to do. What is it? Is it urgent? Jingyi panicked. Roadside. Naruto glanced at Ino and answered. It's nothing, a little private. Thank you for telling me the news. You can go home and go back. I'll go first. Speaking, Naruto turned and left. Isn't it in a hurry? Jingo's hand sweated, grabbing Naruto's wrist. What's wrong? The latter was stunned, but there was no expression on his face. Do you think you are in a bad mood? Jinya asked a little twisting, his eyes fluttered and his face was crimson. No, he was really in a bad mood. I didn't expect that the two consultants were not completely standing on the side of Tsunade, and they were still swinging. This was what Naruto didn't expect, but the problem was not big. There is a decryption method in his hand, and he can fight against them at any time. If the high-level development of the pillar force is past, any problem, all senior executives who agree with the plan are responsible for, even after class. From the perspective of Naruto, the form is now to attack and retreat. The progress of the nine-tailed power has only been 27%. His only worry is that if the Judean seal is unlocked at this time, will the strategy progress of the nine-tailed power stop? But if the consultant stands on the side of the Tuanzang, then he will really decompose. The tricky thing is that you don't know how to deal with nine tails. If you have a better way. Although Naruto tried to get rid of the person's identity, he was also wondering if there would be a better way to place nine tails, and it seemed to be caught by people. After so long, I have a little feelings. It doesn't seem to be appropriate to put it out like this. He is not the power of nine tails. It turns out that the power of the system is much greater than the nine tails. Vajrayana and the four elephant seal are sent casually, or they are still full. The time for practice is almost equal to system feeding. The system's wealth is thick, and it is not good to have a full set of prohibitions in the ninja. As for Ashura Inbaro, he doesn't care at all. Anyway, he is not a local. The big god of wood. Rubbish. Naruto is really something, and wants to ask Tsunade to ask the situation. But Jinnya thought he was deliberately stubborn, and he didn't say any comfort before. Now it is not a taste to see that he has left again. In a hurry, Jinnya grabbed Naruto's wrist, etc. What's wrong? Naruto was really stunned, thinking about things in his heart. Don't you want to see the maid costume? She looked down and blushed for a moment. Chapter 108-9. Is there a Uchiha outside? What did you just say? What? You heard it clearly. Jinnya turned his face, muttering at the eyes of Naruto. Can that skirt shorter? Naruto asked. No, never, Jinnya said angrily, crossing his hands on his chest, a bigger times. Can you wear black silk? I don't have that kind of thing. Jingyi shook his head sharply, his face showed a scornful look. It is a complete pervert. Thanks. This is not boasting you. Soul Light. Ito was almost mad by him, and the whole person was tricked on the edge of madness. Forget it, let's take it next time. Naruto unexpectedly refused. Jinya was a little stunned, but his heart was even more disturbed. Such a shameless person suddenly lost interest in Astringent, and made her feel that things were wrong. You usually don't say about it every day. Jinya blushed, his eyes moved to other places, and his voice became lower and lower. You are in a bad mood, I don't know what to say, but don't work hard to go to this portion. Naruto smiled helplessly, I'm really something, but I still want to see it. But, speaking, Naruto pointed to the wild and said, Auntie seemed to look at us in the store. Jingo's face changed, as if the cat on the tail was panicked, and turned back to turn his head back again, and the pupil earthquake. Leaving the mountain flower shop, Naruto wanted to go to Naruto. But thinking that it was not too early to think about it, this matter was not in a hurry. I went home first. Find a place for dinner and go home to wash and lie down. As soon as I closed my eyes, the consciousness sank into the seal space. The huge red fence cells in the eyes were rotated. Nine-Tailed was asleep, and Naruto was not present at all. Said that Naruto hoped that Jue would become a fox demon little matchmaker, but he did not open the tail, and he could only raise it for the time being. However, the problem is that there is no container that can be attached. The power of these tail beasts is too powerful. There is no container except for human pillar power to accommodate them. Either put it out or seal it. In fact, Naruto is more inclined to let go. Although it may cause some harm, what is the road in the future? He wanted to ask Jue first and let it choose himself. But no matter what, the decomposition is imperative. Nine Llama, wake up, tell you something. Naruto's voice echoed in the seal space, and Jue opened his eyes reluctantly. He seemed to get up and stared at him fiercely. Little ghost, say something, don't disturb the uncle's sleep. The days when they were released from prison are coming, the soul is light. Naruto walked to the red fence and kicked his kick, and asked without any anger, I ask now where you want to go. Out of prison. Jugwon raised his head suddenly, and his glory finally appeared in his eyes. But soon it became doubt again, and eventually turned into doubt, and his attitude suddenly became arrogant. Human, want to bully the old man with lies. Judy patted the railing with my paws, and I had gradually understood everything. Gan showing his sharp teeth, his face was about to squeeze out of the cell. I have already seen your tricks. Want to pull me to block the damage? There are Uchiha's little ghosts outside, right? No, Nui has no Uchiha anymore. Naruto spread his hands, T-words, no. Will the strongest tail beast be afraid of Uchiha ninja? Shouldn't that kind of miscellaneous fish afraid of the Nine Llama who is known as the strongest beast? Unlike me, living in Uchiha Itaka's shadow every day, restless all day long, it is too painful. Uchiha Itaka, Jugwon seemed to be very useful, showing a taunt tone. Are you talking about the fire ghost? Yeah, he may be the strongest of the Uchiha family. Naruto said nonsense with his eyes open. Uchiha is the strongest. Nine Tails showed scornful eyes. Anyway, it's time to make a choice, Jutsu. Naruto suddenly became serious. I want to unbutton the seal and put you out. Are you living enough? Destroy would leave, Jue said without hesitation. Up to you, Naruto, but in this case, you are likely to be unable to run. Do you want to be caught back? Then what can you do? There is no good way for the time being, I just notify you in advance. Naruto looked up at Jue, you destroy the wood leaf, I don't care, don't step on my house. Pulling consciousness from the seal space. Naruto squinted his eyes, the sky was gloomy outside the window, and the living room was dim. The words he said only to coax foxes, and he would not be able to do it in Koba. If it is true, it will destroy the wood leaves as Jugwon said, and it will be Naruto who suffers. The tail beast will not die, it is a big deal. However, all the crimes under the dry will be pushed to the head of the pillar. Naruto will never give the nine tails as big as tolerant. The obedient fox is a good fox, but the senior management has the idea of developing a perfect person Chile, and has even made a proposal. On the other side, Jue thought about destroying wood leaves. If such a thing happened, no one would listen to him. Not only did he have to carry a pot, he would not only be a rebellion. After finally being able to be overbearing in the wood leaf, it was comfortable to get the dead group. At this section, let him give up all to be a rebellion. He is unwilling. The wishes of a tail beast, a group hiding wants to force him to do what he doesn't like, which is never possible. What does the original hatred and the hatred of Nine Tails have to do with him? Thinking about it, Naruto slowly closed his eyes. Sleeping in the middle of the night was not stable. He dreamed that he had attacking wooden leaves. Ito and Hinata dressed in the middle of the roof. Before watching the tail beast Jade falling, the pupil showed despair. He came back and forth several times, and drank a few times in the kitchen with a glass of water, so he barely fell asleep until dawn. The next day, Naruto, who had been dragging until noon, washed away with his eyes closed, and ate a little bread milk and went out. He had no clue about yesterday. There are times, and Tuanzang must also be restricted, but these can only be used as a guarantee for the stability of human pillars and cannot break the game. he had to talk to Tsunade and ask her attitude. Chapter 109 Tsunade's test. He went to Naruto and climbed to the highest floor. Naruto's guard was disappeared, and Naruto was not polite, and simply pushed the door of Naruto's office directly. Squeaking a sound, people saw the 5 Dynasties Naruto Geizhon lying on the table before they entered. Looking closely along his eyes, you can even see the crystal Hariko on Tsunade's mouth. The window behind Naruto's desk was wide, and the white curtains floated in the stuffy breeze. Naruto stood for a while, and did not directly wake up. Instead, he found 3 chairs and lay flat, lying up in a mandatory manner. A uniform breathing sound came from the office. The clock on the wall walked for 40 minutes, and 2 footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. After 3 seconds, the office door was pushed away. 2 Kobe Iron and Yuiyu Guo, who were holding a lot of documents in his arms, appeared outside the gate, looking at Tsunade and Naruto, who was lying down and sleeping. The 2 looked at each other and looked back at each other and were confident that they didn't go the wrong door. What is the lazy sense of vision? 5 Dynasties. Why are you sleeping again? A bandaged steel iron tied to his face shouted, and the thick files in his arms almost spilled. Tsunade woke up from the table with confusion, with a booking printed on his right half face. Gangzi Iron and Shinayu Izumo were both Jun Ning, who looked at the door, and concurrently served as the China Ninja exam supervisor. It was basically a brick before Tsunade's return to the village, where to move where it is needed. The door does not need to stand every day, but during the day or when major events, 2 people who need 2 weights but not so important to keep the door to show etiquette. After Tsunade came to power, he naturally needed his own left and right hands, so he began to cultivate the 2 gods. As for the 2 upper forbearances of the same 2 and King Eai, after successively serving as the 3 generations and 4th generation destination guards, they are basically transferred away from the guard post. When the new and old guards are handed over, before the door god group is familiar with the new job, it is still in a new state. Look at the door, and run the legs for Tsunade. The 2 were called to move the information an hour ago. When they came back, they saw such a scene of grass. Tsunade is obviously touched the fish on his stomach, and there is also a Naruto who does not know when it will be mixed. Oh, it's you. Tsunade was calm, and he was not found to touch the fish consciousness at all. The movement is so fast, I'm really sorry, I accidentally fall asleep. Looking at the appearance of Tsunade's touched fish, the 2 people were full of black lines, and the Gangzi Iron put the half-person high information in his hand on Tsunade's desk. Then he sighed helplessly and asked Naruto, who slept on a few arranged chairs aside. Master 5 Dynasties, why is he? Tsunade glanced at Naruto, who was sleeping on the chair, and said calmly, it's my calling him, let's go down first. Yes. With a click, the door of the office closed. The Steel Iron and Shinayu Izumo respected the Naruto office. When they run their legs, they still have to go back to see the door. When people left, Tsunade frowned and walked to Naruto, who was sleeping, and took him up. Naruto opened his eyes hazy and saw Tsunade's angry face. You little ghost, don't see where to sleep around. I have something to ask Master Tsaro. Naruto had a strong desire to survive. Tsunade squinted, stared at him for a while, and threw Naruto back into the chair. Then he paced the window, and his pupils reflected the hot sunlight and lush woods, and asked him with his back, what are you looking for me? After hearing the words, Naruto also stood up from the chair and walked to the place where the desk was separated by 3 meters away from Tsunade, and bluntly said, I heard that the senior management wants to cultivate me into a perfect pillar. Is there this thing? Where did you hear it? This is not important. If the high-level intelligence is not important, what else is it important? Tsunade's head, the face wrapped in by Jingyi, is serious. Naruto was thirsty and did not answer immediately. He picked up the tea cup on the table and poured himself tea. Even if a dog is dead in the village, I know the last one. How could Master Tsunade think that I can know the information of the senior management? Not the senior management wants me to know this information. Or this intelligence is a senior level who wants to test me. Right, Master Tsunade. Tsunade turned around completely, and gave Naruto with a white, and he said directly to the showdown. The senior level you said is me. Then I am really honored. Naruto said, Master Tsunade must make it make sense. Although I can't understand it, it is still shocked. Less complaints. Tsunade said politely, the content of the high-level conference cannot be leaked easily, but it is still possible to go around the bend. In short, the purpose is achieved. Anyway, those you have inquired yourself, and have nothing to do with me. That's really trouble. Naruto said. Naruto is like this, little ghost, do you think this position is so easy to sit? Tsunade sat back in the soft chair with the buttocks, and for a while, the white greasy was magnificent. Master Tsunade has worked hard. Naruto was very outdated. Come less. Tsunade stared at Naruto with disdain. You can have a few truths in your mouth. Master Tsunade is the first beauty of Muye. Well, you have the truth left. Tsunade was very useful for this sentence, and looked at Naruto with a smile. So, due to various complicated reasons and coincidences, now you have learned that news, what is your attitude? Is this important? Naruto asked. Of course important. Tsunade sat at the desk and reached out to the teapot. The chest has been squeezed and deformed, as if it is about to come out immediately, and the scene was shocked for a time. Naruto couldn't hold it anymore, and got up and poured tea with the teapot. Thank you. Tsunade made a sip of tea, put down the teacup and said, I hold an objection, this old and pedantic solution will not pass in my hands. Suddenly, Tsunade's fingers raised slightly, and his eyes fell on Naruto's face. So, I need to make sure your attitude is the same as me. I will always stand on the side of Master Tsunade. Naruto said without hesitation, Master Tsunade's attitude is my attitude, there is no exception. You just have this mouth left. Tsunade said to the soft chair, you want to listen to a complicated explanation, it is still a bit simpler. Naruto thought carefully for a while and answered. Tsunade's face showed a little smile, but, this is what you say. Have you not really met this ninja yet? Ah, yes. Naruto scratched his head, I have only seen the map. The names of the leaders of the 5 major countries and the surrounding countries are probably known. It's useless to look at the map. Tsunade's red lips pulled out a sexy arc, sheep fat-like arms shaking, throwing a thick booklet to Naruto. Look at this. What's this? Naruto took the booklet and opened a few pages at will. After seeing the signature of Tap, his face suddenly became serious. Your teacher has also been summarized by the information collected by the world over the years, and some of them are handed over to the high level, and the other is in my hands. Tsunade was lazy and stared at Naruto. You have seen the map that the geographical location of the country of fire is an inland country. The sea breeze is walking from the east to the west. Compared with the country of wind and the country of the earth, the altitude of the country of fire is lower. So the country of fire is a temperate maritime climate. Naruto frowned. This is why there is no drought in the country of fire or the surrounding small countries. Tsunade gave Naruto affirmation, you can understand it. It is easy to do. Therefore, the country and the state of the grass and the state of the grass, the country of the earth and the country of the wind and the country of the wind is raining, and the desert landform of the country of wind can easily form a climate high pressure zone. It is easy to cause sandstorms. In fact, when Naruto first saw the ninja map, the more I saw that the more the ninja image was the inverted version of the Western European map. It cannot be said to be exactly the same, but roughly the same. The basic stone hammer of the native of the country of water is the capital of blood mist with cherry blossoms. Whether it is geographical location or history, it is extremely similar. The sea breeze of the Atlantic Ocean was blowing from France to the ninja realm, and the dead geographical knowledge began to attack Naruto at this moment. The beauty of the brainstem made him shock. The history of the nation of the country of water in the 5 major countries has long ended. Under the leadership of the new 5 generations of water and shadow, Wuyan village has risen rapidly. Tsunade said. The country of water has built a large number of ship fleets, and most of the routes have been controlled. They have reached cooperation through many coasts of the country of power and the establishment of Chakra Minshung Technology Alliance. What day is this a script? Naruto said. What bring? What? Nothing. Naruto laughed. The Kingdom of Wind has developed a new rare mine. According to information, it can be transmitted to Chakra. Once mass production is sufficient to change the pattern of the ninja, Tsunade continued. The current strategy of the country of fire is on the one hand to avoid the direct conflict between the country of Turkey and the country of thunder, on the other hand, the relationship between the country and the country of the Turkey is the same as the big country gradually split. Under such circumstances, the strength of the country of fire is a little declined under the threat of the rapid development of the 4 countries. Only then of the high level would leave high level, the idea of perfect pillar power. I'm wrong, Master Tsunade, I want to listen to it simple. Naruto raised his hand and said. Simple, Tsunade hummed, squinting and smiling. In short, the future pattern of the ninja world lies in the development of peace and science and technology, not war. Hearing that Naruto still recognized, the ninja war has lasted for thousands of years. In terms of the current form of the world, moving towards peace and prosperity is the general trend. After all, traditional ninjutsu will be replaced. New ninjutsu routines and technology exploration will be the main theme of the future. Silent for a moment. The summer wind blows. I don't have much idea. Naruto said, I understand those you said, Master Tsunade, and I am not willing to be developed as a weapon. So, my idea is to continue on the side of Master Tsunade. After hearing the words, Tsunade no longer covered up, and asked with a breath. So, are you interested in becoming Naruto? There is no such idea at all. Don't think about it. Tsunade asked, you, like Kakashi, are almost born with a natural shadow. The will of fire is sufficient. No, I mean you are very shameless, comparable to me. Tsunade's whole person shrank in a soft chair with laziness, making a weak moan. Thinking back to what Tsunade said in the office, no wonder you said a bunch, did you want a flicker to take over? do you have any new shampoo recently? Naruto quickly shifted the topic. This, Tsunade frowned, you want me to send you? After speaking, she seemed to have thought about something again, beckoning towards Naruto and signaled him to come. What's wrong? Naruto didn't know what Tsunade would do, but he went over. Bend over. Tsunade said lazily. He did it, standing beside Li Jingjin, leaning and approaching. The field of vision was suddenly occupied by a large film, and the exposed skin such as sheep fat can be broken. It was almost instantaneous that Naruto was caught in the vortex of heaven and man. Where are you looking at? Sorry, Master Tsunade, it is difficult to look away. Tsunade was not angry, and he squeezed Naruto's face with both hands, rubbed it for a meal. I probably guess why you don't want to be a shadow. If you refuse, I will not force you to become the shadow of the village. You can live the life you want. I have rejected. Holding his face, Naruto's speech was a little unfavorable. I know. The movement on Tsunade's hand did not stop, as if rubbing the rubber puree. It's not easy to walk until today. I hope you have a happy time. Little Age City is deeper than anyone else, and a dusk of dusk. Complete. Naruto was impatient, and he reached out and pinched Tsunade's face. Damn, do I have a way for this thing? Tsunade increased his strength, his face was dissatisfied, quickly loose. You let go first. Naruto was anxious. Are you going to kill me? You first. Tsunade and Naruto stunned. If you don't let go, you will see how I beat you. Under the pioneering power, Naruto took the softest and reluctantly opened his hands. You're dead. Tsunade took it up. Naruto closed his eyes and waited, but felt that he was hugged into an overly warm arms. With me, the road you will walk in the future will not be so difficult, and you don't have to hide it, you will be surrounded by walking in front of the crowd. Chapter 111 The Cat with Lost Late at night, walk on the way home. Koba Street is still brightly lit, like a light. Soon after the night came, there were more pedestrians on the street, and they were bustling and full of people. Naruto was holding eel burning heartlessly, walking while walking. Tsunade's words were echoed in his heart, roughly with a backing, and no longer had to be wrong. The way to walk in the future is also a frank way, and it will always be surrounded by the crowd. But the same is true. Since he was dragged by Tsunade to the inauguration ceremony, he stood beside Tsunade in front of everyone in an intimate attitude. Since then, no one in the village has looked at him again. However, who is accurate in the future? Naruto didn't go too much to his heart. Tsunade was not omnipotent, and he had to do what he should do. After walking along the street, he paused at the intersection, and he bought a takoyaki. A familiar figure in the people not far away attracted his attention. At a glance, Naruto stunned instantly. Why is her? Naruto's heart was a little bad, and he wanted to leave here quickly, and he looked at the octopus roasting on the stall to urge the way. Boss, can octopus burn quickly? What? Burn it? No, you must read it wrong. The dry and thin boss's hair is a bit back, and the movements on their hands are very dexterous. Forget it, I don't want it anymore. Naruto couldn't wait anymore, and left. Guest, the old man showed his doubt, but he could no longer find the guest. He did not return, and accelerated his pace. How could he be so unlucky in his heart today? After remitting the bustling crowd, this was slightly more at ease. Turning his head slightly, Naruto confirmed that the figure did not catch up, and he was relieved. How can the heart be so coincidental? If you meet her now, it will be embarrassing. Let's go home and stay quickly, it's too dangerous outside. A familiar sound sounded suddenly in the ear. Naruto turned sharply, and suddenly took a breath. The Temari, carrying Boju fan, suddenly appeared, and his face stood beside him crimsonly. His eyes were scattered, and he looked like he was biting his lip and stopped. The dim light hit her face, as if she was bullied. What a coincidence. Naruto smiled awkwardly, but his eyes were looking around, ready to run at any time. Last time, the fan was really beyond his expectations. Originally, he just wanted to give a murder for the female church, and the shallow scare Temari was just a matter. As a result, he said that he had moved his heart and scared her to cry, and finally ended. Coincidentally, they died on both sides, and they were put on a dashiwan, which was the time when the national strength was emptied. The reconciliation on both sides of the simply reached reconciliation. In order to restrict the more close relationship between the country of thunder and the country of water, the two sides quickly became the alliance. How can there be no knowledge in this world? But it has been a long time to make a long time. He originally thought that it was better not to meet again in the future, and the embarrassing meeting was so fast that there is no more than 2 days before and after. Embarrassing. Well, coincidentally, the moment of sorry bowed his head, accidentally lost his strength when he met, and his face was crimson. So coincidentally, let's reward us never see it again. Naruto laughed and turned around in a direction to leave. Please wait. Naruto felt that his corner seemed to be caught, and he frowned and stared at Juju subconsciously. Release. A Temura's voice was so loose, and a look of fear was about to cry on his face. There are too many people on the street. If you see him crying, he may be pulled by Tsunade to the office for a meal. Damn. Naruto gritted his teeth. Before the tack was about to fall down, he lowered his voice and said fiercely, "Don't cry, woo-hoo." Temari, tears rotating in his eyes, his eyelashes blinked quickly, best teeth bite his lower lip tightly, and he flushed his face with a shameless look. I don't know why, Naruto seemed to capture a weird emotion in the eyes of Tenyu at that moment. Not like anger. There are so many weird people these days. Hey, not to cry here. Naruto's eyes cold instantly, covering the Temar's mouth with one hand. No sound. Seeing that no one was paying attention to the small movements of the two, he was very tough and dragged the Temari to the place where he deviated from the crowd. Oh. Sudoka's face suddenly became hot, and he followed Naruto and followed Naruto. In the dark alley. With a bang, Temari was pressed by Naruto on the wall, and his eyes asked fiercely, "What are you doing with me?" "I'm sorry." Temari looked away, and his tears came down. "What's the matter with you?" Naruto rubbed his eyebrows, and the light in the alley was dim. "Are you sorry here? Didn't I cry with you?" Temari cried so much. Impressed. Suddenly, footsteps came from the alley, and someone shouted something and didn't hear crying. This scared Naruto enough, covering the Tenyu's mouth suddenly. He squeezed the thal on the wall with his body, and the whole person held his breath. The two are only 2 meters away from the light of the alley. They are sticking together, and their bodies are hidden in the shadow. Naruto's head and Temari are wrong, like couples are hugging. The burning nose hit the ears of Temari, and he could even feel that the heart of Tenyu was beating violently, and his tears kept flowing out. Just when someone was crying, suddenly disappeared. Several footsteps sounded, and several young people walked outside the dark alley. "Did you hear it wrong? Can't you be in the alley?" After a while, one person suddenly said, "Then you go in and see. Go to death, so black, you will definitely tease me behind, I don't go." In a boo, several people went away. Naruto loosened his hands, pulled her out of the alley, and walked to the bright place. Glanced at Temari, the corner of the mouth, and looked down at the saliva of his palm. He wiped his saliva on the clothes of Tenyu without hesitation, and his face was impatient and said indifferently, "I'm leaving, you will be polite to you again." Naruto originally thought that Temari would be angry or scolded, but did not expect that Temari was stiff. The moment he reached out to catch his clothes, he shrank back like an electric shock. Her eyes were red and swollen, her face was pale, and her lips shed tears. "Don't drive me away, I can obedient ding." Chapter 112 Urgent, intersection. The launch time is at 12 o'clock noon tomorrow. The system has a few minutes of delay. On the shelves. Explosion. There are too many book friends who want to thank. If there is no you, the book may be gone. To be honest, there is no meaning to write at the beginning. Later, if you want to cut it, you will start to let yourself go. The little horn is slightly poisonous, thanks to Shenning for his stiffness. Since you can't thank them one by one, then thank you from the beginning. Thank you for the first monthly vote, and thank you for the first helm stressful little werewolf, the first leader Jackie. I still owe 7 chapters, not more, add more as soon as possible on the shelves. Finally, I strongly recommend cute editors, starting point 9 groups, return to key points. The female lead. The current emotional line is not sweet because of the daughter of Hyaga. For the sake of the plot, it will be placed in the back, and heinous drama will begin after being put on the shelves. The hero line is well portrayed. It does take time and mind to portray it. Never go offline. It is also a wild black cat, without the concept of money, a line dug out. Temari. Well, let me explain, I am really not the kind of person, but for the need for the plot, creating some contrasts will be more interesting. Tsunade line, you may look forward to it, the line is long. As for others, let's not talk about it, you can look forward to it. I am a pure love writer, how to coordinate the plot, a little unique experience. The story will not collapse, so the storyline that the readers are looking forward to will happen. Renew, on the first day of the shelves, every day, or 12 every day, there is an attitude of being on the shelves. Party A reward and add more, 1 rudder, one of the top 10 of the alliance, updated as soon as possible, and the service is in place. The seedlings are still tender, and the readers are invited to remember to pour it every day. As a writer, the heart will be higher, and the story will be more spiritual. The thriving growth of this book is inseparable from your support. The story and the pen is also their lives. Although the paperman is virtual, the emotions carrying are real. The meaning of the text written in this book is to tell readers, cherish youth, and cherish every relationship. Even if it is just a paperman, I have liked it. This is also the meaning of love daily derivatives. After 12 o'clock tomorrow, please make a book, intersection chapter 113 Strange Attributes, options 1 Time to spend the night. Reward evil gods walk away from the dog, the faith of the flying section, tolerate and suppress all conscious body, and be limited by the surgeon. Options 2 Get away from Temari. Reward blessings of evil gods, once without death, evil gods go dog, blessing the evil god? Naruto's linen stayed, how could it suddenly involve the evil god? Isn't it a good thing to believe in the flying section? Last time I also said that I was an evil god, but it was just a joke. Now it seems that there is a trace of power. With Juwei and Tsunade, it is basically impossible to die so easily. He cares more about the reward of the first option than the undead body. Is the evil god walking a dog? Is it really a dog? If he can, he wants to put 9 tails in. If you are not a fox, be a dog. If 9 tail becomes a dog, then things will be easy to do, and it can be relieved at any time. In other words, the identity of human pillar power can also be accommodated. It doesn't matter where Jubun wants to go, don't worry about him anyway. Without much hesitation, Naruto chose one. Give Juwei an unexpected surprise, and you can boast it in the future, the real dog. Don't cry first. Naruto sighed, I'll send you back. The system said that the night did not say that it was one night, and it would be overnight to find a place to stay. In short, the system is a bit dull. This is a 2-code thing. What is going on? Naruto was a little embarrassed. You tell me first, otherwise I will drive you away right away. This threat is not a threat at all, but it really made Taiju tense. Don't, I said. Temari said behind him, and said with some uneasy expression, I don't know, I just feel that I will be more at ease around you. Anxwell, are you frightened? Naruto has no expression on his face, and his heart has planned how to use this to complete the task. As for his conscience, he didn't have that kind of thing. If it is frightened, it does not rule out that this temporary dependence mentality burst. Generally, this situation is extremely short, which will only last for 2 or 3 days or about a week. Thinking like this, he glanced at Tommen with a cold face, and his heart Tenya should be just mild. After all, I did not really overflow too much murderous, and after scaring success, I cannot drive you away. Naruto said, but you have to stay with me for 1 night. You have to explain it. I don't want me to be sued. Is it a mission? Hanju's mouth jumped out of his mouth, and what was the abnormal crimson that bowed his head? Why does this person seem a bit strange? Forget it, Naruto didn't think about it. Anyway, it was a mental illness. For patients, it is still tolerant. You can think so, he said. This is the southeast of Muye Street. It is not prosperous, and the residents turn off the lights early. Looking at it, the lights here are lit. The risk of being brought home is obviously more exposed, and it may also cause unnecessary trouble. It is better to go to the hotel where it is dropped directly. Although the risk of deep into the tiger's hole is also quite large, this is with Leaf. Naruto is not afraid and is not too worried. Then go to my room, Temari suggested nervously. She is the kind of girl with a good figure that makes people feel reasonable. When she is too nervous, her legs will unconsciously swing. It was probably sweaty, and the white greasy legs were close together. Okay. He didn't refuse, thinking about brushing the task and looking at his legs. Temari lacks patience, or does not want to be patient. This situation is extremely rare, as if naturally hates Temari. It may be because of her identity. As a result, every time she meets, she has to worry about the identity of the Temu. As long as the Temari Janjan is exposed, he will become extremely irritable. Seeing her stop, it is inevitable to look at her with a cold eyes. Temari and Naruto's eyes were staggered, the whole person trembled, and his face showed a very aggrieved timid look, and he had the courage to ask, will you be very difficult, stay with me? Naruto did not speak. Did you use this trick for your own? I forgot my time for a long time, but, gone. He couldn't help but grab the hand of Temari, dragged forward roughly, and looked back coldly at the Temu. She pinched her face and threatened. Don't let me hear those meaningless words next time. Sorry. Don't say this sentence. Yes. Walking on the road, Ming Pai will use Yuguang to observe the Temari aside. A conclusion was silently given, and an extremely powerful person obviously would not become like this for no reason. Judging from the current situation of Temari, it is like mynormia, which may be caused by too long. I scared myself by mistake, and my mentality collapsed. Generally speaking, this situation will not last too long, and the mentality is slowly back. Hotel Sandy's Football Hotel. Because of the establishment of the Allies, the ninjas of the Sarawak village basically evacuated the wood leaves. Except for Temari here, there are only a few ninjas. They have left yesterday. Toko whispered. The empty hotel seemed a bit deserted, and several Sandy ninja was packing his luggage. In the bright corridor, the footsteps of the two echoed. The door of a room was opened, and Temari hurriedly walked in without turning on the lights. Naruto stood at the door and waited bored, and he didn't like to spy on others' rooms. The lights of the room were turned on. The bright yellow light filled every corner of the room like a silk thread, and Temari stood by the door restrained. His face was slightly panicked. I didn't dare to look up at Naruto, and lowered her head. The room is a bit messy, please come in. Temari touched the black and went in to clean up for a few minutes, and the room could not be chaotic. He was too lazy to guess what he went in to clean up. The two were sitting on the sofa, and the hot teacups were floating in front of the table, and the atmosphere was slightly embarrassing. I'm leaving tomorrow, Toko said uneasily. His legs were overlapped, and the corners of the clothes were pinched. I didn't intentionally entangle you. It's just, but I don't know what's wrong with me. From that day, everything has become strange. The hot tea smoke was stunned, and he sat there, and he didn't seem to be talking. Staring at the Temu for a long time, I said a word perfunctory. Oh. Chapter 114 is just a mission, 2-1, Tomo froze, looking at the red eyes again. Naruto feels that he needs to guide it appropriately in exchange for a relatively clean night of ears. He looked at Hanju and thought about it for a while. Temari, if you want me to help you, you have to give the sincerity you have. I'm busy, do a lot of meaningless things every day. But these meaningless things are more important than you, do you understand? His original intention was to make Temari a little bit, and to keep a warning away from him. But in the end, Naruto felt a little weird. I know, what do you want? What? Temari sat upright, her buttocks were almost next to the sofa, which was obviously nervous. I don't want anything, Naruto said coldly. The whole person leaned on the sofa. The point is not what I want, but what you have. I can give everything to me. Temari was a little excited. But I don't need, he said. The blue pupils reflected the blurred figure of Temari. Naruto was still calm, and there was no wave in her heart. Your situation is just temporary. When you leave the wood leaf tomorrow, you can naturally be relieved when you return to Sanyan. It's not like this. Temari stood up directly, stacking his hand over his chest. Sit down. Okay. Temari sat down and sat down again. Naruto reached out and picked up the teacup on the table, and looked at Juju through the rising heat. Her judgment is right, her symptoms are only temporary. There is a little strange attribute, but it doesn't seem to be much. It has begun to slowly return to normal trends, knowing how to refute. In short, don't ignore Temari. It's just a few days of illness, and it will be fine in a few days. After making up his mind, Naruto did not speak and continued to sit on the sofa for time. Please wait a moment. Temari suddenly stood up again, and when he met Naruto's eyes, he froze again. But this time Naruto didn't let her sit down, just staring for a few seconds and said, "Before dawn, don't leave this room." Good. Temari nodded, and then began to turn the box to pour the cabinet, and a piece of close clothes were turned out and scattered on the ground. Naruto, adhering to the spirit of Baiwan, and always stared at the Temari squatting beside the wardrobe. Rich blonde hair, like a new snowskin. Isn't the country of wind called the desert country? It seems that due to the influence of sunlight and landforms, the girls in Cheyenne village seem to be very beautiful. Cho, it is too much to say that Chitai is too much, and all have to be copied. The hands and feet of Temari are slender, and the figure is just as round as the heavenly gift. If you always look at it like this, it will be pleasing to the eye. But the moment when Steeped pulled out the fishing net socks, Naruto was not calm instantly. What are you doing? Temaro turned around, and I was embarrassed to hide the fishing net socks behind. His face suddenly crimson, and hesitated. This is my sincerity. I don't. He originally intended to say that he didn't need it, but after thinking about it, he swallowed it silently. Okay. The symptoms of Temari lasted up to a few days, and it would probably return to the original state when I woke up in a few days. So Naruto didn't intend to take advantage of the danger, but just wanted to brush a task. But long night, just appreciating the fishing net socks is also good, at least it is stronger than sitting away. As a result, the girl Temaro entered the bathroom with her sincerity. This time it was Naruto's restlessness, and he said that the visual impact of the fishing net was a bit great. The sound of Temari came, with a trace of strange taboos. As if the new continent was discovered on the internet for the first time, Naruto's heart was as stable as an old dog. Why turn off the lights? What fishing nets do you see when you turn off the lights of Naruto? I'm a little embarrassed. Steel said, I only brought one socks in, but if you want to see it, I can still. No need to be so big. Naruto drank the water. Tactical, put out of my clothes and come out, besieged. Okay. The voice from the bathroom was slightly lonely. Naruto coughing embarrassedly, shaking his head and shaking all the pictures in his mind. The topic of Temari has obviously exceeded the outline and even answered it by itself. With only a pair of socks and asking for lights. The lights were not turned off, and the hand was timid and came out of the bathroom. Fortunately, it was neatly dressed. Some of them were harmonious except that they didn't wear shoes. The only difference is that the legs have been replaced with fishing net socks. Naruto has been on the disease in the past few days. It is not interesting to take advantage of the danger, but it is still possible to appreciate the fishing net legally. Even if she was normal in a few days, there was nothing to say except for a few words. But even so, at first glance, the strong visual impact of the fishing net is inevitable. Temari's legs are not ordinary, but white and tender. Like the cleaning autumn, white, greasy and smooth, and with a trace of long-term training of a trace of ninja. The legs of ordinary people are not straight, and it is difficult to stand up even if they are stubborn. Even if the calf is slender, it is difficult to get out of that temperament, and I always feel dusty and almost taste. But the legs wrapped in the fishing net socks at the moment are completely upright, the skirt is round, and the eyes have a hint of unknown dangerous temperament. This is my sincerity. Toko was carefully sitting on the sofa, hanging down his eyes. I have felt sincerely. Naruto glanced at the legs covered by the fishing net. If this is the case, I can consider helping you. The face blushed and suddenly silent. He was not in a hurry, looking at Juju silently, waiting quietly. For him, Temari is a patient. It doesn't matter if he didn't meet him tonight. But now that he has taken the task now, and also has the conditions, it is natural to be patient. Naruto may not be a true good person, but must be a principle-oriented person. After that, I found that I was a little strange. There was a hint of uneasy on the face of Tokojara, twisted his hands and vomited. I often have nightmares, and it is easy to get rid of it. Hearing that, Naruto looked back, his face was serious. Nightmare? What did you dream of? No Steel shook his head, and a slightly green face appeared with a trace of sadness. It is my father, the fourth generation of Eyes in Shadow. Oh, housework. Naruto tactical drinking water, his eyes looked at Juju, motioned to continue to say. My father wants to kill me arrow, and I read hatred and fear from his eyes from him many times. Temari grabbed the flesh of his thigh. My father is not a ruthless person. He is a qualified person. The shadow, only I love me. I love Luo, and I have been that sex since I was a child. He called my sister when I was a child. The voice of Tenya gradually brought a touch of crying. Later, because of his father's relationship, he became irritable. Seeing that Tenya was about to cry again, Naruto interrupted her words, knocking on the wall of the cup. I can't do this. I am also a person's pillar, and I want to kill people at the same time. I even fantasize about turning high levels into dogs and raising it in my balcony. On the serious illness, I don't like my love. Temari stunned, but soon waved his hand and said, No, I don't mean that. I have recovered, he has recovered, he and he. After the test, we reconciled after the test. Really? Naruto said a little embarrassed, touched his chin. I just seem to have exposed the secrets. Do you hear it completely? Eh? Remember it in your heart? This, Temari didn't know what to say, and barely squeezed out, Smith-say, I will try to forget. No, I can also choose to destroy. Tamari pursed his lips, suddenly stood up and walked towards Naruto, sitting beside him very boldly. The sofa is actually not big, and one is more than enough that if it is two people, it is slightly crowded, and even accidents may occur under squeeze. Naruto did not refuse. This was not what he asked. Temari was almost posted on him. There are bottom lines, but not many. Hanju Lo Yining, after the nightmare wakes up, I want to go to you. I don't know why it is you in my mind. Obviously you hate me, but I still want to be close. I'm not like this, but the closer you are, the more you feel at ease. I can no longer stand the feeling of suffocation that I can't stand it again and again. I think I might have no medicine to save it. Naruto didn't speak, just when she was sick. Unfortunately, there is no recording pen. If you can record this paragraph, wait for the Tenya to return to normal, take this section to find her. The clock on the wall has been displayed at 12:30. The lamp suddenly extinguished. He obviously felt what warm things hugged him, and a pair of moist eyes seemed particularly noticeable in the dark. Temari leaned on his shoulder and hugged it tightly. Naruto is a little bit tasteless and does not eat this set. I was planning to push the Temari away, and suddenly he heard her whisper and spoke, this time, let me hug this time, you can do anything. Naruto sighed, silently thinking about not being aware of the patient in his heart. Fortunately, Temari did not do the next step, just hugging, and then crying loudly. Saying some two younger brothers intermittently, there was almost nothing to mention of their own affairs. My mother's mind is all on my AI Luo, and I died soon. Hands curled up in Naruto's arms, now my father has died, and I AI Luo must be a shadow. Cheyenne Village is not a piece of iron plate. Some people are very hateful and jealous of my AI Luo. Even though I love Luo is the son of the previous generation of Fengying, and it is also the pillar of Sanshower he, but it is not as easy as I want to think. Can't say the blood and rain, but it must be cleaned out. The transformation of my love Luo has won the support of most elders. It almost determines the belief, and I want to cultivate my arrow into a qualified shadow. As the long princess, Gui has no retreat. The pressure on his heart and the burden on his shoulders are like a pound of pounds at the moment when he learned that Feng Ying's death. One night, Naruto had a headache and listened to Ju intermittently. Sometimes I cried when I said, crying, and crying again. Fortunately, Naruto no longer thrown out of the sofa, pressed the gun, and barely gave this night. The next morning, early morning, a mechanical synthetic sound of ding woke Naruto and opened his eyes suddenly. Evil gods walking dogs, the faith of the flying section, accommodating and suppressing all conscious body, restricted by the surgeon, successfully decentralized. Feeling the movement, Temari also stumbled to open his eyes, and the roll of the skirt was already very limited. Naruto glanced at it, silently recovered his gaze. Good. Temari's eyes were not opened yet, the back of the spine crawled along Naruto, his lips had gone up, and his eyes were flowing halfway. The neckline opened, and the holy light guarded. Naruto thought silently in his heart that he did not take advantage of the fool for 100 times, and forcibly pressed on the face of Temari, pushing it directly to the ground. I should go, he said. The familiar formula, the familiar taste, is just changed. But this time Temari was not panic, but just sitting on the ground and looking at Naruto, can you stay more for a while? No, he refused to be very crisp. Staying here is not for you, there are another reason. Temari shook his head and said gently, I don't mind, can I see you in the future, I want to be with you. Naruto stood by the window and had planned to run away. If you have always been this fragile look, then my answer is not. Whether it is to support me, it is good to practice, or you practice yourself. In short, if you can't value me, it is best not to meet in the future. We need to take each other, do not owe each other, and nothing happens. You better forget me quickly after awake, because I will quickly abandon you, understand? After that, Naruto jumped down from the windowsill, and silently disappeared into the thick fog of dawn. Temari was still sitting on the ground, silently watching the window of the room opened. The cold wind in the morning came in, and Temari trembled. His face blushed suddenly, and she covered her face with her hands, and breathed a big mouth. Eyes also became clear instantly, no longer scattered. How can I? How can I? The last trace of rest of my heart had dispersed last night, as if the emotions that had accumulated for many years poured out, and Temari was calm as if entering the sage mode. All shameful memories came back, she covered her mouth, and her tears fell down. Chapter 115 I have a key, come on, 2 and 1, 2 and 1. Naruto was folded and folded almost overnight, and slipped home with dark circles. Clicked the door to open. He entered the bathroom to wash, and after blowing his hair, he fell skillfully on the bed. It is not that the gain is not available, at least the container that is contained in the 9 tails. Looking at the ceiling, directly closed the eyes. It was night when I woke up again, and my head was sinking. As soon as the night wind blows, he squeezed his hand tightly. Now, the ability to unlock the tail and the tail beast container means that it can get rid of the person's identity at any time. 1 Music Ramen. Shikamaru, Dinkai? Naruto stopped at the door of the ramen shop, and the light shot on the face of the 3. How can you be here? Ding Ci raised his hand-covered hand, just discharged. Shikamaru's dead fishy eye, pick him up and discharge. Let's eat barbecue, I ask. Naruto proposed. Okay. Dinkai raised his hand and completely agreed. As for Shikamaru, it shrugged, which looked completely indifferent. The 3 moved to the barbecue restaurant and found a position on the window. After a dozen plates of barbecue and fruit juice, the 3 generation group of the Woodleaf began to talk while eating. Headache, Sasuke ran away, and the task failed. Shikamaru swallowed a piece of grilled meat helplessly, and then sighed and turned to look at Naruto. I said you guy, Sasuke ran, why do you not seem to feel? How can you feel? Naruto took a sip of juice and leaned on the chair comfortably. You don't understand, Sasuke will get revenge sooner or later. Your little boy, Shikamaru frowned, I doubt that you are deliberately running Sasuke, but I still have to thank you. Thanks me? In case I deliberately let go of Sasuke? That's not important. Shikamaru was also obliquely leaned on the chair, looking lazy, almost my plan killed everyone. It's the next strategy, isn't it okay? You don't have to think so much. Naruto drank the juice and looked at Shikamaru with Yuguang. It doesn't make sense to think about what happened. Yeah, Shikamaru, you have done it very well. Ding Chi said, he said in a busy way. Hearing the words, Shikamaru was no longer tangled, and he tacitly put Ding Ding to baked meat with Naruto. The table was quiet, but there was no embarrassment. The barbecue was rang, and Ding Ci opened his belly. The moths flew around the lampshade over the head of the 3 people, and the guests next to the guests touched the jingle of the wine glasses. The fan turned over, and the 3 people's face was revealed in the hot air. A pair of couples walked by the window, the girl's floral skirt was raised by the night wind, and the 3 people who ate barbecue in the shop squinted together. Speaking, Naruto, Shikamaru suddenly said, you have been close to Ito recently, although it is not a good thing. Ding Chi swallowed a piece of barbecue, squinting his eyes, such as good astringent and the like. Really? Naruto had no response, and continued to put Ding Mei on the baking sheet. In fact, he was not used to eating too greasy barbecue, and he had an appetite just a little. Dinkai needs a lot of fat to cultivate, so that during the battle, he can quickly consume fat to supplement a large amount of chakra and energy. Our relationship is really good, he said, his eyes moved slightly. As for being astringent, don't tell me that you haven't seen the fat color you passed clearly just now. Shikamaru, drink more water. Dinkai, this grilled meat is good. Naruto, you also eat 2 slices. Naruto didn't eat, but just raised his hand and shouted, come again to 10 plates of barbecue. Nourish. The last few slices of barbecue were placed on the barbecue plate by Ding Ci. Naruto raised his hand subconsciously and wanted to call a few more plates. Ding Chi grabbed his hand and said, it's almost okay, eat it again. There is no place to put supper in my stomach. Dinkai is indeed the kind of supper party to kill, and his stomach takes the initiative to make room for supper. It is considered a conventional operation. Seeing this, Naruto also sat down. Through the gap of digestion, Shikamaru suddenly lifted Sakura. Naruto was stunned for a moment, and immediately thought that he seemed to forget Sakura aside. Recently, there were too many things. he has been turning on the axis. If you do want to mention Shikamaru, he can't remember it. I don't know how to take Suzuki back, and I don't know how to face Sakura. This is not your responsibility alone. Shikamaru almost leaned on the chair, staring at the ceiling and said, he is going to run, who can take him back? He hasn't greeted anyone in advance, and we can't know what he was thinking. I didn't think so much. I didn't know what to say for the time being. Guests slowly. The three walked out of the barbecue restaurant and were ready to separate in Mie Street. With a bang, the two gods suddenly jumped off the roof and stood in front of the three. Without waiting for Shikamaru to ask, Gang Zetai rushed to Naruto. Naruto, go to the Naruto building with us. Now. What is it? Naruto doubts. Yes, it seems that the people of Sandian want to see you, Shinayu Izumo added. Naruto building is brightly lit. When Naruto arrived, Tsunade had gone, leaving the little secretary quietly took Naruto to see the last batch of withdrawal ninjas on Sarawak. When Naruto saw quietly, he took him to the reception room, but found that when the person in the Sanzian was only Temari, he was clear. Mute is present, and he is skilled to salute each other and politely greetings. The country of fire and the country of the wind is the allies. Listening to Temedo's conversation with Mute, Naruto was boring. He glanced at Temari, glanced from top to bottom, but found that the woman Zuguan was looking at him. Naruto's mouth was pumped. He was not sure if this woman returned to normal. Seeing the generous appearance when talking with silently, it seemed to have come out of that low emotion. Under the lights, the hands of Tolki laughed like flowers. He didn't care too much, staring at a corner and began to look out. Until Temari began to mention his name, he started to thank Mie for his understanding and help on Cheyenne. He also expressed his gratitude and recognition on the efforts of the relationship between the two parties, and put forward temporary ideas for further strengthening people's livelihood cooperation. When Naruto was lethargic, Temari came to him, and he seemed to be aware of what, raised his head and saw a smiley face. Thank you, she said. Ah, don't. Naruto was not sure what she was referring to, so she shouted just to say thank you. Give you a little gift. Temari gave a big gift box to Naruto, and he kept talking and walked directly outside. Naruto threw the gift box at hand, which was unusually light, and suddenly had a bad association. While Hangelo had not gone far, a sudden idea appeared in his heart. The small secretary of Haze Silk quietly stayed in the conversation of the interior organizer in the entertainment room, so that it was recorded into a document for Tsunade. I go first. Okay. The mute head didn't lift it, and responded. He greeted and left, and walked into the corridor quickly. Looking left and right, there was no Temari figure, just guessing a direction, and finally saw the back of Temari in front of the narrow corridor. Under the light, the back shadow of the Tiba is slender, her long legs are white and greasy, and they have a layer of mature temperament. Wait a minute, he shouted at Temari, who was standing at the end of the corridor. What's wrong? The latter looked back. Through the long corridor, Temari looked at Naruto with doubtful eyes. Let me touch it. Naruto's order did not change the color. After hearing the words, Temari was silent for a while and said angrily, "What are you talking about, crazy? Dead perverts?" Naruto on the side of the corridor listened to the scolding of Temari expressionlessly, and his left ear came into the right ear, and he didn't say anything. He turned straight to the opposite direction. Looking at Naruto's gradually blurred back, Toko pouted and stood up for a while, and then turned into the end of another corridor. Sliding the wall in a place where no one saw, and sat on the ground with one butt. In the dim corridor lights, strange eyes were showing in the eyes. It should be returned to normal in a few days, and now it is still too reluctant. Holding the wall, she slowly stood up, thinking that the gift she gave out couldn't help, pouting and smiling. As if finally pulled back a game, slowly got up and left. Looking forward to our goodbye next time, Han July whispered. At the door of Naruto building, Naruto opened the gift box while walking. The forehead is black line. Who can you look down, be abominable? She murmured on her mouth. Naruto's face left with a tasteless look. When I got home, I suddenly found that I had to take a bath. The summer night was also hot. With confused chaos, he stepped into the bathroom and sank into the water. The high-level meeting should be in the past few days. The hot water was soaked without his body. Naruto leaned in the bathtub. He thought about what Tsunade said, and the high-level meeting of this time should be a high-level in the broad sense, not a small circle meeting of two consultants with two consultants. Basically, the patriarch of the large family of wooden leaves belongs to the high level in a broad sense and has the right to speak. This can indeed weaken Tsunade's right to speak in voting as the 5 generations of Naruto, and even suppress the forces of Tsunade for light. This is not a conspiracy, but a plot. But Tsunade did not say much to him. Naruto naturally would not come forward to ask, "Can you get a high-level meeting?" It was comfortable, and suddenly there was a rush at the door. Jingi took off his shoes and ran to the door of the bathroom, and saw that Naruto, who was bathing, could not help but scream. "Why don't you close the bath?" "No one in my family, what do you close?" Naruto said with a dead fish eyes. "I not only have to open the door, I don't plan to wear clothes." "Ah, Paradise, greedy abnormal. Jingye turned his face was crimson. You. With the sound of the water sounded, Naruto stood up from the bathtub. I fled with her eyes, jumped to the sofa to hide. What do you come to do here so late? Naruto wrapped out the bathrobe and asked with dry hair, isn't your aunt worrying about you? Jingye suddenly found that he didn't seem to say anything. I have the key, come on. Yes, he said as if he was coaxing a child, you can come at any time, but are you kept secret to your aunt? Jingo's lips were slightly open, and the cute look that remembered. I forgot, my mother must know that I came here, so why are you here? Naruto opened twice and asked again around. This time, I not responded with some reaction and blurted out directly. Master Tsunade told me, you and, speaking of half, Jingyi suddenly closed his mouth and looked at Naruto with a vigilant look. Nothing, I just can't sleep, come and see it. Master Tsunade. Naruto frowned. That woman is really idle. It is already the 5 generations of my eyes. Jingyi was sitting on the sofa honestly, his body was positive, and he couldn't move, and he panicked in his heart. I accidentally sold Lord Tsunade, and now there is still a man wrapped in a bath towel standing next to her. Wait a minute, I will change my clothes and give you back. Naruto said without looking back, walking straight into the room, drink water and pour it yourself. Ito had no movement and sat on the sofa dumbfounded. After Naruto was wearing clothes, he still had no movement. What's wrong with you? I'm a bit uncomfortable, Jingye said, his mouth bent unconsciously. Don't go back, sleep here for a night. Naruto walked towards the porch and said while wearing shoes, I'll say to my aunt, so let them rest assured. Wait a minute. I couldn't sit still, rushed to the door to hold him, his eyes stared round, and he asked unbelievably, are you crazy? Really going? Aren't you uncomfortable? Naruto had changed his shoes and pretended to be completely unknown. Such an important thing can still be fake. Don't go, come back soon. Ino's face was crimson, and he grabbed Naruto's arm. Don't go, you have to give me a reason, he said. Chapter 116 Do what others don't know, I'm unhappy. Jingo said frankly. Why? Naruto looked up and down. What did Master Tsunade say and make you so angry? I am not angry. Okay, you are not angry. He glanced out of the door and glanced at Jingyi again. So you plan to stay here today, or go home? Ino hesitated for a moment. Go home. The reason is still there, but this is easy to handle. Naruto took off his shoes and pulled Ino back to the living room. Wait a minute. Water in the kitchen, the insects outside the window were long, and the place where the window was farther was dark. The lights in the living room are clear and stable, like the dark lighthouse on the dark sea. The two stood in the kitchen. I'm not angry anymore. What did Master Tsunade say to you? Naruto asked. She said that you received Princess Sarawak's fat times. You must have. Jingye said that he didn't continue to say, well, this kind of thing is actually nothing. The 5 generations are really, Naruto was a little speechless, and Tsunade was really a person. It's just socks, I throw it. Really? With a sound of Kazakh, the hot water is good. I'll come. Ito pushed Naruto to the living room, and he simply lay down, turned his head and glanced at the night outside the window, and glanced at Jingyi, who was busy in the kitchen. Naruto suddenly raised a sense of vision of life after marriage. Although the Temari was tossing, nothing happened. It is estimated that she has returned to normal now. And he is also glad that he is not in danger. If so, Temari will not represent Sand to release friendly signals in the eve of leaving. This kind of thing had nothing to do with him, but he deliberately called him, and then he had a relationship. At least at the high-level meeting, Temari and mute conversation left the records of written text to play some role. In other words, the handling of people's pillars is also the first major event after the loss of Uchiha during the power of power. In other words, this is the game of the new and old forces of Muie. Everyone's default 9 tails and human pillar power cannot be peeled, and they may become perfection. But the actual situation was that Naruto intends to unlock the tail, and even found a new container for Jue. What are you thinking about? Ito came out with Coco, and pulled Naruto lying on the sofa again. When can I see the maid costume? No. Black silk maid. You really? Ino gritted his teeth. But there is no such thing here. I put the clothes at home, so I'm really sorry. It's okay, I have it. Naruto immediately said. Jingye took a step back 10 steps and looked at him with scorn. How can you have that kind of thing? Abnormal. I always have it. Definitely abnormal. Isn't this normal? Naruto puzzled. There are a few more sets to prepare from time to time. You can only be a normal abnormal. Jingyi stuck to the wall, his eyes lost the highlight. That kind of thing is to die. Late at night, Muie Street. The two walked together and said something intermittently. High-level meeting should be tomorrow, right? Jingye said with his hands on his back. I heard my father said that the mountains and the mountains also said, but we and the Nara family and the Kayodeo family are both opinions. Pig dear butterflies murmured, that's it. You don't have to worry, we are all standing on the side of Tsunade. Jingyi said, Master Tsunade is really amazing, the legendary three forks are the 5 generations of Naruto. Ah, right, Naruto said. In short, don't worry. Jingyi looked at Naruto again, and found that he seemed to be longer and taller, and he worn his ninja's forehead again on his head, and his blonde hair was scattered. Okay, Naruto didn't say much. That, a few days later is the fireworks celebration, will you go? Jingyi asked. When? 3 days later. 3 days later, on the 23rd, it seemed that it was Jingyi's birthday, and I didn't remember it. Forget it, let's ask Shikamaru tomorrow. Then do you wear a bathrobe? Naruto asked. Stupid, how could a fireworks celebration not wear a bathrobe? Then I will go anyway. You really are. Because Naruto had always thought about the high-level meeting, he had been nervous in his heart, and he reacted suddenly until he walked until the Yamanaka flower shop. I'm going back. Ito looked at the Yamanaka flower shop. Mothers seemed to have fallen asleep, too late. Go. Naruto did not leave. She kept watching her walking to the door of the mountains in the mountains of Yamanaka, and Jingyi reached out to push the door, but the next moment was stunned, and the door could not be pushed open. Locked. She looked up at the window, and the window seemed to be locked. After shouting twice, no one responded. In the end, Jingyi's expression was outrageous, and he returned to the big green tree. Pointing at the mountain flower shop, he refers to himself, and he was shocked that he couldn't speak. Where? Jingyi quickly followed up, and the night breeze blown up. She held up her raised hair, but, I have no clothes. The maid is equipped with 3 sets, the apron has 4 sets, and, Naruto was like a few treasures, but soon we ushered in retribution. Go to death, you are abnormal, I will never wear it. Really? We are like a couple like this. What? No, there is no such thing at all. Jingyi hurriedly denied, don't say such strange words. My parents will hear it. The two have gone back, you say a word. Ino, your face is so red. Ha, it may be because it is too hot. Ito was unhappy because of being pierced. In order to divert the attention, Jingyi asked whispered, that, you said last time you want to steal it, right? Is it hiding your parents or something? But now it seems that even the keys can no longer hide it. Jingyi said that he often went to Naruto's family, and instinctively was a little uneasy. That kind of thing, I can't help it. Naruto suddenly held Jingyi's hand, and the latter stood directly in place, looking at him with a slightly expanding glass beads. He stared at Ino's face. What? Jingyi's eyes overflowed the water. Then do something they don't know. He said so much. Hold your hands with others? Is your parents counting? Jingyi's voice was shaking. Not count. What about girls? I am envious. What are you envy? Now, don't you already hold it? Jingyi was too nervous, his palms quickly overflowed with sweat, but she wanted to pull it back but was held tightly. Soft hands. Don't say this, it's too shameful. Jingyi bit his lower lip and blushed. It is difficult for me to be affectionate. He likes the low attack and low defense side of INE. Although he usually looks at the big heart, in fact, he will panic when he is slightly offensive, and the expression on his face cannot be maintained. Chapter 117. Is it good? Then there is another thing that others don't know now, so keep everyone confidential, Naruto said. Ito's response was very large, her palms were warm and soft. He was led by him, and he was brought home with him all the way. The two came back from a long distance. With a bang, the door was turned on, and I couldn't wait to turn on the lights, and Io shredded off and rushed into the bathroom with a flushed face. Are you okay? Naruto knocked on the door outside the bath. Fine. There was no light in the living room. Naruto was lying on the sofa. It should be for a while when he came out of the well. He simply closed his eyes to sink the consciousness into the seal space. Tick, tick. Naruto opened his eyes sharply, and the shape of Jugwan Mountain was presented in front of him. The drive was empty, but Juwei did not lie on that fell asleep, but stared at him. It seemed to have known Naruto's coming for a long time. What did you do? A disgusting smell on your body. Is there? Naruto sniffed himself and looked up at Juwei. Will there be a scent of mental consciousness? Of course there will be. The tone of the junior taught by the 9 tails. You have other odors, like a cursed thing. In short, you are a little far away from the old man. He thought carefully that the curse in the 9-tailed mouth should only be the evil god given by the system. 9 tails in the sealing state can also be perceived that the probability is that it can contain 9 tails. In fact, he wanted to collect the Tuanzang and get a Rimai dog with Yuxinaki. However, the current combat power of Tuanzang is indeed outrageous, and the knife has been sealed thousands of days. Without diamonds, don't touch the group first, and you have to solve the problem of 9-tailed resettlement. 9 Llama, are you scared? Naruto suddenly laughed, extraordinarily crumbs. How could the old man be afraid? Just don't want to go too close to you. That's it, that's really sorry. Naruto said that, his face became more and more unable to stop. 9 Llama, how about let's talk about it? He found that his moral bottom line was getting lower and lower, and even foxes cheated. What are you talking about with you as a human ghost? Jue dismissed, and the huge fox's head was outside the red fence, and his eyes were particularly fierce, rolling, stained with cursed little ghosts, a little farther away from the old man. I am sad when you speak like this. Don't you miss the old love at all? What old husband does the old man have? Can you talk like a human? Don't be like a human, don't be like a. Jugwin couldn't have a face expression, but the magical thing was that Naruto even saw contempt from its eyes. Said the nest, Ju-lama, I am the one who cares about you most. Naruto approached some. Humans outside want to seize your power, either the seal you just want to treat you as a tribute. I'm not the same. Not only did I not think of using you, but I also thought about returning you free. If you do unti, you go out and inquire, and you see and find a person as a good person like me in the whole ninja. Nine-tailed eyes shifted, staring at Naruto with a doubtful eyes, but did not speak. Do you know what days of sand shower he? I went to jail to chat with an old man all day, and was later sealed into a small 3 bodies, which were suppressed all day. Naruto's emotional understanding, trying to make Jugu feel the quality of life between the tail beasts. You look at you, watch the drive every day, and want to eat everything. Isn't these enough to satisfy you? These are what I desperately work outside, and I can't bear to eat things. I don't spend enough money by myself, and I desperately save money to buy toys and eat it. I have owed 30 million foreign debts. Every day, I am afraid of the debt-chased person to cut to death. Talking, Naruto covered his face painfully. If he couldn't cry, he had a tears in the seal space. Jugui looked up at him. Listening to Naruto said a bunch, his head was about to crack. Are you all true? Of course it is true. I never lie. Looking at your dedication to the old man, let's believe in you once. Jugwin hesitated, but don't be proud, this is what you should do. As a human pillar, I was guilty. I made me suffering from the Ju-lama. I regretted it every day. I often wake up in my dreams. I see and to say any guilt. Ah, no, you don't have to feel guilty to this. Nine Tails don't know what to say for a while. I want to work for the Nine Lama. It doesn't matter if you are exhausted, even if you are exhausted. Naruto's acting skills became more and more smooth. I thought about everything that I could think of in my last life. Even if it is a cow and a horse, it doesn't matter. Anyway, I am miserable. If the Lord Ju-lama can make my life make a little meaning, even if there is only a little, I am willing. Ju-lama was shaken, looking at the grandson thief who fell in the seal space, thinking that he was a little guilty of hearing his parents. Little ghost, you first. Get up first before talking, don't look like an old man, huh? Naruto suddenly found that his consciousness was really nothing, and he seemed to withdraw from the seal space. Why fell asleep on the sofa again? It is really hurting. There is no light in the living room. Are you sleeping here? Aren't you afraid of cold? Naruto opened his eyes sharply, and happened to look at Jingyi, wrapped in a bath towel. His wet hair hung down, and a drop of water dripped on his cheek. Ah! Jingyi was wrapped in a bath towel with one hand, but was still startled. The living room is completely dark, and only the orange light emitted by the bathroom can be seen. Naruto woke up from the sofa, and he could only see that he was shrouded in the well-like light, and the light is a silk thread. The skin is hot red because of the bath, and the color is like a gorgeous flower. Ito suddenly seemed to hide in nowhere, and the expression on his face seemed to be angry, but he did not blame it. Is it good? Jing-ya asked like this. Keek, he was bent down and kept coughing. I left the sentence and immediately rushed into the room. After speaking that sentence, Jing-ya's face was also dry, and she began to regret it. But the mother said that if this is not the case at this time, it will not impress the man's heart at all. I am afraid they will only lose it completely. But anyway, so shame. Although the unexpected reaction was harvested, it was cute and cute. Jingo stood beside the sofa and looked down, and he couldn't bear to laugh. Chapter 118 Shishinyi with a sound, the lights were turned on. People are in Konoha. This Naruto lies flat and I eat tiramisu. Chapter 090 MTL Books Logo MTL Books Report Settings Term Replacer Toggle Play / Pause TTS Add to Library Reading History Chapters Toggle Invert Mode Previous Next 90 Chapter 090 History has proved that the beauty of human beings starts from wearing clothes. Like the mountains covering the water and the water blocking the mountains, people always praise the towering and mysterious high mountains in the fog, and praise the rivers of the clouds covered by the clouds. The same is true of girls. Shakespeare boasted a close friend of the same sex with the 14th lines of poems, but this did not prevent Naruto from using it on Jingyi. His eyes were completely unable to move away from Jingyi's body. It was definitely not because of the large bath towel, it was a factor outside the bath towel. The girl's blushing, bite the lower lip, timid and poor skills. At this moment, the balcony glass window was the boundless summer night outside the balcony window. It was a summer that even exaggerated the gods, but it was impossible to compare with the girl in front of him. I couldn't look away with Gingo standing with the sofa. She had just wanted to play with it. But she noticed that Naruto's hot eyes came with a jacket, and breath accelerated. It was an unspeakable look. Obviously nothing happened, but it seemed to have finished his life in his eyes. Even at the moment he looked away, his heart seemed to hold an ending rainy funeral. Give you clothes. Thank you. Jingye reached out and took it, and he felt a sense of being lost. The two collided and subconsciously moved away. After a long silence, Naruto stood up and said embarrassingly, I'm going to take a bath. 3 times a day, the toad fairy has 3 layers of skin when he comes, so he just wants to take a simple bath, and he can rinse the sweat on the surface of the body. You can't drink my bath water, right? Ha! Don't imagine me as a perverted. I am still a normal person. Naruto said a little dissatisfied. In your heart, is that kind of person? Yes, Jingye said with his face. Some people even prepared apron outfit. I don't know how to wear that kind of thing. I don't know either. You lie. You obviously. Jingye couldn't bear it, clenched his fist. You'd better not mention it again. Sorry, I didn't peek when you take a bath. What are you talking about? It's abnormal to peek. Jingye collapsed a little bit. In short, it may take a long time if you take a bath and put water. If you don't dislike it, you can use it's completely abandoned. Rigid speaking, I just need to brew it. Naruto said, I have taken a bath twice today, but the weather is too hot. Don't drink it secretly. Jingye stretched his face, and his ears were red. If you replace the water you bathing in the bath, you can consider it, but it is just a normal water. In essence, there is no difference in the taste in the kitchen. Naruto stood there, touched his chin carefully, and began to express his insight. When he heard the 2 words from his mouth, Ino was scared and completely forgot what he was going to scold. If it is not liquid but solid that is soaked, it is another situation. For example, petals and jelly can be accepted by the public for the time being. No, it should be very popular. From a general perspective, the habit of drinking bath water is generally a beautiful fantasy similar to a fixed and extremely privacy place. Don't say any more. Jingye shrank on the sofa, holding his head as if he was infected with his soul. His eyes completely lost the highlight. Oh, yes. Naruto collected the clothes that was changed from the balcony. When passing by the sofa, he said to the skeptical life, I don't have to imagine it, because Ito is already beautiful enough. Beautiful? Jingye's eyes gradually recovered. With a bang, the bathroom door closed. Jingye was panting, and looked straight towards the bathroom. He wiped out of the sofa, his face was buried deeply. I remembered the eyes of Naruto's eyes again, and immediately felt that a place in my heart was satisfied. Although the skills and poorness are unexpectedly good. The heart of the well on the sofa beating constantly, the eyelids were slightly stubborn, and the body temperature gradually rose, and it was almost possible. The feeling of shame struck together, and his head was a little groggy. Click. When Naruto came out of the bathroom, he was in water vapor and wanted to continue to tease Ino, but he found that the latter was lying on the sofa and fell asleep. Looking up at the clock on the wall, it was more than 2 o'clock in the middle of the night. Yamakura flower shop is not close to Naruto. Speaking of Jingo, I have been walking 3 times a night, and it is probably tired of tossing until now. Once you are quiet, it is easy to fall asleep suddenly. Honestly, Ino's sleep was unexpectedly stunning, and his mouth breathed slightly. The living room lights that can be heard are bright, and you can hear the light breathing sound when you are quiet. The girl wrapped in a bath towel fell asleep on the sofa without any defense, which was too huge for Naruto's spiritual impact. He breathed a shallow breath and adjusted his heart rate several times to calm down. Try to let your eyes be removed from the sinful white legs, and do not focus on key parts. He reads the Thomas train to make himself a sage mode. If you are out of mind at this time, it is estimated that the end will be very miserable. He didn't think that if he did what he should not do, Jingye woke up and would not believe that he was not noble. It would be likely to be thrown out as garbage. The towel has been faintly loosened. Naruto thought about it or decided to hold Ino on the bed. He made some thoughtful preparation, and he carefully walked around the curved thighs of Ino with one hand. The other hand passed away from behind his neck, and gently held up the sleeping in the sleep. Fortunately, Ino seemed to sleep deeply, his breathing was still uniform, and there was no sign of waking up. Naruto's movement was very light and put it on the bed, but did not leave immediately. This is his room. From the beginning, it was dark, and it was too familiar and too simple. It didn't need to turn on the lights. With the light of the living room, it is enough to see the object, but you can only see a general outline. He stood by the bed for a while and stared at Ino's fuzzy sleeping position for half a minute. Suddenly, he sighed without any example. He turned around and groped to find a thin blanket and covered Jingye's body, and then withdrew from the room. Click, the door is closed, and the last trace of light in the room disappears. Chapter 119. That gate. The next day, Naruto opened his eyes from the sofa. The light in the living room was dim. After dawn, there was a high-level meeting, and he couldn't sleep at all. It's false, but fortunately, he was not alone in the house. Sitting up, he turned to look at the closed room door, lying in a beautiful girl wrapped in a bath towel. In the morning, the words of the bath towel may have been removed. The head was a little dizzy, and I didn't sleep enough. Washing the tired body, it was estimated that the sky was slightly bright. He threw last night's clothes into the washing machine and washed. He turned his head to see Jing Yi's clothes in a large and two bakers. Take out the clothes that are completely dried up, stacked neatly on the sofa, and then dragged the indoor shoes to make breakfast slowly, reserved a warm insulation. After eating breakfast, it was basically bright. After the preparation was proper, Naruto left a note in the living room that had not woke up. I wanted to write some show, but I thought about the sleeping face of Jingo yesterday, and I couldn't help but change my mind that after leaving a warm heart, he banged out. Strip the bathing water, I store the refrigerator, it is frozen, ***. The office of Naruto building. Tsunade yawned, and under the mute urging of the little secretary, he went to the door, but saw that Naruto was squatting against the wall and fell asleep. What's going on with this person? Tsunade bent over and woke him up. Wake up. In the eyes, Naruto felt that his soul would be shaken. I wanted to get angry, looking up at a Snow White, and suddenly swallowed the words on my mouth. Master Tsunade early, he said awkwardly. How about yesterday with your little girlfriend? Tsunade asked in a fun, full red lips. It is worthy of Master Tsunade, but I may disappoint you. I am a good person. Who knows? You talk to the mountains in the mountains. Tsunade grinned, without the grace of Naruto at all. They are more traditional and don't mind your two wives. Sorry, it is absolutely impossible to be Naruto. Naruto refused again. However, Tsunade did not expect much expectations, just daily tuning that she didn't want to be this Naruto herself, and it was a dandruff Naruto who started picking up as soon as she took office. Tsunade squeezed his face, got up and walked into the office, leaving a sentence, come in. Okay. Naruto followed honestly. After sitting on the seat, Tsunade didn't care about him, and he started to see the document. These documents are available every day, and it may be piled up in a few days. So, Naruto didn't care, but still said back, is it because there are no people available on hand for the time being? Tsunade tactical drinking water and glanced at Naruto. Your kid knows a lot. Knowing a little bit, Master Tsunade simply cultivated Mr. Kakashi directly as a successor, one step in place. Naruto suddenly whispered. Tsunade coughed, and the cup fell into his chest. Fortunately, there is only one layer of water left in the cup, and no water overflows wet clothes. How do you know my thoughts? Facing Tsunade's inquiry, Naruto stalls with both hands. Although this is too much, who can become a shadow except Teacher Kakashi? The lascivious fairy has no idea of staying at all, wandering outside all day. In fact, he also talks about it, and the more troubles he knows. Although the truth is the truth, Kakashi lacks a large number of strength improvement from Naruto, and it also needs to accumulate certain credit. Whether it is the 4 generations or the 5th generation, it is a person who has made outstanding contributions to Muye. In other words, unless Kakashi can unlock the Wankani tube to write the Wheel Eye, and achieve the record of surpassing the predecessors in a large-scale war, and make outstanding contributions to the Wood Leaf, it is too early to say that the successor is too early. Even though Tsunade is indeed the mind of Kakashi as the 6th generation, it is because Kakashi is a well-deserved T0 player with the 2nd generation of the brain and comprehensive strength. But things are not so simple. If you have better candidates in the future, Tsunade will naturally choose others. In other words, Naruto actually said the 1st floor. Tsunade has considered the 2nd floor, but she will still feel novel for Naruto's words. Since you don't take Naruto as an aspiration, this kind of thing is less. Tsunade said. Oh. Tsunade picked up a piece of information and put it down, and turned to look at Naruto's instructions. When you enter the high-level conference room, follow me. If someone asks you, don't answer it. Unless I let you say, you can answer, hear it, I heard it, I listened to Master Tsunade. Naruto was honest, without other ideas. Anyway, Tsunade should have a strategy of responding. As for the other, you can't talk about it that he has not attended a high-level meeting, and it is estimated that Tsunade is also the first time to participate as Naruto. At 9:45 in the morning, Tsunade stopped the pen and threw the file on the table. After getting up, he used his eyes to show Naruto to keep up and left his position. Tsunade walked ahead, and the high-heeled sandals echoed in the corridor. The person in charge of the Ministry of Medicine was also the mute in Naruto of Naruto's little secretary, and the steps followed. 10 o'clock. The golden sunshine pierced the clouds, and the floor-to-ceiling windows were shown through the large corridor floor-to-ceiling window in front of the simple and huge conference room. Master Tsunade. The alertness on the door was respectful and slowly pushed the door away. The door of the conference room made a scream, and the unique smell of the wooden door came. The door was light in the door, like the hottest sun at noon. 10 o'clock. Jinye stared at the strange ceiling for a long time, and reacted suddenly and did not go home at all. Yesterday, Master Tsunade said somehow saying gifts to himself, and then he was very wronged, and he was very depressed and then walked casually. I don't know why, when I reacted, I had arrived at the door of the soul. Looking at the subtle light in the door, I thought that Naruto had brought the Princess Sandy to home, and she was grieving and wanted to cry, and opened the door in a hurry. Result. I don't know why, when I saw him, I wanted to be angry, and always said something too in my mouth. But he still cares, he will listen to every sentence he said. I don't know what happened to himself. He took his key and lived in the same house, as if he reached him. She knew that such a mind was dangerous and tried to draw out. After getting out of bed, I suddenly felt cold on my body. The bath towel stayed on the bed, looked down, and the pupils suddenly expanded. Last night, I seemed to sleep on the sofa, right? Chapter 120. Please kill me with this knife. She couldn't remember what happened yesterday, but that person should not. After thinking about it for a while, Jing Yi put the bath towel and opened the door. She saw the stacked clothes on the sofa, the breakfast he kept on the table, and Naruto was gone. Today, it seems to be a high-level meeting. Ito stood by the door, and suddenly regretted it. If you can wake up early, maybe he can accompany him to say a few words. The living room was quiet, and the insulation pot sounded. She walked to the sofa and put on a completely drying small coat and put on a skirt. I found the toothbrushes and cups I used last time on the bathroom, and the faucet was flowing. After coming out of the bathroom, Jingye glanced at the balcony, saw the gentle sunlight, and Naruto's clothes floated in the wind. Like all the fine things were sorted out, waiting for her in an orderly manner. When I took breakfast, she saw the note on the table. Strip the bathing water, I store the refrigerator, it is frozen, ******, intersection. Looking at the rough smiley face, the warmth in Jingye's heart disappeared, the fist was tight, as if the guy's smile appeared in front of him. Rotor vortex. Naruto. Ah. Rotten vortex. Naruto, how do you explain for the release of the tail beast in the center of the village? In the center of the village, the sound of Tuanzang is not different from the ordinary elderly people, but just read the ending word with habitual like dot so that every sentence is like a command. The sound is low, but everyone here can hear it clearly. The curtains in the conference room were widened. The position of Naruto was facing the sun, so that a number of senior officials sitting on the long table seemed to be sitting in the light, and they couldn't see the face. The name Naruto was standing on the left side of Tsunade, and the small secretary quietly stood on the right side of Tsunade. Except for Tsunade, the rest of the senior management shall not bring people into the conference room. All the conference records were completed by the mute one person. When the conference quarrel was too fierce, the mute had the right to stop. Because the garbage sprayed by the high rise also needs to be recorded. But in general, there are still fewer scenes of this quality arrears. At 10:30, the meeting has been in half an hour. Until the Tuanzang spoke, this was a formal entry. On that day, the ninja replaced the dark part and rushed to the center of Juwei himself, but was intercepted by Kakashi. Tuanzang asked, Naruto needs to give an explanation. Tsunade crossed his hands on the table, and looked at everyone expressionlessly. His eyes were moving slightly, no sound of immediately, nor did he ignore the meaning of hiding. She was thinking about how to quibble in the presence of a high-level face. The scene was in a long silence, and everyone was waiting for Tsunade's voice to match her rhythm of the meeting. Because she is the shadow of this village, the princess supported by everyone. No one was impatient, and it seemed to have been accustomed to it. The two veteran consultants drank water tactically, and even the Tuanzang began to keep his eyes closed. The high-level conference was opened by Tsunade, the rounding system that everyone must follow. In the face of Tsunade's threat at any time, it may be possible to run the road, full of sense of oppression of a high level. The so-called majesty does not come from itself, but to control everyone and things. When the morale of the entire village is low and a strong princess like Tsunade stands up, the senior management is passive. While they persecuted the monks, they were also coerced by Tsunade. Tsunade tapped the desktop gently. This was a sign of her before speaking. After twice, she glanced at everyone. According to Muye's limited data records, each appearance of Jugu will cause huge damage to the village. But at that time, the village was not damaged. And that day, Uchihisa invaded the village. Their goal was Nine Tail. In this case, can the nine tails that the dark ninja saw? It may not be true. Not only the ninja in the dark, the patriarch of the tribe in the mountains also saw it, said Xiaochun, who was diagonally wore a white cloth, and said seriously. The old eyes turned to a middle-aged man who fell in the corner of the long table, squinting his eyes. As soon as Shan Zhonghai looked at the coquettish teenager who had taken his own daughter, he had a mixed taste in his heart. The old father's mind had long been stripped from this thrilling high-level meeting. In his heart, he should be self-confident with the godfather of the ninja, so that he would teach him a good apprentice. As soon as he looked up, he suddenly found that the old consultant turned Xiaochun and stared at himself. He could not help but sweat, and took a blank head after breathing. Why did the consultant look at me? What should I say? Ahem. Yamakura coughed, cleared his throat, and said, I still think that Master Tsunade said is reasonable. He didn't know what Tsunade said, but he didn't care at all. Anyway, pig deer butterflies were Naruto's loyal powder. It doesn't matter who is Naruto, it is not a Tuanzang. Universal golden sentence, I think Master Tsunade is reasonable. It is reasonable, very reasonable, and the sentence is reasonable. It is a famous saying. Anyway, it is not important that the leader said, what is important is that the leader said. What I asked is that on the day of August 24th, did you see Jue appear in the center of the village? Xiao Chun frowned, and his voice was hoarse and asked again. On August 24th, he remembered the picture in the raining rain. The heavens and the earth are light, and the 8 tables are fainted, and Ping Lu Chengjiang. No, I didn't see anything. Shan Zhonghai shook his head. The rain was too heavy that day, and I only saw Uchiha Itaki escape the wood leaves. I said nothing, there was nothing. Tsunade spread his hands. 5 generations, the truth will never be concealed. Tuanzang interrupted. On that day, there were more than only ninjas who saw Juguan figures, but also villagers. Tsunade did not continue to speak anymore and chose to remain silent. The bandaging Tibetan fell on the standing Naruto and asked again. Rotten Vortex Naruto, you released the tail beast without authorization, how can you explain it? Tsunade knocked on the table, and he didn't speak twice, but turned his head to glance at Naruto. This is a signing signal that he can speak, so he answered himself. The rogue Q&A in the previous Tsunade was just to drag the consultant to launch the water, set up 2 questions. It was for the last way to pave the way, she chose to let Naruto speak. After receiving the signal, Naruto nodded. Everyone's gaze stared at him, but Naruto could not see their faces because they were sitting in the light. Naruto didn't speak and pulled out a knife with a backhand, and a loud noise was inserted on the huge conference table. Master Tuanzang, please kill me with this knife. He stared at the vague face of Tuanzang. Chapter 121. Now, he is qualified to speak in the large conference room. The narrow and dazzling light came in from the only large floor-to-ceiling window. The dust floating in the air is clearly visible, and the shape of light is painted in the large sunlight above the long table. Naruto's sudden sentence "killing me" made everyone a moment. The knife was nailed into the long table in the conference room. The eyes outside Tuanzang were squinting and looked at Naruto calmly. Why do I kill you? Obviously, a Bun Ching Ching couldn't scare the Tuanzang. He squatted in the darkness in his life and saw too much killing. He didn't care about Naruto's slightly extraordinary behavior. The knife has been inserted on the table. Regardless of whether the Tibetan is now killing me, I will not be related to the Tibetan adults in a few days. Naruto continued. What reason do I have to kill you? Tuanzang said coldly. Human Zulai is very important for the village. How can I kill you as a village high-rise? Do you think you can escape the inquiry after being entangled? Reasons. Naruto said. Master Tibetan made a bite of me to release the tail beast, and did not ask me the reason. Is it really released the tail beast? 9 tails have been released without destroying the village. Is this reasonable? Reasonable. The voice of Tuanzang became colder and colder. You released the tail beast without permission. This is the fact that you can't distort anywhere. Is the truth important? Naruto's voice raised a few degrees. In the huge conference room, only he was talking with Tuanzang, and the rest was silent. Tsunade did not speak, and they couldn't speak. The truth is the fact, and the fact is the truth. The Tibetan style was tough. If your cultural class has not passed, I don't mind sending you back to the ninja school to rebuild. Master Tibetan, you don't care what the truth is. Everyone knows that the village has not been damaged, but you don't care. What you care about is to let me admit that the 9 tails come out, and how much authority can you bring you? Naruto did not show weakness. Even if he couldn't see the face of Tuanzang, it did not affect his performance at all. If the Master Tibetan really cares about the truth, then pick up the knife to pierce my belly and let the Jugu come out and tell you. Will it come out on August 24th? Do you know what you are talking about now? Tuanzang Xian sounded, but he did not accept Naruto. Of course I know what I am talking about. I said that the tale of the 9 days didn't come out that day. If the Master Tibetan felt wrong, then I killed me and let Jue come out to explain. It's almost noisy. Tuanzang's voice with a hint of anger below. Do you want to hear what you are talking about? Uchiha Itaki invaded the village and almost killed me. Although I was lucky, Uchiha Itaki turned around, and the roots and dark parts of the Tibetan seem to have no way to take Uchiha Itaki. The so-called truth is weak, naive and ridiculous. It sounds like a Tuanzang adult can't help with the enemy, but can only point to the excuse of your own person. There was finally a trace of emotional fluctuations on Tuanzang's face. The old man is enough for your nonsense. Do you have to explain to you in any arrangement in the village? If the Tuanzang is always confused and dare not do it at Uchiha Itaki, then simply give up this position. You dare not kill Uchiha Itaki? I dare. Are you afraid of? Or are you scaring? Enough. The old lady turned Xiao Chun to interrupt Naruto's words and joined the game. Humming, Tsunade knocked on the long table and made 2 sullen sounds, holding his head with one hand, his full red lips slightly. His voice was unquestionable. Let him say. 5 dynasties. This is a high-level meeting. He is not qualified to speak. Is he just a tolerance? Do you want to speak this qualification? I want everyone to be here to know. Tsunade's threatening meaning came through. His wrists were like jade, and his narrow eyes swept over everyone. If he can't speak, then this high-level meeting will be scattered. 5 generations, this is not in line with the rules, said Shuim and Minyan. There are only 2 consultants, Tuanzang and Tsunade of the core 4 high levels. Although the captain of the dark department and the remaining major ethnic groups is also considered a high level, most of the time they just sit on their seats and keep silent. Rule, Tsunade looked up, dark golden eyes seemed to be glowing. Is there still few people breaking the rules? If the rules are really useful, as for me to sit here, 3 generations, 4th generations, let people be slaughtered. What does the wood leaf need? Rules or strength? You have too much trust in the younger generation and have created countless rules. So what's going on with Uchiha Itachi? Naruto is not qualified to speak, then you go to a qualified person's pillar. Choose Jilly from the descendants of your family, try one by one. The words fell, and the 2 consultants were silent. The original purpose of the first generation was to downplay the concept of the family, so that the people of the thousands of clan and ordinary people married their surnames, and gave up the talent of the Qianshao clan. Uchiha kept raising his puppets, and as a result, a group of lunatics paranoid. Now Muye has lost thousands of hands and Uchiha. The only woman who inherited the talent of thousands of hands was sitting in the position of Naruto, and her status could not be shaken. The only sunlight in the conference room was lined with sunlight, and the Naruto rocks above the cliff attracted abnormal attention. The white birds circled into the sky. Nico passed through the venue of the Nara family. The flower shop in the mountains runs across the village. The family ninja wearing the ninja escort runs around everywhere, and Muye Avenue is still bustling. Tsunade's sight was retracted from the window, just like a lion's eyes to see the high level. Now, he is qualified to speak. The 2 consultants also knew the situation at the moment and did not want to touch Tsunade. They just want to eliminate hidden dangers for the village, not to exclude Naruto. In addition to Tsunade, who can hold the post of people now, but both of them are on the side of Renzali. That's it. When the 2 consultants tried to discuss the matter, Tsunade forced the 2 consultants to express their stations. If you talk about it, then choose the top of the group. Naruto got the sign of Tsunade and said again, I have no guilt, and I don't need to be judged by anyone. No one has ever asked if I want to be a pillar. But now that I am standing in this position, I will say fair words. Chapter 122. How can I start to talk implicitly? Naruto said fairly. Do not talk about the facts of Jugu. On the day of August 24, Uchiha Itachi took another S-class rebellion and wore a strange costume in the village for a whole day. I attacked me twice in total. During the long interval, it was shaking under the dark parts and root eyelids. I just endured it. It's. Why don't you go to report? Xiao-chun asked. Report. Naruto showed a confusing expression, staring at the old lady's mother-in-law. Turned to Xiao-chun for a while. Would you like to hear what you were talking about? Where can I go to report? Even when Uchiha Itachi left, the talents of the dark part arrived. Isn't this incompetent? I hope they have been saved, enough for me to die 1,000 times. At that time, the village was turbulent, and the secrets were insufficient. They couldn't make effective feedback. Tuanzang finally explained. I don't want to hear these explanations afterwards. If there is a heart to protect the village in the dark part and the root, I will find a way to find the enemy in advance. Naruto shook his head. The truth cannot be refuted, and, Master Tibetan, you should know this thing. With a slam, a mask was thrown on the long table of the meeting. Each mask of the root ninja has a number. Master Tibetan, you guess why it is in my hands. The mask on the table was like a boulder in the lake, and finally smashed a ripple in a tepid meeting. 9 Tail things do not necessarily have evidence, but the root ninja attack is real. The Tuanzang face was expressionless, but the 2 consultants were iron-looking. At this moment, a turnaround appeared, and the 2 consultants changed directly. The disposal of human pillar power is a problem left over from the 3 generations for consultants. As the left and right hands of the 3 generations, they are committed to expanding any possible interests to the village. And other patriarchs, they are more concerned about not the result of the matter, but the direction. Regardless of whether this meeting is the upper hand in Tuanzang or Tsunade occupied the upper hand. It is also a chance to see the new generation of shadows and old-fashioned core high-level tiers. As for how to treat people's pillar strength, they have long been numbed. When the situation involves too much, it is not time for them to express their opinions. At present, this situation is no longer a battle of 9 tails, but the contest of Tsunade and the old high-level. How to keep Naruto's method will be the key to harvesting other silent people's hearts. Even though Tsunade didn't think so, other senior executives would think of this layer. For them, they know that their role is just a silent audience. The pillar power is too important for the village. After the death of the 2nd generation, the country of fire has been going downhill. Located in the embarrassing position in the inland, the country of fire will face the 3 strong enemies at any time. In a successive war, Muye has lost too much, and can no longer lose people's pillars. At the beginning, Naruto's behavior was surprised by the behavior of inserting the knife on the table, because Naruto chose the way to prove the innocence. This was not Jaoming's choice. At that time, the consultant began to consciously interrupt Naruto's words and tried to let him give birth. The 2 consultants started to sway after Tsunade's words. There are too many backgrounds on Naruto. If they really die, the 2 of them can't bear such causes and effects. But the moment Naruto threw the mask, it meant that he had taken the initiative to make a choice. Born to death, the simple and unprepared strategy suppressed the Tuanzang, forcing the two consultants to make a choice, which was amazing. Silence. For 3 minutes of silence. Nara Lulu was sitting nearby, and his face was also blurred. As the 4 high levels of the Woodleaf confrontation, he kept silent throughout the process. Everyone's eyes are looking at Naruto, well-deserved focus. But he fell his eyes on the Chief Tsunade's face. If Naruto was a knife at a high-level meeting, then Tsunade was the ghost behind him. She seemed to keep neutrality, facing the situation where the two consultants were obviously hidden, but still kept calm and silent most of the time. From the beginning of the meeting to the present, it is just a few words, but every sentence is just right, and the time is just right. If Naruto is sophisticated, that Tsunade always maintains rationality. Simply put, Naruto tried to cause the emotional fluctuations of the Tuanzang and the two old consultants at the beginning. Kei-Duan is always playing a role that is drawn away, which is equally important. She did not explain to Naruto, but chose to silence. She only reminded the two consultants from the perspective of the outsiders when the meeting was stuck. Losing the person's pillar power to the village means what? Naruto dies in this identity to the will of fire. Nara Luju dared to be sure that Tsunade must have a better and brutal way to suppress the two consultants. It is enough to use Naruto's life. But she chose to protect, and she chose not so clever but still effective. Not that clever way. In the stunning cooperation at this moment, it also looks very clever. Nariku's eyes narrowed slightly, and he swept across the high level, watching them blurred in the light, and suddenly wanted to laugh. Now that the purpose of confusing the nine-tailed situation has been achieved, but the purpose of Master Tsunade should not be shown. Nara Luju's mouth could not help but grin, and it should be almost time now. The play has been finished, and it comes to an end. Tsunade knocked the table gently, made a dull sound, and broke the silence first. Everyone's eyes are attracted, or they look at the 5 generations of hibiscus like the hibiscus of Yuanshan. Watching his pupils cut water, begonia drunk day. In this case, the roots of the dark part are chaotic, then it is clear. It is bright, dark, and mixed together will have a horizontal branch, affecting the meaning of the existence of the special ninja department. Tsunade said this, and the dark part was taken back. Chapter 123 Sakura. With Tsunade's words, the meeting also ended. The two old consultants turned to Tsunade, and the Tuanzang remained silent. In the end, the content of the meeting became a problem with the interchange details of the dark part and the root, which further confirmed the issue of the belonging of Naruto directly under the dark part. No one mentioned the problem of 9 tails and did not stand up to oppose it. Except for the two consultants and the Tibetan